World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers of our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
Allied headquarters announced today that elements of 14 German divisions and parts of 4 others have been caught in the Normandy pockets and are being blasted to pieces by artillery fire. The Germans say American forces have crossed the Seine northwest of Paris. In the south, the 7th Army has sealed the doom of Toulon and Marseille by a 20-mile advance toward the Rhine Valley. On the eastern front, the Red Army is hammering at 4 salients as the Germans report a new attack in the south. Here at home, Russian Ambassador Gromyko has arrived in Washington for the world security talks. And the War Department announces another raid by the B-29 super planes on industrial areas in the vicinity of Yawata on Kyushu Island on the Japanese homeland. And now for our first news direct from overseas, Admiral takes you to London. Richard C. Hottelet reporting.
The Germans this evening report that American tanks are across the Seine River after airborne and parachute troops had established a bridgehead somewhere between Vernon and Mantes. The enemy says that heavy fighting is in progress at this point. There's no confirmation in London, and there isn't likely to be under the present policy of secrecy, but a delayed report from this part of the front this evening makes the German story sound logical. A Reuters correspondent said that American forces were stretched out along the west bank of the river for miles north of Nantes. Standing on a bit of high ground, he said he could see the river's great loop bend, and our air forces harassing the fleeing enemy on the roads leading to the river, on barges as he tried to get across, and on the roads on the other side. This part of the Seine is a logical place for a crossing because of the great loop that juts eastward deep into enemy territory. But we'll have to wait for official confirmation before we base too many hopes on the German report. The Reuters correspondent goes on to say that General Patton's forces had reached the Seine here to cut the escape route of the Germans fleeing eastward toward the river from the Falaise trap. And it looks more as if General Eisenhower's immediate intention is to complete the destruction of von Kluge's 7th Army. Already, the Falaise trap is being liquidated. It was revealed in London this evening that the pocket contains the bulk of the combat elements of 14 divisions and parts of 4 other divisions. There's no more German resistance anywhere west of the town of Leyte, and Allied forces are meeting up and down the line. British troops joined the Americans in Argentan today. But the Germans are still fighting in a smaller pocket between Leyte and Chambois. There's no sign of mass surrender, and although the British took something like 1,000 prisoners today, the Germans still seem to have some striking power left. They're still trying to fight their way out of the encirclement to safety. They withdrew as much as they possibly could from the western part of the pocket and grouped it eastward into a striking force. With this, they've been fighting their way northeastward between Troyes and Chambois. Tonight, it was stated in London that they had made slight progress. But German losses have been heavy. Guns, tanks, and transport have been abandoned in bulk. One group of 1,000 vehicles jammed together was found in the Gouffin forest north of Argentan. Still, it appears that some enemy troops are already getting away. They're reported to be crossing the Seine in fairly considerable numbers at between 12 and 20 organized crossing points downstream from Vernon. They're using barges, pontoons, and anything they can lay their hands on. At one point, they're said to be swimming the river. Luckily for them, the weather hasn't been very good again today, but even so, our low-flying fighters and fighter bombers have been harassing the enemy. Up on the northern flank of the Normandy front, Canadian forces have been pushing along the coastline. But they've also been sending an arm out toward Lisieux to help cut off the German retreat. There, they're within 7.5 miles of the town and have captured the hamlet of Livarot. There's no more word from the eastern flank of the French front, the one that runs north from Orleans. The Germans report us at various places in relation to Paris and have even floated a trial balloon through neutral correspondents in Berlin to the effect that American columns have entered the French capital. This is probably as much to whip up false hopes on our part as it is to get some information as to where we really are. As far as we can judge from London, It looks more as if we were out to wipe out the rest of the German forces within reach rather than rush into Paris. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
And now for a summary of the fighting in southern France and an interview with two American lieutenants from Chicago. Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
Our troops in southern France today are circling far inland into the fastnesses of the Maritime Alps to the northeast, around Toulon and on toward Marshal to the west. A spectacular advance has carried them onto the heights above the Durance River, a main tributary of the Rhone. Before them, the highways of southern France branch out to Aix, to Marseille, to Avignon. And still, there is no first-class enemy opposition in sight. What resistance there is on the coast around Toulon, we are merely sidestepping, and already our flying columns are well to the north of Marseille. At the other end of the invasion front, we are now well into the Maritime Alps, and at last report, we're still moving fast. There are probably very few Germans up in that bare mountainous country, which in peacetime was familiar to painters and seers, but which today belongs to the French partisans. Whether the 7th Army is going to head straight for Marseille, we don't know. We are streaming now from the beachhead in many directions, and there is no hint of where the main drive will aim. It may take a surprising turn. Our bombers are going out ahead of us every day through current bridges and roads and viaducts up and down the Rhine Valley. Their most spectacular raid last week was the one on Friday on the former French warships in Toulon Harbor. Spectacular because the flak was the heaviest our raiders have encountered in many weeks, and because, despite that, bomb photo interpreters gave it a rating of 100% for accuracy. Here in the studio is the pilot of the lead ship of one of the B-25 missile formations that hit Toulon, and his bombardier. The pilot is Lieutenant Frank M. Fury, the bombardier, Lieutenant Robert W. Joyce. They both hail from Chicago, Illinois. I hear you had quite a rough ride, Frank.
We certainly did. The sky over Toulon was black with flags, big dancing circles. I happened to look up twice during the bomb run, and there were clouds of black smoke ahead of us. We rode right through them. Another time, just 20 seconds before the bombs were away, a shell exploded under us and jolted the plane off to the right. But I kicked the controls back, and we got back onto our course on time.
And I understand you hit those ships.
Yes, but Bob here had as much to do with that as I did.
How was the bombing, Bob?
Well, it had to be good, because our formation fell with its bombs off the lead ship, and our ship was leading. The target, as you know, was those French warships that the Germans had been using to shell our troops coming over from the beachhead. The four of them, a battleship, a cruiser, a destroyer, and a submarine, were lined up the entrance of the inner port. Our bombs went right down the middle and hit all four. Frank here was hit by flak while flying the bomb run.
Badly hit, Frank?
Just a scratch. Bob was hit, too. As a matter of fact, four of us were. Our navigator got a piece of flak in his shoulder, and my co-pilot, commander of our group, was also hit by a piece that came flying through the cockpit and just missed my head. It was really a miracle that we got out of it so well. The Jerry's had our course and had our altitude. They put 23 holes in the nose of our plane, another 25 in the wings and fuselage. They put holes in 3/4 of the B-25 missiles that took part in that raid, but they didn't bring a single one of us down.
Could you see your bombs strike, Bob?
No, I couldn't. As soon as our bombs were away, I had to go back to give first aid to our group commander. He was rather badly hurt in the arm. But during the run, I could see the guns flashing from the French battleships, a blanket of fat bursting below. It wrapped us all the way in, followed us all the way out again to sea. But I'm sure we did the job. We completely wrecked at least one big turret with dual guns, 13 inches, on that battleship.
Thanks a lot, Bob, and Frank. This is Winston Burdett in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
When you're entertaining, do you ever have enough ice cubes to last out the evening? No doubt friend husband has often had to make a special trip to the corner or over to the ice plant to get those extra ice cubes that you must have. Well, when victory has been won and you own an Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator, your ice cube worries will be over. For you can freeze a whole bushel of them, 400 ice cubes at almost unbelievable speed. And you can store them in the built-in home freezer so they'll be always available. And the dry cold prevents them from sticking together so that you can get just the number you want without having to break them apart. Of course, the primary purpose of the built-in home freezer in the Admiral 2 temperature is the quick freezing and storing of frozen foods. Its ample capacity permits the storage of 2 bushels of frozen foods. And it's easy to see how it will simplify your meal planning problems with a variety of frozen food always at hand. Add to this the features of Sterilamp for killing bacteria and retarding mold, no defrosting, no covered dishes, and you can understand why the Admiral 2 temperature will be just as popular as its famous companion product, Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
Columbia's shortwave listening station here in New York heard a British broadcast report that General de Gaulle, accompanied by General Alphonse Juin, has arrived in Cherbourg. There have been reports during the week that de Gaulle would join the first American forces to enter Paris. The Russians were driving hard today to outflank Warsaw from the north. And bitter fighting is going on near Praga, only 7 miles northeast of the Polish capital, where the Red Army now has the initiative. Premier Stalin, in a special order of the day honoring the Soviet Air Force, has announced that Russian airmen now have complete domination in the air over Germany. He said Russian flyers have destroyed 50,000 enemy planes since the war began. And now here in our New York studio to discuss with you the situation on the Eastern Front is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The Germans appear to be stiffening their defense all along the Russian front from the Gulf of Riga down to the Middle Vistula. A powerful German counterattack has been launched against the railway junction of Sholye, with the probable intention of checking the Russian encircling movement swinging down toward the Niemen River and the northeastern frontier of East Prussia. This attack also tends to draw off some of the reserves of General Chernyakhovsky's army group from the direct attack on East Prussia from the eastward, where the Russians have reached, but not so far as has been reported, crossed the German frontier. There seems no doubt that the Germans are prepared to make a desperate defense of East Prussia and are almost fanatically resolved, come what may, to prevent, if they can, an actual invasion of what they call Holy German soil. In the vicinity of Warsaw, repeated German counterattacks have so far checked Russian attempts to fight their way into Praga, the east bank suburb of the Polish capital. While within Warsaw itself, the Polish underground forces are still maintaining some of their positions against heavy German assaults, aided to some extent by supplies dropped by British airmen. Farther south, the Russians are making their only real gains of the moment. They have taken the historic town of Sandomierz, perched high on the western bank of the Vistula at the junction of the river San. This has enabled them to widen considerably the shoulders of their penetration beyond the Vistula and to encircle a group of 3 German divisions which was engaged in counterattack against this Russian bridgehead. The Russians are now resuming their efforts in the direction of the important road center of Kielce. If Kielce falls, the threat to the German positions around Warsaw will be considerable, as the German forces in the vicinity of the capital will be in danger of being outflanked from the south. Perhaps the most notable feature of the fighting on the Eastern Front during the past month has been the stiffening of the German resistance all along the line after the tremendous Russian victory in White Russia during the last week of June and the steady Russian advances during most of July, advances which toppled stronghold after stronghold, cut off a whole German army group in the Baltic states, and brought the Russians to the borders of East Prussia, to the gates of Warsaw, and to the line of the Vistula River, south of Warsaw. Along this line, the Germans managed to stabilize the front, and there it has remained more or less stabilized ever since. The Russians have, however, now had time to reorganize their supply system and to regroup their forces, and it seems altogether likely that the last days of August and the month of September will see decisive battles on a grand scale all along this long Eastern Front. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
All Spain is watching the progress of the Allied drives in northern and southern France. For a direct report on news from occupied Europe and the battlefronts reaching Spain, Admiral takes you to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
Just a little more than 4 years ago, on June 14, 1940, Paris was a beaten, lifeless, and lightless city. I was one of the few American correspondents there that fateful day. And now that our own troops are virtually at its gate, it seems appropriate to recall scenes of the Wehrmacht's entrance. Then the Nazi victory trumpets glistened in the hot sunshine. Now, rusty, battered, and long unused, they're being dragged back toward a crumbling fatherland. The afternoon of June 13th was a fitting prelude to the morrow. A flaming oil depot, apparently in the same locality as the one burning just outside of Paris this afternoon, poured forth immense clouds of smoke. Rain fell through it, speckling black everything it touched. Beneath this sinister omen, refugees struggled southward. The impression was one of unreality, like a nightmare in which it's impossible to flee from a horrible monster. Later, the sun came out, and the red panorama it created in the sky blended with the flashes from hundreds of German guns not far away. There was one enormous explosion that shook all of Paris. That was the last bridge the French blew up. Inside the city, which that morning had been declared an open city, there was no destruction whatsoever. At midnight, the shooting had ceased. The Champs-Élysées was deserted. The sound of footsteps echoed as if in a tomb. Every one of the less than 1 million who remained knew that Hitler's mechanized giants would swarm in within a few hours. Some believed their guns would set the Germans to the south. That within a week, Hitler was spreading around Marshal Force's railway coach in Compiègne Forest, dictating armistice terms. At dawn, the Germans entered. Swastikas were hoisted over Napoleon's Arc of Triomphe and over the Eiffel Tower. Hundreds of tricolors were torn down and left crumpled in the dirt. Soon General von Studenitz arrived and established headquarters in the Crillon Hotel just across from the American Embassy. He had won a bet that he'd be the first German general in Paris. Most of the French remained indoors, but those who did venture out stood around in apathetic little groups. They were stunned, bewildered, helpless. Yes, and hopeless. What had happened to the French army that everyone thought was the best in the world? Another correspondent and I rode bicycles over the French Bridge, which was heavily guarded with anti-tank guns. We passed the German embassy on Rue de Lille just in time to see its doors creak open. The air was filled with the odor of mothballs. A few days later, Otto Abetz, the Nazi who earlier had been expelled from France, arrived to take over as ambassador. Today, this very same Otto Abetz has skipped out of Paris to avoid capture by Allied forces. Also reported as having left is Vice-French Premier Laval, the man Abetz often described as the only Frenchman who can guarantee collaboration with Hitler. All that day, the conquering German armies rolled in, converging at Place Le Concorde. Bands blared out Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, and goose-stepping soldiers shouted themselves hoarse with speed higher, hail victory. The following day, a sickening sound mingled with the triumphant noise of the Wehrmacht. It was the sound of French soldiers, dirty, hollow-eyed, and utterly defeated. They were on their way to long years in Nazi prison. But today, August 20th, 1944, their fearful, dark vigil is about finished, for the armies of liberation are on the march to Berlin. This is Glenn Stadler in Madrid, returning you to Admiral in New York.
Admiral takes you now to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
I want you to meet Lieutenant Commander C.R. Conger, USNR, a man who probably knows as much as anybody about amphibious warfare. He trained the naval beach parties for North Africa, Sicily, Italy, Normandy, and the Pacific. And he's just come back from a flying trip to Guam, where he went in with the invasion force. First of all, Pete, what is a beach party and what does it do?
It's a small unit of officers and men, all of them specially picked for their drive and initiative. They're the connecting link between the Navy afloat and the Army and Marines ashore. They live in organized confusion, and they have to be the bosses of it, because there can't be any red tape on a beachhead. Things just have to get done.
Well, but just what do? Are they traffic cops, more or less?
Yes, and a lot more. One of the officers is a doctor, and he has 8 medical corpsmen with him. He goes in with one of the early waves just as soon as he can get ashore and sets up a first aid and evacuation station. It's usually in a foxhole or dugout covered with a tent or palmetto leaves. In most landings, the flood of wounded starts almost immediately, as soon as the corpsmen round them up and bring them in. And the doctor, usually a young guy, works day or night to get the job done. So do the corpsmen. Some of these men have been through as many as 5 different landings.
Well, what about the rest of the outfit?
Well, there's a hydrographic and a boat repair section. They reconnoiter the beach, clear away any obstacles they can, set up identification markers for landing craft, salvage and repair boats, and check casualties and generally work like fools. Then there's a communication unit. Their job is to establish communication between the beaches and the ships offshore. Actually, that's just the beginning. On any landing beach, you'll find the beach party men doing 1,000 different jobs. They direct traffic, help unload ships, help with the wounded, fight off counterattacks, and use every means short of mayhem to keep things moving. They're the expediters of the beachhead.
Well, where do you get men like that?
That's hard to answer. You've seen men like them on construction jobs, men who believe in what they're doing and believe in themselves so thoroughly that nothing can stop them. They get the job done regardless of who or what gets in their way. They're not always big men or fine physical specimens. In fact, you'll find tiny little men wading in through the surf towards the enemy beach with tremendous load on his back. Now, that'll be a beach party man.
Well, they must be pretty well trained, Pete.
Yes, they are. If you hike 5 or 10 miles every day for a while with a full pack on your back, work for hours and water up to your waist, and in the meantime sleep in the open and eat cold food, you're bound to get tough if you can take it. These men are the ones who could take it. Most of them are young, but youth isn't necessary. We have a man out there, a commander, who's a group beachmaster, who's a good example. They call him Squeaky Anderson. Before the war, he was a big salmon fisherman in Alaska. He's about 56 years old, but he has more stamina, drive, and determination than almost any other 2 men. He's a real character. You'll find him out there running around in an old Sherlock Holmes hat with a pair of green shorts, working like a fool day and night, and getting everybody else to work the same way.
Well, it's men like that, I guess, who make this country what it is. And I guess it's men like that whose country this ought to be. The latest news here in Washington is that Soviet Ambassador Gromyko, who's chairman of Russia's delegation to the 4-Power World Peace Organization conference, which opens tomorrow, arrived from Moscow a couple of hours ago in a big Soviet transport plane. That completes the roster for the opening talks between Russia, Britain, and the United States. China will be brought in later, when conferences with Russia have been completed. Donald Nelson, War Production Chief, and Major General Patrick Hurley are being sent to China by President Roosevelt, supposedly to lay the economic groundwork for intensification of the war against Japan. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
In the Southwest Pacific, the bombing of a 1,500-ton Japanese freighter transport, which was left sinking off Davao, the second-largest city in the Philippines, was announced in a headquarters communique today, which also revealed that Allied patrol planes now have the island of Mindanao, the largest of the Philippines, under constant surveillance. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
We know that many of our listeners plan to build a new home or remodel their present ones when the war is won. In most cases, this will include new furniture. Well, there'll be an Admiral radio in a superbly styled cabinet to complement the decorative plan you have in mind. Admiral will keep up its tradition of fine cabinets to add grace and charm to any surroundings. If it's period designs you want, Admiral will have them. If your choice runs to the more modern, there'll be an Admiral to suit your taste. And you can be assured of getting enduring construction as well as matchless beauty. For the cabinet that is an exquisite piece of furniture, plus the fine reception of Admiral radio, plus the complete dependability and simplicity of the Admiral automatic record changer, you can't do better than Admiral. And they're built for the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. If the farmers of America are to meet the huge production goals for this year, they must have part-time help from millions of people who haven't previously done farm work. All types of laborers are wanted, men and women, boys and girls, no matter where you live. Prevailing wages will be paid. Whether it's for a few days or a few weeks, be part of the U.S. Crop Corps. America needs your help. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers of our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The Allies are giving the Germans a steady drubbing as the enemy retreats toward the Reich. General Patton's armored columns have made new advances between the Marne and Seine rivers. In southern France, Toulon is now completely ours, and the Allied bag of German prisoners has passed the 23,000 mark. Paris is swinging back to normalcy, despite some enemy sniping and a bombing attack by the Luftwaffe. General de Gaulle narrowly escaped death or injury yesterday when thousands of Parisians were thrown into panic by wild flurries of gunfire during a parade. On Europe's eastern front, Soviet troops are moving deeper into Romania. The Hungarian underground radio has called for revolt in Hungary. In Italy, the Germans are falling back toward the Gothic line, and Polish troops have driven a strong bridgehead across the Metaura River near the Adriatic. And in the Pacific, Allied naval air forces have carried out a heavy attack on Sumatra. Admiral Mountbatten's headquarters announces that Allied carrier-borne planes carried out a heavy attack on Jap installations on the western coast of Sumatra last Thursday. They hit a cement plant, 2 vessels, wharves, warehouses, and a railway yard. The Japs didn't try to intercept the Allied surface units either during or after the attack. 1 plane was lost. The official German news agency D&B says the Japanese are evacuating Manila. A broadcast recorded in London by the Associated Press said the town of Manila is being evacuated, and a number of restrictions on passenger traffic have been issued by President Jose Laurel, head of the Japanese puppet government in the Philippines. And now, Admiral takes you direct to Paris.
Allied troops continue to pour over the Seine above and below Paris. Only at scattered points are the Germans fighting rearguard actions to hold us up. The main movement of the German forces in France is northward and eastward toward Germany. West of Paris, we now have 3 bridgeheads across the Seine. There's the American one at Mont-Gassicourt, which is being expanded in the face of not much more than sporadic artillery fire. There's the British one at Vernon, already 3 miles deep, and the Canadian bridgehead at Pont de l'Arche, 10 miles south of Rouen. These bridgeheads are the possible starting points for still another German pocket. At least Berlin seems to think that the Allies' next move is to drive to the sea and cut off everything north of Rouen and Le Havre. Even if this doesn't happen right away, the Germans fleeing over the Seine and out of that area will find we're running right alongside of them, nudging them with high explosives. Already, bombers and fighter bombers are ranging over the whole area by day, bombing columns and the fuel dumps they need to move. And fast mosquitoes are scourging them by night. Back on the left bank of the Seine, the Germans are still trying to fight their way across the river. They've only got a small pocket left, only a few square miles, completely surrounded by the Canadians who are hacking away at their rear guards. Most of the Germans are trying to get away up the narrow Seine loop to Rouen. Here, the river flowing around them makes them a perfect target. And in today's beautiful weather, our medium and fighter bombers have been sending their bombs down into closely packed German transport. The Germans are getting men back over the Seine, but they'll have to be completely reformed and re-equipped if they're to stand again and fight. There's no indication that they can do this much before the German border. On toward Paris, the left bank of the Seine is almost completely cleared of the enemy. And above the capital to the south, American troops are spilling over 4 more bridgeheads. Strong forces are pushing deep into the area between the Seine and the Marne. The ones shoving east from Melun have gone 23 miles to Passy without meeting opposition. Farther east at Nogent, we're mopping up. And it's only where we've pushed on from Troyes that we're meeting considerable opposition now. It's there that we've come closest to Germany so far. The Saar is only 145 miles away. There's still plenty of excitement inside Paris. Yesterday afternoon, shots rang out in the Cathedral of Notre Dame as General de Gaulle attended a Thanksgiving Mass. And there continues to be sporadic shooting in various parts of the city. The Germans seem to have fairly strong groups of snipers in the northern and northeastern suburbs. Today, General Eisenhower arrived in Paris, and his first words were to praise the spirit of French resistance. Inside the city, the authorities are trying to hasten things back to normal. 3,000 tons of American food are promised daily for the next 6 weeks. Cans of meat, flour, fats, condensed milk, and chocolate will be coming in. But it's still only a fraction of the need. The meat ration is a half a pound a week. But normality isn't far off. Already, the first bicycle race has been arranged for the Vincennes Velodrome tomorrow. While France is striving to return to normal, Germany is moving more rapidly toward crisis. Goebbels is trying to keep his people at work in the face of the catastrophic news coming in from all fronts. But this afternoon, the military catastrophe was brought much closer to home. For the first time, RAF heavy bombers have bombed Germany by daylight in strength. Between 250 and 500 Halifaxes went into the Ruhr this afternoon, into the happy valley that blossoms with flak, to bomb another synthetic oil plant. The Luftwaffe couldn't keep them away. This combined bombing by day has been the prelude to great events ever since June 6th. It may well be that the RAF and the American Air Forces will now combine their tremendous strength to play the overture to Germany's last act. We return you now to Admiral in New York.
That was Richard C. Hottelet in London. We had hoped to bring you a broadcast direct from Paris, and we regret that we were unable to do so. And now for a summary of the situation in Italy and southern France, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. George Murad reporting.
The battle for southern France, in a geographical sense, is almost over. In 12 whirlwind days, French and Allied troops have seized, to our intent, all the territory east of the Rhone flush to the Italian border. Inland, our troops are consistently 100 miles deep, and probably a lot more if our communiques kept up with the Army. The German 19th Army has been smashed and scattered. 23,000 of them are prisoners. The main Allied elements are now pouring down the Rhone Valley, and the next big story to expect is the junction with Eisenhower's men. But it must be admitted that the Nazi rear guards accomplished their mission, the smashing of Toulon and Marseille, keeping us out of those superb harbors when our whole southern front was in stunned, precipitous flight. They've held these port areas for nearly a week now, fighting like cornered rats, and meanwhile blasting every facility which we so badly need. Today, the Nazis are about finished. In Toulon, a few are holding out on Saint-Mandrier, and in Marseille, several thousand are encircled on some high ground north of the canal. They're dying the hard way, but they did their job. The military achievement is plain. We've slammed home another broad segment in the steel circle that's forming and contracting around the right. But that contraction goes beyond the progress of armored columns. Kesselring, fighting skillfully in northern Italy, is beginning to look over his shoulder. He seizes at Briançon, only 55 miles from Turin, and to his left he sees the escape routes into Austria closing. Possibly for this reason he's made a small but general retreat. Troops of the 8th Army have crossed the Mataro River, opening a bridgehead within 9 miles of the Adriatic port of Pesaro. While the Allied victory has been dramatic enough, all this has really been overshadowed by the fierce spiritual resurgence of France. As village after village falls, and the Maquis spring out of every town and piece of forest, a wild thrill of hope must have raced across all Europe. Certainly it did in Italy. Italy, where 4 years ago people were chanting Corsica, Tunis, Djibouti. All that's disappeared now in a grand burst of admiration for their Latin neighbor, for a France that is going back to the French. Winston Burdett says that with all the hatred and desire for revenge, the French are determined this won't ball up their plans for a strong and independent France. Along with the fighting Maquis in each town, we invariably find the Vichy'ites are out, and the local committee of liberation is ruling with a stern hand. General de Gaulle has evidently had delegates and organizers touring the country for many weeks, long before the invasion. There is no AMG, and they do accept our civil affairs officers in a purely advisory sense. But they say, we represent France until the French people go to the polls again. Unlike Italy, where indiscriminate settling of old scores brought such hardship on genuine patriots, the French are taking no chance on Allied interference. First, the Vichy local governments are automatically dissolved. Next, those guilty of espionage are handed over to the Allies. But the great bulk remaining, collaborators, and traitors are handed over to hard French justice. As for those Frenchmen who were lukewarm and timid when the heat was on, they'll be told now to moderate this last-hour enthusiasm and not to interfere with the liberation government or foment criticism behind a mask of false patriotism. France apparently knows where she's going, and that's something new and very important on the deeply troubled European scene. This is George Murat in Rome. Returning you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Do you like good music? Would you like to be able to enjoy a full symphony or concert without interruption? Then you'll want an Admiral radio phonograph with an automatic record changer when the war is won. For by the Admiral automatic record changer, you can load it with up to 12 records and sit back and enjoy your favorite music without bother. Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers, which is proof in itself of their excellence. And only Admiral has Slide Away. With Slide Away, there is no lid to lift. You simply open the cabinet doors, and out comes the complete phonograph turntable and automatic record changer, easy to reach, convenient to load and unload. Slide Away, an exclusive Admiral feature, is one of the important reasons why Admiral has gained its leadership in this highly competitive field. So when victory has been won, plan to own an Admiral radio phonograph with Slide Away and the Admiral automatic record changer. Now here once again is Douglas Edwards.
In Eastern Europe, the Russians are pushing deeper into Romania, and the Moscow radio reported a few hours ago that fighting is now going on at Foxani, just 77 miles northeast of Ploiești. And now, to discuss with us the military significance of developments on the Russian Balkan front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
A crushing disaster has overtaken yet another German army fighting on a distant front without adequate support and at the end of a long and precarious line of communications. This is becoming a tale whose weary repetition in Berlin does not yet seem to suggest to the military genius of Adolf Hitler that there is perhaps some fundamental error in the strategy of trying to hold about 3 times the territory which he has troops enough to defend. Stalingrad and Tunisia were warnings enough for ordinary common sense, but not for the Hitlerian intuition. The loss of the 4th Army in White Russia, the smashing of the 10th and 14th Armies in Italy and their reduction to half their former strength, the cutting off of the 16th and 18th Armies in the Baltic States, the destruction of the 7th Army in Normandy, and the present precarious condition of the 19th Army in southern France and of the 15th Army on the Pas-de-Calais coast have followed in grim succession. Now the 6th and 8th Armies have been broken in Romania. Hitler is still trying to hold distant positions, which he is no longer strong enough to defend. Apparently, the 6th and 8th Armies in Romania, forming an army group under the command of Colonel General Schorner, originally had a strength of 34 divisions of all types, that is, German divisions. Of these, 12 divisions have been shifted north into Poland under the necessities of the moment. That leaves 22 German divisions in Romania, of which 2 are armored divisions. Most of these troops were holding a line from Bender on the Dniester River across the Prut Valley through Kishinev and Yasi to the Siret River and the Carpathian Mountains. This line has now been broken through by a Russian drive southward between the Prut and the Siret, and it has also been outflanked by a Russian thrust over the Dniester below Bender. The result is that the German troops on the left wing have been driven back to the Foxani-Galatz gap between the mountains and the delta of the Danube, while those on the right wing, some 12 out of the 22 German divisions, have been cut off and surrounded. The extent of the German disaster is pointed up by the fact that in just one day, yesterday, the Russians report the capture of 31,000 German prisoners. The Romanians were so impressed by the Russian blows that they have changed sides and appear to be joining the Russians against the Germans. Bucharest is said to be cleared of German forces, which means that the rail communications of the German troops holding the Foxani-Galatz gap are virtually severed, and Russian troops are reported fighting inside Foxani itself. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
The French report that all organized German resistance has ended in southwestern France. And now for a report from Spain, Admiral takes you to San Sebastian. Glenn Stadler reporting.
The
French-Spanish frontier is now clear of German troops. French officials here in San Sebastian received the news which was a dramatic climax to the 2-year occupation of the rugged Pyrenees border. The scene of this final disengaging movement was about 80 miles east of here and 30 miles south of the famous Shrine of Lourdes. 3 companies of Wehrmacht officers and soldiers commandeered automobiles and at the point of Tommy guns forced French chauffeurs to drive them over the frontier where they surrendered to Spanish authorities and were interned. The 400 newly arrived deserters brought the estimated total of imprisoned German soldiers in this area to 1,500. Most of them are being held at Mirando del Ebro, 90 miles southwest of San Sebastian. This concentration camp, which has a capacity of 4,000, now is reserved entirely for Germans. In the past 4 years, tens of thousands of refugees fleeing from the Nazis have passed through Miranda. The last French internees were removed from the camp 3 days ago to make room for Germans. 80 Frenchmen were leaving just as the first groups of Germans arrived. It was a red-letter day for the French, even though they still had days of internment yet before their release could be arranged. 80 voices raised a stirring pitch, and the Marseillaise burst forth over the encampment. It drowned out the noise of weary German soldiers dragging their equipment toward the bunkhouses. This afternoon, reports from across the frontier say that all is calm. Yesterday at the International Bridge, however, a Vichyite was treated by a Spanish doctor for a bullet wound in the leg. He had tried to escape. In the areas around Andaille, Saint-Jean-de-Luz, and Biarritz, food is plentiful. The liberated French are dining on food abandoned by the disengaged Germans. Thousands of tins have been piling up in Andaille warehouses for weeks. They were destined for Nazi consumption, but it seems that trains just wouldn't run. French crews always had found something wrong. Broken axles, missing nuts and bolts. And anyway, if they did manage, at strong Nazi insistence, to get a locomotive stoked up, the tracks were impassable because of Maquis sabotage. German authorities became more and more exasperated, but the French just shrugged their shoulders and laughed up their sleeves. Then, the day after the German withdrawal, broken axles seemed to mend themselves. Lost nuts and bolts were easily found, and railroad tracks miraculously became serviceable again, just as if tucked into place by some great unseen giant. In reality, of course, that giant was the French underground, now working in the free open air after 4 bitter, repressive years of Nazi occupation. Now, here's another report from the International Bridge. The American ambassador, Mr. Hayes, crossed into France this afternoon to pay his respects to the FFI commander in Andaille. He then returned to San Sebastian. And this is Glenn Stadler in San Sebastian, returning you to Admiral in New York.
For news on the home front and an interview with the officer commanding the training of our assault landing troops, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Joe McCaffrey reporting.
I would like you to meet an Army officer who took a page out of the training books of the Nazis, then tossed in a generous share of American organizing genius and fired it back at the Germans themselves. This is Colonel Paul W. Thompson of the Corps of Engineers, who has been brought back to the States in accordance with the policy of having officers with combat experience on duty in the Chief of Staff's Operations Division. Colonel Thompson was commanding officer of the U.S. Assault Training Center in England, where the assault forces which took part in the Normandy landings on D-Day were trained. Colonel, suppose you tell us where you picked up some of your best background on assault work.
I served in Germany with our military attaché during the time the Nazis were building up their army. There I observed the German methods of assault against permanent land fortifications. Later, our own engineers at Fort Belvoir took these German methods, improved on them, and adapted them to American equipment and armament. In England, we took the final step by adapting our assault technique to the special problems of an amphibious assault against the coastal fortifications of western France.
Tell us something about the training of our assault forces in England, Colonel.
Well, the initial step was to establish the U.S. Assault Training Center. That was in February of 1943, 16 months before D-Day. The Assault Training Center was located on the western coast of England, where the beaches and tides are very similar to those of Normandy. Establishing the center was quite a job, because we had to reproduce the fortifications and obstacles which we knew existed or would exist across the channel. Then we took standard American combat teams, infantry, artillery, engineers, and all, and we trained them in the details of the landing assault action ahead. For example, we had to alter the normal infantry platoon formation because the standard naval assault landing craft, the LCVP, holds only 30 soldiers. The basis of our training was this 30-man assault section.
How long did it take to train, say, a regiment, Colonel?
About 3 weeks. I should add that the units which came to us already had been through either actual combat or the amphibious training centers in this country. The units were good when we got them.
Were the units completely trained and ready for D-Day when they left your assault training center?
No. After leaving us, the units went into further months of intensive training, including large-scale rehearsals under their own tactical commanders. At the assault training center, we showed them how, and then they went ahead and practiced.
What would you say were the reasons for the success of the Normandy landings, Colonel?
I think it was a combination of sound technique, fine weapons and equipment, and superlative soldiers. Everything depends on the soldier. On the soldier and his immediate leaders, the non-coms and the junior officers. That is true in every military action, and it's especially true in landing assaults against heavily fortified coasts.
Colonel, I understand that you took part in the landing as commander of an engineering brigade. I know that your brigade landed at a spot where the going was toughest and that you were wounded while leading your troops against enemy fortifications. We are glad to see you are fully recovered and now wear the Distinguished Service Cross as well as the Purple Heart. I return you to Admiral in New York.
Big Marianas-based 7th Air Force liberators hit Iwo Jima in the Volcano Islands for the second time in less than 24 hours toward the weekend, while other Army and Navy warplanes pounded Yap, Nauru, and other Japanese positions in the Carolines and the Marshalls. The B-24s dropped 47 tons of bombs on Iwo Jima in a daylight bombing following a night attack. While the night raid was made without interception and against meager anti-aircraft fire, the daylight raid stirred up moderate to intense flak and approximately 10 interceptors. 3 Jap fighters were destroyed, 1 was damaged. 2 liberators were hit. Army and Navy planes gave Nauru a good working over in their 3rd and 4th attacks in 3 days, and Admiral Nimitz says Ventura search planes returned to the Phosphate Island for the second time on Wednesday, and on Thursday, Ventura's and 7th Air Force Mitchell's again heavily bombed runways, gun positions, and the town. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
Probably no feature of the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator is more important to your family's health than Sterilamp.
Just a minute, Mr. Sweeney. I've heard you mention Sterilamp on this program several times. Just exactly what is Sterilamp?
Sterilamp is an amazing scientific protection for foods that gives off a special kind of ultraviolet rays. These rays are harmless to food, but as they are reflected throughout the regular storage compartment of the Admiral refrigerator, they actually kill bacteria and mold on exposed food surfaces. As you can readily see, Sterilamp reduces food waste. But in addition to guarding your food and the health of your family, Sterilamp eliminates icebox odors.
Thank you. Now I know about Sterilamp. Are these other features as interesting as Sterilamp?
Well, lady, you never have to defrost the regular storage compartment, and there's more food storage room because the space-stealing coils are gone. You never have to use covered dishes to prevent food from drying out. And the built-in home freezer holds 2 bushels of frozen foods. In short, there will be just as many advantages in the Admiral refrigerator as there have been in Admiral Radio, which have made it America's smart set. Your money invested in war bonds now helps to ensure a healthy, prosperous America, the kind we all want for our families. Money invested today in war bonds and kept there helps safeguard your own post-war financial security. So invest in the safest thing in the world. Buy more war bonds than before. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. And here's a thought for everyone. 6 million Americans are fighting overseas. Here at home, let's all remember that until final victory everywhere, winning the war still comes first with every last one of us. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM Shikoku for the...
World News Today. Brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers of our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
An Associated Press dispatch from Supreme Allied Headquarters reports today that American troops have reached Namur, 35 miles inside the Belgian border. Other American forces are said to have captured Metz and Nancy in eastern France on the approaches to Germany. To the south, the Germans say they've evacuated Lyon, France's third largest city. Hundreds of American flying forts went deep into Germany today and bombed the Ludwigshafen area. In southeastern Europe, the Russians and Romanians reported attacking heavily in the passes of the Carpathians. On the Italian front, the 8th Army has widened the breach in the Gothic Line, and the 5th Army is driving on beyond Pisa. And now, Admiral takes you to London. Ned Calmer reporting.
For Britain, this 5th anniversary of the declaration of war has been a day of national prayer. And to a country that's been through what this one has, national prayer is no mere official phrase. From everybody on the British home front today went out a prayer of real gratitude that the war at last seems coming to an early end. And as the center of an empire that has suffered 926,000 casualties in this war, nearly 250,000 killed, London is watching its greatest dream come true. News that the Allies are rolling toward Brussels from Tournai. News that the Allies are beyond Nancy on their way to the border of Germany itself. News that the Germans have pulled out of Lyon and may be pulling out of the Gothic Line and have abandoned all hope of standing on the Maginot Line and perhaps the Siegfried Line as well. Just how soon the end will come, the British don't yet know. But a people who've waited for 5 years can wait a little longer. The qualified observers among them, however, don't believe the Germans can keep on taking it once they've retreated to their own frontiers and the great mass of Allied air power previously directed against targets outside Germany is concentrated on German soil. Hitler and Goebbels may talk every day about fighting to the last, one of these observers says, but no nation can fight when its weapons are knocked out of its hands. The house that Hitler built beyond his frontiers is already tumbling into ruin. Finland and Bulgaria, for all practical purposes, are just about out of the war. Slovakia and Croatia are in full revolt. Hungary is not expected to stay in much longer, with the Russian army standing at her frontier. If the German High Command originally planned to hold the line of the Carpathians and the Galati Gap, that plan has had to be scrapped. But as military men in London see it, granting that the Germans can hold their present line down through Poland to Transylvania, and from there around to the Brenner Pass, and from there around to the Rhine, the enemy will still have some 1,600 miles of defenses to hold against the Allies. And that, in the general British view, is far too much for the remaining German manpower. With her Romanian oil gone, with her Lorraine iron no longer available, and cut off from all her raw material resources, Germany is not expected here to be able to fight on into the winter. Tonight, American, Canadian, and British troops in France and Belgium are making that prediction come true. In all likelihood, their movements in most sectors are far ahead of the actual official report from Allied Supreme Headquarters here in London. And the main reason for that is that Schaeff never makes an official announcement of a town's capture until after the infantry have moved into that town and secured it beyond a question of a doubt of its being retaken. But our armored columns may have passed through the town as much as 2 days earlier, and then driven on or past the objective toward new objectives farther afield. This accounts for the time lag, which often results in confusion for the listening or reading public, but actually is due to a commendable caution on the part of Schaeff, which sees to it that when you finally get the news officially, it's news that will stick. I return you now to Admiral.
We'll have more news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
The new, finer Admiral automatic record changer is the product of years of painstaking research and is a triumph of modern engineering skill. Because the Admiral changer has always been simple and trouble-free in operation, it can be easily understood why Admiral has become the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. The new Admiral changer will change records far more quickly than was heretofore thought possible. An entirely new electronic tone arm will exert so little pressure and wear on your favorite records that they will last almost indefinitely. There'll be a new depth and beauty of tone, too. Your records will be safe in the new Admiral changer with little chance of chipping or breaking them. When the war has been won, it will be a thrilling experience for you to load your new Admiral with 10 or 12 records and then just relax and hear them flawlessly played without going near the instrument. Yes, after the war, the radio phonograph with the best of everything will be Admiral. Now, here is Douglas Edwards.
Correspondents in the Brest area say a stubborn suicide army of 15,000 German soldiers, sailors, and Marines has turned the siege of the great French port by the Americans into a forgotten battle hundreds of miles behind the front. The price is high in human life for American troops storming Nazi defenses and may be as costly as any piece of territory in France. Major General Hermann Ramke, the fanatic commander of the crack German 2nd Paratroop Division, is directing the defense with a raggle-taggle army, including trapped U-boat crews whose submarines float harmlessly in their pens. German anti-aircraft gunners have been thrown into the line with Marines and infantry sprinkled with Ramke's paratroopers along a wide arc, completely sealing off the port city. And now for a summary of the battle in southern France and Italy, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
German rear guards are fighting now to keep open the last escape routes northward from Lyon. The enemy's garrison troops in the city, along with remnants of the 19th Army, are clearing out with whatever transport they can lay their hands on. Beyond Lyon to the northeast, American forces crossed the Rhone 3 days ago. 2 days ago, they clashed with German armor 20 miles above the city. It's a safe guess that our spearheads are a good deal further north by now. The fact is that American forces have been operating around Lyon for a week. Last Wednesday, I visited this sector. In the back room of a hotel in a little town which the Maquis had liberated, we found the headquarters of the French Patriot forces that were operating in the hills ahead of us. The Maquis had captured this town a week before. When our troops arrived last Sunday, the French partisan commander was able to give them a complete report on how many Germans there were in Lyon, how many Germans were passing through the city, where the enemy's batteries were, where the German commander had his headquarters. On all the main highways out of Lyon, the French had established roadblocks, very primitive affairs, consisting of overturned tractors and farmers' carts covered by 1 or 2 machine guns. The French partisan commander said he thought the Maquis could seize Lyon, but would never be able to hold it, because the Germans had plenty of tanks, and the partisans' only answer to a tank is a grenade or sometimes a bazooka. Every day, the French commander sent his agents into Lyon to get information about the Germans. As we talked, one of his most valued agents came in. She was a 19-year-old girl. She had just returned from one of her daily missions by bicycle inside the city. At the Maquis headquarters, we talked of German war criminals. The French officers wanted to know what would become of the men who ordered French villages burned to the ground, who ordered French civilians shot, beaten, and tortured to death. The French have not forgotten those crimes. They are afraid that the criminals are safe from punishment now as prisoners of war in American hands. The Maquis has agreed to hand over its prisoners to us, and it has done so regularly. Of course, there have been exceptions. In notorious cases, the partisans have dealt with the Germans themselves because they do not trust us to do so. They know that the worst criminals, the German officers of highest rank, are the ones who receive the most respectful treatment. Captured generals leave France by plane, and whenever possible, they take their personal staff along with them. The partisan chief of staff said to me, the punishment of war criminals is something that sounds good in the speeches of Roosevelt and Churchill, but it will never be done. The French are bitter about this. It's impossible to expect them to be otherwise, if being a prisoner in Allied hands is the meanest punishment. This is Winston Burdett in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And here in our New York studio to discuss with you the situation in southeastern Europe is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
On the greater part of the Russian front, there hasn't been much movement for several days. The Germans appear still to be holding open a narrow corridor along the shores of the Gulf of Riga, and they're defending the frontiers of East Prussia successfully, for the time being at least. They're also containing the Soviet bridgeheads on the western bank of the Vistula River. Only northeast of Warsaw do the Russians claim any considerable gains, and there they are retaking ground which was lost to the German counterattacks that took place during August. Of course, all this will change. It won't last because as soon as the Russians get set, overcome their supply difficulties, and regroup their forces, we shall unquestionably see, and probably very soon, a crushing series of Russian offensives along this front. Meanwhile, in Romania, the Russians are pushing rapidly ahead, and it is to this theater that the greatest immediate interest attaches because of the threat thus presented to the whole German fabric of domination in the Balkan Peninsula. The Russians are now engaged in overrunning the wide plains between the Carpathian Mountains and the river Danube, the plains of the ancient Principality of Wallachia. They are already deployed along several hundred miles of the Bulgarian frontier, though reports that the frontier has actually been crossed by Russian troops remain unconfirmed. There are also reports, likewise unconfirmed, that Russian and Romanian troops have crossed the mountains into Transylvania, thus threatening the whole central plain of Hungary, and that the Germans are evacuating Yugoslavia and Greece. But while these rumors are flying about, there is a sort of central support for them, because the Russian invasion of the Danubian area does threaten, to the north, the Germans in Hungary, to the west, the Germans in Yugoslavia and the communications of the German forces in Greece, and to the south, what is left of German power in Bulgaria. The Bulgarians are reported anxious to get out of the war. The Yugoslav patriot armies have been called upon for renewed exertions, and the Hungarian political pot is boiling. Moreover, with the tide of Allied power rolling thunderously into Belgium, and with the Red Armies in the east gathering their strength for a new series of mighty blows, the Germans have need of every German soldier they can muster for a last-ditch stand in the defense of German soil. Hence, it is by no means improbable that they will withdraw their troops from other theaters, as indeed high Allied authority has already predicted. And one of those theaters may well be the Balkan Peninsula, where there are some 20 to 25 German divisions which certainly could be used elsewhere to better effect. And one of those theaters may well be the Balkan Peninsula, where there are some 20 to 25 German divisions which certainly could be used elsewhere to better effect. It's quite probable that the British will not desire to see the liberation of Greece and Yugoslavia entirely accomplished by the Russians, as relations between London and these two nations have historically and traditionally been very close. Hence, there's the additional possibility that the German departure from the Balkans may be hastened by an Allied effort from the Mediterranean side. What is clear in all this rather confused picture of Balkan turmoil is just this one point. The days of German domination in that trouble-torn peninsula are over. Now, here again is Douglas Edwards.
And here's a bulletin from Supreme Headquarters. General Eisenhower today sent 3 messages to the Low Countries, one to the Belgians telling them their hour had struck, one to the Germans in Belgium warning against atrocities, and the third to the Dutch, telling them not yet to attempt any mass uprising. This summer, the Civil Air Patrol, working in cooperation with the Army Air Forces, has given 9,000 young Americans a taste of pre-flight training. 3 of these youngsters are winding up their course, flying in a Liberator bomber somewhere over Long Island with a CBS reporter. Admiral takes you now some 4,000 feet above Long Island. Bill Slocum, Jr., reporting.
3 bug-eyed young Americans, none of them yet 18, have just succeeded in elbowing Captain Emile Duplank and me into a corner of this B-24's flight deck, so that their view of the miracles occurring just below us is uninterrupted. These miracles, and I suppose the kids are right, they are a little miraculous, are the manipulations of the pilot and co-pilot who are making this 4-motored monster purr through the air at about 200 miles per hour, some 4,000 feet up. These youngsters have just finished a week of pre-flight training under the Air Force's Very Wise program, which enables air-minded boys to find out just what it's all about before attempting to become flying cadets. The Civil Air Patrol has voluntarily taken over the ground training end of the job, and the Army has furnished the gear. I will probably get slugged now, but I'm going to take the chance and ask one of the intense young men a question. Bill Davis, have you ever flown before?
Yes.
Talkative boy, isn't he? Ever been in anything this big?
No, sir. Just small CAP planes. Boy, this Liberator is really an airplane.
Yes, these 4 motors will carry a lot of bombs a long way.
Aircraft power plants are engines, sir. You never call them motors.
Oh, thank you, my boy. Thanks very much. Captain DePlank, a Mitchell Field pilot, is along with us to answer questions. And it might be a good idea if I let him talk to this trio of junior birdmen. Captain?
Say, Rusty, take a quick look at that instrument panel and tell me our altitude, airspeed, and force.
We're just over 4,000 feet, sir. Our indicated speed is 190 miles an hour, and the heading is 240 degrees, although actually we are circling Mitchell Field.
That's right.
Captain DePlank, sir, if 2 engines cut out, could this big plane stay up?
Well, that always depends on the load, but with this light load, I'm sure it could.
Captain, if the hydraulic system controlling the heavy landing gear went bad, could you crank the wheels down like on lighter planes?
Yes, but it's a long, tiresome job, so always check your landing gear before calling the tower for landing instructions.
Yes, sir.
Our young men are again intent upon the pilot below, so I'd like to ask you a question, Captain. Do these kids like to fly?
Do they? They love it, and they'll be good pilots someday. I've flown dozens of them, and I think every boy had read 4 more books on flying than I had. They asked some very embarrassing questions at times, though.
Yes, I noticed that. Say, Louis Sickle, why did you volunteer for this week of very little flying and a lot of hard work?
Because I want to be a pilot. If the war is still on when my time comes, I want to get into the Air Forces. If it's over then, I want to get into commercial aviation. I figure with this training, I'll have a slight edge over other kids.
I wish you could see these youngsters sitting here some 4,000 feet in the sky. I used to see kids look at Babe Ruth the way these boys look at DePlank and Colonel Loren Briggs, our pilot. This next generation is a generation of airmen, and I guess there's nothing for us old gaffers to do but stand on the sidelines and hope for a chance to yell, "Hey there, son, why don't you get yourself an automobile?" I return you now to Admiral in New York.
And now for news of the home front and an interview with a Coast Guardsman who has helped in rescue work in the English Channel. Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
The latest word on Capitol Hill is that congressional leaders are planning now to adjourn by September 15th. And they might make it because an agreement is in sight on reconversion legislation. Donald Nelson, incidentally, is the current betting favorite here for the job of directing demobilization. But that's not yet definite. Well, that's the news today in Washington. To military men, the most amazing thing about our success in the invasion of Europe is not the swift advance of our armies. It's the fact that almost all of the men and materials for such a drive have been supplied across an open beach. It's taken a constant flow of ships back and forth across the English Channel, almost literally a bridge of ships. And overhead, of course, a bridge of wings in the air. Inevitably, in such an operation, there are lots of accidents. Boats overturn. Planes sometimes fail to get back, and their crews land in the sea. But most of them are rescued, because all that was planned for in advance. To tell you that story, here's Chief Bosun's mate, Glenn R. Vliet of Baltimore. Go ahead, Glenn. Start at the beginning.
Well, I was with a flotilla of sub-busters in the Coast Guard. We'd been patrolling for some time down in the Caribbean.
Well, that was a very famous flotilla, incidentally, and they had a lot to do with cutting down Hitler's U-boat fleet. But that's another story. What happened then?
All of a sudden, they loaded all of our boats onto ships and took us over to England. And since the invasion, we've been doing rescue work in the Channel.
Incidentally, how big is a sub-buster?
83 feet. It's just a little boat with 1 officer and 13 men, but it can do a lot of work.
Well, apparently so. Just what did you do?
Well, as you said, our principal job was rescue, but we did convoy work, too, and lots of other odd jobs.
How many men did your flotilla rescue?
Oh, I don't know. About 1,100 up to the time I left.
Mostly soldiers?
Yes, most of them young guys.
Well, they must have been pretty glad to see you, weren't they?
They never said much. They were glad to get out of the water, of course, but they were pretty mad about getting dunked before they had a chance at the beachhead. And they were all anxious to get back in.
Were many of them badly wounded?
Only a few. We sent those back to England. The rest of them went right on into Normandy.
Incidentally, did you ever get to the beachhead?
With crutches.
Oh, yes, I forgot to mention that. Glenn just got out of the hospital. In fact, if he hadn't been wounded, we wouldn't even have him here today. He'd be over there still pulling men out of the ocean. Tell us what happened, Glenn.
I don't know what happened. I'm the guy who doesn't know what hit him.
But you do know what it did to you. How did it happen?
Well, the British landing craft had been knocked around a bit and abandoned by the crew. We were supposed to pick it up and tow it into the beach. There was a bad storm at the time. We came alongside, and I put a man aboard to make a line fast to the sand post, when all of a sudden something hit me in the knee.
You don't know what?
No, probably shrapnel, I guess. There was some firing in along the shore, whatever it was. It spun me around like a top and knocked me down.
And then what?
That was that. The gunner's mate gave me first aid, and I lay in my bunk for the next 2 days while we rode out the storm. My knee was laid wide open. Then they transferred me to an LCI where a young Navy doctor stretched me out on the mess table and sewed me up. From there I moved to an LST, then to an evacuation station on the beachhead, and finally back to England on another LST.
And eventually back home. Would you like to go back, Glenn?
Gosh, yes. I had a letter the other day from one of my buddies written from Cherbourg. From what he says, I'd like to go ashore in France, standing up.
Well, you made it possible for a lot of other guys to do that, and I hope you can. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
In the Pacific, American liberators have loosed another 110 bomb raid on Davao in the southern Philippines, and they destroyed 38 Japanese planes in the process. It was the heaviest American raid so far on any Philippine target. So suddenly did the Americans strike that the Japanese were able to mount only 9 fighter interceptors. One of these was shot down. The other 37 planes were caught on the ground. 2 American planes were lost to Japanese ack-ack. Installations and the excellent airfield at Davao were the principal targets of the bombers. General MacArthur, in announcing the Davao strike, revealed that an even heavier raid, a 137-ton attack, was staged at the same time on Palau Island, which lies along the sea route his forces may use when they invade the Philippines. Previously, the Tokyo radio had announced the Davao raid. It claimed that there were 40 liberators over the important port city, which was populated largely by Japanese before the war. The Japanese radio also said that a Pacific Fleet task force shelled the Bonins. The enemy said they were bombed heavily on Thursday and Friday. There's been no Allied confirmation of these reports. In Burma, Allied forces driving the Japanese southward now control more than 20,000 square miles, nearly a tenth of the country's total area. They've all but completed potentially useful lines of communication cutting across great barriers of the terrain from India to the China frontier. Americans, British, Imperials, and Chinese have an east-to-west line now, looking southward down all the Burma valleys which form the neutral lines of communication. They've gone a long way toward solution of what Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten, the Supreme Commander in Asia, recently called a logistical nightmare. And now, once again, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
Have you ever prepared a fresh vegetable plate? And I mean fresh. With vegetables picked months ago and frozen hard as billiard balls, or eaten meat months old, but as fresh and even more tender than the day it was bought? These things will be common to your daily life when you can own a new peacetime Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator. The Admiral built-in home freezer will make possible many practical and economical ideas for more gracious living than you have ever dreamed of. There will be many other exclusive Admiral features, too. Purified moist cold will prevent foods from wilting or drying without the use of covered dishes. Sterilamp will utilize ultraviolet rays to kill bacteria, retard the growth of mold, and to eliminate offensive icebox odors. And last, but certainly not least, the space-stealing coils will be gone, doing away with the regular, messy job of defrosting. Yes, the ready acceptance that America has given Admiral Radio, America's smart set, will be duplicated for the Admiral 2-temperature electric refrigerator. Military and essential business travel is now at a new all-time high. Troop movements, furlough and casualty travel, and war production activity must still have first call on our nation's transportation systems. So please don't travel unless it is absolutely necessary. Pleasure travel must wait for victory. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM, Chicago. Good books provide much consolation for wounded servicemen confined to hospitals and rest camps overseas. Help them by sharing with them some of the books you've enjoyed reading. Send books to the British War Relief Society, 30 North Michigan, Chicago 2, Illinois. You are listening to the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers of our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The Americans have driven into Luxembourg at 2 points today, and Allied gains are reported from other sectors of the western battlefront. More than 1,000 American warplanes were out this morning, smashing a German transport behind the Siegfried Line. In the Mediterranean, the British Eighth Army is fighting a tough battle with the Germans on the Adriatic side of the Italian front. But the Americans have pushed into the outskirts of the Gothic Line. Marshal Tito's headquarters comes up with a rather contradictory bit of news that Allied land forces are not operating in Yugoslavia, as reported earlier in the week. And now for a first-hand account of the fighting in Western Europe, Admiral takes you to CBS Paris, Charles Collingwood reporting.
The Allied armies in Western Europe are fighting their way toward Germany through 3 countries, France, Belgium, and Luxembourg. We have really entered Luxembourg after days of premature reports, and Holland seems likely to be added to the list as our troops approach its boundary. All along the line, the Germans are putting up a stubborn resistance as they try to hold us off from Germany. But we continue to move forward closer and closer to the right. The closest point so far is the town of Tours in Belgium, 10 miles southeast of Liège and less than 20 miles from the German border. In the Ardennes forest, we continue to make progress. In the Moselle Valley, we're fighting in Liverdun above Toul and trying to expand our hard-won bridgeheads across the Moselle. As a whole, the picture today is that the German army is trying to pull itself together for a defense of the fatherland and fighting savagely while our armies are getting into position and carefully preparing an attack against Germany and the Siegfried Line. In Paris, the political news is the reconstruction of General de Gaulle's government. The great political fact here is the resistance, which is not a party, but a state of mind. And most of the new men in the government represent the militant groups who fought for France from within. These are the men whom France looks to as her future leaders. And even if we aren't familiar with their names, the French are Bigot, Paradis, Titien, Lacoste. And the French, who are an historically minded people, have a respect for continuity and tradition. So in the new government, there is old Jules Geneny, an elder statesman, president of the Senate, the Commons, and he stands for the continuity of the French democratic tradition. The new French government will have its trials and difficulties, but it is soundly based on the spirit and experience of the French people. This is Charles Collingwood in Paris, returning you to Admiral in New York.
We're sorry that the signal from Paris was not as clear as it might have been. But now for other developments in the West, Admiral takes you to London. Ned Calmer reporting.
The temper of the war reports is turning cautious again. From every main sector of the Western Front, from the Albert Canal operations in Belgium down to the Lorraine Gap, correspondents are filing dispatches describing major German resistance. It looks as if we may be entering a period similar to the fighting in Normandy before the German retreat began. Or as one correspondent up at the front puts it today, the war has now changed completely in type since last week, and the possibility of an autumn campaign cannot be ruled out. The prospect of a month or more of the toughest kind of fighting has not dimmed the revival of hope for an early peace among the British people. If you could have seen London today, you would have felt the rising tide of human relief and gratitude that at last, after 5 years, the struggle will soon be over. Only people who have lived that long amid total blackness at night and the terrible melancholy of the air raid sirens can realize how much it means to have the blackout partially lifted, as it will be in a few days. Only people who have lived so long under the irksome duties of wardens and fire watchers and home guards can know what it means to be relieved of these duties soon. There are many signs of this relief. Mothers and their small children are coming back to London after months in places of safety, believing that the German enemy, whom they call simply him, will never be able to launch his threatened rocket bomb in earnest. The theaters are beginning to fill up again, and a theatrical season that will include Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne is beginning to boom. But London is remembering the days of its trials. It's suggested that a medal be given to be known as the Order of the Weary Heart to all civilian veterans of these 5 years. It's also suggested that a special award be given to the people who have managed to eat certain kinds of meat during that period, and to all those who at the worst moments of the Blitz had the courage to stay in bed. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
You've heard from Ned Calmer in London and Charles Collingwood in Paris. More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Consequently, when we tell you that the post-war Admiral record changer will be far superior to any offered before Pearl Harbor, you can believe it.
May I ask a question, Mr. Announcer? I've got an automatic record changer that's given me a lot of pleasure in the years I've owned it. What's the Admiral got that's so different?
Well, sir, to boil it down, the Admiral's superiority lies in its simplicity. Admiral has taken what was formerly a highly complicated mechanism and made it so simple in its operation that there's practically nothing to go wrong.
Well, that's very interesting. But I'm rather proud of my collection of records. Will it protect them?
Yes, there's far less chance for chipping or breaking your precious records in an Admiral. And the new Admiral changer will greatly reduce the changing time records. Yes, sir. If you're looking for a radio phonograph with the best of everything, you'll certainly find it in Admiral. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
Allied troops in southern France continue to make good progress. For a summary of the news in that area and on the Italian front, Admiral takes you now to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
The Germans in central France are putting up a stubborn fight on the approaches to Belfort Pass. They have considerable forces lined up on the north side of the Doubs River, covering their roads of withdrawal eastward toward the historic gateway to Germany. On the south side of the river, we have been closing in steadily toward the pass. American troops have pushed 24 miles up the valley from Besançon. Further east, French forces at one point are only 18 miles from Belfort, at the entrance to the gap where we will see the opening phase of the battle for Germany itself. Writing from Besançon today, CBS reporter Eric Severide describes our crossing of the old German occupation line which divided France until November 1942. It's immediately apparent, he says, that French life north of the line where the Germans had been for 4 years had been much harder than in the south. And Severide says, I quote, "For one thing, the FFI, the French resistance forces, are not so well organized on the north side. The long German occupation meant that many more young men were shipped off to Germany. The Germans here have been executing Frenchmen for the slightest offenses, such as breaking the curfew. Food is a far more serious problem here. And when the French in Algiers talked about the great loss of weight among French people, they meant those here in the north, where it is actually true." End of quotation. The German army here in Italy is still fighting its own hard, separate battle. It's as though there were another war on this peninsula, unaffected by the collapse of German arms elsewhere. A few days ago, it was triumphantly announced in official bulletins here that the Eighth Army had completely broken through the German defenses over by the Adriatic Sea. This was described as a decisive victory. It was expected that the Eighth would smash right through to the plain and roll up the entire German line. It was not expected that the Germans would be able to improvise defenses on the few ridges ahead of us and there, behind the so-called Gothic line, stop our offensive dead. But that is what has happened. Once again, the battle in Italy has not gone according to plan. In the narrow gap by the Adriatic, the Germans have moved in many guns, many tanks, all of their frontline mobile reserves, the elements of 7 divisions, including 2 Panzer divisions. To the 5th Army further west will fall the difficult task of trying to breach the German defenses by frontal attack over the mountains. Whatever is happening on other fronts, German resistance is not breaking here. They are still making us fight a battle for nearly every ridge and pay for every mile of our advance in Italy. This is Winston Burdett in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
The Moscow radio reported today that in August, 1,800 enemy aircraft were shot down on the Soviet-German front, the highest number during the summer offensive. The CBS shortwave listening station recorded the broadcast, which said that in the past few weeks, the war in the air has been focused in 3 areas: in the Baltic, Romania, and the Black Sea, and in the Warsaw sector. The Luftwaffe has concentrated big formations in the Baltics and the districts bordering East Prussia. Focke-Wulf's 190 used as fighter bombers are being sent over in groups of 100 and 150. And now here in our New York studio to discuss with us military events in the Balkans and Russia is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
Certainly the most important Russian accomplishment of the past week has been knocking Bulgaria not only out of the war as a German ally, but back into the war again as a belligerent on the Allied side. Thus, the Balkan situation has now changed from one of complete German domination of the entire peninsula, except Turkey's little corner, to one in which Romania and Bulgaria are active allies of Russia, leaving to the Germans only their rather precarious hold on Yugoslavia and Greece. Naturally, these events have been of vast encouragement to the Patriot forces in both Yugoslavia and Greece. These forces are reported busily engaged in attacking German garrisons and particularly in cutting German lines of communication. The German hold on Greece, especially, is dependent on keeping open the Belgrade-Salonika-Athens railway, which has been cut in many places and which the Patriot forces now say they can keep permanently interrupted. Meanwhile, the Germans must find some means of replacing the Bulgarian troops formerly in occupation as their allies of parts of Yugoslavia and of Greece. They must do more. They must find means of opposing those troops who are now their enemies and are closely backed up by the powerful Russian forces which are pouring into Bulgaria and apparently moving toward the vital railway which runs just west of the Bulgarian-Yugoslav frontier through the historic Vardar-Morava Valley. From Romania, the Russians have penetrated to the vicinity of the Iron Gates, where the Danube River breaks its way through the Carpathian Mountains. This puts the Russians virtually on the Yugoslav frontier in this area also, but there is as yet no official word that they have crossed that frontier. Also from Romania, Russian and Romanian troops are in possession of most of the important passes through the Transylvanian Alps and are reported descending the northern slope of those mountains toward the Hungarian plain. This movement, if continued, would bring them to Budapest and northward toward the Moravian gateway between the Bohemian hills and the Carpathians, a direct threat to the invasion of Germany on the south. While the Germans' hold on the Balkans is thus cracking, and while her last ally, Hungary, is thus directly menaced, there are many indications that the storm of battle is about to break in full force against the German defenses in the east. Already the Germans admit that the Russians are beginning to extend their rather wide bridgehead over the upper Vistula, a bridgehead which menaces both Warsaw from the southwest and Krakow from the east. Already the Germans admit that the Russians are beginning to extend their rather wide bridgehead over the upper Vistula, a bridgehead which menaces both Warsaw from the southwest and Krakow from the east. There seems little question that the Russians are also preparing for an all-out assault against East Prussia, which is now about half encircled by Russian forces. Thus, as the Germans gird themselves to meet the full shock of Allied armies on the Meuse and the Moselle, they must also prepare to feel the weight of a coordinated Russian offensive from the Niemen down along the Vistula and even on the Danube. It is to be doubted whether the diminished resources of Hitler's Reich are equal to these responsibilities. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
Today in Chicago, the Navy will make a unique award, the first award yet given to an entire industry. For the story behind the presentation, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Bill Slocum, Jr., reporting.
Battles are won in many strange and unbelievable ways. Many a ship still sails and fights because some, in fact thousands, of patriotic women were willing to part junior with a neighbor and go off to the wars to the best of their ability. The United States Navy recognizes this as a fact, self-evident or not. So today at Wrigley Field in Chicago, some 50,000 radio and radar workers of the Midwest will sit in on a unique celebration, the awarding by the Navy of the first material certificate of achievement to an industry or a section of an industry. This unprecedented award will be given formally to the Radar Radio Institute of Chicago, Incorporated, which consists of 65 various manufacturing groups which have banded together for the duration to share one another's personnel and production achievements. Rear Admiral Claude A. Jones, USN, Deputy Chief of the Office of Procurement and Material, thinks this is a well-deserved award, and he has accepted our invitation to talk about it today. Admiral Jones.
The radio and radar people of Chicago have done a fine job. They have solved many problems which still plague other industries. When they needed more women workers, the Institute conducted a campaign that can be, well, a model for other industries.
Admiral, I understand that a woman wasn't safe on the Chicago streets while that employment campaign was underway.
Pretty near. The industry had agents all over town asking women if they'd like to work on this secret and delicate radio equipment. Shoppers were stopped leaving stores, and if the woman claimed she had to get her purchases home, why, the agent would say, "Madam, we'll send your stuff home in a taxi. You just climb in this bus, and we'll have you working in a couple of hours." And they did, too.
This secret radar equipment is obviously very difficult to discuss from coast to coast. Just how valuable in the war effort is this great secret weapon?
First, radar is unquestionably the greatest scientific development of this war. Last year, the British were willing to accept the loss of 41 planes as well worth the eradication of the city of Peenemünde, because there the Germans were engaged in research, development, and construction of radio location equipment. By attacking such an objective, future raids in Germany were deemed safer, and the heavy loss in planes was deemed a small price for the damage inflicted on enemy defenses.
What is your opinion of peacetime radar, Admiral?
For security reasons, I can only say radar will have many uses. It is a very useful invention, and the Navy is proud of the part it had in helping to develop it.
One other thing. Have you anything you'd like to say to the radio and radar workers in Chicago?
Yes. First, well done, and keep it up. Second, we can use all your building now and a little more. In fact, a lot more.
Thank you, Rear Admiral Claude A. Jones, USN. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
And now for a report from Spain already in progress. Admiral takes you to CBS San Sebastian. Glenn Stadler reporting.
And even though they must know by now that the war is lost, they apparently regard this as only a temporary setback, merely retarding the master race's ultimate domination of the world. These facts appear daily in the Nazi press, which reaches Spain on Lufthansa planes arriving in Barcelona every 2 days. Chief exponent of redoubling the planning of peace for future wars is Das Schwarze Korps, official organ of Himmler's SS. The main German virtues, it claims, are the desire to dominate the world by force and the invincible inclination of educating German children to believe in the absolute right of militarism. To make certain that the youth is properly impregnated with this idea, Hitler has been sending out his most trusted fanatics to give pep talks. And Major Wolf, speaking to 16-year-olds on their way to the front, told them that the Nazi soldier was the best in the world and never was personally defeated, even though enemy mechanical superiority might kill or capture him. The SS paper asserts it's much better to send boys out to die on the battlefield than abandon them in the streets with only the prospect of growing up to be dishonest businessmen, which it says is the case in New York and London. Our Schwarze Korps states that dishonesty is synonymous with democracy. Thus, Nazi fanaticism prefers death to absorption of thought not in tune with the Hitler-Jugend song, "Today we own Germany, tomorrow all the world." Our youth must carry on with the conviction, the Hamburger Sonnenblatt says, that Germany must always be militant and aggressive. This is Then Colonel John Sebastian, reporting you to Admiral in New York.
Southwest Pacific Headquarters reports continued unopposed air attacks on Japanese positions from the Moluccas to the Philippines, and a new amphibious landing which completed Allied conquest of the Schouten Islands off Dutch New Guinea. Heavy raids on Halmahera Island, southern guardian of the Philippines, and the Japanese shipping and aerial center on Dutch Celebes were included in the reported air attacks. Other targets included Palau, Ceram, and Timor. Under air and naval cover, amphibious Allied units landed Thursday on Sopiori Island, adjacent to American-held Biak in Galevink Bay. There's no Japanese opposition, and it was considered unlikely that more than a handful of enemy stragglers were on the island. Admiral Nimitz announces heavy blows by American Pacific Fleet cruisers and destroyers and carrier-based planes against the Palaus, the Japanese islands guarding the Philippines on the east. The big guns of the Navy were directed against the Palaus on Wednesday, and it was a follow-up attack to the blow delivered the day before by swarms of carrier fighter planes and 90-ton bomb assaults by Southwest Pacific land-based bombers. Carrier planes also took part in the Wednesday strike, while naval shells were wrecking or damaging buildings and defense installations and starting major fires on Anguar, the southernmost of the group. And now for the news on the home front, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Joe McCaffrey reporting.
James Burns' recommendation, blueprinting the nation's reconversion structure, is receiving a mixed reaction on Capitol Hill. The War Mobilization Director's suggestion that Congress appropriate up to $2 billion next year, if necessary, to keep farm prices from slumping heavily has won a favorable reception. Senator Russell declares Congress has made a solemn commitment to the farmers to maintain the price of basic commodities at 90% of parity for 2 years after the war. And, continues Russell, we've got to keep that promise no matter what it costs. The reaction was not so favorable, however, to the proposal for an unemployment compensation schedule of $20 a week for 26 weeks. Lawmakers say there is little chance that Congress, having rejected it once, would reconsider the unemployment plan. Opinions here indicate that Burns' recommendation for repeal of the excess profits tax after Japan is defeated will receive congressional support. Post-war repeal of the excess profits tax on corporations has been advocated a long time in Congress and is backed by some of the most influential men on the tax-writing committees. In his broad program for meeting post-war problems, Burns suggested that when Germany is defeated, many of the present economic controls be lifted and that there be a return to the 40-hour week. Labor has endorsed this hour's cutback, but both the CIO and AFL is already on record in many quarters as believing that workers should have a higher base pay. They are beginning a campaign to obtain for workers the same pay for a 40-hour week that they have been receiving for 48 hours. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
Southeast Asia Command Headquarters announced today that the 5th Indian Division has gained more ground on the Teetim Road. Fighting along the last 8 miles to the Manipur River and contact with the main body of Japanese retreating in Burma from eastern India has been the main order of business. Hitting Japanese communications, RAF long-range fighters attacked a railway south of Moulmein in lower Burma and shipping in the Gulf of Martaban off Tenasserim. The British news agency Reuters reports from Stockholm today that Allied submarines operating in the Skagerrak, the 80-mile-wide strip of water separating northern Denmark and Norway, are said to be the main reason for the invasion fever which has gripped the Germans in Denmark. A neutral traveler who's just returned to Stockholm from Copenhagen, where he was in touch with members of the German command there, relayed the report. He added that the Germans believe that the Allies are concentrating invasion fleets in Britain and Iceland to seize Jutland, then Zeeland, the island on which Copenhagen is situated, and then land on the German Baltic coast. The role of the submarines would be to prevent those units of the German Navy now reported to be lying around the Swedish Baltic island of Bornholm off the southern tip of Sweden from attacking the invasion fleet. This report is supported by survivors of the German ship Westphalen, which was sunk on Friday. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
When Hitler and Hirohito have cried quits, you probably anticipate owning a home freezer for the quick freezing and storing of foods. And we assure you, you'll be mightily impressed by the many exciting features of the Admiral home freezer. Your Admiral home freezer will simplify all your meal planning, for your Admiral will keep a large variety of foods on hand, permitting last-minute planning of menus. Your Admiral home freezer will make it easy to serve well-balanced meals, too. Meals can be prepared to meet all health requirements. Small quantities of necessary diet foods can be used without losing the rest of the package by spoilage. Yes, your entire plan of meal preparation will be made easier and more appealing when you own an Admiral home freezer, made by the same expert organization that has made Admiral Radio America's smart set. The war news on all fronts has been encouraging during the past few weeks, but we can't be lax in our war production. So long as the war is actually being fought, up to the firing of the very last gun, our boys need the materials of victory. For the sake of millions of fighting Americans overseas, from now until complete victory, war production still must come first. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral Refrigerators, Admiral Home Freezers, Admiral Electric Ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
There are no additional details on the Supreme Headquarters announcement that British General Dempsey's forces, with reinforcements of men and material by air, have made limited contact with the British Airborne Division in Holland. But the Second Army still is fighting to enlarge and strengthen that contact. The RAF has bombed the Rhineland in great strength in a continuation of the Allied air offensive. Romanian sources say the Russians have crossed into Hungary. Allied troops in Italy have driven the Germans from the entire northern end of the Gothic line and are sweeping into the Po Valley. And Tokyo says American planes have again raided the Philippines. And now news of the battles along the Western Front direct from overseas. Admiral takes you to London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
There is still no strong link-up between the gallant band of British airborne troops holding out at Arnhem. But advance patrols from the 2nd British Army fought their way across the Dutch Rhine last night to give the nearly exhausted paratroopers a new ray of hope. The beleaguered British sky troops are still fighting in drizzling rain, holding off ceaseless German attacks aimed at recapturing the bridge over the Dutch Rhine, while the main British forces are struggling to widen their narrow corridor through Holland. As the 2nd British Army fights desperately to reach their besieged airborne comrades, they too are under heavy fire in their corridors sandwiched between powerful German forces. Latest reports from Holland indicate that the British Army has greatly strengthened the walls of this slender road north of Nijmegen. And last night, the Royal Air Force lent its weight to the seesawing battle. The British heavy night bombers attacked vital German communication points in the Ruhr in very great strength. The British airborne troops marooned in the Arnhem area on the north bank of the Dutch Rhine for 7 days and 7 nights now have been compressed into very small space, despite the new reinforcements that reached them by air from England yesterday. You see, the German positions along the Rhine are in a position to machine gun and shell any British attempt to cross the river in force. So it looks as though the crossing of the Dutch Rhine at Arnhem will develop into one of the greatest battles of the war in the West. Bad weather has been helping the Germans to bring up guns and reinforcements. And poor visibility has hurt the effort of our bombers to knock back the German supplies. The American troops engaging the Germans all along the Siegfried Line have met increased enemy resistance over the weekend. East of encircled Aachen, American First Army troops faced reinforced shelling from new German guns as they crept eastward from newly captured Stolberg. In the Nancy area, the Germans managed to build up a considerable force of tanks to counterattack General Patton's Third Army troops. The German blow was gathering momentum when thunderbolts of the 9th Air Force roared up to the scene. Despite low clouds and bad visibility, the Thunderbolt pilots swooped low to skip-bomb the 100 German armored vehicles. The enemy tanks and armored cars countered with heavy fire at the German planes, or rather at the American planes. But finally the attack was broken up, and the undamaged German tanks and cars withdrew to the protection of a forest. The American Thunderbolts circled the forest, bombed it, and then raked it with cannon and machine gun fire until their ammunition was exhausted. The German Air Force itself appeared in some strength yesterday in an attempt to break up the Allied airborne relief operations in Holland. The German pilots took advantage of cloud cover when engaged by our protecting fighters. But thunderbolts broke up one large German formation near Nijmegen, knocking down 19 out of 30 German planes without loss to themselves. And this is Larry Sir returning you now to Admiral.
More news in just a moment. First, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Admiral Corporation, the leader in research on radar, television, communications equipment, and FM, will be able to give America many more Admiral firsts when victory is won.
I know that Admiral Radio is America's smart set. But what is Admiral doing about television?
Well, naturally, in a thing as big as television, there are many problems confronting both manufacturers and broadcasters to make television workable and within reach of America's millions of people. But Admiral Research in engineering and production has made the name Admiral the last word in smart, convenient, economical home radios. You can depend on Admiral for home television, too.
Will it be possible to get a television set built right into a radio phonograph combination?
Oh, I guess it's not giving away any trade secrets to tell you that. Eventually, you'll be able to get television in a wide range of models combined with radio or with a radio phonograph. And the new television and radio sets will reflect all the established Admiral skills and inventiveness. And they'll be built in the same great modern factories of Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
CBS correspondent Eric Severide in a cable from southern France says General de Gaulle has arrived on the French front after a triumphal tour through provincial cities of northeastern France. Severide says de Gaulle was met with an unfailing enthusiastic reception everywhere. He said this was proof that he has everyone's support in the interim of reorganizing the French government. And Severide's cable continues, 6,000 citizens of Besançon stood for 2 hours in the drizzle waiting for him yesterday. Tremendous cheers greeted his shouted declaration that we are not yet finished. Part of the Patria, our Alsace and our Lorraine, is still in enemy hands, but we will drive on the enemy's homeland. De Gaulle, who's learned much of the art of politics and now gestures freely, speaks confidently and colloquially, told the people that France's alliances and friendships with the outside world would help her only in the measure that the people of France, with their own hearts and bands, rebuilt the country and remake it materially, morally, and politically so that France can again take its place in the world. Allied troops in Italy have overturned the entire eastern end of the German Gothic line. For details of that development, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
The 8th Army today is slowly fanning out from the southeast corner of the Po Valley Plain along the main highways leading to Ravenna and Bologna. The Germans have not yet begun a general withdrawal on this front. They are still being pushed back in stiff fighting, and the 8th is still building up its striking force for its next lunge northward. We hope to destroy a sizable part of the German army in the next stage of the battle. The 5th Army is now 15 miles from Bologna, well past the great watershed of the Apennines, past the battered and broken defenses of the Gothic line. Between our two breakthroughs, there are Germans, several divisions of them, still fighting in the mountains. And it is hard to see how they can all get out in time, or how they can fight a mobile campaign down in the valley, with their insufficient transport and with our undisputed power in the air. We are expecting rapid developments on the Balkan front also in coming weeks. Today, reporters here in Rome talked with the Greek Minister of Information. The entire Greek government is ready to go to Greece immediately upon its liberation by Allied troops, and the minister said that he thought this would be very soon. On the eve of that event, he made several important declarations. He said that the Greek government demands, unconditionally and without discussion, the restitution by Bulgaria of all Greek territories and Thrace and Macedonia, which Bulgarian troops are now occupying. He said that Greece would also demand certain revisions of her pre-war frontier with Bulgaria. He said finally that the Greek people have suffered economically more than any other in this war, through the destruction of some 1,300 towns and villages by the Germans, through undernourishment and the diseases that come of undernourishment. Any normal relief effort, the minister said, would be wholly insufficient to meet the situation in Greece today. This is Winston Burdett in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
Bucharest reports that Romanian and Russian troops have entered Hungary. For a summary of the situation on the Eastern Front, Admiral takes you now to CBS Moscow, Lee White of the Chicago Daily News Foreign Service, reporting.
The Red Army today is mopping up in Estonia, where the shattered Germans appear to be cut off from any hope of ever getting home. Most of the larger German ships that were taking part in the evacuation have been sunk. According to this morning's supplement to last night's Soviet communique, 11 transports loaded with German troops have been sunk in the past 48 hours, either by bombers or by torpedo planes. It appears to be the nearest thing to Dunkirk that the Germans have yet been made to suffer. 3 loaded transports totaling 22,000 tons were sunk in the harbor of Tallinn. And off Pjarnu, before its capture yesterday, Soviet bombers and torpedo planes attacked an evacuation convoy, sinking a 17,000-ton liner and 3 other smaller ships. Here in Moscow, the people are getting ready for what appears to be a long, hard winter. It's a common sight to see long lines of trucks, mainly trolley trucks converted to run on electric current, distributing logs throughout the city to be chopped up for firewood. There's plenty of coal down in the Donbass region, but there isn't any way to get it up here. There aren't enough railroad cars and motor trucks to go around. But nobody seems to be complaining. Most people seem to be warming themselves in the thought that the war is almost over and that next year certainly there'll be enough fuel to go around. Speaking of the end of the war, one sign of it is the way buildings in Moscow are being repaired. The university, just beyond the American embassy, was somewhat battered by a number of bombs that fell nearby. But it was never repaired for lack of manpower, and because there was always the chance that Moscow might be bombed again. But now that danger has almost disappeared. The buildings of Moscow University have been completely redecorated and newly painted in cream and white. Even the blackout is a little less black than it used to be. It's black enough, of course, between midnight and dawn when there isn't any light at all. But until midnight, you now see perhaps 10 or a dozen lights, where before you only saw 2 or 3. I return you now to New York.
Timing plays an important role in this war, and a CBS reporter has arranged a broadcast in cooperation with the Marine Corps Air Arm to show how Marine flyers are trained in split-second timing. For this, Admiral takes you somewhere off the Carolina coast. Bill Slocum, Jr., reporting.
Here on the placid and peaceful waters off the Marine Corps Air Station at Cherry Point, North Carolina, we're going to attempt to give you an idea of one phase of fighting a modern war. It's called timing. Not split-second timing, but quarter-second timing, and it wouldn't really be so impressive except for the fact that it is routine, day in and day out. We're on a boat towing a target some 100 yards behind us. If my watch is correct, we should be dive-bombed in about 1 minute, although it is impossible to see a plane from this point, since visibility today is unlimited. Just to the front of it, you listening at home, take a peek at your watch, and we'll see how close these Marine flyers come to bombing us at the time they were previously instructed to hit it. They're somewhere now at least 9,000 feet in the air, seeking whatever cloud cover they can find. With them is a group of fighters who will give us a strafing when the bombing is done. When the time comes for the dive bombing attack, the leader will do some lazy, convulsed convolutions in the sky. He'll look something like a seal rolling over to catch a fish. And then suddenly his plane will start to plummet toward that little target behind us. He'll fall pretty near 8,000 feet. That's about 1.5 miles in 15 seconds. When he's about 1,000 feet above his target, a tiny little bomb, that grows until it looks like a cannon, will fall lazily away from the plane. And then suddenly his plane will start to plummet toward that little target behind us. He'll fall pretty near 8,000 feet. That's about 1.5 miles in 15 seconds. When he's about 1,000 feet above his target, a tiny little bomb, that grows until it looks like a cannon, will fall lazily away from the plane, picking up speed and smash into or near the target. Behind will trail the rest of its group, each at a 70-degree angle, each doing about 300 miles an hour, each carrying what is normally a terrifying load of death and destruction. Coming in now and dropping the feet and release the bomb then, it missed by about 100 yards. Not very close. Here's another. Second one, that was closer, approximately 25 yards. Coming in and dropping bombs that are landing close to our target, but so far none has hit the target. Set a microphone up on the target behind us and put several around the boat we're on. I hope they get something, but it must be remembered that dive bombing is a pretty quiet operation. The fighters look at a strafe us, it could be something else again. They're coming in at us from all angles. It's difficult to describe their descent because we don't know where they'll come from. Suddenly they're overhead. Well, there you have it. Fighters and dive bombers completing their training at the Cherry Point Marine Corps Air Station, demonstrating something of the timing as it is practiced in this, the very best run of all wars. Miles of space, thousands of feet of altitude, astronomical airspeed, all throughout the complete combination. We radio people are pretty handy with stopwatches, but we're just bush leaguers compared to these young men flying for the Marine Corps. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
And now for news from the Pacific and an interview with a Navy commander from New Jersey. Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Tim Lemert reporting.
Fighting on Palaleo continues to be static as Marines are slowly pushing the enemy toward the north end of the island. About 3/4 of this island in the Palaus is now in our hands. Seated with me today is Commander Bonnie M. Powell of the U.S. Navy, who was one of the very first eyewitnesses back from this action in the Palaus. Commander Powell, whose home is Washington, D.C., is coordinating photography for the Pacific on the staff of the Commander-in-Chief. He is a former war correspondent for Fox Movietone News. Commander Powell, when did you reach the Palaus?
I was in the flagship of Admiral J.B. Oldendorf, commander of the forces that bombarded the island before D-Day. We caught sight of Peleliu at dawn 3 days before the landing, when all our ships started to lay down their barrage. For those 3 days and nights, ships were given no rest as we poured thousands of tons of the island. From battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and planes, from those wonderful CVEs, the baby flat tops. Some of those old battleships are just the thing for pre-invasion shelling as they lay to off the island with their engines stopped and pump everything they have into the enemy defenses. They're really what you'd call floating artillery. All the time that we were shelling, the Avengers and Wildcats were shoving back and forth, strafing and dropping bombs with terrific effect, while at the same time searching for enemy strong points.
What were some of the many targets chosen?
It'd be hard to pick out any specific ones because, as far as I could see, anything that constituted a probable defense position was attacked. However, to answer that, I might say that the higher ground, that is literally honeycombed with thousands of caves, at the same time extremely well wooded, was singled out for the greatest shelling and bombardment. First, the trees, some of which were 10 feet in diameter, have to be cleared away so that the caves can be seen and strong defensive positions cleared out. The toughest of these were the hills commanding the northern part of the airstrip, from which the Japs fired their mortars and artillery.
Which of the beaches were you on?
Yellow, 1, 2, and 3, which turned out to be the toughest spots when the Marines went in.
What was the story on D-Day?
Well, before each hour, everything opened up, pouring all they had into the beaches and islands. Then at each hour -5, all firing stopped, and the Marines went in on the ducks and LVTAs. Heading the assault were the LCIs, gunboats that could come right up the reef and let go with guns and rockets. Everywhere you looked was a mass of boats, and from all the firing, the smoke and dirt, almost obscured the entire island. It was a sight that's impossible to describe, although some of the ducks stuck on the reef and others were hit. Most of them got in.
Did you see the invasion of Angar?
Yes. I flew over on a naval observation plane at H hour and saw the initial landing, which went very well. One of the strangest sights was the fact that although we flew over Angara at treetop level, we couldn't see a Jap gun or a sign of habitation. The Japs are masters at concealment.
What about future progress on Palalio?
Progress may be slow, as we will be over the Japs as it suits us, while waiting for more supplies to be brought in to knock out the fortified positions in Limestone Hills.
Thank you, Commander Bonnie M. Powell. This is Tim Lamert in Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
For another interview with two fighting men who had experience with our airborne units in Europe, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Joe McCaffrey reporting.
Any doubt as to the great value of airborne operations in modern warfare was wiped away by the action of the past week. Airborne operations in Holland have been further highlighted by indications from Air Force officers that a similar invasion of Berlin could possibly be undertaken. Today, as our guests, we have two experienced airborne men, Captain Charles Barnett, who took part in the invasions of Sicily, Italy, and France, and First Sergeant Hubert Odom, who landed behind enemy lines on D-Day. Captain Barnett wears the Silver Star, the European Theater Ribbon, and the Purple Heart with the Oak Leaf Cluster, having been wounded in Italy and in France. Sergeant Odom holds the DSC, the Presidential Citation, and ribbons of the European and American theaters. Captain, I understand that your unit had a pretty rough time on D-Day. Suppose you tell us a little of the action.
We had a pretty hot time of it. Our objective was the town of St. Mary, Greece. The troops from the beachhead were pushing the enemy back toward us, and the enemy was active all around us. We were in a neat pocket. The town had been used as German headquarters, and they were determined to retake it. Our battalion held the town for 2 days before contact was made with our forces from the beach.
Were you wounded there?
No, I wasn't wounded until several weeks later. But I think that we ought to put in a word here about the medical men who jumped with us. The medics, of course, are unarmed, but they are right in the thick of it. They set up first aid stations and give the wounded excellent care.
Yes, when we landed, we were armed. But even then, we had to scurry to cover. The medics who took cover began setting up first aid stations and crawling out to bring wounded men back so they could give aid.
Your operations were at night, weren't they?
That's right. But this landing last week in Holland was the first real large-scale daylight landing. Most operations have been carried out under the protective cover of darkness. But the success of the one in Holland in daylight proves the real value of this method of warfare.
Sergeant, you're wearing the Distinguished Service Cross. Would you tell us how you earned it?
Well, we had to take the town of Carrington, but for 2 days and 1 night, a machine gun team held us down. There was a whole outfit held down by one well-placed machine gun crew. On the second night, my company spearheaded an assault on the gun position and knocked it out. With that out of the way, we went on to win the town.
Captain, as an old hand at these operations, what do you think of an airborne operation against Berlin?
I know I'd like to be in on it. Of course, such an operation would have to be on a massive scale, and you can't attempt anything like that unless your land troops are near enough to reach a junction with your outfit within a reasonable amount of time.
I take it that both of you are well sold on paratroop and airborne outfits.
That's right. There's no more risk with airborne than any other arm of service. And the morale of our units are better than the best.
And the Army is looking for more volunteers. So any man that wants to get in and can pass the physical examination will be accepted.
Thank you very much, Captain Barnett and First Sergeant Odom. I return you to Admiral in New York.
In Hartford, Connecticut, Rear Admiral Thomas Gatch, the Judge Advocate General of the Navy, warned today that the war in the Pacific will be long and tough, and he reminded that there is no easy outflanking maneuver available to bring a quick finish. Now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
There will be purified moist coal in every inch of the extra-large, regular food storage compartment of the Admiral two-temperature refrigerator. This purified moist coal will end the need for covered dishes to keep food from wilting or drying out, will keep lettuce crisp, keep sliced meat, cheese, and leftovers moist for many days longer. There'll be more room for food, too, since the bulky, frost-collecting coils that dry out food will be gone. So there'll be no regular, messy job of defrosting. The second compartment the big built-in home freezer, will make possible the home freezing of your own foods, meat, vegetables, fruits, desserts, or will keep commercially frozen foods for months. 6 years of pre-war consumer approval makes it possible for Admiral to promise you everything that's newest and best in electric refrigeration. As Admiral Radio, America's smart set, has become a favorite in so many homes, so will the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator add to the convenience, comfort, and health of thousands of American families. In some localities, many hospital wards and even whole hospitals have been forced to close because of the doctor-nurse shortage. Because medical facilities everywhere are overtaxed, women are urged to enroll in an American Red Cross home nursing class. Your help can be invaluable to the health of your community. To enroll in a home nursing course now, consult your local Red Cross chapter immediately. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking for the Admiral Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago 11.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now here's Douglas Edwards.
The Allies have turned back sharp German counterattacks at several points along the Western Line today. The British have captured the French port of Calais. General Eisenhower's headquarters has just told the Austrians by radio to prepare for the arrival of the Allies. Russian infantry advancing on a 50-mile front in Yugoslavia is nearing one of the Germans' main supply railroads in the Balkans. In Italy, the British 8th Army has taken Savignano on the Bologna to Rimini Highway, and in South China, the Japanese have captured another important American airbase. Now for our first news direct from overseas, Admiral takes you to London. Larry Lasser reporting.
After one short taste of truce, the German garrison at Calais decided that peace was pretty wonderful after all. The 4,000 Germans entrenched at Calais surrendered to the Canadians after fighting for only 6 hours following yesterday's 24-hour truce to evacuate civilians. After 4.5 days of bitter fighting, the Battle of Calais ended in an anticlimax. On Friday, the Canadians reached the outskirts of the Channel port itself, and the Germans asked for a truce to evacuate civilians. The truce lasted from Friday noon until noon yesterday. Some 20,000 French civilians were moved out of besieged Calais to camps outside the town. Nearly all the German truck drivers who removed the civilians from Calais refused to go back and fight again. By the terms of the truce, they were allowed to return to the garrison if they wanted. Then the battle opened up again. Supported by a drenching bombing from British fighter bombers, the Canadian artillery went into action. Then, after all yesterday's trouble of moving out the French civilians, the Germans themselves collapsed, only 6 hours after the new battle began. Apparently, the Germans didn't have the heart to go on again after their brief taste of the pleasures of peace for 24 hours. Thus, the fall of Calais on the cliffs facing Dover leaves only one major strong point still holding out on the continental coastline facing England, historic Dunkirk, where 15,000 Germans are trapped. The fall of Calais brings the score of Germans taken prisoner in this futile defense of the ports to 82,000. Further south, there are still German garrisons holding out in the invasion ports of La Rochelle, Lorient, Nantes, Saint-Nazaire, and Bordeaux. Apparently, we don't need these ports, so we're willing to let them fall by their own weight. Latest news from these points say the French in these cities go about their business peacefully, while the Germans stay bottled up in their concrete fortifications, living on accumulated stores. The Germans themselves don't dare venture out in the streets because they fear the vengeance of the French forces of the interior. Up in Holland today, there was little movement on the ground or in the air. Cold, heavy drizzles kept infantry movement down to a minimum, and the bad weather kept the Air Force grounded. Down on the American Army front along the Siegfried Line, the same bad weather conditions prevail today, and only the soggy sound of artillery firing in the rain breaks the comparative lull. However, further south on General Patton's Third Army front, the Germans launched a heavy counterattack against the American positions near the little town of Jalocourt, some 16 miles northeast of Nancy, which our troops beat back. The counterattack, but only after a battle which lasted between 3 and 4 hours. It's clear that the American First and Third Armies are now engaged in massive preparations to build up for another big push. While maintaining the initiative all along the 450-mile front, the Americans are poised to strike another concentrated blow. American shells whistle across the German frontier like flocks of wild geese. But behind the American lines, convoys of supplies are rolling in day and night. By truck and train from the captured French ports come the vast stores of material, all the way from the other end of our long supply line back in America. One of the newest sights along the roads to the German front is that of huge American trailer trucks, each carrying a brand new tank which has never seen battle before. Tanks which will fight their first battles on German soil. The long run across France would cause too much wear on their tracks, so the American Army prefers to carry its tanks almost to the battlefield before they go ahead under their own power, when the great assault begins. And this is Larry Lisser returning you now to Admiral in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Big things are brewing in the great modern plants of Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Post-war, there'll be a new, better record changer, so different in design, so simple in operation, that the old notion of record changer headaches will be completely wiped out. There'll be a revolutionary new electronic tone arm to give better reproduction to your favorite music. There'll be a new, faster changing time between records, less than 5 seconds. There'll be less wear on your records, less chance than ever of chipping or breaking them. Surface noises will be gone. Yes, indeed, if you want an automatic record changer after the war, you'll be wise to insist on an Admiral. Admiral is a leader in radio, radar, communications equipment, frequency modulation, and television. Due to its vast research program, Admiral's post-war line of radios will offer many more Admiral firsts. There'll be table and console models, portables, bantams, and farm sets. There'll be a wide variety of models of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. There'll be FM, home recording, and television. In fact, there'll be everything for complete radio enjoyment in your after-victory Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
A dispatch from Paris says French communists are not interested in political fighting for the time being, and their chief aim is to intensify the production of war material for the French army. Bernard Franchon, the Secretary General of the Communist Party and the leader in the General Confederation of Labor, told this to the United Press today. He said, "We definitely are set to remain faithful to the program traced by the French resistance during German occupation. The first and most important point is to continue the war against Germany until she is totally defeated." And now for a report on the bitter fighting going on in Italy, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
It is a cold, wet autumn on the Italian front. Our armies here, after crashing through the German siege line, have been stalled by rain and mud, and by an enemy who is still fighting desperately hard and still finding reinforcements to bring up into each threatened sector. Here in Rome, with the coming on of cold weather, Allied authorities are facing other problems. How to feed nearly 20 million Italians, how to get thousands of refugees back to their homes, how to tide this people through the winter. In Rome, there are still several thousand refugees living like horses in stables, in windowless, unheated, unlighted rooms in barracks about the city, sleeping on straw on the stone floor, with no blankets and scant clothing, only what they could take with them when they left their homes in places like Cassino and Formia months ago. Rome normally looks for her food to the Po Valley and the southern provinces. The Germans hold the Po, and insufficient transport has been made available to bring up needed supplies from the south. Many high American representatives here feel that our policy and our plans for Italy need to be clarified. All that our officials have to go on now is last week's Hyde Park Declaration. They are frankly puzzled by that statement. The pledge of greater responsibility for the Italian government might mean a greater degree of self-government, or it might merely mean that the Italians ought to do more to help themselves. The pledge of Italian representation in Washington and London might indicate the resumption of full diplomatic relations between Italy and the Allies. Or it might just mean that Italy will be allowed to send provisional representation to our capital. More technical experts are promised to help in Italian reconstruction. Officials here point out that we have a great many economic and industrial experts here already. What Italy needs is not more experts, but 2,000 trucks to help distribute food. The questions which Allied officials are asking now are these. How much shipping will be liberated to bring in what is needed to meet Italy's minimum food requirements? What transport will be made available in the country? What change will be made in the interregional rules which so far have badly hampered the distribution of supplies from one part of Italy to another? The Hyde Park Declaration has raised Italian hopes. Allied officials here feel that it will boomerang if it is not followed by concrete acts. And now back to Admiral in New York.
Nowhere in the world is the risky art of putting men and material on enemy shores better practiced than in the United States Coast Guard. For an interview with a veteran Coast Guardsman, here is Bill Slocum, Jr.
Lieutenant John Mitchell, United States Coast Guard, qualifies as a better-than-fair hand at landing operations. On 8 different occasions, from Kiska to Saipan, he has helped pour Marines, soldiers, ammunition, gasoline, and chocolate bars into enemy beaches. Lieutenant, tell us what a Coast Guard LST's job is in a landing operation.
Get the ship as close to shore as possible. Unload the men and material and get out. The last part is the best.
What would you say was your toughest landing?
It was something of a photo finish between Saipan and Tarawa. We were hit in the Saipan affair, so I suppose that was a little more unpleasant. A Jap shell landed right in our steering mechanism, and we couldn't control the ship.
That must have been fun.
Fortunately, we were skirting the island when we were hit, so the ship continued straight out to sea where a tug picked us up.
You've seen hundreds of Marines getting set for a landing. Tell us something about their reactions.
Well, there are no half-wits in the Marines, so nobody is very happy about it. But that Marine esprit de corps, or tradition, or whatever it is a wonderful thing. They are afraid of nothing, particularly Japs.
Speaking of those dandy little sons of heaven, did you see much of them on Saipan?
Oh, yes. I saw them jumping off cliffs, drowning themselves, blowing themselves up with hand grenades, and numerous other diverting tricks they do so well. I also saw some of their banzai charges, which are in no way diverting. They all get themselves killed, but a lot of Americans get hurt accommodating them.
Lieutenant Mitchell, in a somewhat childish indiscretion, went to work for a radio network, the name of which escapes me as completely today as it does on all other days. When, John, do you expect to return to your life of shame?
I don't know, Bill, although I've given a lot of thought to it. I do know, however, that we have the sheer, brute power to land anywhere and hold our positions. Admiral Nimitz and General MacArthur rarely call upon me for advice, of course. But I think it's pretty obvious we are Philippine-bound and China-bound. They'll both be tough, but I'm particularly anxious about that China thing. That may be a long, long battle. A lot of supplies will have to be carried a long, long way.
That, of course, is too true. But it's just as true that you, Lieutenant John Mitchell, and your Coast Guard mates will see to it that the men and materials get where they are needed, when they are needed, just as you have been doing since Pearl Harbor. Now back to Doug Edwards.
Our correspondent in Spain recently returned from a tour of southern France. For his observations and other news, Admiral takes you to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
The city of Toulouse in France, which I and 4 other American correspondents visited 2 days ago, has created a paradox for itself by eliminating the black market. The new city fathers, while reestablishing legality in the distribution of food, also have caused considerable confusion because the new lawful system isn't as well organized yet as bootlegging was. The city of Toulouse in France, which I and 4 other American correspondents visited 2 days ago, has created a paradox for itself by eliminating the black market. The new city fathers are re-establishing legality in the distribution of food also have caused considerable confusion because the new lawful system isn't as well organized yet as bootlegging was. The result is that food appears to be more scarce than ever, aside from the fact that the Germans literally scraped the bottom of the barrel before they fled. Luxury items such as butter, which formerly went to the occupying Germans and the Frenchmen able to pay $30 a pound, now are spread out so thin they just don't reach very far. But Toulouse is so glad to get rid of the Nazis that people are accepting this paradox in good heart and hope that by winter they'll have enough to keep everyone from getting too hungry. Foodstuffs destined for this region are beginning to arrive in limited quantities from the stock of about 12,000 tons of basic American products stored in Spain. More will come with improvement in transport facilities. In Toulouse, we had lunch in an average restaurant. There was only one menu of white beans, grilled tomatoes, and a bunch of grapes for the equivalent of $1 at the official rate. The former black market deluxe restaurants had about the same thing to offer. Thus, the situation temporarily approaches perhaps one version of utopia, for rationing control is so strict that the rich and poor get equal amounts. Other towns in southwestern France haven't been so hasty about wiping out black markets before developing workable legal systems to replace them. Consequently, their better restaurants can offer a variety of delicacies. In Pau, we ate a 5-course lunch, including fish, chicken, meat, and champagne. It cost $20 each.
That was Glenn Stadler in Madrid. And now for a summary of developments in the Pacific, Admiral takes you after a brief pause to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
In the picture of world-shaking events, the little island of Peleliu in the Palau group does not loom very large. It is an oyster-shaped island, only about 6 miles long and 3 miles wide, flat and smooth on the southern end where the airfield is, with 2 peninsulas extending northward. On one of these peninsulas, the only bit of land on the island remaining to the Japs, United States troops are inching out the fight for the island in the face of Jap mortars and sawed-off naval guns in cave after cave, from which death is sprayed on the assaulting troops below. I've just returned from this island of Peleliu, and while this bit of land off there in the western Pacific is not very large in the picture of world events, it is a most important item in the campaign of the western Pacific, and therefore an important objective in our campaign against Japan. Peleliu contains a fine, large airfield, already in use by our planes. It dominates the entire group of Palau Islands, and thus controls a great area of ocean between the Marianas Islands and the Philippines. Our previous victories in the Gilberts, Marshalls, the Solomons, and New Guinea, in the Bismarcks, and the Marianas formed a large sack around a number of important Jap islands we once thought we'd have to take by assault. Islands such as Truk, Kusai, and Ponape. These and others are in this large sack, and Peleliu in the Palaus is the place where the string is being pulled tight around dozens of Jap strong points and possibly 250,000 Jap troops who have now lost their contact with their sources of supply and certainly must be written off entirely by the Jap High Command. 2 things stand out in my mind after watching this battle for the Palau Islands. One is the problem of tremendous distances that our Pacific Fleet and amphibious forces must overcome in carrying the war to the Japs. For example, I traveled 6 days eastward by ship just to arrive at an airfield from which I caught a plane that carried me nearly 4,000 miles eastward here to the Hawaiian Islands, which is still 2,000 miles from the west coast and 5,000 miles from New York. The second outstanding item is the way our Pacific forces are solving this problem of distance and throwing vast naval forces at the Japs right in their own front yard. We're traveling at will through the oceans of the western Pacific. The seas leading up to the Philippine Islands are our seas, as has been so neatly demonstrated by the attacks of our carrier task forces. We have not one fleet, but several fleets, any one of which is ready and willing to take on what the Jap may turn up with. And yet, having just seen the stubborn way in which these strange little men dig themselves in and fight to the death, the manner in which the Jap command throws away lives by the thousands, and the dirty, wearying, bloody fight our Marines and soldiers must endure to kill these little men, it must be reported there's no quick and easy way to victory in the Western Pacific. It's going to take us quite a while, even after we get the transports and additional troops from the European theater. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral
in New York.
For an interview with a veteran LCT skipper who has participated in operations in the European war zone, Admiral takes you to Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
As Bill Slocum, Lieutenant John Mitchell, and Webley Edwards have hinted on this program, there's a new kind of warfare about to open up in the Pacific. We're almost through with the coral atolls. The South Pacific is almost ours. Nimitz and MacArthur are coiling their great machines to strike far into the Western Pacific against the Philippines, China, and Japan itself. And except for the vast distances involved, which complicate the problem tremendously, this will call for a lot of the experience and know-how that has come from the invasions of North Africa, Sicily, Italy, and Normandy. That's what the Navy is preparing for. And here's one of the men who are getting ready for it. He's Lieutenant Junior Grade Jack Fuller, USNR of Columbia, South Carolina. At 23, a veteran of all the big European invasions, as skipper of an LCT, landing craft tank. Lieutenant Fuller has just come back from Normandy, where his ship was stopped cold by a German mine on D-Day, and where his men performed so well that he and the Navy, and a lot of the Army, too, are still talking about them. Jack, tell us about this new job you have.
Well, right now, I'm on temporary assignment. I'm training officers and crews in handling LSMs.
What is an LSM, Jack? That sounds like something new.
Well, Don, it is, comparatively, although we have a lot of them already. It stands for Landing Ship Medium. Combines most of the best features of the LST, that's the biggest of the landing ships, the LCT, and the LCR, the Landing Craft Infantry. And it has a lot of other advantages besides.
Like what, for instance?
Speed, for one thing. It's very fast. It can cover long distances. It can carry anything. And it's far more comfortable than any of the others. In fact, it has all of the accommodations that you'll find on a destroyer escort.
Well, when you get through with this training stint, what's your next move, Jack?
Well, I hope to get my own LSM eventually and take her out to the Pacific.
Well, you've been through a lot of landings already. What was the hottest?
Well, it's probably a toss-up between Salerno and Normandy. Salerno was the worst in some ways. We were there a lot longer, about 7 weeks.
Well, that was really rough, wasn't it?
Plenty. An awful lot of good men were killed there.
Well, but how about Normandy? Somehow I got the impression that the Normandy invasion went off pretty smoothly without very much trouble.
You should have been there. I guess it was smooth enough on the whole. We went in at Omaha Beach. That was the deadliest thing I've ever seen. I ever hoped to see, for that matter. Before the day was over, the beach was covered with bodies, dead bodies, ruined tanks, and overturned landing craft.
Well, your LST was one of those wrecks, wasn't it? How did that happen?
Well, we had 4 big tanks on board and gone in pretty early, about 30 minutes before H hour, to shell the beach with the tanks' big guns. Then we circled back out, dodging around a bit to get out of the fire from the shore. And finally, we went in to hit the beach. Just off the beach, about 100 yards, we hit a sandbar and stuck there. The water was fairly shallow beyond the sandbar, so we launched the tanks. But just as the last one got away, the stern swung around and hit a mine. She sank fast. So we had to evacuate. We had about 65 soldiers on board, in addition to my crew and executive officer.
Did they make it ashore okay?
Most of them, but we lost more than I like to admit. The Germans had the whole area covered with an awful crossfire, everything from machine guns to the big stuff. The water was full of mines. We had to swim through all of that, but it would have been much worse if my executive officer, Ensign Mario Rosali of Los Angeles, and my bosun hadn't been so calm and capable. In fact, the whole crew was superb.
Well, offhand, it would seem to me that you and your men have done about enough. But we'll need your kind out the other way. And here's to you. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
For the latest news from the Russian front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
A new southern front against Germany. A front which, in all probability, the Germans do not have the resources to defend, is rapidly taking shape. Russian troops are converging on Hungary from 3 sides. To the northeast, they are forcing their way through the Carpathian passes. To the southeast, they are reported by German and Hungarian sources to be deploying in great strength along a line between Szeged and Oradea. Though of this front, the Russian communiques have said nothing for several days. To the south, Russian troops have penetrated into that part of Yugoslavia which directly adjoins Hungary and affords an immediate threat to Budapest. There are various reports, none of them officially confirmed, that the Hungarians are seeking to make peace. These unconfirmed reports may very possibly be true, since Hungary lacks the resources to defend herself against the converging attacks of the mighty Soviet armies, and since it is hardly likely that Germany can now give Hungary effective help. These are circumstances of enormous significance, for if Hungary gets out of the war or is knocked out of it, the result will be that the Russian armies will come right up to the main entrance into Germany from the south, the Moravian gateway between the Bohemian hills and the Carpathian mountains. Here again is Doug Edwards.
And here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
In the peacetime days ahead, Admiral will present America's first complete refrigerator. The Admiral electric refrigerator will be complete because it will include all the features that the homemakers of America can desire to lighten their meal planning and cooking tasks. In the extra-large regular food compartment, you'll find pure, moist cold. Pure because of Sterilamp, whose ultraviolet ray action will kill bacteria before they have a chance to cause spoilage in your foods. Moist because the bulky, frost-collecting evaporator will be gone and therefore cannot draw the moisture from foods or from the air inside the refrigerator. And cold, say, in the built-in home freezer compartment for frozen foods, it'll be far below freezing, sufficiently cold to quick freeze your own foods or to store frozen foods for as long as you like. And don't forget, there'll be no regular, messy job of defrosting in the Admiral, America's first complete two-temperature refrigerator. Winter isn't far off, and fuel for home heating will again be scarce. So if you haven't arranged for your fuel supply, you should do so at once. Your heating equipment should be checked, and added fuel savings can be effected by heat sealing. Be wise. Prepare for winter now. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM, Chicago. Conrad Nagel is your program host for the Radio Reader's Digest, heard tonight and every Sunday at 8 over WBBM. Tune in for outstanding drama and memorable bits of philosophy and humor. Time, 1:55.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
2 American armies are on the attack today. First Army forces are threatening the German city of Aachen with encirclement. And the front dispatch reports that General Patton's Third Army has moved 6 miles forward between Metz and Nancy. The Free Yugoslav radio says Russian and Yugoslav forces have begun the final attack on Belgrade. In Greece, British troops are nearing the outskirts of Corinth. In Italy, Americans are 12 miles from Bologna. And early this morning, Wendell Wilkie died in a New York hospital. Those are the principal developments. And now for details of the news from the Western Front, Admiral takes you to Belgium. Richard C. Hotelet reporting.
The American First Army's trap is tonight closing behind the city of Aachen. North and east of it, our infantry is pushing together. The attack began this morning at 4 o'clock when one famous infantry division started pushing northward. In the first hours of the attack, they took the town of Slowdown against only moderate opposition. A few hours later, more infantry started pushing down from Ersdorf to meet them, brushing aside a German counterattack of tanks and self-propelled guns. German prisoners of war said that they'd been ordered at all costs to keep the points of our pincers from closing behind the city. Late this afternoon, when I left the front, our 2 points were only about 4 miles apart. And Crucifix Hill is in our hands. This is a 1,000-foot hill marked by a white stone cross from which German observation posts have been calling artillery fire down on our positions for the last 3 weeks. From it, we now can bring our own observed shell fire onto the last 2 roads of escape leading out of Aachen. Inside the city, there's no sign of life. There are only comparatively few troops in it, and out of a peacetime population of 160,000, we don't think there are more than about 10,000 hiding in cellars. I've looked into the city from one of our forward observation posts. It's very badly damaged, and its main value to us will be the network of good roads that fan out from it. There's no sign the Germans will make any desperate attempt to hold Aachen. As a matter of fact, they may very well try to pull out tonight while they still have a chance and fall back behind the next natural line of defense the Rohr River, 8 miles to the east. That's back behind the Siegfried Line, but civilian conscripts have been digging anti-tank ditches behind it and dugouts for tanks. We expect that our infantry point will meet behind Aachen very soon. When they do, we'll have a breach in the Siegfried Line 23 miles long, a jumping-off point that'll give General Hodges a free hand. This is Richard C. Hottelet with the American First Army in Belgium, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And for supplementary information, Admiral takes you now to London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
With the piercing of the Siegfried Line defenses north of Aachen, accomplished by the American First Army, a new attack has been started further south, this time by General Patton's Third Army. The Third Army offensive began at dawn this morning on the 20-mile front between the French fortress cities of Metz and Nancy, where the Germans hold a shallow salient, but a well-defended one. The Third Army doughboys jumped up through a smoke screen after the German positions had been heavily bombarded. And latest reports say we've cleared at least 8 towns and control important hills after denting the German defenses for a gain of 6 miles. Up in western Holland, the 1st Canadian Army is fighting bitterly in their bridgehead across the Leopold Canal. This stiffly contested bridgehead still consists of 2 Canadian pockets not yet linked up. Powerful German artillery and mortar fire has delayed the building of a bridge across the canal. These German troops, cornered on the shores of the Scheldt estuary, are good troops, and they're fighting back well. Clearing up this pocket will not be a walkover. Further east, the Canadian advance northward from Antwerp is going more quickly. The Canadians there are on the point of cutting the German escape route from the Scheldt Islands off the Dutch coast. The causeway leading to the Dutch mainland is already under Canadian artillery fire. Once this is cut, the Germans in the half-flooded island of Walcheren and the Scheldt pocket will have little chance of escaping. And things were made worse for them today by yesterday's RAF raid, which smashed the dike east of Flushing and poured another deluge of seawater across Walcheren Island. To the far south of the front, the Germans have been counterattacking heavily against the American 7th Army east of Epinal. The Germans are also hanging on just north of the Belfort Gap, that is, at the town of Le Thilo, a big road center with direct communications to the famous Belfort Gap and the lower Rhine Valley. Yesterday, the Germans tried to head off the Americans encircling the town, but were beaten off. This is tough fighting country with deep valleys and very heavily wooded hillsides of the Vosges Mountain foothills.
That was Larry LeSueur in London. More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
There'll be a lot of new products in the market after the war, and there will be a lot of miraculous claims made of the wonders they'll perform. One important point to keep in mind when you see the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator is the fact that here is a product long past the experimental stage. For 6 years before the war, this remarkable refrigerator was available to many highly satisfied owners. Their high praise and endorsement of its many exclusive features are very convincing. Hundreds of testimonials could be presented as to its convenience, economy, and health-preserving qualities. One of the most popular features of the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator is that there is no regular, distasteful job of defrosting. In the Admiral, there are no space-stealing coils to defrost, and you can easily see how much more room for food this provides. Other owners are most enthusiastic about Sterilamp, with ultraviolet ray action for killing bacteria. And every pre-war owner is proud of the built-in home freezer for fast freezing and storing foods at home. Yes, the complete 2-temperature refrigerator will be Admiral engineered and built by the same great organization that has made Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now here once again is Douglas Edwards.
And for a summary of the latest developments in Italy and the Peloponnesus, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
This is the critical season on the Italian front. The first snows have fallen in the mountains, the rains continue. In the past week, the Americans have edged 5 miles closer to Bologna. They have 13 miles to go. The next 2 or 3 weeks may decide whether our armies here will join in the general assault on Germany's own frontiers or will spend another winter fighting on Italian soil. Here in Rome, Allied economic chiefs are worried about the coming months in Italy, about the 22 million Italians in the north whom we may have to feed this winter. The first reaction here to President Roosevelt's statement on increased aid to Italy came from the acting chief of the Allied Control Commission's Economic Section, Anthony Antolini. The president announced that 150,000 tons of wheat and flour were scheduled for shipment here. Regardless of that shipment, Mr. Antolini says, the Allied Control Commission would have to face the grave question of reducing the bread ration scale in Italy if our armies, on moving north, find that the Germans have largely destroyed or taken away the grain harvest of the Po Valley. The president's statement did not say when the grain shipments for Italy should arrive. According to Mr. Antolini, basic food requirements demand the importation of 100,000 tons of grain monthly. Allied economic chiefs believe we should be able to get through the winter if the front remains where it is. But if the imports do not come, and if on moving north we find extensive pillage and flooding in the Po Valley, a general bread ration cut may be necessary. Advancing into northern Italy, the Allies will face imponderables of a very serious nature. How much of Italy's harvest remains? How much of Italy's industry have the Germans destroyed or dismantled? How many hundreds of thousands of unemployed will there be in the industrial north, the nerve center of the country, where people are quicker to react, politically more awake and aroused? We know that German experts are going through the Italian industry with a fine-tooth comb, stripping it of all they can use in Germany, scientifically wrecking the rest. All our reports indicate that we will find in northern Italy social chaos without parallel, even in this idle, hungry, and war-ravaged country.
Winston Burdett has reported from Rome. Now for details of the vast Russian campaigns in the East, Admiral takes you to CBS Moscow. Lee White of the Chicago Daily News Foreign Service reporting.
In Hungary, the Soviet offensive is progressing steadily, according to reports from Russian correspondents. German-Hungarian resistance is pretty stiff, but not as stiff as it might have been. The consensus is that the Hungarians, for all their vaunted love of battle, have not been fighting with any great enthusiasm. The Csendersheg, the Hungarian gendarmerie, has been ordered to guard the rear and to shoot any soldiers who retreat. As for the Germans in Hungary, Soviet correspondents comment on the large proportion of older men among the prisoners, and the surprising number of them who wear glasses. The new word for such German troops in the Soviet press is super total soldiers. People have been thrown into the lines after the completion of Dr. Goebbels' so-called total mobilization. A good idea of what the war has meant to the devastated farmlands of the Soviet Union was contained in a letter made public today addressed to Marshal Stalin from the agricultural workers of the Kiev region in the Ukraine. The letter states that more than half the tractors in this area were destroyed or stolen by the Germans. Scores of thousands of people are dead, and other scores of thousands of men are still fighting at the front. All but 8% of the oxen in this area have disappeared, and only 39% of the horses remain. The result is that instead of using tractors or even horses for plowing and harrowing this year, many collective farms in the Kiev area had to use their milk cows for the purpose. The scarcity of men is such that most of the farm work is now being done by women, and the scarcity of even cows is such that large tracts of land have had to be worked by woman power exclusively. There are still some tractors left, of course, but 90% of them are now being operated by women. Formerly, most tractor drivers were men. When the wheat was harvested last month, there was so little machinery available that 70% of it had to be cut by hand with scythes, and the people who wielded the scythes were also women. In spite of the devastation of this part of the Ukraine, however, the collective farms have already embarked on an ambitious program of reconstruction. Next to tractors and other agricultural machinery, the project of the highest priority is housing. Building materials are scarce in this earthy region where there's little stone or clay, and so a plan is being devised to produce lightweight building blocks from the pulp left over after the juice has been extracted from sugar beets. I return you now to New York.
And now for a summary of the European news reaching Spain, Admiral takes you to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
Aspirin, the remedy for headaches, is itself causing a temporary headache here in Spain as the first cold blasts of approaching winter sweep off the snow-capped mountains. lowering the temperature to freezing, even down in usually balmy Seville. Because very limited supplies now come from Germany, and only by plane, stocks of pure aspirin are practically exhausted. Druggists already have dug deeply into the 10.5 reserve. Word got around of the shortage, and many of Spain's 20 million regular aspirin users made runs on pharmacies. The stores, unable to get stocks from the state-authorized distributing agency, had to ration pills to one small tube per customer. Spain, like most of the other countries in Europe, had depended almost entirely on shipments from Germany, which was Europe's biggest aspirin producer. Heretofore, Spain had received the powder from Germany and pressed and bottled the tablets here. Now, Lufthansa planes bring only small amounts, with freight costs up 150% since the liberation of France eliminated Germany's land communications with the Iberian Peninsula. This fact has left big German chemical interests here literally holding an empty bag. In the past few days, 5 German chemists who had been supervising the preparation of the drug have been relieved of their jobs, and unless they can get permission to work for local companies, are liable for recalling to Berlin for Hitler's total mobilization. Although seriously dislocating the market for the time being, this freedom from dependence on imports may prove to be a favor to Spanish chemical producers who already make several products similar to aspirin. Mass production has not been necessary until now because the German products were cheaper and better. Spain has the ingredients for aspirin, and manufacturers are making plans to step up production to supply this country's entire needs. Druggists here say that there was no need for general alarm over the temporary shortage of certain brands because, barring unforeseen events, there are sufficient similar drugs to care for a normal demand. They estimated that Spaniards take about 8,000 pounds of aspirin yearly, an average of 40 pills, or less than one a week. And each tablet costs the equivalent of 2 American cents each one. This is Glenn Stadler in Madrid, returning you to Admiral in New York.
In the Pacific War, our planes are still hammering at Jap bases from the Kurils in the north to the southern Philippines. Southwest Pacific bombers struck at Zamboanga in the southwestern Philippines, and they also bombed airfields, docks, and shipping in waters west of Dutch New Guinea. In the Kurils, says Admiral Nimitz, our bombers sank a cargo ship. In the Palau Islands, our tanks and artillery have made new progress against the Japs in the caves of Bloody Nose Ridge, but it's still a slow and very difficult job. Admiral Nimitz reports that so far over 12,000 Japs have been killed in the Palau campaign. We have captured 224. And now for a discussion of the Russian situation, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
Both on the north and the south, the developments on the Russian front are of considerable military importance. The Russians have now gained possession of the greater part of the Estonian island of Ossel, or Saaremaa, which, when completed, will give the Russian fleet full access to the Baltic Sea. South of Riga, the Russians are driving westward for the Baltic shore. This operation will, if fully successful, not only transfer the ports of Libau and Lindau from German to Russian possession, thus bringing the Russian naval influence well down the Baltic and pushing the German naval power back to Königsberg. But what is probably more important, it will bring the Russian armies up to the Niemen River, the northeastern frontier of East Prussia, and will therefore expose that German province to attack on 3 sides. Probably the most important Russian gains, however, are in Hungary and Yugoslavia. Very strong Russian forces are advancing northwestward into the Hungarian plain, driving toward the capital, Budapest. At last reports, the Russians are only 83 miles from that city, with German and Hungarian resistance apparently growing weaker all along the front. The Hungarian army has only 8 good divisions, built up on the framework of divisions which fought alongside the Germans in Russia. There are perhaps 8 additional divisions which have been recently raised and are deficient in training and equipment. For the most part, the Hungarian army has old Czechoslovak tanks and guns captured by the Germans in 1939 and transferred to the Hungarians. These are now obsolete, and spare parts for them are difficult to get. This may, in part, account for the weakening of the Hungarian resistance. In Yugoslavia, the Russians have joined Marshal Tito's forces in the siege of Belgrade, and another Russian column is driving north toward Hungary. Still, a third Russian force coming through Hungary has established 2 bridgeheads across the Danube, according to a German radio report picked up by Columbia's shortwave listening station, but not yet confirmed from any Allied source. If Belgrade falls, the main escape route for the German troops in Greece and southern Yugoslavia will have been cut. This will be a hard blow to the Germans, for every trained German soldier is now desperately needed for the defense of the Reich itself. But even harder will be the blow if Budapest is taken, for this will threaten the opening of a new southern front, which the Germans will be hard driven to defend. The Hungarian plain leads the Russian armies northward toward the Moravian gateway between the Bohemian hills and the Carpathian mountains, the historic opening into Germany from the south. It may prove that the roundabout route through Budapest is, after all, one of the shortcuts to Berlin. Now, here again is Douglas Edwards.
A Marine combat correspondent from Los Angeles has just returned from the Battle of Peleliu. For his story, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
I'd like to have you meet one of the first two Marines to come back to the United States from Peleliu, where the 1st Marine Division has been fighting one of the bloodiest battles of the war for the last 23 days. He's Sergeant Alvin G. Flanagan of Los Angeles. Al hit the beach at Peleliu on D-Day just 40 minutes after H hour. He went in on an Amtrak with a microphone and a film recorder. He stayed there for 12 days, fighting and recording his impressions of the battle as he went along. But he's here in person now, so Al, tell us what it was like, will you?
To put it mildly, it was a surprise to most of us. The island is only 2 by 5 miles, and for several days the Navy had blasted it with big guns, aerial rockets and bombs, and everything in the book. And just before H hour, the island looked as though Tojo's fireworks factory had received a direct hit, and then we started in. And even up to that time, we thought it was going to be a cinch. The first 2 or 3 waves made it, but by that time the Japs had climbed out of their coral dugouts and set up their mortars. And from then on for the next week, anything that approached the beach was a mortar target, and the Japs are artists with mortars.
Well, did you do any recording on the way in?
Oh, yes, I started in very blithely, just as if I were back here broadcasting a football game.
Incidentally, Al was a veteran radio man in the States before he joined the Marines 2 years ago.
But I wasn't nonchalant very long about it.
What happened?
About 1,000 yards offshore, when we started through the reef, Jap mortars began dropping all around. Big 8-inch ones, the largest ones we'd ever seen. Just off the beach, a Jap pillbox in a jungle thicket opened up on us with a machine gun and hit 5 of our men. Lieutenant Colonel Walt sent in a demolition outfit to knock it out. While they circled around to attack from the beach side, Private First Class Fink of Cherry Tree, Pennsylvania, and I went into the thicket about 25 yards from the beach. I was sitting there with a mic recording the work of the demolition crew when the Jap ran out of the pillbox on our side, right in front of us. He was about 10 or 15 feet away with a machine gun cradled in his arms, pointed straight at us. Fink yelled, and we both fired. The Jap was about a second too late.
Well, I'm glad of that.
And so am I.
Al, in an operation like that, what are the biggest obstacles you have to overcome?
Aside from the Japs, water was the chief problem. For the first 2 days, we had to dig for it. And because of the mortar fire, food was hard to get ashore. I had a chocolate bar and a can of cheese in 2.5 days. And some of the guys in the front lines didn't have that much. But beyond those obvious things, one of the worst obstacles is always scuttlebutt.
Well, how's that?
Well, rumors fly as fast and as thick as bullets, and you're worked up to such a pitch that you'll believe anything. D-Day +2, some of us were pinned down in a shell hole in the middle of the airstrip by sniper and mortar fire. In the midst of all that, a voice came in on my walkie-talkie, identified himself with the right code word, and told me that Germany had surrendered and that MacArthur had invaded the Philippines. We all believed that for about 2 days, and everybody had visions of going home pretty soon. You can imagine what effect that had on most of us.
By the way, Al, this wasn't Al's first invasion. You were on New Britain, weren't you?
Yes, I was, but not in the original landings, however. By the time I got there, we only had Jap bombers to worry about. But a lot of the guys in the 1st Division have been through everything out there since the original invasion of Guadalcanal. Some of them have been there for 28 or 30 months. And you'll never find a better bunch of guys to do foxhole time with anywhere.
Well, I hope pretty soon you can spend time with them here at home. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
The death of Wendell Willkie in New York this morning brought this comment from President Roosevelt. The nation will long remember Wendell Willkie as a forthright American. Earnest, honest, whole-souled, he also had tremendous courage. This courage, which was his dominating trait, prompted him more than once to stand alone and to challenge the wisdom of counsels taken by powerful interests within his own party. In this hour of grave crisis, the country loses a great citizen through his untimely death. And Governor Dewey, the Republican presidential nominee, described Willkie as one of the great men of our time. Dewey said,
His death will be mourned throughout the world. A forceful and courageous man, he made a notable contribution to the political and philosophical discussions of these critical times. His passing is a loss not only to the Republican Party, but to all of us Americans of both parties who shared his faith for a world peace. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral.
I'll bet a lot of your friends collect their favorite music on recordings, don't they? Perhaps you're going to collect them, too, after the war, when radio phonographs will again be available. Yes, it's a great thrill for music lovers to select just the program they want and hear it perfectly played with lifelike reproduction on an Admiral radio phonograph, for example. The post-war Admiral radio phonographs will have an automatic record changer so revolutionary in design and operation that it will set a new high in musical enjoyment. As you probably know, Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. From this vast experience in engineering and production, plus continuous research, has come many new ideas for your better appreciation of your recorded favorites. Being leaders in radio, radar, communications equipment, television, and FM, Admiral will offer some brand new ideas in radio, too. So if you want a radio phonograph with the best of everything, you'll want an Admiral. The nation's paper shortage grows more acute every day. Each of us can help overcome this shortage by conserving every ounce of paper possible and by salvaging every kind of waste paper. Paper is essential to our war effort in the protection of food and equipment going to our fighting men. Let's all save all the paper we can. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for Admiral Corporation. World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The last 18 hours has brought the greatest air attacks of all time against Germany. Thousands of Allied heavy bombers attacked military targets in the Cologne area within 40 miles of the battleground at Aachen, where American ground troops continue to make some progress. The German DNB news agency has announced the death of Field Marshal Rommel. DNB said the Desert Fox died of severe head wounds received in a car accident while serving as commander of a German army group on the Western Front. Moscow has just reported that Russian troops have captured Petsamau, Finland's great northern port. And now for details of the fighting in Western Europe, Admiral takes you to Supreme Allied Headquarters in France. Larry Lasser reporting.
It was a typical autumn day on the Western Front. A cold, impersonal rain has been falling for many hours, drenching and chilling our soldiers and the Germans alike. Again today, the most active part of the long front was up in the flatlands of Western Holland, where Canadian troops are battling courageously and with a fine display of imaginative tactics to clear the approaches to the great port of Antwerp. The Canadian command pulled another fast play on the trapped German division in the Scheldt pocket by launching new assaults over and around the Leopold Canal. This neat little end run brought the bitterly resisting Germans under fire from two new Canadian sectors and took the enemy completely by surprise. All the members of the trapped 64th German Division were engaged fighting either the original beachhead over the Leopold Canal or the other Canadians who landed by sea. So these tricky new assaults were met by very little opposition, and the new Canadian beachhead advanced rapidly, taking the little town of Watervliet by storm. Those Americans who live in the town of Watervliet in New York State will be happy by this news of the liberation of the original Watervliet. There's less pleasing news from the other sectors north of Antwerp, where the Canadians had cut the neck of the peninsula connecting the German-held islands of South Beveland and Walcheren from the mainland. The Germans uncorked a powerful counterattack that knocked the Canadians back and reopened the German supply line to the mainland with the recapture of the main road leading from the island. The widespread bad weather over the front hampered the doughboys and their fighter-bomber air support. The German SS troops are still holding out near the center of Aachen. But the weather didn't stop the record-breaking fleets of Allied heavy bombers operating from Britain from softening up the Rhineland. Last night, the RAF went a long way towards wiping out the Rhineland city of Duisburg by going back with a 5,000-ton bombardment while the city was still blazing from the staggering 4,500-ton attack earlier in the day. And today, 1,200 fortresses and liberators, escorted by American fighters, gave the Rhineland city of Cologne its second tremendous attack in 3 days. And this is Larry Lester returning you now to Admiral in New York.
For other Western Front developments, Admiral takes you now to London. Eric Severide reporting.
This is London. As to Aachen, the disposition of the city is no longer an important matter. It is a secondary cleanup problem. Aachen, for both the Allies and the Nazis, was intended to be a lesson. We would show all Germany that the only alternative to capitulation is annihilation. The Nazis would show us what we must expect in every German city on our route. And from what they did to their own residents who tried to yield to us, perhaps it was also meant as a lesson to all German civilians. For days, hardly a breath of news has been stirring here about the American 7th Army in the Vosges Mountains and the French 1st Army in the Belfort Gap near Switzerland. Today it's reported the French have taken Cornimont, which controls some of the roads through the mountain pass. This front has been static for weeks. But stalemate would not be the right word, for that would imply equal forces. Both American and French armies there are building up and have been for a long time, and they will be very powerful when the great assault comes. I left that hilly, muddy, miserable sector just the other day. No one there doubts that we can and will cross the Rhine. The Rhine there runs very cold and very fast, 8 or 9 mile current. And its crossing is expected to be one of the most difficult feats of engineering any army has ever faced. You have heard many times that we are now halted on the western frontiers because of a difficult problem in supply. The words cannot really tell you. If you had been with me one recent night, shivering beside a narrow, winding mountain road, you would have seen the dark hulk of an American truck careening senselessly into the ditch. The boy driving, a moment before, had fallen out of his seat. He fell out because he had been at the wheel for 24 hours, and he had simply gone asleep. This is Eric Severide in London. I return you now to Admiral.
More news in just a moment, but first, Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Are you lazy? Or to put it not quite so bluntly, do you like labor-saving devices? Then you'll certainly be enthusiastic about Slide Away in the post-war Admiral radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Slide Away is an exclusive Admiral feature that makes loading and unloading your automatic record changer easier and more convenient than you ever dreamed it could be. For with Admiral Slide Away, your complete automatic record changer and phonograph turntable come right out in plain sight, easy to reach at convenient height. No more fumbling in dark, hard-to-reach compartments when you load your changer with your favorite records. Open the cabinet doors, and out it comes. Close the doors, and back out of sight it goes. It's as easy as that. Remember, Slide Away is an exclusive feature found only in Admiral radio phonographs. American buyers have certainly placed the stamp of approval on Slide Away and Admiral radio phonographs, for their preference has made Admiral the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Ask your next-door neighbor about Admiral. He probably has one. He'll tell you about a lot of other Admiral exclusive features that every Admiral owner is proud of and likes to talk about. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
CBS correspondent Farnsworth Fowle has just arrived in Rome. For his story on the situation in the Mediterranean area, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome, Farnsworth Fowle reporting.
There is no fresh news from Athens, which was entered yesterday by British forces, some landing near the city and others arriving overland from Corinth. The Germans had cleared out of the Greek capital ahead of them. There seems to be a slight tendency to begrudge the fact that only a lightweight force has been sent in. It isn't really a campaign at all. If it had been necessary to send a major expeditionary force into Greece, the chances are that the operation would not have taken place. The Allied forces in the Mediterranean already had their hands full fighting Kesselring's divisions in Italy. Several of the finest combat divisions in this theater, American and French, went into France with the 7th Army. Those who remain have gone ahead steadily with the Apennine offensive. Today's brief communique mentions some progress on the 8th Army sector. Local gains against very heavy resistance on the 5th Army front below Bologna. The 5th Army has registered gains every single day for the past 3 weeks. Some of these gains have to be repeated. We learned today that the South Africans have recaptured Monte Stanco. Stanco is the Italian word for tired, and Tired Mountain is a good name for just about any peak in the Apennines. It is admitted frankly that we had hopes of reaching the Po Valley before the end of the summer season. From now on, there is no prospect of enough clear weather to dry out the ground. But these armies have shown that a winter campaign is possible. They're making up their minds to go through with it a second time if necessary, until the Germans, even if reinforced from the divisions in retreat from the Balkans, are worn out and broken. As for Greece, there has already been more suffering and sacrifice than we can forget. And if the last act can be played out with a minimum of bloodshed, so much the better. This is Francis Fowler in Rome, returning now to Admiral in New York.
And now, for a summary of the latest developments on the great Russian front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The capture of the Finnish port of Petsamo by Russian forces marks an important development in the little publicized campaign in northern Finland, which involves the fate of some 7 to 9 German divisions. The German purpose is to extricate these troops and bring them into German-held Norway. They are under severe pressure from Russian and Finnish troops, and now their only hope of escape by sea has been cut off. There remains to them only the slender hope of escaping by the ice-covered roads, few in number and small in capacity, which link Finland with Norway. Possibly some of them may be compelled to cross into Sweden and be interned as an alternative to death or surrender. But the most interesting development on the Eastern Front today is the report that Hungary may be quitting the war. According to the London radio, as heard by Columbia's shortwave listening station, the Hungarian regent, Admiral Horthy, has announced over the Budapest radio that Hungary has asked for armistice terms. A later broadcast by the Hungarian Chief of Staff warns that Hungarian troops must continue fighting since an armistice has not yet been granted, and it is for the present only a question of negotiations. It is possible that this means that the Germans are resisting Horthy's move and are taking over the army, or trying to. The possibility must be considered because the Germans have some 12 divisions in Hungary, and the Hungarians only 16 or 17. However this may be, it would seem likely that the regent's announcement will take most of the remaining fighting spirit out of the Hungarian troops, and that resistance in the path of the advancing Russian armies on the road to Budapest may collapse. The Germans are faced with a situation whose seriousness from their point of view cannot be exaggerated. Not only must they contemplate the loss of their only remaining ally, but must prepare to defend their southern front at a moment when they are hard-pressed both in east and west. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
A little north of Toronto, Canada, in Camp Little, Norway, is a flying training base exclusively for young Norwegians who have managed to escape. For an interview with one of the most recent arrivals in Camp Little, Norway, we take you to the studios of station CFRB, Toronto. Bill Slocum, Jr., reporting.
Fair Land, sitting across from me now, is a 24-year-old, blue-eyed giant in a slate-gray Norwegian Air Force uniform. Not too long ago, he was in charge of a large district of the Norwegian underground, an important post he had earned after 4 years of hard work. Per, tell us something about your very successful career in the underground.
It started in the best American tradition. I distributed newspapers. Then I got a little more important work. Then I killed a German, and then I started making trips into Germany.
Making trips into Germany?
Yes. I speak one German dialect perfectly. We wanted to learn something of what was going on in and around Hamburg, so our leader sent me.
Can you tell us how you got in and out of Germany?
It was extremely simple. I killed a German captain in Norway. It took a little time to find one my size, but I finally did. Cleaned up his uniform, wrapped it in a bundle, and stowed away in a lifeboat on a cargo ship to Kiel. I had quite a scare in that lifeboat. When I sneaked into it, I realized somebody else was in it, too.
Another underground agent?
Yes, my brother Knut. He was going someplace else in Germany.
How could you walk around Germany in a German captain's uniform without being caught?
Very simple. The Germans are snobs. Nobody over the rank of captain would be bothered speaking to me, and nobody under the rank of captain dared speak to me. I just kept away from other captains. I had no trouble at all. Another member of the Norwegian Underground met me at our rendezvous point in Hamburg and took me to the hiding place.
How long?
Another member of the Norwegian Underground met me at our rendezvous point in Hamburg and took me to the hiding place.
How long did you stay in Hamburg?
15 hours. Allied planes had flattened it. I got the informations I wanted and went back to Norway.
How?
I can't tell you that. The road is still heavily traveled.
How many trips did you make into Germany, Per?
3, always as a captain. I also visited concentration camps and German fortifications in that uniform. I got to be very adept at playing the German captain. I could scream and swear at German privates and lieutenants and kick them around. That was fun, just like a real Prussian. And I could stand stiffly at attention and salute my superiors.
You make underground work in Norway and Germany sound very simple.
That's too bad, because it isn't. Life expectancy is 14 to 16 days when you are in Germany. In Norway, I visited concentration camps as a captain, and I was tossed into one for a few months. So I well knew the penalty of any mistake I might make, or anybody else might make.
I suppose you're heavily dependent upon your fellow undergrounders.
Indeed you are. Somebody, it doesn't matter who, made a silly mistake in making out my brother's papers. The Gestapo caught him in Munich and shot him on the spot.
Have you any ideas what will happen to Quisling when Norway is freed?
Yes. By the time Norway is freed, there will be no Quisling. Right now, he is what you Americans call a stew bomb. Somebody will sober him up with a knife or a bullet. I always hoped I might have the honor, but I guess not.
Pearland, as you undoubtedly realize, is the Norwegian equivalent of John Smith. Nobody will know his real name until the Germans are beaten. But whatever his name, he is the personification of a gallant nation of 3 millions, which was betrayed and beaten, but never conquered. Thanks, Pearland. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
For news of the Pacific and an interview with a Navy combat photographer from Los Angeles, Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
There are indications that considerable activity is continuing in the Formosa area. Third Fleet carrier strikes in the Formosa, Luzon, Ryukyu area, plus B-29 bomber attacks have posed a real problem for the Japanese, who've shown reluctance to commit their fleet, but who are evidently attempting to combat the determined United States carrier threat in the East China Sea with land-based planes. Tokyo has claimed the sinking of up to 17 American warships, which is fantastic. It is only common sense to suppose, however, that fleet activity so close to Japan's homeland may result in some losses to ships. During the assault at Peleliu, I watched some planes dusting off the treetops. They were that low, and somebody turned and said to me, "Look at those dopes, they're breaking their necks." And somebody else said, "Taking pictures. You have to be half nuts to be a good combat photographer." I agreed at the moment, but since meeting some of them, I find they're quiet, gentlemanly fellows who are very careful crossing streets, wear their rubbers out when they go in the rain, but who forget all about danger and everything else about combat when they're after pictures. For example, here's the very guy we were watching at Peleliu. Photographer's mate, first class, Lauren F. Smith, born in Des Moines, home now in Monrovia and Los Angeles, California. He's been in this war from the start in many campaigns and has just returned for a short breather. Smitty, do you ever get scared?
Sure do, but usually when it's all over. Don't have much time to think about being scared when you're in it. Our main job is to get pictures, and that's our main worry. You don't do much that regular correspondents do at that. In fact, I guess about the only difference between us Navy combat photographers and war correspondents and photographers is that we work for the Navy.
Well, how many campaigns have you been in?
Well, let's see. Salamala in March 42, Battle of Santa Cruz, Tarawa, the Marshals, Hollandia, first and second carrier airstrikes at Truk, Saipan, and Palau. I was on ships during the early part, but lately I've been on planes. I like it better on planes because you can see more and get better shots.
Which you like best among planes?
Well, dive bombers. They're better to shoot pictures out of. I've gotten so I even take them at the bottom of the dive when the pull of gravity coming out of the dive makes my 20-pound camera weigh the equal of 100 pounds. Until recently, we've been riding in combat planes. What we like is when a plane is especially assigned to us. We can stay longer and get more pictures. The pilots like combat best, but they're pretty good about it because they know how important it is to have the pictures. They say, though, that a special photo mission is one of the most dangerous there is because you have to maintain such a straight course. The anti-aircraft have time to get an eye on you.
You ever been hit?
No, but I had a camera blown right out of a plane once.
I understand you got some beautiful and valuable pictures there on Peleliu, Smitty, including some of the few rare pictures that have ever been made of live Japs during combat. I thought a couple of times you were going to plow right through old Bloody Nose Ridge, though you were so low. And I'll never forget how you fellas would fly under our warship gunfire along the shore so you could get closer pictures. Well, good luck to you, photographer's mate Lawrence Smith, and I hope you get that leave one of these days. This is Webley Edwards at Fleet Headquarters, Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
And now for home front news and an interview with the Army Surgeon General on the treatment our wounded are receiving. Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Joe McCaffrey reporting.
It appears likely today that the practical politicians in the Democratic camp may win their plea for President Roosevelt to make at least one major speech in Pennsylvania during the next 3 weeks of the campaign. This was learned after it had been revealed by reliable sources that John Lewis, head of the United Mine Workers, would do all in his power to swing his 150,000 Pennsylvania Union members into the Dewey column. Those are the latest developments here in Washington. In this war, we all know that the soldier in the American Army is receiving the best training and the best equipment that it is possible to develop. That soldier is getting something else, too. Something that is more important to him. He is getting the best medical attention on and off the battlefield that modern science can provide. Today as our guest, we have the Surgeon General of the United States Army, Major General Norman T. Kirk. The doctors and nurses under General Kirk are responsible for the health of the men and women serving with the armed forces. And it is because of their excellent work and modern methods that our mortality rate in battle is constantly being lowered when compared with the record of World War I. General, you viewed firsthand the operations of the Medical Corps on the scene of battle in France. Suppose you give us a brief picture of what you observed there.
I was most interested in finding out how long it took medical aid to reach a wounded man. Talking to the wounded, I found that soldier after soldier told me that he had received medical aid within minutes after he had been hit. The medical aid men are right along with those combat soldiers who are doing the fighting. They are prepared to give them first aid and then transport them to the rear for medical and surgical treatment in the shortest possible time. Many men are operated upon within less than 4 miles of the front lines, and although the conditions under which the surgeons and nurses work are hazardous, modern methods are used and lives are saved.
General, what are the most important contributing factors to the excellence of our Army's treatment of the wounded?
Modern surgery, plasma, whole blood. But I would say that the most important factor is the personal professional care given by the doctors and nurses.
Right now, there is a most desperate need for nurses, isn't there?
Yes, we need nurses. We have to have them. Their aid in this war cannot be measured. Remember, the wounded soldier was a highly trained fighting man until he fell in action. He was the best our nation had to offer. Therefore, when he is wounded, he needs not only expert care, but understanding care. That type of care he receives at the hands of our nurses. Nurses are much more than trained medical assistants. They aid in instilling within the wounded the desire that they will recover. The wounded man believes that he soon will be well and do a job, and has complete confidence in what his doctors and his nurses tell him. That this confidence is not misplaced is shown by the fact that 97% of those wounded who reach Army hospitals get well.
In order to be able to more completely care for our men in the battle zones, General, how many nurses are needed for service immediately?
10,000 nurses are needed, and I'm sure out of the 209,000 nurses now at home who are available to join the Army Nurse Corps, thousands would volunteer if they could see the comfort and life-saving aid our nurses are giving at the front. A year ago, I saw many of our nurses living in tents close behind the front in Africa. When I visited France, I found many of these same nurses still in tents, still washing up out of their helmets, still eating K-ration, but glowing with the realization that they were doing a grand job. After my visit to the front, I can think of no greater contribution than a nurse can make for her country than to be a part of the team which is helping save the lives of our men in the service.
Thank you very much, General. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
Do you want to hear about the first major improvement in electric refrigeration in many years? Then you'll want to know about the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator, America's first complete electric refrigerator. For 6 full years before the war, many thousands of delighted homeowners sang the praises of its many exclusive features. The Admiral is the only refrigerator with a separate, completely insulated, built-in home freezer that makes it possible to fast freeze your own foods at home or to keep commercially frozen products for months. And ice cubes? Say, you can freeze and store literally hundreds of them for the Saturday night party. Yes, and Admiral is the only refrigerator with purified moist cold in the roomier, regular food storage compartment. You need no covered dishes either, because this moist cold keeps foods crisp and fresh as early morning dew. Then, too, Admiral is the only refrigerator with Sterilamp, the amazing ultraviolet lamp that kills bacteria, retards mold, and eliminates offensive odors. And last, but certainly not least, Admiral is the only refrigerator without the regular messy job of defrosting. Yes, indeed, just as Admiral Radio is America's smart set, so is the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator America's only complete electric refrigerator. Again this fall, Americans all are being asked to support the National War Fund. The National War Fund is a federation of 22 major war-related welfare and relief agencies. With one single gift, you can help our fighting men, our prisoners of war, victims of war-ravaged countries, refugees, as well as your own needy neighbors. Give generously when the call comes in your own community. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
American troops on Leyte Island in the Philippines now hold Tacloban, the island's capital, its airfield, and the town of Dulag, 20 miles to the south. The Russians have made new progress in Hungary and in East Prussia. In Western Europe, General Patton's Third Army is on the attack. In the Aegean, the British have landed on the island of Lemnos. And now, news direct from correspondents abroad. For our first report, Admiral takes you to Pacific Fleet Headquarters at Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
According to reports from the Philippines, the operation is proceeding nicely, with the capital of Leyte Island, Tacloban, and its important 6,000-foot airstrip now in our possession. Reports from the Philippines reveal at least 2 veteran Pacific Fleet warships, the California and the Pennsylvania, taking part. It's rare that Pacific Fleet ships are mentioned by name during the operation in which they're taking part, but now that the word's out, it gives me a chance to tell a story. The California and the Pensy, you recall, were among the ships damaged in the Pearl Harbor attack. The boys call the Pensy Old Falling Apart because she turns up such a volume of gunfire you'd think she was falling to pieces. Actually, she's solid and sound, although one of the oldest U.S. battle wagons. Recently, in a Pacific bombardment action, somebody yelled at me, "Come here and look. The old Pensy's hit and she's on fire." It turned out the old gal shoots so fast and so much that at times she really does look like she's afire. Incidentally, I think this same explosive glare made by some of our warship's own guns has fooled more than one Jap airplane pilot into thinking the ship was burning furiously. All of us who were at Pearl Harbor on that now famous day have a special feeling for the ships that hit the bottom. We watch them come up and go out to do battle. The old ladies, they call them. They're broad-beamed and they're too slow to keep up with the new glamour girls of the fleet. But what sweethearts they are for bombardment. I lived on one during 3 days of most intense bombardment. It would amaze you if I could tell you the number of 14-inch shells she hurled in 3 days. When we got through firing, she'd hurled so much steel and explosives, she's ridden a good foot in the water, which is quite a lot for a battleship.
This same old wagon is down hitting the Philippines. They go from one bombardment to another, and it's all in the year's work to her crew. When I learned they were going down to hit the Philippines, I said with some excitement that it would be a great show. Said the executive officer, yep, just as a farmer might talk about plowing up the south 40 acres, we got another job of work to do. From the reports, it looks like they did a great job. I expect one of these times in the future when the word is passed that Tokyo will be bombarded, the men of the old battleships will pat the gun turrets and say, well, it looks like we got another job of work to do. This is Webley Edwards at Fleet Headquarters, Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York. And now, for a summary of the situation on Europe's Eastern Front, Admiral takes you to Supreme Allied Headquarters in France, Larry Lasser reporting.
Night has fallen over Paris, and the wet chill of European autumn has filled the dark streets. Jeeps and trucks with headlights blazing are rushing through the blacked-out streets of Paris, heading for the front, where Supreme Allied Headquarters reports a quickening of the fighting tempo. With the American wedge and the Siegfried Line now securely anchored at Aachen, the British front in Holland has stepped up its activity. For the first time since the lull following the British paratroop stand at Arnhem. Today, British infantry launched a fair-sized attack against the dug-in Germans holding the canal-riddled country between the two big Dutch rivers, the Waal and the Lek, as the Rhine is called in Holland. The British Second Army's two simultaneous attacks gained from 1,500 to 2,000 yards since early this morning. This attack was not supported in a big way from the air, and it cannot be called an offensive. It looks as though the British are heading for the Dutch road junction of Hertogenbosch, whose capture would put the British Army in a more favorable position for large-scale efforts. Right now, the ground in northern Europe is soaked and muddy, especially in Holland. It's not suitable for large-scale military operations that demand coordination between infantry, tanks, and air force. You know, early autumn is Europe's rainy season, and it may be 2 or 3 weeks before the ground is dried out and hardened by frost, and before the skies are clear enough for sustained action by our Air Force. Meantime, the 9th U.S. Air Force is making the area between the Siegfried Line and the Rhine very unhealthy. Patrols of low-flying American fighter bombers sweep up and down, gunning and bombing. And the Germans are worried over this threat to the industrially vital Rhineland and Ruhr. For the first time since D-Day, the Luftwaffe has been ordered up to fight off the aggressive American planes, to try to keep our pilots from cutting all the German communications with the Rhineland. But even though they're fighting over their German fatherland, the Luftwaffe cannot prevent those white-starred American planes from slashing at everything that moves in the Rhineland. This is Larry Lasser returning you now to Admiral in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
When the war is won, you and many thousands of other American homemakers are going to make a wonderful discovery. When you see the new Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator, you'll discover that out-of-season fruits and vegetables need no longer be a luxury, that you can buy food in bulk at big savings and store it safely for months. All this will be possible because the Admiral refrigerator will have a huge home freezer that will freeze foods for long storage, will keep commercially frozen foods perfectly, and will actually make meats more tender. And the roomy, moist, cold compartment eliminates the need for covered dishes. Foods will not dry out, but will stay crisp and fresh. This regular compartment is so much roomier because the space-stealing coils are gone. And naturally, with the frost-collecting coils gone, there won't be the regular messy job of defrosting. There are other outstanding features, too, in the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator. For example, there's Sterilamp, with its amazing ultraviolet ray action to reduce spoilage. And the new Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator will be beautiful, newly styled to grace the finest kitchens. 6 years of consumer acceptance and approval before the war makes the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator a fit companion for Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
The Germans have not yet told their people that Aachen has surrendered unconditionally. But now for a report from the First Army front, Admiral takes you to Belgium, Richard C. Hottelet reporting.
Standing by, Columbia. The thing that's probably aroused most general interest on the American First Army front today has been the number of buzz bombs that came over on their way west. They've taken our attention for a moment off the actual line of battle and focused it on the bigger picture. Right now, as far as we're concerned, we're in the quiet period between two operations. But we're not playing this game of war alone, and it's good to keep an eye on the Germans. We know that the enemy has been very busy also these last 6 weeks since we first broke the Siegfried line. He's done his utmost to strengthen his defenses with forced civilian labor, digging new gun emplacements and anti-tank ditches. His engineers have even built some new concrete fortifications between us and the Rhine. More German troops have been brought up, infantry, armor, engineers, artillery. And they've been used, and partly exhausted, in almost daily small counterattacks against our key positions. The idea there was the typical German principle of the aggressive defense. The basic plan was to gain time. And when several thousand German troops were told to hold off until the last man, the enemy started propaganda about the so-called bridgehead of Aachen, while Himmler and the other higher commanders sent pep telegrams into the doomed city. But no one said what they wanted to gain time for, except vague promises of new divisions and new weapons that would appear if Germany held out until winter. A major of police, a typical SS man whom we caught in Aachen, has admitted to us that the Gestapo was tightening the screws on the officers' corps also to prolong the agony. He said that stern reprisals had been threatened against the family of any officer who now surrendered in violation of orders. The doodlebugs that came over today are no more effective than they've ever been. The new People's Divisions don't look like much. If Hitler wants to keep us from breaking through at least to the Rhine, he'd better produce something really new and much better in a hurry. This is Richard C. Hartelet with the American First Army in Belgium, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
Prime Minister Churchill has returned to Britain from his Moscow conferences with Marshal Stalin. For a summary of the news reaching Britain, Admiral takes you to CBS London. Charles Shaw reporting.
Mr. Churchill is back in London after his 10-day conference with Marshal Stalin in Moscow. It was announced about an hour ago that the Prime Minister landed at an airfield near London today. He left Moscow on Thursday, and it isn't known at the moment where he has been the last 2 days. The Prime Minister arrived in the uniform of an Air Commodore, and those who were at the airfield said he looked fit and well. If the comments of London newspaper writers are any criterion, Mr. Churchill may well be hailed as a conquering hero when he makes his next public appearance. The newspaper stories, devoid of any amount of detail, are enthusiastic about the conference, especially about the cordiality between Mr. Churchill and Marshal Stalin. One writer says the two statesmen decided that the war in Europe should be concluded this winter. Well, winter won't be over before the end of next March, and naturally any war leaders who get together plan for the end of the war as soon as possible. Reports of the Churchill-Stalin cordiality, combined with news of Allied successes in all theaters of war, no matter how limited, have returned optimism to Britain. For most of this week, we've been hearing reports that there is turmoil inside Germany. During the last week, the British man on the street has been more optimistic about the end of the war than he was a few weeks ago. And yet the horrid news we get is that the Germans are fighting like savages wherever they feel that bitter defense is necessary. And those men who have been in action with the Germans may be dreaming of a white Christmas, but not at home or in a post-armistice area. I return you now to Admiral.
The British broom sweeping the Germans out of the Aegean has reached the northern extremity with a landing on the strategic island of Limnos, guarding the entrance to the Dardanelles. A Royal Navy communique announced today the capture of the port of Mudros on the south coast of the island after a fierce 30-hour battle. 400 prisoners were taken. Limnos has an area of 150 square miles. Marshal Stalin announces new progress by the Red Army in Hungary. For details, Admiral takes you now to CBS Moscow, George Morad reporting.
This week, the people of Russia have been told, perhaps more thoroughly than ever before, about the problems and prospects of the post-war world, and optimism is high. While the pressing Polish question is still in flux, the people here know that Marshal Stalin broke all precedent in his personal friendship with Mr. Churchill, that he sat with him in the Emperor's box at the Bolshoi Theater, dined at the British Embassy, and went out in the rain at the airport to see him off. No one doubts that in the light of personal friendship, the bonds were gratefully strengthened between these two strangely dissimilar characters. This thought, the desperate need for two-way friendship and understanding, ran constantly through the old Prime Minister's words that Anglo-American-Russian friendship can save the world. This thought, the desperate need for two-way friendship and understanding, ran constantly through the old Prime Minister's words that Anglo-American-Russian friendship can save the world. Given this friendship between powerful leaders, it becomes then a question of how well understanding penetrates through the bureaucracy of dissimilar government. The official organs seem to reflect an atmosphere of hope, as distinct from compromise. His vesture says unanimity has been achieved on questions on all the Balkans, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, joint action in Yugoslavia, and even the special problem of Greece. This dangerous peninsula, this powder keg of Europe, they say here, is going to be blown out like a match in the wind. But consider the latest issue of War and the Working Classes, explaining how Russia insists on her theory of World Security League, that each and every member of the Big Four or Five must agree, even when the problem affects one or more of them. It's difficult to forget, the article says, that not a single member of the League proposed to expel Poland for the capture of Vilna, Italy for Abyssinia, but found the necessary vote to expel the Soviet Union for depriving Germany of a vital springboard. Of course, during the present war, our prestige has grown enormously. Our power, resistance, and role in Europe provoked the admiration of entire mankind. But even now, prejudice against us is very much alive. Part of the press, even in Allied countries, and about 20 states, possible members of the World Security Organization, haven't found time to establish normal diplomatic relations, thus openly displaying their unfriendly attitude toward the Soviet Union. This is George Murad in Moscow. Now back to Admiral Radio in New York.
And now for a summary of the European picture as viewed from Spain, Admiral takes you to CBS Madrid, Ann Stadler reporting.
Considerable concern is expressed here today over the so-called Spanish Reds, who for 3 weeks have been making raids from France into Spain. A Spanish news report, Dateland Irún, says that the situation continues to be agitated because of infiltrations of what it terms communists and anarchists. These groups are said to be armed with guns dropped months ago from Allied planes to the Maquis for use against the Germans. They made their first large-scale raid on October 4th in the Pyrenees frontier province of Navarre. 6,700 Spaniards who had been living in France since the end of the Spanish Civil War came over the mountains. They succeeded in getting quantities of food and cattle before being driven out by regular Franco troops. There were losses on both sides. Today's news report claims that in the latest skirmish, presumably fought in the past few days, the invading Spaniards lost about 100 killed and about the same number captured. It also says that the raiders passed through the frontier villages in a decidedly revolutionary manner. They distributed propaganda leaflets and shouted, "Viva Gil Robles!" Gil Robles, now living in Portugal, was a conservative political leader during the Republic. 2 of the raiders sneaked into the little fishing port of Fuenterrabía, within sight of the Spanish military commander's headquarters, and sailed away in a small boat. According to the news report, however, the French authorities at Bayonne ordered the boat returned to Spain.
That was Ann Stadler in Madrid. And now for an interview with Rear Admiral Cochrane of the Navy's new assault shipping program, Admiral takes you to Washington. Joe McCaffrey reporting.
History's greatest armada has been assembled in the Pacific to speed the invasion of the Philippines. During the past week, we have seen put into large-scale operation the pattern for amphibious operations we have worked out after striking and winning smaller islands in the Pacific. Today, as our guest, we have Rear Admiral E.L. Cochrane, Chief of the Bureau of Ships. Admiral Cochrane was present at the Palau operations, and he has just returned from 6 weeks' inspection in the Pacific area.
Admiral, you saw the Peleliu operations from the minute the transport set out until our troops stormed ashore. Suppose you tell us briefly about what made the greatest impression on you out there.
I was most impressed by two things. First, the perfect coordination of the tremendous forces needed for the operation, and secondly, by the suitability and the reliability of the ships and craft which took part in the landing. In the Peleliu operation, our LSTs had to start out to the objective days before the main convoy.
Then your LSTs were at Peleliu days ahead of the main naval forces.
Not at all. As the result of the careful planning which had been done, each group of our forces arrived at the scene as it was needed. The LSTs needed the head start because of their slower speed. But there is no escaping the fact, now that we are on the offensive, that the enormous distances in the Pacific theater constitute a great advantage on the side of the Japs.
In view of that fact, Admiral, what are we doing here at home to help overcome that advantage?
We hope to overcome it by spanning the Pacific with a bridge of ships, especially assault ships. Right now, the biggest shipbuilding job we have is the program of assault shipping, APAs and AKAs, which the Navy is carrying on as a joint operation with the Maritime Commission.
Admiral, what are APAs and AKAs?
The APAs, attack troop transports, carry what we call the combat teams. That is, complete units of Marines or Army troops fully equipped for battle. These ships are designed to provide accommodations for the troops and at the same time carry the landing craft and tank gliders needed to get the troops and their equipment to the beaches. The AKAs, attack cargo ships, carry the extra ammunition, vehicles, gasoline, food, medical supplies. In other words, all the equipment and supplies required to keep the combat units going until they have gained a firm toehold on the enemy territory. They're combat loaded, so that the equipment needed first can be unloaded first. For example, tanks and jeeps are loaded last and come out first. You know, it's estimated that from 5 to 10 tons of equipment and supplies must be landed for every fighting Marine or soldier who hits the beach.
How do these craft operate during an amphibious assault?
The assault ships operate as part of a task force, of which they are the heart, since the successful landing of the troops and weapons and supplies which they carry constitutes the whole point of the amphibious operation. For their protection, task groups of fighting ships, battleships, carriers, cruisers, and destroyers go up with the APAs and AKAs to the area of attack. The latter stand offshore, while the big guns and planes of the warships soften up the enemy with a powerful naval and aerial bombardment. Then, after the initial waves of attacking troops have landed in the smaller landing craft, the APAs and AKAs move in toward the beach to facilitate disembarking more men and supplies and equipment.
How is the assault shipbuilding program progressing?
Unfortunately, the job is now lagging behind schedule, due mainly to a lack of manpower. We simply do not have as many workers engaged on the program as we would like to have. If we are going to meet the timetable which has been set up for the operations in the Pacific, every man and woman who is working in this program will have to carry a heavier load to make up for the additional workers who are needed, but whom we've been unable to obtain. This program is the real key to early success in the war in the Pacific.
I'm sure, Admiral, that with the Navy's guidance, we'll keep them floating. This is Joe McCaffrey in Washington. I return you to Admiral in New York.
For a last-minute summary of the war situation, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
A bulletin just received here at Columbia World News headquarters tells us that Canadian troops today captured Breskins in the Skeld Pocket, which is the only port remaining by which the German troops in that pocket can be reinforced. Also, other forces north of Antwerp took the town of Eschen, 4 miles below the important road junction of Rosendahl. The Berlin radio tells us that Germans have made an important new retreat before the massive Russian forces in East Prussia's hotly contested Romanten area. This Berlin report says that German lines south of the Romanter Plain and in Romanter Forest were withdrawn and an enemy breakthrough was averted. Of course, the Russians haven't told us anything about these advances in East Prussia, which the Germans have been reporting for several days, but the Russians frequently do hold back on those things. Meanwhile, the German radio
tells us in a broadcast picked up by CBS shortwave listening station that today is the first day of registration for the so-called Volkssturm, or People's Army. The Berlin station says that the crowds were so great that some of the registration centers had to close at noon. It does seem a little curious that the centers had to close down because there were so many applicants. It sounds like the Central American volunteers who were sent in with the message, please send back the ropes. Now here's Warren Sweeney.
After the war, Admiral Radio, America's smart set, will offer many improvements and refinements over pre-war instruments. There'll be fuller, more beautiful tone and finer reception made completely noise-free by FM.
I know, Mr. Sweeney, that the Admiral is a wonderful radio. But in my new radio, I want a really beautiful piece of furniture.
Then by all means, you'll want an Admiral. You'll have a wide choice of models, each superbly styled in beautiful woods, from the most modern to the period type. Yes, you may rest assured your new Admiral will be a beautiful piece of furniture.
Well, that sounds fine, Mr. Sweeney. But tell me this. I'm also interested in a radio phonograph with an automatic record changer. Will I be able to get one that's really foolproof? I have a 6-year-old at home who gets into everything, and I'm a bit afraid of what his mischievous little fingers may do.
You needn't be, not with an Admiral. The post-war Admiral record changer will be so sturdy in construction, so simple in operation, you might even call it child-proof. As you know, Admiral is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Yes, tomorrow's radio phonograph sensation is sure to be an Admiral. For over a full year, the rise in the cost of living has virtually been stopped in its tracks simply because the great majority of American people have cooperated wholeheartedly with our government's anti-inflation program. But the danger of war-generated inflation is still too great to permit any relaxation in our efforts now. Buy only what you need, and when you buy, pay no more than ceiling prices. Pay your ration points in full. Put your extra dollars into war bonds and other savings. By helping to hold down prices today, you can help ensure a stable, prosperous America when the war is won. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago 11.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
A United Press dispatch reported a few minutes ago that Allied troops have cleared the key city of Breda in southwestern Holland of all enemy forces except a few scattered snipers, and the Germans are retreating across the Maas River. This morning, strong groups of British and American bombers flew over Sweden, apparently en route to give aid to the Finnish and Russian troops in northern Finland. The Germans say 4 Soviet armies have begun a large-scale offensive in Latvia, and Berlin radio claims the Allies have landed on the Greek island of Melos in the Aegean. And now for news from the headquarters of our Pacific Fleet and an interview with the first wave to arrive in Honolulu. Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
Fleet headquarters is readying a report on the Second Battle of the Philippine Sea. But at this hour, the details are still in the mill, we say. All report coming from the battle area, however, indicate that this naval battle was a blazing, thundering affair. And it is definitely certain that the United States forces were victorious, that the Japanese were routed, broken, and badly defeated. During the high activity here at Fleet headquarters these past eventful days have been some very interested and very busy officers of the Navy's Women's Reserve. One of them, Lieutenant Commander Joy Bright Hancock of Wildwood, New Jersey, is our guest for a brief minute. Commander Hancock, this is an exciting time to be here.
Indeed it is. I've known and watched many of those boys out there while they were growing their wings back home.
I understand you are one of the two waves wearing the First World War ribbon. You were a yeomanette then, right?
That's correct.
Was I in order calling you a wave?
Yes.
Officially, it's Women's Reserve. And what is your title?
Got your breath?
Yep.
Women's Reserve Representative for the Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Air and the Bureau of Aeronautics.
Well, I got that every word. Now, you're here, Commander Hancock, and Lieutenant Commander Gene Palmer, to survey needs and facilities for the first waves out in this part of the world. When may we expect them, by the way?
A few of the first officers will arrive soon. And we hope the enlisted personnel will begin arriving in December. As you know, only those who request overseas duty will be given consideration for services out here.
They'll relieve enlisted men?
More than that. The waves will, in general, be new personnel to fill new jobs created by increasing duties in this area. They will be assigned to all activities that can use them, shore establishments first, such as control tower operators, aviation machinist mates, supply corps, and so on.
And the waves have already contributed much toward winning the war by their work on the mainland, Commander. I know that everyone out here is well pleased that they'll be extending their activities out into the Pacific.
We hope so, and every wave will do her utmost. You may be sure of that.
You have heard Lieutenant Commander Joy Bright Hancock of the Women's Reserve, United States Navy. And thank you, Commander. This is Webley Edwards at Fleet Headquarters in Pearl Harbor.
And this is Phil Woodyard in San Francisco. No job seems too hopeless for Tokyo Radio to tackle. These past few days, Japan's propagandists have been trying to turn a trick which would make even Dr. Goebbels turn pale with anxiety. Tokyo's claims of a fabulous naval victory off the Philippines were cooked up largely to boost the sagging morale on the Japanese home front. And according to Tokyo, the factories really hummed for a while. But the Jap leaders are now in a bad spot. To avoid being exposed for the blatant liars they are, they've got to say something like this to the people at home. We won a glorious victory in this naval battle, they say, and we destroyed most of the American fleet. But the war situation is even more serious than it was before. The Americans, they say, will soon replace the lost fleet. Perhaps the precision-trained Japanese people can follow their leaders through this painful hodgepodge, but you'd think that the present crisis in the Tokyo cabinet would be a dead giveaway. You'll recall that General Tojo was finished off as prime minister by the American conquest of Saipan. And now General Koiso, the present prime minister, has been all but finished off by the Japanese defeats in and around the Philippines. Here's what happened. As soon as the full story of Japan's losses became known, a group of Japanese leaders, dressed in the traditional top hats and cutaway coats, called on His Majesty the Emperor. Prime Minister Koiso was not among them. When they came out, Koiso found that he had an even dozen of new advisors, each with the rank of minister. And Tokyo says that these men will have the power to advise not only on economic matters, but on material and spiritual matters as well, which just about covers everything. Both Tojo and Koiso are men of the Kwantung Army, that powerful group of militarists who rule Manchuria and who also ruled Japan in Tojo's day. But no Kwantung leaders are in this new board of advisors. In fact, the only Army officer in the lot is a harmless, retired 80-year-old general. As for the rest, there's one old admiral, 4 industrialists, a couple of politicians, a banker, a farm expert, a university president, and a newspaper publisher. These are the new leaders of Japan. It's clear that with nothing to its credit but a series of defeats, which have been getting worse and worse, the Kwantung Group is just about all washed up in Tokyo. But this doesn't mean that all these civilians are a peace group. The powers they represent have been trying to push into the government ever since Pearl Harbor, and they didn't like Tojo's one-man army rule. Tojo's defeat at Saipan let some of them in. Koiso's defeat in the Philippines has pushed the door wide open. Japan will simply try a new system now. Tokyo calls it a rejuvenation of the government. These new rulers will try very hard to fight the war better, and they'll try to keep everybody happy by giving all groups a voice in the cabinet. but about the only thing that keep them in for long would be the destruction of the Allied navies. And that's not like to happen. I return you to Admiral in New York.
News from Europe in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Perhaps you've wondered why Admiral Radio is called America's Smart Set. Well, one of the very good reasons is the smart styling and lasting beauty that have always been a tradition in building Admiral cabinets. The performance of Admiral radios has always been smartly up to date and very often ahead of the field because of the long list of Admiral firsts. When you see all of the after victory Admiral models, the consoles and table models, the farm sets and portables, the bantams and the various models of radio phonographs with automatic record changers, when you learn about Admiral's FM, television, and home recording, you're going to agree that any one of these grand radios is indeed America's Smart Set. Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This fact alone is convincing proof of Admiral's nationwide popularity. Post-war, Admiral will be prepared to give America an improved radio phonograph with a revolutionary new automatic record changer that is destined to make music appreciation history. Yes, you can rest assured that intelligent buyers, those quality and value-conscious people all over America, will again choose Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
And for a summary of developments on the Western Front, Admiral takes you to Paris. Larry Lasseur reporting.
The weather was a lot better over the Western Front today, and the break in the weather came at a good time for us. Swarms of Allied fighter bombers took to the air to help the British and Canadian drive against the crumbling German defenses north of Antwerp. British troops fighting north of Antwerp over the soggy bogs of Holland are driving the Germans back from one position to another. But the Germans are fighting back bitterly to avoid being pinned down against the almost bridgeless River Maas. The enemy has left a good-sized pocket of troops to fight a rearguard action between Hertogenbosch and Tilburg. There's no sign of a planned German withdrawal, but they're being battered from pillar to post. The position of this rearguard pocket shows that the Germans still hope to swing their front back to the River Maas and thus avoid being cut to pieces before they can get there. It's obvious that the Germans fear that the British drive in Holland will irretrievably break the blockade of the port of Antwerp. Indications of these fears came in 4 spirited German counterattacks launched in the past 3 days from the other side of the battlefield, the east, against the troops protecting the British eastern flank. A German battle group of some 500 men, supported by 30 or so tanks, made a powerful surge across the canal north of Maastricht and drove the Allied troops back up to 1,500 yards in some places on a 10-mile front. A funny thing, one of the German counterblows sprang from the vicinity of a little Dutch town called America. It's clear that the purpose of these heavy German counterattacks is to divert reinforcements away from the successfully driving British troops on the opposite side of the big salient in Holland. Meanwhile, the Allied air effort to break all German railroad communications in the Ruhr and Rhineland was carried on with increased determination today. American Thunderbolt bombers flew all the way into the eastern Ruhr to bomb the railroads. Others smashed a railroad bridge in the Cologne plain between Düren and the shattered city of Cologne. And returning pilots reported that Cologne is still burning after our recent overwhelming air raid. And this is Larry Lasseur returning you now to Admiral in New York.
For a direct report from the American First Army Front, Admiral takes you to Belgium. Ned Calmer reporting.
This is a story that typifies the situation behind the American lines in Germany today. It's a story that has its humorous as well as serious aspects. You might entitle it, A Town in Search of a Mayor. For more than a week now, the city of Aachen has been officially in American hands. All resistance has ceased, and the defending garrison has formally surrendered. The battle lines have moved eastward beyond the city. What fighting there is during this period of lull is taking place well outside, and nobody in his right mind would bet that Aachen will ever be recaptured by the Nazi high command. Nevertheless, it's been impossible so far to find a citizen of Aachen who's willing to become mayor of the newly occupied city, the mayor of the first sizable German city under Allied occupation. Our military authorities have been trying hard to locate somebody fitted for the post who's willing to accept it. A number of candidates have been offered the chance to qualify, but they don't want the job. And though some of them are less articulate than others, the general drift of their remarks is clear. Nazism, the Nazi regime, still holds a strong and sinister sway over the occupied portion of Germany, even though that influence is exercised, so to speak, by remote control. German civilians will cooperate with us as long as it's more or less unofficial cooperation. But apparently, they have as yet no leader willing to risk the torturing or death of his relatives by becoming the first non-Nazi mayor of a German city. So we're going to keep on trying till we find one. This is Ned Kelmer with the American First Army, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
For additional news on Britain and the Battle of Europe, Admiral takes you to CBS London. Eric Severide reporting.
Today, London's press gives great headlines to the story of General Stilwell's recall from China. So far, there is no attempt at explanation. Real knowledge here of the problem in China is confined to a small circle. There has never been in England the same emotional feeling about China there was in America. There has never been any real indication from the British government that it believed China could contribute very much to the defeat of Japan and was therefore worth a serious reinforcement effort. That effort has been American, and it was obvious in Chongqing that Stilwell was a driving force behind it. He struggled relentlessly. He had to work with men to whom form, face, and favor were everything, and for that he had no time. Whatever his quarrels with Chinese leaders, and they are not a new development, there were many intelligent Chinese there who looked upon him as their country's greatest friend. For he believed two things passionately: that Japan must be defeated on the soil of China, and that the Chinese army, despite its state of inefficiency, could be hammered into an effective fighting force. That was his mission and his dream. Yet he found himself in a position where every military proposal had to be considered by the Chinese in the light of its political effect upon the status of the Chinese communists, or this provincial governor, or that local warlord. Stilwell is simple and direct, not only in speech but in action. And it is impossible to move in straight lines when you find yourself in a labyrinth. Very little of the complex China story is known to the British people, perhaps not so much more to Americans. But nearly all Americans in China, both military and civilian, did believe that the whole situation should have been explained long ago. Some reporters, including this one, have tried. They found themselves censored and stopped by the War Department in Washington for what it believed were considerations of military security, by the State Department for what it called diplomatic reasons. In most battle theaters, Allied leaders have the comfort of knowing that their people at home have some appreciation of their problems. Those leaders in China have not. This is Eric Severide in London. I return you now to Admiral.
It's still a very slow and very tough fight on the Italian battlefields. For a summary of the latest developments, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome, Farnsworth Fowle reporting.
The Italian front has been under the influence of bad weather, and there isn't much change to report. The Canadians have moved ahead a bit on the west coast, the Brazilians on the west coast. The American advance elements have been withdrawn from what are called exposed positions on Mount Mazzano. The Air Force was mostly grounded again. Some light bombers crossed the Adriatic to attack shipping on the Dalmatian coast. They had to drop their bombs through the clouds. A small force of B-17s went to Klagenfurt in Austria to bomb an aircraft factory. It was the same story there. But late yesterday afternoon, the weather cleared over northwestern Italy, and P-47 fighter bombers made the most of their opportunity, claiming 17 locomotives, 33 cars, and 36 motor vehicles destroyed. That's a pretty good average for only 65 sorties. The British, moving north in Greece, have pushed their way along the highway where it swings inland past Mount Olympus of the gods. Advancing 60 miles northwest from Larissa, they've brought artillery to bear on the German rear guards in Kozani. The big port of Salonika is 70 miles away to the northeast, and the frontier of Yugoslavia is only 40 miles north of Kozani. By the sound of it, the British have crossed the river Aliakmon and have entered that traditional Balkan no-man's land, Macedonia. It isn't really a country or a nationality. Greek Macedonia is pretty thoroughly Greek by this time. But further north, across the border of Yugoslavia, Serbian and Bulgarian influence have been at odds for 60 years. It looks as though the first junction of British and Red Army ground forces would take place in this area.
That was Farnsworth Fowle in Rome. And now for an interview with the Chief of the Field Service, Army Ordnance, just back from a 20,000-mile trip in the Pacific. Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Joe McCaffrey reporting.
When giving credit to our forces fighting in all parts of the world, there may sometimes be a tendency to overlook the work which is done by the service units of the Army. One such valuable organization is the Army Ordnance. Today, as our guest, we have the man who took Detroit to the fighting fronts, a man who is in charge of one of the largest assembly lines with headquarters in such out-of-the-way places as jungles and battle-scarred Pacific Islands. Incidentally, although this man today is an officer in the United States Army, he is a graduate of the United States Naval Academy. He is Brigadier General Julian S. Hatcher, Chief of Field Service for the Army Ordnance. The general has just returned from a 20,000-mile inspection trip of ordnance field installations in the Pacific, including those which were our farthest west before General MacArthur's troops invaded the Philippines. On this trip, General Hatcher had an excellent opportunity to see firsthand the work of our ordnance soldiers under rugged battle conditions. But first, General, I understand that you did a little investigating of Japanese propaganda over there, too.
Yes, I found that the Japanese soldier in this war thinks he is fighting in Texas and California. Those captured Japanese I talked to all think they were defeated in Texas, but they defiantly claim other Japanese are carrying on victoriously in California. No matter what the island is, the Jap soldier apparently is told that it is part of the United States, almost always Texas. This conviction of the enemy soldier struck me as one of the most amazing evidences of propaganda used by the Japanese to indoctrinate their fighting men. It doesn't make sense, but neither does their fanatical willingness to commit suicide rather than be captured when they are cornered by our forces.
I understand that you found the ordnance men have devised a way to make the enemy feel his own steel.
Yes, we found that the Japanese 81-millimeter mortar shell will fit our mortars. It is not as good a shell as ours, but it fits perfectly. Now, every time our forces come on an ammunition dump which contains these shells, they send them right back to the Japs.
Suppose you tell us about the work of ordnance as you observed it in the battle zones, General.
Our men go right in with the assault forces when they land in order to keep the guns in firing conditions, and the tanks which arrive in the early waves moving towards the objectives. But what impressed me most is how the big ordnance bases move ahead as we move closer to Japan. When we see the islands further west, we move every bit of Army material off the islands in the rear areas and bring them to the new front. Every piece of lumber, every shed, every tool, to have them at the actual scene of operations.
What does this repair work consist of?
We make use of every tire that can possibly be saved, for instance. We have large, well-equipped tire shops which retread and rebuild tires damaged in battle. Our trucks are shipped, crated, and stripped down in order to conserve valuable shipping space. Therefore, we have assembly lines fashioned after the time-saving devices used in industry. Uncrating is done by machinery, and in a matter of minutes, the parts are unpacked and sent along our wilderness assembly line to be put together. After that, they're tested before being sent to the troops.
In the present Philippine invasion, General, how are the repairs carried out?
Right now on Leyte Island, ordnance supplies are going ashore and establishment of our big ordnance bases is underway. But before they are completed, all the work that can be done will be done by small groups of men working with whatever tools and spare parts they are able to carry on their persons or in small trucks. The bigger jobs will be left for the repair bases to take care of when they are completely supplied with new parts and machinery.
This on-the-spot repair work must be paying dividends.
It is. First of all, it saves valuable shipping space. For every tank, gun, or truck we can put back in Class A condition, there's one less that will have to be brought to the scene by ship, thus leaving room for food and other supplies and equipment. Then, too, it makes for greater efficiency for our fighting forces and helps pay off in lives saved. All this, plus the fact it saves money.
You have seen the enemy's equipment at the scene of battle. How does it stack up with ours?
We can't underestimate the Japanese equipment, but ours is much superior. That is why we're able to repair and salvage so much of it. Our men and women on the production line are doing an excellent job, and if they could see the results of their work after it has been through combat, they would, I'm sure, feel a deep sense of pride.
You have just heard Brigadier General Julian S. Hatcher, Chief of Field Service for the Army Ordnance. This is Joe McCaffrey in Washington. I return you to Admiral in New York.
And here's a bulletin just in from headquarters of the 1st Canadian Army in Holland. American troops are now fighting under 1st Canadian Army Command. They've captured several villages, and all of Breda, except the northern portion, has been cleared by Polish troops. A Berlin broadcast announced the evacuation of the communications hub of Oce, 34 miles southwest of Jelgava in Latvia today. That stands on a main rail line between Riga, Jelgava, and the Baltic port of Liepāja and controls roads running westward. But when Latvia is finally cleaned up, the Russians will have accomplished three things: removal of a threat to their flank as they drive on East Prussia, release of a considerable number of divisions for employment against East Prussia or elsewhere, and a very considerable shortening of their front, thus simplifying their supply and transport situation. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
Maybe you think you've seen some attractive kitchen stoves, but you haven't seen anything until you've viewed the newly styled, gleaming white and chromium beauty of the post-war Admiral electric ranges. There's an old saying that beauty is only skin deep. Well, there are so many exclusive features built right into the new Admiral electric ranges that you will quickly agree their beauty goes all the way through. But you'll have to see them to appreciate them. Take, for example, the Admiral 5-way timer. This miraculous timer is simply beautiful in its operation. It makes automatically timed cooking possible in the oven, in the complete meal cooker, the surface units, or the cooker and one surface unit in combination. You can automatically time any appliance, too, such as a coffee pot that you plug into the convenience outlet. No timer has ever been so easy and so simple to set as the Admiral 5-way timer. We know that most of you will agree to the many advantages of electric cookery, such as cleanliness, coolness, convenience, speed, safety, economy, and healthfulness. You know it's the modern method of meal preparation, and practically everyone knows of the leadership of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. So when you see the beauty and years-ahead features of the Admiral electric ranges, you'll agree that Admiral has done it again. It's another Admiral first. We should all buy more and more war bonds and hold them. True, the war news from all fronts has been good. But the more our armies are on the offensive, the greater the need for the supplies that our war bonds buy. Not one of us can slacken our efforts now. Let's buy them and hold them till the job is done. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago 11.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
America's B-29 super bombers have struck a powerful twin blow at the Japs, hitting Singapore's dockyards and repair shops and a big fuel refinery on the island of Sumatra. The 20th Bomber Command calls the attack against Singapore as the longest daylight mission ever flown by military planes. The big bombers flew from India, and at both targets, results are described as good to excellent. None of the B-29s was reported lost. The Japs, meantime, are saying that Allied planes have been on reconnaissance over the main Jap home island of Honshu. We've made good progress on Leyte in the Philippines. In Germany, the First Army has won back almost all of the territory it lost to the Nazis at the village of Smith, and the British are within gun range of the Moss on a broad front in Holland. And now for news direct from overseas, Admiral takes you to London. Richard C. Hottelet reporting.
The spotlight has, for the moment, shifted back to the air war in Western Europe. Our ground forces are engaged from Holland to Switzerland in comparatively small-scale actions, and in various places along the front where we are advancing, this progress is hard-fought against determined German forces. It's only in the air that we hear once more of huge formations striking heavy blows at the enemy's strength. Once again today, the United States 8th Air Force sent 2,000 planes into the Reich to bomb railroad marshalling yards on the approaches to the Western Front. You'll notice that railroad and communications targets appear more and more frequently in the reports of air warfare. Even when large American forces concentrate on oil and industrial targets, there are usually smaller bomber formations and fighters going after key railroad junctions and yards. And along with the great armadas of heavy bombers, the medium and fighter bombers of the tactical air forces are streaking out to hit smaller targets behind the German lines. It reminds you of the time before D-Day, when roads and crossings and bridges and railroad installations were pounded incessantly, hit again and again to pin the enemy down and give us the advantage of mobility. And once again in this great offensive, the RAF is sending its Lancasters and Halifaxes roaring out by day and by night. More than 1,000 of them dropped over 3,000 tons of bombs on Bochum and the Ruhr last night in the face of a flak barrage as heavy as anything ever put up in the Battle of the Ruhr and of great German fighter opposition. I'm told on good authority that the output of German fighter planes has never been higher than it is right now because we've been concentrating on bombing other targets. The enemy hasn't enough fuel to sustain an effort by his fighter force, but he probably has gas enough to get large numbers of fighters into the air in emergencies. On the air, as well as on the ground, we've still got stiff fighting ahead. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
For a report from the American First Army front, where the battle for the town of Schmidt continues today, Admiral takes you to the German frontier. Ned Kalmer reporting.
Today is Sunday over a large part of the so-called civilized world. And here in the German frontier region, it's been the kind of Sunday that makes you realize how people struggle to keep on living normally and decently, even in the midst of war. Most of the front is quiet, and in rest areas behind the lines, in occupied towns where the rear echelons are doing their jobs, doughboys went to Mass today in the little churches. Or if they had nowhere to go, they spruced and shined themselves up anyway, like Sunday back home, just for the sake of feeling right. The civilians here, the men and women whom war has left behind, also were out in their Sunday best. Life can and must go on, their faces seem to say, even when the long toms boom regularly a mile or two off, and the often passage of 100 flying foot thunders overhead. The war is always there, but they don't want to notice it anymore. You hear them in small groups talking about the peacetime things. You notice how proudly they dress their children with whatever finery they have left, and how all that remains of a half-ruined house is swept and polished till it glistens. Today, there was sunshine, which is unusual around here. The late autumn countryside was a glory of color, and many an American soldier, waiting quietly in this atmosphere for the next phase of violence, must have asked himself why wars are necessary at all. It's a day like this when fighting men have a moment to think, when so much in people and in nature seems good and beautiful, that makes that question the most tragic of all we know. This is Ned Kalmer with the American First Army. I return you now to Admiral.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Of all the wonderful things to come in our post-war era of better living, probably none will be more labor-saving to the American homemaker than the Admiral Home Freezer. For the Admiral Home Freezer will provide for your own family's needs as well as for unexpected guests.
Mr. Sweeney, didn't I hear you say a few weeks ago on this program that the Admiral Home Freezer would simplify meal planning? Just how?
Well, for one reason, your Admiral Home Freezer will keep large varieties of foods for months and months within a few steps of your kitchen. So it'll be simple to have well-balanced meals every day. You can prepare foods far in advance to be used as wanted. And you'll never waste leftovers, for you'll freeze them to be kept and used another day. You'll be able to cater to individual tastes, too.
Yes, I can see that'll be grand. But isn't the Admiral Home Freezer difficult to install and expensive to operate?
No, just set it where you want it and plug it in, that's all. And it's certainly not expensive to run. The operating cost in the average home is only about 3 cents a day. From a standpoint of health, an Admiral Home Freezer will be a grand investment. And its quality is assured when you remember it is built for the makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral electric ranges, and Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
For an interview with a Wilmington, Delaware ensign who watched a Jap carrier sink out in the Pacific, Admiral takes you to Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
A scene that will live long in the memories of Navy men was the great carrier action between Admiral Mark Mitcher's fast carrier forces and the Japanese in the Second Battle of the Philippines. An eyewitness was Ensign T.W. Stevenson of Wilmington, Delaware, who was attached to Admiral Mitcher's staff. Steve, will you tell us about it?
When we hit Nansei Shoto and Formosa, the thought was in everybody's mind that the Japanese fleet might come out. If it did, we knew it would be the biggest naval event of the war. Our boys figured we could take them. Then on the morning of the 24th of October, we were attacked by Jap planes from the Philippines. The Princeton was just off our starboard quarter when she was hit. We saw her blow up, and it was pretty dismal. Yet even that gloomy hour had its light of moments. During the rescue, one of the Princeton's mess boys came aboard. A former buddy, a mess boy on our carrier, said, "What you doing here, boy?" To which he replied, "I's surviving."
Did that action continue all day?
That afternoon, a large group of enemy planes, as many as 150, came in from the northeast. Then we knew the Jap carriers had come out. Everybody was excited as a debutante. This was the day everybody had been waiting for. The Jap carriers were located late that afternoon, too late to attack, but we knew that we had them and that the big moment was near.
When did you get contact?
About 2 in the morning. The two fleets were about 90 miles apart at that time. The Japs apparently turned north, and we went after them. Our first strike got away before sunrise and got the Japs about 7. It was a perfect setup because the Jap carrier planes launched against us the previous afternoon had gone on to Luzon to refuel and for replacements, which they badly needed. We caught them with only a few planes, perhaps about 20 among the 4 carriers. That met no aerial opposition, and our carriers were free from attack, which speeded up our strikes.
Well, this was the action that sank the 4 Jap carriers, then?
That's right. Commander Hugh Winters of Society Hill, South Carolina, had a grandstand seat for one of the greatest shows ever seen. As target coordinator during 3 strikes, from his fighter plane up above, he watched 3 Jap carriers hit and sunk. He's the only man outside of the Japanese who ever saw 3 Jap carriers go down in about 4 hours. He said the most beautiful sight was the big Shikoku-class carrier with 3 gaping torpedo holes in one side turn over and slowly go under.
Your carrier was close enough to see one explode, I recall.
Yes, and that's very unusual for carriers to get that close.
Now, what of Admiral Mitcher during this exciting time?
The thing that impresses everybody about him is his calmness and self-possession. He never raises his voice, and he eats ice cream while his aides relay reports to him. As the flyers would come in and report excitedly to him, a smile would come over his face of satisfaction and of appreciation of the boys' excitement, for he is a flyer himself. Once, after the Tokyo radio had announced again that his flagship had been sunk, his chief of staff, Commodore 31 Knott Burt, said, "Well, Admiral, I see the Tokyo Rose sank your ship again last night." And the Admiral said, "Yes, I'm getting mighty tired of swimming around in the Pacific every night."
How was it when the battle was over?
Like the locker room after a football game, with everybody talking at once.
Well, they might, Steve, after helping to win a great and vital sea victory. Thank you, Ensign T.W. Stevenson, for your highlights from aboard Admiral Mitcher's flagship during the Second Battle of the Philippines. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
And now for a direct report from headquarters of the Allied Command in Italy, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
Rome is a city of striking contrast 5 months after our arrival here. It is an idle, restless, hungry city where the rich continue to live and eat extravagantly well thanks to the black market. Middle-class people, professionals, and office workers are tightening their belts and selling their clothes and their furniture to buy food. A large section of Rome's working class faces continued unemployment this winter. Those who have the money can supplement their ration foods on the black market. But for those who don't have the money, for the great majority, soaring black market prices mean progressive destitution, undernourishment, prostitution. There is no starvation in Italy. There is hunger and discontent. In several cities, there have been food riots. Over this troubled situation presides an Italian government which most Italians regard not as their government, but as an emanation of the Allies, a collection of political lobbies which we brought into being. The Italians neither respect or trust this government. The government does not trust itself. It is a sick state of affairs, and it is not helped by the presence in the background of an important group which is not represented in the government at all, but which is now renewing its agitation and gaining ground, the monarchists. The monarchy still plays a significant offstage role, and monarchists privately admit that they have everything to gain in this period of uncertainty. The Bonomi government is afraid to face any crisis squarely, because a crisis might force a cabinet shake-up, and a shake-up would automatically place the task of forming a new government in the hands of the crown prince. This offstage role of the monarchy is a main factor in keeping the political scene here in a state of morbid suspense. The Italian papers are writing of the possibility of civil war after the Allies leave, and it is true that many Italians are thinking in these terms. Everyone is looking ahead to the liberation of northern Italy. The anti-fascist parties expect to find a greater political awareness, a more dynamic and decisive political force among the partisans of the North and the industrial workers of Milan and Turin. The anti-fascists have a word for this. They call it the North Wind. They hope that it will sweep away the debris of fascism that still clutter the Italian scene. The rich of Italy are also looking ahead. Indeed, many wealthy and propertied persons are already making their plans for leaving Italy after the war and for transferring their fortunes abroad. They envisage with fear the liberation of the North. They talk of civil war, of communism. They say frankly that they hope Allied troops will stay on in Italy to maintain order when it is all over. The rich and titled people of Rome dread the north wind. This is Winston Burdett returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And here with us in our New York studio for a summary of the situation on the Eastern Front is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The forward sweep of the powerful Russian left wing seems to have reached the outskirts of Budapest, though there are some indications that German resistance is stiffening in the immediate vicinity of the Hungarian capital. It remains to be seen whether this resistance is going to develop into a major battle for possession of the city. On present evidence, it seems more likely that it is just a covering operation to permit the Hungarian Nazi leaders and their German accomplices to get out of town before the Russians come in and add these gentry to their bag of war criminals. At any rate, the Russian Army paper Red Star, which is usually well informed on military affairs, is accepting the fall of Budapest as a foregone conclusion, and Red Star is not given to reckless optimism. One point of importance remains in doubt. That is, whether the Russians will be able to get any of the bridges over the Danube intact. More than likely, the Germans will blow up these bridges before they retire. It's therefore quite possible that considerable fighting will take place as the Russians attempt to force a river crossing. They may do this in the city itself, but are more likely to make a swing north of the town, first to cut off any German elements which might try to retire toward Slovakia, and second to reach the Danube at a point where a forced crossing could be more readily developed than among the closely built structures of the city. Once the Russians have secured Budapest and a firm crossing of the Danube in the city or its vicinity, there are two military opportunities which lie open to them. One is to advance northward toward the Moravian Gateway. This would involve, almost certainly, a coordinated thrust westward by the Russian armies in Poland. The twin advances would converge in the direction of Krakow and the Silesian industrial region. The other military possibility would be an advance up the valley of the Danube on Vienna. This would require a considerable extension of the Russian left flank, but might well be combined with the advance toward the Moravian Gate
provided that the Russians can solve their increasingly difficult supply problem. However, the basis of this solution is contained in the capture of Budapest, because Budapest, like many European capitals, is the center of the transportation system of its country. One of the rail lines linking Poland directly with Hungary is already in Russian hands, and if Budapest is taken, a comparatively slight advance along the remainder of the Russian line to the northward will give the Russians yet another and more important railway. Thus, Budapest may well become the main Russian base of operations in Central Europe. From it may be directed the push north to the Moravian Gate and the industries of Silesia, the push westward to Vienna, and even the mopping up of the region to the southwest as German resistance in northern Yugoslavia is slowly and painfully extinguished by the Russians in cooperation with Marshal Tito's partisan forces. If the Germans are to prevent these Russian accomplishments, they will need more troops and yet more troops. But more troops is something which the German High Command cannot turn out in synthetic factories, however ingenious. Here again is Douglas Edwards.
For an interview with a Navy torpedo bomber pilot from Maryland who has seen action in Philippine waters, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Joe McCaffrey reporting.
Our guest today is just back from the now famous Battle of the Philippine Sea. He is Ensign Van Gordon Stauber, USNR, a torpedo bomber pilot of the Navy's Great Air Group No. 2. This flying group piled up 7,248 sorties in the Pacific, accumulating 23,202 combat hours. It shot 264 Jap planes out of the air and destroyed at least 275 on the ground. Its bombers and torpedo bombers sank or probably sank 402,000 tons of Japanese shipping. Ensign Stauber won his wings in October 1943 and now holds the Navy Cross. Suppose you tell us a little about your part in the first battle of the Philippine Sea.
Mine was one of 7 planes which went in on the first attack of the battle. We stood by and watched our bombers go over in the dive. There were 9 of the bombers, and they scored 6 hits. Then we started in, but the cloud coverage was so heavy it broke up our formation. As a result, we went in on our own. I made my first run on the carrier, but pulled out alongside of it about 100 yards away. I reached down to close my bomb bays and found that I hadn't opened them.
That must have been an embarrassing moment.
There was no time to be embarrassed. I was just plain mad. But there was a cruiser dead ahead of me, so I blazed in on it. This time I made sure the bomb bay doors were open. I caught the cruiser with a direct hit amidship.
At this point, how was the opposition?
They were throwing up everything they had. And after hitting the cruiser, I ran between 2 destroyers.
How was their defense in the air?
Only 2 fighters got inside our screen. One of these was shot down and the other got away.
Did all of your 7 planes get back?
One of the 7 went in the water, and a destroyer picked up the crew.
I understand the Navy will do anything to rescue its flyers.
That's right. They're going all out to bring them back.
Your group was the first to hit the Philippines, isn't that right?
Yes, we hit Mindanao, and we sure did expect never to come back. It was really terrible, but only one airfield that we raided threw up ACAC. We did all right when we hit Manila, too. I knocked out a transport with a direct hit.
From our communiques, I noticed that even when our pilots are outnumbered by the enemy, they still turn in great performances.
I think this may be due to the fact that the Japanese pilot is too mechanical. Many times, large formations of Japanese planes have jumped American pilots, and although our boys have been outnumbered, they usually come out on top, running the Japs home. They can and do think things out as they go, but the Japs have one idea in mind, and if he's crossed up, he's lost.
You've been out there since January, and in that time a lot of things have happened. How does it look to you now?
Since then, we've gone from the Marshalls and the Gilberts to the Philippines, which is quite a hop. Even 10 months ago, we went where we wanted to in the air. But today our chances of doing that are better, and today our losses are smaller. But we've got one thing to remember, that as we get near the enemy's homeland, the fighting will be tougher. He will fight for He will be fighting for shorter lines of supplies, and above all, he will be fighting for his defense of his home. There is no mistake about it. The moving ahead will be slower and harder the rest of the way.
You just heard torpedo bomber pilot Ensign Van Gordon Stauber, USNR. This is Joe McCaffrey in Washington. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
Well, in the actual fighting in the Philippines today, our troops on Leyte Island continue to make good progress. At last reports, they were driving on Pinamopoan, a key highway terminus on Carigara Bay. This appears to be a preliminary to an assault against Ormoc, which is 20 miles to the south. And the Japs are still reinforcing their defenses at Ormoc for a last-ditch stand. The Japs are reported to have resisted all attempts to break their stubborn roadblock at Pinamopoan, which stands guard at the northern end of the narrow Ormoc Valley corridor. While General MacArthur's communique reports that the Japs have lost heavily in armored vehicles, trucks, and artillery, the enemy's effort in the air appears to be increasing. And front dispatches indicate that our troops on Leyte are getting the same sort of sleepless night treatment our Marines experienced on Guadalcanal in the early days of the Pacific fighting. There aren't many planes coming over Leyte, but those which have been showing up apparently are manned by very good pilots. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
You actually won't believe your eyes when you see how easily, how simply, the new Admiral automatic record changer will operate. Thousands of proud owners of Admiral radio phonographs before the war thought the Admiral automatic record changer was just about perfect, that it couldn't be improved. But the post-war Admiral changer will be so foolproof in design and so completely automatic in its operations that it's due to upset a lot of theories that record changers are complicated. Every manufacturer has tried to reduce surface noises in record players. Well, there will be a new Admiral electronic tone arm that will do away with practically all surface noises. This new Admiral tone arm will exert only 1 ounce of pressure, so your records are going to last a lot longer than before. And they'll be much safer, too, in the new Admiral automatic record changer, where there will be less chance than ever of chipping or breaking them. Yes, it's to be expected that the new Admiral record changer will be America's finest because of Admiral's years of research and advanced engineering. Research and engineering that have made Admiral the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. If you're driving to your work and are not a member of a carpool, by all means join one now. The need for car conservation grows greater every day. The number of cars in running condition is several million less than when the war started. America must keep moving with its present supply of cars and tires. So conserve yours by joining a carpool today. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for the Admiral Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The world heard indirectly from Hitler for the first time in 17 weeks today. He didn't broadcast, but he issued a proclamation containing all the old Nazi diatribes and claims that victory for Germany is certain, with the preservation of Germans of first importance. At the same time, the German Volkssturm, the People's Army, swore allegiance to the Fuhrer and pledged unconditional resistance to the Allies. Reich's Minister Goebbels spoke at the ceremonies and said regiments of the People's Army would be used to bolster any critical section of the front. On the battlefields, American troops are making fresh gains in the fight for Metz. The Russians are reported to have crossed the Danube near Budapest, and the Japs have taken another beating in the trying to reinforce Leyte. And now, news sent direct from overseas. Admiral takes you to CBS Paris. Larry LeSueur reporting.
The Battle of Lorraine flamed more fiercely when the Germans hurled tanks at General Patton's doughboys for the first time since the Third Army's autumn offensive began. Surging across saddened countryside, white with snow, the German tanks pounded at the American bridgehead over the swift-flowing Moselle River north of Metz. The doughboys were forced to withdraw almost 2 miles before the German pressure was spent.
When on the southern side of Metz, the American 4th Armored Division smashed 2 small German counterattacks, and last reports had the American tanks pursuing the withdrawing Germans. Apparently, the small counterattacks on the southern flank of Patton's drive to encircle Metz were a German endeavor to protect the rest of their forces now retreating into the protection of the old French Maginot Line. Patton's drive now has forged an arc 2/3 of the way around the fortress city of Metz. The powerful German counterattack with tanks came about 5 miles south of the German frontier, where it joins with Luxembourg. All the fighting on the Third Army front today pointed to the fact that German resistance is stiffening as the Third Army doughboys approach the first of the defenses of Germany in the Lorraine sector, those bleak high ridges where the concrete fortresses of the Maginot Line are concealed. This evening, at the old Paris City Hall, which has played such a conspicuous part in French revolutions, I watched Prime Minister Churchill of Britain address the Paris citizens who liberated their city. Churchill urged the Paris Committee to seek stability for France, and he called upon them to rally around General de Gaulle. The British Prime Minister's speech was delivered in Churchillian French. In return, the Paris Liberation Committee made Churchill an honorary citizen of Paris, and they presented him with a German bayonet and a swastika banner that once hung over the Paris police headquarters. It was a simple, touching ceremony, and Churchill's speech in French won him sparkling applause, especially from his wife and his daughter Mary, who also attended. This is Larry Lasser returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And now for news on the situation in the German industrial machine at the moment. Admiral takes you to CBS London. Eric Severard reporting.
France is now admitted to the European Advisory Commission, and so again the whole question of what to do with Germany is a number one story in England. All the political press today devotes columns to the problem. It is a favorite topic of the letters by all manner of citizens, from day laborers to members of Parliament. Very much is still indefinite and undecided, but for the immediate job of handling Germany's economy after Victory Day, schemes in great detail are making ready here. For months here, experts have been studying every possible scrap of information on German industries, raw materials, and her skilled and unskilled labor resources. Some decisions have already been made. For one thing, there will be no wholesale dumping of German goods as occurred after the last war. There will be mobilization of all German men and women capable of work. They will be registered as everyone is today in Britain. German men from 16 to about 60, and all women up to 45 or 50 who have no children will be put to work either inside Germany or in other areas wrecked by the German armies. Poland and Western Russia will probably have priority on German labor. It is believed here, contrary to many reports, that the Russians do not wish many millions of laborers inside their country. What they want is about 1.5 million skilled workers and no more. What reserves of locomotives, trucks, and machine tools are found will go to countries who lost these things to the Germans. Germany's industries, of course, will come under Allied control. So will her exports. And there is a plan to have Allied customs officers stationed at every port and frontier post to check everything sent into Germany. Some things will be admitted only on a special license, under very strict quotas, and that would include anything such as oil, rubber, copper, anything which could possibly be used for dangerous purposes. I return you now to Admiral.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Here is a post-war promise from Admiral. You can expect many new and exciting things in radios and radio phonographs with automatic record changers in FM and in television. And many of them will originate with the designers and engineers who have made Admiral Radio America's smart set. Admiral's experience in development and production enabled them to quickly convert Admiral factories to the 100% war production of radio, radar, and communications equipment. When peace comes, Admiral can just as rapidly reconvert to civilian production. All the knowledge and methods gained during the war can be usefully applied to the building of better Admiral radios for you. The Admiral line of radios will be complete. There will be bantams and portables, AC, DC, battery, farm sets, table models, straight consoles, consoles with automatic record changers, and beautifully authentic period reproductions, all with automatic record changers. Yes, in your post-war Admiral radio, there'll be automatic tuning, Magna Band shortwave, foolproof automatic record changers with slide away, FM, and in some models, television. In fact, there'll be the best of everything to provide better reception and more listening pleasure for you. It's a post-war promise from Admiral. Now here once again is Douglas Edwards.
For a summary of activity in the Pacific and an interview with the Commanding General, 7th Air Force, Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
Attention is still focused on the seas in the vicinity of the central Philippines, where Jap convoys have attempted reinforcement of troops on Leyte Island. There are no further details at the moment on the Third Fleet smashing destruction of a Jap 10-ship convoy off Ormuz Bay. It's believed Third Fleet carrier forces are still operating in the vicinity. 1 year ago today, bombers of the 7th Air Force left a tiny coral atoll. They were heading for Tarawa, a name soon to be famous for its bitter fighting. Tarawa kicked off the big push by Admiral Nimitz across the Pacific. The 7th Air Force did the Army's fine part in its pinpoint bombing before the invasion. And now, 12 months later, they are advanced more than 3,000 miles, based in the Marianas. Their bombing of the Bonians, only 527 miles from Tokyo, and other targets, is a highly important right flank action in Nimitz's aid to the MacArthur invasion. On this important day in its history, we have the 7th Air Force's commanding general, Major General Robert W. Douglas, Jr., as our guest. The 7th has gone a long way, General.
Yes. Prior to a year ago tomorrow, the 7th Air Force was primarily a defensive organization, defending the Hawaiian Islands, but planning for future offensive operations. That planning took tangible shape with the air attack on Tarawa on November the 13th, 1943, and has never let up since. After the Gilberts, we concentrated on the Marshals, paving the way for the invasion of Kwajalein. Other Marshall Islands were bombed so effectively that invasion was unnecessary. Then came the Carolines and regular bombing trips to Truk. In June, when United States amphibious forces invaded the Marianas, it was estimated that 95,000 Jap troops had been bypassed, sealed off from supplies or hope of rescue.
It's been a year of great extremes and contrast, General.
In the largest theater of war, 16 million square miles, the targets are the smallest. Pinpoint islands whose entire area are, in many instances, smaller than single factories in Germany. There is no margin for error. On these small islands, the enemy could concentrate his flak against our planes. At first, our bombers flew missions averaging 2,400 miles, 4 times the distance from London to Berlin. Recently, our missions have been shorter, and our fighters have been used for short-range bombing and rocket flying as low-flying artillery to support our ground troops.
The men of the 7th Air Force have met some unusual conditions during this year, General Douglas.
Yes, one Liberator came in on only one of its 4 engines and landed without mishap. They tossed out everything they could find loose to lighten their load. One man even tossed overboard his shoes and came in barefooted. They developed a Tinian, an unusual method of baiting Jap machine gunners. One plane would show itself at low level, while others would spot and destroy the nip firing position. One of our pilots, with his braking system shot out, was the first to use parachutes to slow up his landing on a short runway. The 7th Air Force transport squadrons have flown the first transport planes into newly won islands from Tarawa to the Palaus. Aviation engineers, not far behind assault troops, have completed airstrips and had them in operating condition within a week after D-Day. It has taken sturdy men to do this work.
Today marks the first year of the advance by air attack from Tarawa to the Bonins, General. May we suggest a slogan for the 7th? From Tarawa to Tokyo. And thank you, sir. Major General Robert W. Douglas, Commanding General, 7th Air Force, has been our guest speaking from Fleet Headquarters, Pearl Harbor. This is Webley Edwards returning you to Admiral in New York.
It's still a slow and tough battle on the Italian front. For a direct report, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome, Farnsworth Fowle reporting.
Except for fierce fighting to drive the Germans from the outskirts of Forli, yesterday was another day of patrolling on the front. Today, Liberator bombers renewed their attack on the railway line through the Brenner Pass. The anniversary of the Soviet Revolution was celebrated again this noon when the working men of Rome had a Sunday holiday and were able to attend. It was the biggest demonstration yet held in liberated Italy. From various quarters of the city, groups of men and women marched through the streets and up to the Palatine Hill. On that cold, windswept hilltop, among the ruins of the palaces of the Caesars, they stood for 2 hours, an orderly crowd estimated at 20,000 people. They sang the Internationale and Bandiera Rossa. Loudspeakers amplified the voices of the leaders of the two left-wing parties that had organized the meeting. Loudspeakers amplified the voices of the leaders of the two left-wing parties that had organized the meeting. Palmiro Togliatti spoke for the Communists, Pietro Nenni for the Socialists. They both said in almost identical words that the Communist and Socialist parties would remain united until Italy is liberated and the Republic has been achieved. And that, even more than the size of the meeting, made it a turning point in local politics, because the present Italian government under Bonomi is held together by an agreement not to campaign for or against the monarchy. The 6 parties that formed the government first got together here in Rome before the fall of Mussolini a year ago in July. They called themselves the Committee of National Liberation and worked underground against the Duce's faltering regime. A similar committee was formed in Naples and reinforced by Italian political exiles who returned after we'd driven the Germans north of the city. This Committee of Liberation for many months refused to support the Badoglio government because it meant cooperating with King Victor Emmanuel, whom they considered almost as bad as Mussolini. When Togliatti, the communist leader, arrived from Moscow 7 months ago, he urged his left-wing comrades to postpone the question of the monarchy and enter the Badoglio government. Victor Emmanuel retired in favor of his son Umberto, who became lieutenant general. And a couple of months later, when Rome was liberated, Badoglio was replaced as prime minister by Bonomi, who had headed the original Committee of Liberation here in Rome. Things have changed during the past 4 months. The liberation of northern Italy, which seemed so near, turns out to be a long and difficult job for the Allied armies. Until the Allied armies complete the job and move on, the Italian government has only the leftovers of real political authority. Without too much noise, the monarchy is winning more and more support from conservative elements. The army is being built up again as a monarchist stronghold. The left-wing parties are increasingly uneasy about a postponement of discussion, which is working out in favor of the monarchy. The fact that the communist leader, Togliatti, who was chiefly responsible for the political truce 7 months ago, spoke openly in favor of a republic today, shows that the agreement holding the parties of left and right together is wearing very thin. Now back to Admiral in New York.
And here with us in our New York studio for a summary of the military situation on the eastern fronts is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
Considerable speculation in military circles has been aroused by the sudden German decision to declare the Gulf of Bothnia and the greater part of the Baltic Sea to be a war zone in which any shipping may be subject to be destroyed without warning. The Germans must have felt they had good and sufficient military reasons for so drastic a step, reasons which outweighed its political disadvantages. These disadvantages have been immediately made manifest in the sharply unfavorable reaction of the Swedish government. The Germans can't afford to make an enemy of Sweden at this juncture, for the Swedish fleet is almost a match for the German Baltic fleet, and the Swedish Air Force is well equipped and well trained. The risk which the Germans took in their war zone declaration is primarily a risk that Sweden might regard it as a hostile act in itself, or that incidents might occur arising from it which would bring about armed resistance by the Swedish Navy and Air Force. Why did the Germans take this risk? It could only have been in order to give their own naval and air forces greater freedom of action in the Baltic, to enable them to establish better control of movements in Baltic waters. Since the Germans are in no position to undertake a Baltic offensive, their basic purpose must be of a defensive character. Against what sort of threat do they seek to defend themselves? When we have carried our analysis this far, we begin to take a good deal of interest in the Reuters report from Moscow that the Soviet Union is about to startle the world by a vast amphibious operation or series of operations against the coastal regions of Germany. The Baltic coast of Germany has less in the way of fixed defenses than the North Sea coast by a good deal, because up to this time the Germans have felt secure in their control of the Baltic Sea. The operations of their armies deprived the Russians from the autumn of 1941
onward until this summer, of all access to the Baltic coast. But now the Russians have many ports on the Baltic. They have full control of the Finnish coast, of Estonia, including the Estonian islands, except one small German strongpoint. They still hold Riga, and they are in course of wiping out a German force which is defending the ports of Windau and Libau on the coast of Latvia. The strength of the Russian Baltic fleet is unknown, but it may well be strong enough to deal with what is left of the German surface navy. Hence, the best naval weapon left to the Germans may be the submarine. It's altogether possible that the German war zone proclamation is intended to cover the full-scale, unrestricted use of German U-boats against Russian shipping in the eastern Baltic, with allowances for errors which, in the fogs and mist of that region, might bring a German torpedo crashing into the side of a Swedish ship. If the Germans suspect that the Russians are really preparing an amphibious descent on the German coast, they'd be willing to take desperate measures indeed to prevent it. For such a Russian landing might bring a Russian army suddenly to a point scarcely 100 miles from Berlin and impose on the German high command the need for finding a new army of defense when its resources are already strained to their uttermost limit. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
And for news on the home front and an interview with the general commanding the 1st Marine Division in the Peleliu assault, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
General William H. Rupertus has 3 major campaigns in the Pacific to his credit, so I think he can be accepted as an authority on the war against the Japanese. He was Assistant Division Commander of the 1st Marine Division at Guadalcanal. He was in charge of the landing operations at Tulangi, Gavutu, and Tanambogo. He commanded the 1st Division at Cape Gloucester, and he's just returned from leading the 1st Division in the assault on Peleliu. General, which do you consider the toughest of these operations?
I don't believe there's any measure of comparison. Each campaign was against the same fanatically determined enemy, and each had its own problems of weather, terrain, and distribution of enemy strength. All the campaigns against the Japanese have been hard, bitterly contested operations that have demanded the utmost of every man engaged in them. I know that every man in every branch of the military service fighting in the Pacific is willingly giving everything he has to achieve a common goal, the complete defeat of the Japanese enemy. If that aim is to be reached, the people back home, each related in blood to a fighting man, must contribute in the same measure. The war against the Japanese is a very personal war. Every bomb and every bullet sounds as though it is meant for you in person. Much of the fighting is at the closest quarters. You are the man that psyche-crazed warrior is charging at as he runs screaming toward your lines. You are the man that gleaming samurai sword is going to cut through if you don't strike first. That's just what we've been doing out there, striking first and striking hard.
Well, it seems to have been working pretty well, General. We've gone a long way in the Pacific in the last 2 years. Do you think we're close to our goal of complete defeat of the Japanese?
The hardest part of the war lies ahead of us. As we get closer to the Japanese homeland, the Japanese determination and fanaticism becomes even greater. Their military strength also increases as we get closer to its source. This is certainly no time to sit back and contemplate our past successes. Rather, we should consider the tremendous task that lies ahead and mentally resolve to match in willing personal contribution, inspired by love of country, the fanatic devotion to the emperor that spurs the Japanese.
Well, Friday was the 169th anniversary of the founding of the United States Marine Corps, General. What do you think the 170th year holds for the Corps?
I think it will probably be one of the fightingest years in our fighting history. We Marines are naturally proud of our past achievements, and as a Marine, I can assure the people of the United States that every man in the Corps will be doing everything he can to sustain our record and justify the motto of the Marine Corps, Semper Fidelis, always faithful.
Thank you, General, and I'm sure that every Marine will. The news from Washington today is mostly rumor and speculation. It's not unusual for Washington, of course, but it's a bit more lively now that Mr. Roosevelt is about to embark on his 4th term as president. Most of the speculation deals with possible shifts in the New Deal high command. For what it's worth, the dopesters are betting now on Fred Vinson for Justice Burns' job as Director of War Mobilization or Assistant President. His present job is Director of Economic Stabilization.
As for the cabinet, there's nothing very authoritative, but there's some speculation, which is probably as much wishful as informed, as to whether President Roosevelt will accept Madam Perkins' standing resignation and appoint a man to head the Department of Labor. And Secretary Hull is the subject of considerable rumor, too. He's the most thoroughly respected member of the cabinet, but his health may not permit him to serve very much longer, and for some time there's been persistent rumor that he might resign. But there's nothing authoritative on that, and you can take your choice of whatever rumors you happen to hear. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
In Paris a few minutes ago, Prime Minister Churchill told a cheering crowd that Britain wants a powerful and well-equipped French army as soon as possible to aid in re-establishing the stability of Europe, and hopes that the French will maintain internal solidarity and stability under General Charles de Gaulle's government. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
Post-war, the dual temp by Admiral will be the successor to the conventional type of refrigerator. Sounds like a pretty strong statement, doesn't it? But you'll get so much more on your Admiral dual temp than in any other refrigerator. Let me give you 5 great features that you'll find only in a dual temp. First, there'll never be any regular messy job of defrosting in the dual temp because there are no coils to defrost. Second, you'll get purified moist cold in the regular food storage compartment. This means you'll never have to use covered dishes for foods. Third, a new improved Sterilamp will utilize ultraviolet rays to kill germs, retard mold, and aid in eliminating offensive odors. Fourth, have you ever known anyone whose refrigerator was large enough? Well, the storage room for food in the Admiral Dual Temp will be much larger because of the absence of the space-stealing coils. And fifth, you'll really be thrilled with the big built-in home freezer in the post-war Admiral Dual Temp. It will quick freeze foods or store frozen foods for months. It's really a separate refrigerator built right into the Dual Temp. Yes, the electric refrigerator sensation of the post-war world is going to be Dual Temp, and only Admiral can build a Dual Temp.
Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
There's been no slowdown in the steady Allied advance in Western Europe. In the Aachen sector, Geilenkirchen has been captured. In the Metz region, the Germans are retreating toward the Siegfried Line and the Saar. Metz is now completely surrounded and tottering. American 7th Army troops have captured the road center of Blemau, 40 miles from Strasbourg on the Rhine, and there's fierce fighting in Belfort Gap to the south. In the Mediterranean area, British troops are now operating in the Yugoslav provinces of Montenegro and Herzegovina in cooperation with the partisans. In Hungary, the Russians are about to break through to the banks of the Danube just above Budapest. And now, a news report sent direct from overseas. Admiral takes you to Belgium. Richard C. Hottelet reporting.
On General Hodge's First Army front, the battle is reaching a more fluid stage. The steady land and air pounding we're giving the Germans all along the line, coupled with swift jabs, first at one point, then another, this strategy of strength is having its effect. At some points, the enemy seems to be reaching the breaking point. Prisoners come in, dazed and exhausted. At other points, the Germans have begun to abandon their forward position. They've pulled most of their forces out of the town of Stolberg, leaving behind some snipers and acres of mines and booby traps. What they obviously hope is to be able to get more strength for the defense of key points like Eschweiler and Düren. But they're taking a terrible pounding, and every time they move back, they leave a number of dead on the battlefield. You can see them when you go up, lying in ditches and fields and shattered houses. The German commander must be a miserable man tonight. He sees us pushing in on him everywhere, day and night. When we're not moving here, we're pushing in farther down. And always it's our choice. All this while, our bombers and our artillery are reaching out behind his front, hitting his roads and railroads, his positions and his concentration points. I spent an hour this morning flying over the battlefront in an observation plane. And not 5 minutes ever went by that Captain James Townsend of Stanton, Kentucky, didn't turn around and point to another place the Germans were being hit. There were the thunderbolts flying in single file, climbing and weaving and then zooming down. It was graceful as a daisy chain, but they weren't dropping flowers. You saw the red flame of the bombs through black smoke and dust, and then they were climbing again, turning past us in a clean, easy circle to come back and spur the target with their machine guns. And there was the artillery. We saw the white smoke and the muzzle flash of dozens together. And we just sat up there and turned our heads to the left and watched the shells hit in Düren, Eschweiler, Heister, Notberg, and Armies. This is the symphony of battle. Still thunderous and slow, but there's no question about it. We are calling the tune. This is Richard C. Hartelett with the American First Army, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And for a report from Great Britain, Admiral takes you now to CBS London. Eric Severide reporting.
Heavy November clouds hang low over north and western Europe. Flurries of snow have blurred the Straits of Dover. Particles of ice congeal the edges of the Dutch canals. And the passes of the Vosges are drifting deep. The earth is slowly hardening under the soldiers' boots, and that now is what they need. The time when armies went into winter quarters passed long ago. On the western edges of Germany, the attack is growing in power. By the Danubian plain, the Russians are massing their armies. The greatest assault in modern history is getting underway. It is a winter offensive, and it is designed to be the last. For 2 months until last Thursday, the tired people on this island deliberately held down their hopes. They have been disappointed too often before. For 2 months, we seemed to be stopped, and people accepted with resignation the idea of victory delayed until spring. But since Thursday, the immense size and power of the Allied force in the West has gradually dawned upon everyone here. They read that 1.25 million Allied soldiers are pressing upon 500,000 Germans, and they know that their men are vastly superior in tanks and planes. They know that the Germans have poured thousands of men and guns westward across the Rhine to face us these last 2 months. But the amateur strategist here is telling himself this. We probably wanted those German reinforcements sent across, for we could surely have destroyed the bridges but refrained. He tells himself that now the Germans have the Rhine at their back, and if they have not burned their bridges behind them, we can do it ourselves whenever we wish. The average observer expects now to see this German force cut off, encircled and destroyed on this side of the Rhine. And from the desperate cries of alarm he now hears from Berlin, he is coming to feel convinced that this is the last organized army the enemy possesses. And if this audience is right, we are now watching the first scene of the last act of the great tragedy. I return you now to Admiral.
We'll have more news from overseas in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Only Admiral Corporation, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers, can give you Slide Away. Slide Away has often been called the open door to good music, because with Slide Away, you simply open the radio phonograph doors, and out slides your complete phonograph turntable and automatic record changer. No lid to lift, no dark, unhandy compartment to grope in. Simply open the doors, and there it is. You can readily see how easy this makes loading and unloading your record changer with 10 or 12 records. Then you close the doors, it slides away, and you sit back and enjoy your favorite music. The new improved Admiral automatic record changer will give you some thrills, too. Never before has a record changer had so few moving parts. Never before such ease on your records. The new Admiral Tone-On exerts only 1 ounce pressure. Your precious recorded favorites will be safe, too, in the new Admiral changer. There'll be less chance than ever to chip or break them. Recent surveys show that a lot of you want a radio phonograph with an automatic record changer when they're back on the market. Well, if you want an automatic record changer that's foolproof and completely automatic, you'll choose an Admiral with Slide Away and the new Admiral automatic record changer. And now here once again is Douglas Edwards.
For a report from Mediterranean headquarters, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
For the past 2 weeks, the Italian government in Rome has been in a state of crisis. The crisis has produced no cabinet changes. It is more a reflection of the general morbid discontent here in Italy. The people's discontent with the government's discontent with itself and its inability to bring about a real change. With a sense of frustration, Italians compare what is happening here with what has happened in France. They compare the swiftness of the French purge with the exasperating slowness of the anti-fascist purge in Italy. They compare the recognition given to French resistance forces with the way Italian partisans are being treated by the Allies. Once the partisans are behind our lines, they cease to be fighting patriots and are disbanded. One interesting recent development here was directly inspired by the French example. Just as the French set up a consultative assembly to give a cross-section of popular opinion, so the local committees of national liberation in Italy are demanding the same kind of assembly here. They're also demanding the right to represent the government in the provinces, or at least to have a say in the naming of provincial governors. It's very unlikely that these demands will be met. The final authority rests not with the Italian government, but with the Allies. Allied policy is opposed to conferring new authority on the local anti-fascist committee. It prefers to deal with only one Italian authority, the government in Rome. A national assembly without popular elections would not mean very much, and Allied policy is opposed to any popular elections in liberated Italy. What many Italian and Allied observers foresee is a much graver political crisis when we reach northern Italy. In the north, we'll find a situation closer to what we found in France. Partisans who have been fighting for us under instructions from our command, anti-fascist committees which will expect to have a say in political affairs, in short, a popular strength such as we have not seen in the South. In France, the Allies were prepared to let the French work out their political problems themselves. In Italy, our policy is very different. To the Italians of the North, we will offer an Allied military government, plus an Italian government strictly controlled by an Allied military bureaucracy. Many observers wonder whether the results will not be explosive. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
And here in New York, for a summary of developments on Leyte Island in the Philippines, is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The Japanese do not appear to be able to bring further reinforcements in any strength to their troops on Leyte. That they were able to do so at all was due to circumstances arising out of the great naval battle of the Philippines, which resulted in damage to some of our carriers and compelled most of the others to go back to their bases for fuel and bombs after the defeat of the Japanese fleet. Since this took place before the Army engineers had had time to put the captured airfields on Leyte into working order, an opportunity was created for the Japanese to run convoys across the Camotes Sea with additional troops, including the crack 1st Imperial Division and elements of 2 other divisions. It is the 1st Japanese Division, which is now virtually surrounded near Limon, and it can be driven from its present position. If it can be driven from its present positions, the situation of the Japanese forces on Leyte will become critical. The ground which they hold is gradually being constricted as American forces fight their way down the Ormoc Road from the north, up from the south, and also across the central mountain ridge of Leyte from the east. But the situation is greatly changed to our advantage since the carriers have returned to Philippine waters and since at least some of the airfields on Leyte are now available for our land-based aircraft. In consequence, we can now supply and reinforce our troops by sea, while the Japanese cannot do so at all in the daytime and can only run in a few barges at night under precarious and uncertain conditions. Thus, the battle for Leyte once more resolves itself into a struggle of attrition between 2 forces, one of which can replace its losses while the other cannot. To such a struggle, there can be but one end. The Japanese know this as well as we do, but they are fighting for time to improve the defenses of the other islands, especially the key island of Luzon, time also to consolidate their military situation on the Chinese mainland, to which the Philippines are, in the military sense, only the approaches from the sea.
Once Leyte is securely in our hands, our land-based aircraft will be able to dominate most of the central Philippines, and we can begin a continuous series of air attacks against the Manila Bay area, which is the heart of the Japanese power in the Philippine Islands. We can then produce the conditions which seem essential for the further extension of our hold on the islands. That is, the complete neutralization of the enemy air power. Now, here again is Douglas Edwards.
Major Elliott has given us the significance of the current battle for Leyte. And now for an interview with a Navy flyer from Louisville, Kentucky, who was shot down in the recent Philippines battle, Admiral takes you after a few seconds' pause to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
Carrier airplane pilot who was in the second battle of the Philippine Sea. He got his share of planes and Japs and then was shot down himself. He's Navy Lieutenant Robert C. Ashcraft of Louisville, Kentucky. Will you tell us about it, Lieutenant?
Well, sometimes we wondered what our reactions would be when we saw the first Jap planes. When we hit ours over Leyte in the Philippines, they were Tojos. That's the new fighters the Japs have, and it's supposed to be a hot airplane. Well, there's 4 of us and 5 of them, and in one pass we got 4 of them. Each man got one. Later on, they sent in 25 twin-engine bombers without any fighter cover, and we had a field day with them. We got 17 out of the 25. Well, this was the first time my group had gotten into action. We felt pretty good. Next morning, we were in the ready room, and they told us the Jap fleet was out after us. We were in the carrier escort group, giving protection at Leyte. Well, everyone was laughing and joking, and we could hardly believe it. We went up on the flight deck, and pretty soon the Jap battleships were landing 16-inch shells right on their tails. Most of our fighters were on Leyte providing cover, and we had only 3 fighters on deck and 6 pilots. And we began matching coins, pulling rank, numbers, and everything to see who was going to get the fighters.
You got one of them?
Yes, it did, and we took off, fighters and bombers, and we knew we either had to stop this Jap fleet or turn them around. Our ships would have been slaughtered. We didn't know what we were going into or whether we'd get back or not. It was, as it was, some of the torpedo planes, after they'd used their torpedoes, made dummy runs on this force so they'd draw the fire and let the other torpedo planes continue with their bombing.
It must take a lot of stuff to go in there carrying nothing. I understand there was lots of stuff around to use bombs and ammunition on.
Our skipper said that within 10 minutes, everything he had trained for 8 years was right there beneath him. Within 10 minutes, he got 2 hits on a cruiser with bombs, 2 hits on a Jap submarine with rockets, and shot down a Jap plane. Pretty soon, our planes had gotten back, and we got the word that 100 bogies were coming in. So we had a scramble.
Will you tell us what a bogey and a scramble are?
A bogey is an unidentified aircraft, and when we identify them as enemy planes, we call them bandits. And a scramble is when we rush and get all planes in the air. Well, about this time, we went in different directions, and 4 of us together. We got word about 100 planes were heading in our direction. We looked at each other, and I guess we looked kind of funny. And all of a sudden, the 4 of us ran into about 20 Zeeks. When our leader climbed right into them, we had quite a fight there. We dropped our wing tanks to get better climb. That is all but me, and mine wouldn't work. My wing tank was smothered by, my wingman was smothered by Jap planes. One on his tail, I got that one. Just then a Zeke got me in his sights and hit me in the engine and the stern. I yelled for cover and started home, and when some more Japs hit me, I had to go into the drink.
Well, how long were you down there in the water?
Well, until noon next day. That was a long time. What with the Japs flying over me and the sharks around me.
Do the sharks bother you?
No, not much. They swim around looking you over, and you look at them, sort of wondering who's going to eat who. Well, about an hour afternoon that day, Admiral Halsey's outfit came down, and I guess it was just good luck that I was picked up by them.
Well, that's a swell ending to a good story, and thanks for it. Lieutenant Robert C. Ashcraft of Louisville, Kentucky. This is Webley Edwards at Fleet Headquarters, Pearl Harbor. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
The people of the Midwest are getting an extraordinary opportunity to see the machinery that makes the United States Navy tick at a special war bond exposition. Some of the machinery will be of great peacetime value. So for a story on that, Admiral takes you to Chicago, Bill Slocum, Jr., reporting.
The United States Navy is currently unfolding for the people of Chicago a most awe-inspiring glimpse at the tools of modern war. As you inspect jet planes, landing barges, cannons, and such at the Navy Pier here on Lake Michigan, you cannot help but be a little depressed by the obvious fact that there are an awful lot of ways to kill a man. You must be grateful, however, because our Navy has very obviously been quite able to keep up with the pace on modern mass murder. In fact, it has introduced a few spectacularly successful innovations. But if this undercurrent of swift death belies the gay bunting and music at Navy Pier, there is one most pleasant feature of this bond-selling extravaganza the Navy has named Pacific Theater. This gayer attraction is a brief, tantalizing peek into the future. For instance, the helicopter. The very debonair and sophisticated metropolis of Chicago is currently on its ear over a couple of young Coast Guardsmen who are flying helicopters straight up or down, backwards and forwards, or just plain hovering in midair. One of these young men is Lieutenant Walter C. Bolton of Boston, who is with me now. Lieutenant Bolton and Ensign David Dershowitz each flew a helicopter out from Floyd Bennett Field in New York. And if you wonder what life in the 50s will be like, listen to Lieutenant Bolton tell about his 917-mile trip.
Well, it was something like an automobile trip, except we had no red lights. We followed roads, high-tension lines, and railroads.
How long did it take, Lieutenant?
Oh, it took about 3 days, but that's because we got caught in a pretty bad storm in the Alleghenies.
Well, I wouldn't want to be caught in a storm in a helicopter.
Why? What other kind of aircraft could do what we did? When we saw the storm was too tough, we just set down our helicopters on the side of a hill and waited.
How about eating?
Oh, we just fly along until we came to an airfield, and we dropped down from about 150 feet to about 20 and look over the restaurants. If we saw one we liked, we'd land.
Did you and Dershowitz ever get separated?
Oh, yes, just once. He wanted to take the right fork on a highway, and I wanted to take the left. So we went our separate ways. It so happened I was right, and in a little while, Dershowitz joined up with me. He had dropped down at a farmhouse for directions. The farmer's dog provided the only danger of the whole trip. Like most animals, he went a little batty at the sight of the helicopter and tried to bite Dershowitz.
How about night flying in a helicopter?
Oh, it's very pleasant, although we almost drove the Glenview Air Station out of its mind when we arrived outside Chicago that night. Our radios weren't equipped to talk to the Glenview Tower, but they saw our running lights. They were trying to figure out who we were when the lights stopped in midair and started to come straight down.
They must have thought you were another secret weapon.
I don't know about that, but they did think we were going to land on top of some of their planes. We didn't, of course. We merely came down until we were level with the tower and asked the tower men where we should park our helicopters.
What about the possibilities of post-war helicopters?
Well, obviously, they'll have to be bigger than they are now. We in the Coast Guard are very optimistic about helicopters for air-sea rescue operations. As for civilian use, well, remember this. It will take longer to learn how to fly a helicopter than an airplane. Although, of course, helicopter flying is much safer.
Thank you very, very much, Lieutenant Bolton. Drop in and see us some afternoon at Columbia, New York. There's a ledge right outside our window, and I'm sure I can persuade our pigeon to move over. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
And now for a summary of home front developments, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
Many months ago, General Eisenhower said flatly that Germany could be defeated this year if everybody at home and in the field did his duty. He hasn't revised that estimate, and military authorities here agree that Germany can be knocked out this winter. However, the great question mark right now is not about the armies in the field, but about production here at home. For the first time in a long while, the need for weapons and ammunition, especially rockets and heavy material, has outrun production. That's why the War Production Board is holding the lid tight on all talk about reconversion. They're not kidding when they say the war isn't over, and that now is the time for the greatest effort of all. Many lives depend on it. In Chicago, where American, British, and Canadian delegates have been attending an international aviation conference, the British have accepted a compromise proposal which follows the basic plan worked out by our State Department. It provides for an international air authority much like our own CAA, which would have regulatory power over all technical phases of air navigation. But the chances for another international agreement covering the petroleum industry look definitely bad. This was the first of a long series of special economic agreements and provided for an International Petroleum Commission to guide the fair distribution of production among the chief oil-producing countries. But the word today is that it will be left to gather dust in a Senate Foreign Relations Committee pigeonhole. Chairman Connolly merely says that no hearings on the agreement are contemplated this session. As for other congressional business, there's a strong and rather promising movement underway to streamline at least a large share of the legislative machinery.
One of these is a proposal by Chairman Cochran of the Accounts Committee to abolish almost all of the 33 special committees now operating in the House and to give all of their powers to one standing committee. Most of these special committees, as Representative Cochran says, seldom result in anything but expense. Tonight at 10 o'clock, President Roosevelt will open the $14 billion sixth war loan drive with a brief talk, which will be heard on this network. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
General MacArthur announced today that American troops have landed on another island in the Mafia group, the island of Fanildo, off northwestern New Guinea, while heavy bombers were smashing a Jap battleship and a heavy cruiser. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
Admiral dual-temp refrigerators are consumer-tested and approved. It's true that the post-war dual-temp will be new in styling and design, with many refinements over pre-war models. But into it will go all the matured experience and know-how gained through building hundreds of thousands of pre-war dual-temps.
I'm going to need a new refrigerator, Mr. Sweeney, when the war is won. Will you tell me just how the dual temp is different from other refrigerators?
Well, that's an easy question to answer. The Admiral dual temp differs from the conventional refrigerator in that it's really two refrigerators in one. A larger, moist, cold compartment provides the finest refrigeration known for foods requiring the usual 38 or 40-degree preservative temperatures. Plus, a completely separated, completely insulated home freezer compartment at 5 degrees below zero that will hold 80 pounds of frozen foods. Think of it. 80 pounds, nearly 2 bushels of frozen foods right in your own refrigerator. Here at last is a home refrigerator that will efficiently quick freeze foods at home or store frozen foods for months.
The dual temp sounds like a homemaker's dream, but it seems almost too good to be true.
Surveys by leading universities and colleges, home economics laboratories, and testing laboratories bear out every claim that Admiral has made for the dual temp. Present dual temp owners, too, are uniformly enthusiastic about its many exclusive features. The post-war successor to the ordinary mechanical refrigerator will be dual temp, and only Admiral can build a dual temp. Travel on rail and bus lines for the first 8 months of 1944 was even greater by 14% than last year. If you take an unnecessary trip, you may be preventing a soldier or sailor from getting home for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Think before you go, and then don't go. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you the first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The B-29s were over Tokyo again today, dropping their huge bomb loads on Jap industry. It was the fourth raid in 10 days. The Japs say about 70 of the big planes made the flight, and they, of course, say damage was light. But a dispatch from Saipan reports there are indications the attack was the most successful so far. Target was the Musashima plant of the Nakajima aircraft factory. In Europe, the Americans have crossed the Tsar River. Further north, they've captured Linnik, and the British have opened an attack on Venlo on the Moss. The Germans say they've evacuated Miskolc before the Russian drive in Hungary, and in Italy, the British Eighth Army has cut the main highway between Faenza and Ravenna. Those are the highlights. Now, details. Admiral takes you to CBS London. Bill Downs reporting.
10,000 men from all over Britain paraded the streets of London today to mark the passing of an era in this war against Germany. Representative Home Guard units from every part of the United Kingdom paraded before the King for the last time in an official stand-down ceremony which in effect disbands Britain's civilian army. There were tears in the eyes of many spectators as the long line of very old and very young men swung past. They marched well. Every man was well equipped. It was a far cry from the days of 1940 after Dunkirk, when the government issued a call to arms for all civilians. In that time, these same men, these civilians, took up shotguns and pitchforks and clubs to patrol Britain's vulnerable coastline. No one pretended in those days that the Home Guard could stop a modern Nazi invasion force, but the Home Guard was willing to die in the attempt. Today, they were either too old or too young for the Army. There was the smart-stepping old veteran with only one arm. Many elderly men limped, and the beardless youngsters looked embarrassed. Included were a Home Guard contingent of Americans, middle-aged businessmen long resident in England, who for 4 years thought they should fight for the hospitality and freedom that allowed them to work in this country. The significant thing about this farewell ceremony is that while this nation is disbanding its civilian army, the Nazis are just organizing theirs. But as late as last week, when I was on the Geilenkirchen front, I looked at the German civilians who were supposed to make up Hitler's Volkssturm civilian army. They do not have the look of the British Home Guard. It's hard to explain that in the lean, wrinkled faces of the men who marched for the last time today, there was something far different from what you can see in the face of a German. It's the look of a man who knows he's right, as opposed to the look of a man caught thieving. And this is Bill Downs in London, returning you to Admiral.
And now for a direct report from Supreme Headquarters, Admiral takes you to Paris. Charles Collingwood reporting.
All up and down the Western Front today, the Germans have been counterattacking in an effort to stop the Allied offensive, inching closer and closer to the vital centers of the Ruhr, the Rhineland, and the Saar. When dawn broke this morning, the Germans threw in a counterattack on the First Army front, and from then on, the whole central sector of the First and Ninth Armies was troubled with one counterattack after another. Along the River Roer, north of Lindern, 2 big counterattacks with infantry plus tanks were broken up by Ninth Army troops with heavy losses to the enemy. And more have been going on this afternoon. On the First Army front, they repulsed 2 east of Fresnes this morning. One at Linden around midday and another at 3 o'clock this afternoon at Luxembourg. These constant German counterattacks show with what fear the enemy regards our progress on this central sector. He is certainly no more content with the Third Army's progress into the Saar Valley. We now stand for 13 or 14 miles along the Saar River. Across from Saarlauten, the enemy has blown 4 bridges, and he has set fire to 1 Saar village, the first evidence of a German scorched earth policy that we have seen in Germany itself. The Germans were quite willing to burn French villages. Now they have begun to burn their own. Hand in glove with our men on the ground, and the clouds have been so low that it is almost that, has been our fighter bombers. The weather was pretty bad today, but our bomb-carrying fighters broke up 1 counterattack and did yeoman service, attacking fortifications and gun positions wherever they needed attacking. The ground forces need all the help they can get now, because this is a very tough fight they are in. This is Charles Collingwood in Paris, returning you to Admiral in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
If there were a robber stealing into your home every night to take part of the food from your electric refrigerator, you'd be pretty mad about it, wouldn't you?
I certainly would be mad in these days of rationing and shortages.
Well, that's exactly what's happening every day, unless you own a dual-temp refrigerator. Any electric refrigerator that has the ordinary evaporator, you know, those frost-covered coils, is robbing your foods of their moisture and vital juices. When these coils draw the moisture from your food, it greatly reduces their vitamin content and natural goodness.
But don't all electric refrigerators affect the moisture content of food?
All refrigerators but the Admiral Dual Temp. You see, the Dual Temp has no evaporator, and constant humidity is maintained to keep your foods fresh and crisp the way you like them.
I'm certainly glad to know that. You can quick freeze foods in the Dual Temp, too, can't you?
Yes, the built-in home freezer holds 80 pounds or nearly 2 bushels of frozen foods. You see, the Admiral Dual Temp is really 2 refrigerators in one, each completely insulated from the other, and the temperature is individually controlled. Dual Temp is the successor to the ordinary mechanical refrigerator, and only Admiral can build a Dual Temp. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
This week, German propagandists spoke of a new V-3 designed to bomb New York City. So a CBS reporter thought it a good idea to talk with one of America's buzz bomb experts. For his report, Admiral takes you to Wright Field in Ohio. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
Here at Wright Field in the heart of Ohio, thousands of Air Force men have been hearing a horrifying noise recently that was a source of some annoyance, but nothing more. In Europe, that sound means death and destruction. It's the sound made by the jet-propelled buzz bomb, Hitler's weapon of vengeance. Let's listen to it ourselves for a few seconds. That's the motor that carries tons of dynamite across the channel. It looks something like a stovepipe, 10 feet long, and from its rear a sheet of yellow flame licks out for another 10 or 15 feet. It was built here at the Air Technical Service Command from designs based on pieces of the bomb salvaged in London. It was something like men who have never seen a piano designing one from 2 keys and 3 pieces of string. Yet our Air Force was launching buzz bombs within 2 months of the arrival here of a few pieces of junk. Colonel George V. Holloman, chief of the equipment laboratory here at Wright Field, has been working on this buzz bomb, and I'm going to ask him first just what he thinks of the engine the Germans have built to propel buzz bombs. Colonel?
Mr. Slocum, it is one of the simplest engines for the amount of power delivered that I've ever seen in my life.
And the Colonel has seen most of them. What are some of its good points, Colonel?
It's small. It's powerful. It's just a magnificent piece of workmanship.
Do we have any buzz bombs, sir?
Well, we Americans just don't believe in the indiscriminate bombing of civilians.
We know now that Germans can fire these bombs 200 miles or so. Therefore, it seems logical to this civilian mind of mine that they might get a few improvements.
I never yet saw anything that couldn't be improved, Mr. Slocum.
German accuracy with buzz bombs is notoriously bad, Colonel. Do you feel it might in time improve?
Improvement is characteristic of Germans, and we can do anything they can do.
That's a sad picture you paint of the future, sir.
Possibly, except for one thing. There will be no large or small nations in the military sense. It should be merely a matter of making and storing propulsion bombs, and maybe no one will dare start a war.
Well, what will this mean to our aerial warfare of the future?
It will mean a lot. Many forward-thinking people are beginning to come around to the opinion that such weapons will replace our present-day tactical warfare, and in the not-too-far-distant future, too.
That means, in your experiments here at Wright Field, you must have one eye cocked on Germany, another on Japan, and a third eye on the future.
Exactly. Wright Field is well known as a place where American air security is safeguarded.
Thank you very much, Colonel Holloman. I think we can all say thanks to you and the tireless technicians out here at Wright Field who spend so many weary, dangerous, and thankless hours designing and testing anything and everything that flies to make sure that American fighting men in the field have just a little the best of it at all times. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
In the Mediterranean theater, Italian-based Allied planes have been active again, and our troops continue to edge forward against the Germans. For a summary of developments, Admiral takes you now to CBS Rome. Farnsworth Fowle reporting.
Flying into Yugoslavia on the Adriatic Sea, our plane crossed the snow-capped peaks of the Dinaric Alps, through which the Germans are still retreating north and west. Across this range, we were no longer in the Mediterranean world, on the southern front of the German Reich. We were over the battle area of Germany's eastern front, where the war is being waged principally by the Red Army. Shortly after we landed in Yugoslavia, we caught a first glimpse of the Russian forces that have swept up the Danube this fall, an infantry column on its way to the front. Some were on foot. Others were riding in wagons on top of their kit. The column moved along at a brisk pace in the crisp night air. Some had turned down the earmuffs of their fleece caps. It was still a long way to Germany on foot, but they'd already come even further from their own frontiers. Russian army trucks, many of them American-made, rarely had the canvas covering we're used to.
Either they're wide open, or else they're boarded up completely with little stovepipes sticking out the top. They seem to be pretty free and easy about giving rides to the peasants coming in from the countryside. Russian prestige is naturally at its height. It's helped along by such actions as turning over 50,000 tons of wheat to the Yugoslavs, of which 17,000 tons is earmarked for the civilian population of Belgrade. A shipload of coal arrived up the Danube just in time to keep the city's electric power system working. The flour ration in Belgrade so far is more generous than in Italy. There was plenty of evidence that Tito's regime is not looking exclusively to the East for aid and for an example of political and economic organization. Marshal Tito, the top man in Yugoslavia today, is openly a communist. If the Russians wanted to make a communist state of Yugoslavia today, there is no military force in the country that could stop them. But if you begin to examine Tito's record as leader of the resistance movement, if you talk with the ministers who are drafting the program for the reconstruction of the country, you find that their platform has very little in common with that of Lenin. But if you begin to examine Tito's record as leader of the resistance movement, if you talk with the ministers who are drafting the program for the reconstruction of the country, you find that their platform has very little in common with that of Lenin when the Soviets came into power in Russia. They backed private enterprise, both in industry and in peasant ownership of land. They promised fair elections with a secret ballot. The official slogans painted on the walls in the city and out in the country avoid revolutionary utterances and praise the alliance of Yugoslavia with England, America, and the USSR. Everything points to an imminent merger of Tito's committee with the London government in exile. The return of King Peter is much less certain. The chief reason for this has nothing to do with the king personally. The most dramatic political step taken by Marshal Tito has been the bid for the friendship of Bulgaria. In a recent interview, he placed Bulgaria first on the list of neighbors with whom he hoped to have friendly relations. Welcoming the Bulgarian army to fight the Germans on Serbian soil is another bold step in the light of history. The door is obviously open to a federal union of Bulgaria with Yugoslavia. The rival thrones and crowns are a traditional obstacle. So far, there has been no definite commitment, but it is clear that they want to postpone the king's return until the issue has taken shape. This is Farnsworth Fowler in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And now to the Pacific and an interview with a Liberator bomber pilot from Ohio who has made 18 raids on the Bonin Islands. Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. John Adams reporting.
Air operations continue to make news headlines from the Pacific. Tokyo has been bombed again for the fourth time in 10 days by B-29 super fortresses of the 21st Bomber Command flying from bases in the Marianas. A statement issued late last night by Lieutenant General Millard F. Harmon, Deputy Commander of the 20th Air Force, stated briefly that a substantial force of B-29 aircraft based on Saipan today attacked Tokyo industrial targets in a daylight raid. A communique is expected shortly with further details. Throughout the past week, fleet communiques have been loaded with reports of air operations from the Kurils to the Marshals. The 7th Air Force has done its share, pounding the Bonin and Volcano Islands, destroying airfields, radio stations, enemy fighters, and harbor installations. Here in the studio today is Lieutenant G.L. Red Outland of Toledo, Ohio, a 7th Air Force Liberator pilot who has made 18 missions over these strategic islands. When did you first see action in the Marianas, Lieutenant Outland?
We went into Saipan on August the 28th, less than 3 months after the Marines and infantry invaded, and there was still plenty of Japs in the bush. 3 days later, we flew our first mission from the Saipan airfield, just a short run up to Pagan, sort of a practice mission. We made 6 bomb runs without meeting opposition.
Well, it was a different story when you started hitting the Bonins, wasn't it, Red?
Sure was. We ran into plenty of flak on our first mission up at Chichijima, but the Japs didn't get around to sending fighters after us until the 4th mission to Iwo Jima. Never could quite understand where they were until then. Since then, we've always met from 4 to 10 fighters over Iwo Jima, even though the airstrips are torn up from our repeated bombings and look impossible for takeoffs or landings.
Well, did the Nip fighters cause you much trouble?
Not very much. They'd come in and toss a couple of phosphorus bombs at us and make a couple of machine gun passes and then pull out. On our 11th mission, though, we picked up a big piece of flak. It went through the bombardier's compartment, just missing my bombardier, Lieutenant Dave Smith. He's from Farmington, Connecticut. But it did knock out our whole hydraulic system, and we had no hydraulic control over any of the turrets, the wheels, or flaps. And we lost most of the pressure in the brakes. Returning to Saipan, we were all set to use parachutes to slow up the plane, but the runway was long enough that we didn't have to break them out.
Well, it was sort of scary not to have the turrets working, wasn't it?
Well, neither my co-pilot nor I knew it at the time, but the turret gunners did, and started to direct them manually. Lenny Mears, my ball turret gunner from Shorewood, Wisconsin, was so covered with hydraulic fluid that he couldn't see out, but just fired on the directions of the upper turret gunner, George Abernathy, of Carthage, Texas. George kept telling him where the fighters were coming in from, and Lenny would crank away by hand. We managed to get home okay.
Well, do you think this neutralization offensive of the 7th against the Bonans and volcanoes has been very helpful to the B-29 operations against Japan?
I think so in many ways. It has kept Japs' counterattacks against Saipan to a minimum, as well as fighter opposition that might bother the B-29s in their strikes against Japan. It's also been helpful in doping out weather changes over Tokyo.
Well, did you get a chance to destroy much Jap shipping?
We saw 7 enemy ships one day up at Chichijima as we were making a high-altitude bomb run over the harbor. Smitty was the bombardier for the group, and we got 2 of them. They were both medium-sized freighters and went underwater within 3 minutes. The 7th has made it pretty unprofitable for ships or planes to stop long in the Bonans.
Well, that's true, Red, and you might expand that to include all Central Pacific islands from Tarawa to Tokyo. You have just heard Lieutenant G.L. Outland, 7th Air Force Liberator pilot and veteran of 18 combat missions against the strategic Bonan and Volcano Islands on the road to Tokyo. This is John Adams speaking from Fleet Headquarters, Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
A few weeks ago, Commander William McGill Collins of Washington shot down 5 Jap fighter planes high above Formosa, and he did it in the length of time it will take me to interview him right now. He's the skipper of one of the most famous fighter squadrons in the Navy, Fighter 8, and he's just brought his men back home after 7.5 months of Pacific fighting. In that time, they fought their way from the Marianas in the east to Palau in the south, Formosa in the west, and within sight of the Jap homeland in the north. They sank more than 43,000 tons of Jap shipping. They shot down 153 enemy planes, caused the Jap untold trouble on the ground, and lost just 6 men of their own. Bill, tell us about your last operation, the one just before you came home.
Well, that covers a lot of territory, Don. We were part of Admiral Mitcher's task force, and in the last operation, we hit Palau first. Then we made the first raid on the Philippines, beginning at Davao in the south and sweeping right up through the central Philippines, including Leyte.
Well, when was that?
The Philippines?
Yeah.
Well, we hit Davao September 9th and wound up in the central Philippines on the 13th.
And then what?
We went back down, took another crack at Palau, and then steamed way up north and raided Manila.
What did you hit up there?
Clark Field.
Oh.
Well, that's the way we felt the night before the raid, when they gave us our target. We didn't sleep much that night, and when we went in at dawn, we didn't carry any bombs on our fighters, because we expected a real scrap. But it turned out to be one of the easiest raids we ever made. There were only 4 Jap planes in the air, and only one of those was a fighter. We got 25 or 30 more on the ground, all lined up in a nice row, just like ours were at Pearl Harbor.
Accommodating pupils, the Japs. Where did you go from there?
To Nansishoto. I think you call it the Ryukyu Islands. That's the southern Japanese group between the Philippines and the Jap mainland.
And what did you find there?
We shot up some airfields and other installations, but our prize catch was a group of 4 submarines. Lieutenant Commander Scott McCuskey, leader of the squadron's photographic division, found them in a little cove off one of the islands. Ensign Raymond G. Baldwin of Devon, Connecticut, got 2 of them with 1 bomb, dropped it right between their conning towers. Lieutenant Howard Boyston of Oklahoma got another one. And Lieutenant Rudy Comitro, a former quarterback for Minnesota, got a near miss on the 4th one. It sank to the bottom, but the conning tower was still awash. So we called it probably sunk. After that, we flew on up until we sighted the Japanese mainland and then went home.
Well, how about fighter opposition, Bill?
Usually it was pretty weak, but we ran into plenty of it on the next raid over Formosa.
Well, that's where you got your 5 planes, wasn't it?
Yes, but I was only one. And the shooting was good that day. The Japs jumped us with at least 2 waves of 24 fighters each. And we knocked down 32 of them.
And you met them with how many planes?
14 that time.
14 against 48. And I think you said you didn't lose a single plane that day.
That's right.
That's the kind of squadron Bill Collins led from one end of the Pacific to the other. From Formosa, they went back down to the central Philippines to cover the invasion of Leyte, for which they had paved the way. I think they're entitled to a good rest and Christmas at home. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
A few minutes ago, word came from Moscow, an announcement by Premier Stalin, that the Russians have captured Miskolc, the last great center of German resistance in northeastern Hungary. Violence broke out in Athens this morning as left-wing Greek parties called demonstrations in defiance of a government order banning the proposed meetings. The CBS shortwave listening station here in New York heard a report by a British correspondent who watched from his window as police opened fire on the demonstrators who were protesting a government order that Greek guerrilla troops turn in their arms. At least a dozen persons, including women and children, are reported to have been killed or wounded. Once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
I wonder if you have any idea how short 4.5 seconds really is. Well, I'll show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1/2. Short, isn't it? But that's just as long as it will take the new and improved Admiral automatic record changer to change records. That's faster than anyone dreamed possible a few years back. But Admiral engineers have the initiative and know-how to make this faster time a reality. Gone will be those long waits between numbers with your post-war Admiral changer. You'll hardly notice the break between the end of one selection and the beginning of the next. Admiral's new permanent type needle will please you, too. That tedious task of changing needles between records will be a thing of the past. The high fidelity of your post-war Admiral, America's Smart Set, will give you the most lifelike reproduction you've ever heard. Yes, for quick record-changing time, perfect reproduction, beauty of tone, and long life to your records, there'll be nothing to compare post-war with a changer built by Admiral Corporation, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Traffic accidents increased 10% during the first 6 months of 1944. Now that winter, with its additional driving hazards, is here, be extra careful when driving. Observe all speed and traffic regulations. Be sure your car is in safe operating condition and be ready to stop quickly in any emergency. Observe the ABCs of driving. Always be careful. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Riggs Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
On the Western Front today, the Germans have failed in their latest efforts to close the relief corridor to the highway town of Bastogne. American troops have rolled back the enemy's spearhead pointed at Sedan. They pushed it back 7 miles, and the front dispatch reports that Allied forces have taken the Belgian city of Rochefort. American and British planes have continued their attacks on German supply points, and 52 German fighters were shot down in air battles today. The fight for Budapest is approaching a climax, with Russian troops cutting down German SS troops to the last man in revenge for the murder of 2 Russian officers who, under a white flag, tried to deliver armistice terms to the German commander. In Italy, the Americans have recaptured Barga on the Adriatic side of the Italian front. In Greece, General Scobie has conditionally accepted an ALOS offer ending hostilities in the Athens area, and tonight, Adolf Hitler will make a speech. And now, news direct from overseas. Over the Army Signal Corps facilities, Admiral takes you now to Paris. Ned Calmer reporting.
On the Western Front, the Germans have passed over to the defensive in most of their salient into Belgium and Luxembourg. There is no sign that they are getting out, but as our forces hammer at the bulge, the Germans are beginning to dig in. They are now concerned with holding what they have got rather than with continuing the penetration they have already made. This does not mean that the whole German counteroffensive is over. The fact is that the German commander still has some divisions in hand. And from the extraordinary patrol activity and one thing and another, it seems likely that he will try to break out again on another part of the Western Front. But in the area of the original breakthrough, the German progress is now backward instead of forward. As another year comes to its end and everyone takes stock of the past and looks forward to the future, this New Year's Eve finds the people of France, like most people, disappointed to find themselves still at war, but almost certain that it will all be over in the new year. This year of 1944 has been a momentous one for the French. The hopes which they had nourished for 4 long years suddenly came to pass. The tables were turned. France was liberated. And the French are still getting over it. Human-like, they had not seen much farther than the liberation itself. Somehow they had expected it to solve all their problems. But instead, most of the old problems are still with them, and there are a whole crop of new ones. So this New Year's Eve is not as gay a one as the French probably hoped they would have. But nevertheless, there will be many toasts drunk tonight in Paris to the liberty that...
That was Charles Collingwood in Paris. Now back to Admiral in New York.
In just a moment, more news. But first, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Hello? Oh, Grace, how are you? It's nice to hear from you. Oh, yes, we had a grand Christmas. No, we didn't go to the symphony. We had guests that evening. But I'm familiar with it. You know, we have the complete symphony on record. No, it's no trouble changing records. We have an Admiral radio phonograph with an automatic record changer. So we just sit back and enjoy the whole concert without interruption. And the quality of tone is so grand that it's almost like hearing the orchestra in person. Well, Grace, when you buy a combination after the war, be sure to see and hear the Admiral before you buy one. We've had so much real enjoyment from ours. We've never had a minute's trouble with it. It's always worked so perfectly.
And that's the kind of praise you hear everywhere from owners of Admiral radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. And you can depend on it, the post-war Admirals will have even more exclusive features to please enthusiastic owners. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
And Admiral again takes you overseas, this time to London. Eric Severide reporting.
The last night of the year has already fallen over England. London's restaurants and theaters are full, but the New Year's Eve celebration is a bit forced, a bit artificial. Events are in full tide as the year ends, and there's very little sense of an old chapter finished. The thing just goes on, and people are disappointed. Now they just wait as before. Of immediate events, they expect these. Another big German attack north of the salient along the Maas and Ruhr. A Russian offensive into East Prussia. A new lineup of the Allied High Command, which is now accepted as a certainty. These, they think, will be the first great happenings of the new year. Looking back, people see that this year brought perhaps the decisive military victories of the war. But they realize, too, that it brought the first test of the peace. For in this year, the noble utterances of statesmen came up against the first of the inevitable trials by fact. And there is deep worry here that the Allied governments and the Alliance are not standing up to the test. As the year ends, the Churchill spell has been broken. He remains a dominant figure in British life, but the great Churchill legend and myth broke over Greece, and it will never be quite the same again. As the year ends, the atmosphere of Anglo-American common cause has gone suddenly very sour. American criticism of British policy was no stronger than British criticism of the same policy, but much more resented. And now even Englishmen deeply attached to America are striking back. They think they have taken a little too much. British people look into the new year confident it will bring peace in Europe, but too disillusioned at the moment to want to predict anything. In this year to come, they hope for answers to two tremendous questions. How far will America go to shape the new world? And what will Britain be in the new world? The smallest of the great powers, or merely the greatest of the small powers? And in those two questions, they feel, are hidden the keys of many, many new years to come. Now we return you now to Admiral.
For a report from the Central Pacific and an interview with a Marine Corps major from San Francisco, Admiral takes you to Pearl Harbor. Don Pryor reporting.
It's bright morning out here at Pacific Fleet Headquarters in Pearl Harbor on the last day of 1944. There isn't much spot news in the Pacific today east of the Philippines, because this is one of those interludes between campaigns, a time when everyone in all branches of the armed forces is getting ready for the next big drive, wherever it may come. And it is coming, as Fleet Admiral Nimitz told the Japanese the other day in a special broadcast to the Empire. Until the day that Allied victory is complete, he said, the United States Navy is determined to carry the fighting to the very vitals of Japan. And the Navy, the Army, and the Marines are now in a position to strike wherever the Commander-in-Chief might choose. Repeated attacks have been made already on the Kuriles, the Bonines, the Philippines, Formosa, the Ryukyus, and the Dutch East Indies. All those areas from top to bottom of the Japanese domain are vulnerable now to further invasion. Meanwhile, there's still a vast army of Japanese forces stranded along the path of America's reconquest. And the Solomons, the Marshalls, the Carolines, New Guinea, and the Marianas, on most of the principal islands that we have bypassed. They're cut off from supplies and reinforcements, but most of them still have arms and ammunition. They're not a serious military threat, but it's important to keep them neutralized and knocked off balance, to mop them up as nearly as possible without wasting manpower on the ground. And that's what a lot of Marine and Army aviators have been doing for many months, flying regular milk runs over the islands, bombing and strafing and gradually wearing down these remnants of enemy power. Many of these men are the ones you used to read about every day, when they were carrying the ball in Guadalcanal and northward through the Solomons. They haven't been in the headlines for a long while, but they have had plenty to do. To tell you something about it, here is Marine Major George Dooley. You probably remember him. He's the man who landed a torpedo in a Congo-class battleship off Savo Island and helped to sink her. He returned here just the other day from Guam, where he's been commanding a Marine fighter squadron. You were bombing Rota most of the time, weren't you? Incidentally, that's an island that was bypassed about halfway between Guam and Saipan.
Yes, we used to go up there every 3 or 4 days, but they were really just training flights.
Well, there were lots of Japanese on the island, weren't there?
I guess so, but the only thing that I ever saw there was a dog. Some of the men said they saw Japs, and they would open up now and then with small weapons and with a 3-inch gun they had in one of the cliffs. A few of our squadron were hit. We saw more Japs on Guam. They're still digging them out of there.
Well, what did you do? Strafe them?
No, we'd usually spot them on patrol and relay the information to the PC boats. They'd try to make a getaway now and then in small barges, but we kept a patrol around the island all the time.
Well, did you catch any of them?
I saw 6 of them on a raft one day, but they committed a hara-carry with hand grenades before the PC boat could get there. That is, all but one. He shot himself with a pistol, and they captured him alive.
Oh, what else did you have to do on Guam, Major?
Well, about the only other thing was to work over Pagan up north of Saipan to keep the Japs from using the airfield there as a staging base against the B-29s. But that wasn't very exciting either.
Perhaps not to a man who skippered the 1st Marine TBF squadron on Guadalcanal. But I'm sure you'll find plenty more excitement before it's over. Incidentally, Major, what do you think? Will Jap opposition in the air get tougher as we move on in? Or do you think their back's been pretty well broken?
Well, I think it's going to get plenty tough. That's been pretty obvious in the Philippines. Besides, from all I hear, the Jap new fighters are very good. I haven't seen any of them yet, but I've heard about them, and I think they'll give us a strong fight.
Oh, but you sound confident about the outcome. Good luck, Major Dooley, to you and your men. And thanks. This is Don Pryor at Pacific Fleet Headquarters, returning you to New York.
The Brussels radio today quoted what it said was an order of the day from Adolf Hitler, dated November 27th, announcing the death of Field Marshal General Albert Kesselring, the commander of German troops on the Italian front. That has not been confirmed. It's an old rumor, dated November 27th, and it comes by way of the Brussels radio today. And now here in our New York studio to discuss with us the situation on the Western Front is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The German counterattacks against the Third Army's advanced elements in the Bastogne area have been beaten off. The Third Army is in full control of the Bastogne-Arlon Road and appears to be preparing to continue its advance northward, which was temporarily interrupted by the German counterblows. These blows appear to have been delivered in an attempt to clear the way for the escape of German elements to the westward of the main road, particularly in the Libremont and Saint-Hubert areas, elements whose supply lines have been cut or are threatened by the Third Army's push northward. On the west side of the German salient, the town of Rochefort has been recaptured by Allied forces. Otherwise, there is little change in the ground situation. But there is one very helpful change in the air. After 3 days of renewed mist and fog, this morning dawned cold and crystal clear, and Allied tactical air power was out in full force. This will not only give our airmen a new opportunity for attacking German ground forces, it will also give our commanders detailed information of the German dispositions, which have been hidden by the elements during 3 days of German withdrawals and regroupings. Since the Germans will understand the effect of this, it seems likely that if they have any serious renewal of their attacks under advisement, they will get on with the job promptly before our commanders can use the air intelligence to take appropriate countermeasures. On the whole, we have recovered about a third of the territory which the Germans overran in their winter offensive. This may look impressive on the map, but it is of little real consequence, since nowhere in the whole area involved is there any point of great strategic importance, not even a big supply depot. The great results at which the Germans aimed, a breakthrough into the supply areas of the 1st and 9th Armies, are still denied them. The secondary results, forcing a redisposition of Allied troops and thus holding up our offensive plans, they have achieved to some degree. And the emphasis which German radio reports put on this point suggests that the Germans are getting ready to say that these results alone were worth all the cost of their operation. But whether this is so or not depends on the amount of that cost, which is still to be disclosed. Indeed, the bill is by no means fully presented to the German High Command as yet. There are a great many good German troops still heavily involved in a situation which is none too promising from the German point of view in its present outlook. Von Rundstedt must now make up his mind whether to try again for greater gains or to withdraw inside the Siegfried defenses. In either case, he may yet suffer severely, and we do not yet know whether he will suffer severely enough so that on net balance he will be worse off when the present operation is concluded than he would have been had he never undertaken it at all. That is what counts in the final analysis, and the time for such an analysis still lies well in the future. Now, here again is Douglas Edwards.
That was our military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott. Moscow dispatches say today that a bloody day and night battle is raging in the Hungarian city of Budapest as Soviet shock troops, incensed by the slaying of 2 Russian armistice emissaries yesterday, cut down units of German SS troops entirely without mercy. The reports say that Soviet forces, stung to red-hot anger, are going all out in their attempt to liquidate the German garrison, and a German Transocean dispatch says the fighting in the streets is of an extremely bitter character, with the Germans using new special anti-tank weapons. Moscow says that veteran Russian units, some of which were tempered at Stalingrad, are pushing toward the center of Budapest from the western and eastern parts of the capital, fighting their way over the rubble of collapsed buildings which the German SS troops converted into fortifications. It is to be noted that Soviet communiques, which have been reporting the capture of thousands of prisoners in other sectors, have not mentioned the taking of German captives inside Budapest. Moscow says that the Soviet command considers the German commanders and their men as outlaws since the slaying of the Soviet emissaries who were shot down as they carried into the city a demand by Russian generals for the surrender of Budapest. They went in under a white flag. A large part of the once beautiful old city appears doomed to destruction. The German broadcast admits that the Germans have during the night given up at least 2 strongholds within Budapest. The Pravda war map discloses that the enemy holds in Buda has been narrowed to an area less than 2 miles in width and 5.5 miles in length, extending from a point opposite the northern end of the upstream Margaret Island to the downstream Sespel Island. The Pest district still is largely under German control. In Italy today, American Fifth Army troops have reoccupied Barga, captured by the Nazis in their abortive push down the Serchio Valley near the Italian west coast.
The Germans knocked American troops from Barga, 19 miles inland, last week. Headquarters doesn't mention any fighting in the reoccupation of the town, and the Germans may have withdrawn without a battle. Substantial enemy troop movements have been reported earlier along the coastal area, but headquarters makes no mention of them today. Snow is falling in the Apennines, limiting visibility. In the Pacific, the important industrial city of Yokohama, neighboring Tokyo, has been placed in a state of alert. The Japanese Eastern Home Army Command reported a lone plane over the area. The foray over Yokohama followed Tokyo reports that 4 super fortresses raided central Honshu between dusk last night and dawn today, that's Japanese time, 2 over the Tokyo area, 1 over Nagoya, and 1 over central Japan. Fires were said to have been set in Nagoya. In Chongqing, China, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek said in a New Year's Eve message to China that as soon as the military situation is improved, a People's Congress should be convened to adopt a constitution which would enable the Kuomintang, or national government, to transfer power to the people. Chiang said he would propose such a step to the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang with a recommendation that it go into effect as soon as the military situation is so stabilized as to enable us to launch a counteroffensive with a greater assurance of victory. Well, back in this country, after seeing frontline action in the Philippines, is a CB officer from San Francisco. For an interview with him, Admiral takes you now to CBS Washington, Tris Coffin reporting.
The newest member of the great Navy family, the Seabees, is 3 years old today, and a very husky baby it is. As Secretary of the Navy Forrestal puts it, the Seabees can look back on a record of fighting and building that has won the admiration of the American people and the respect of other branches of the service. Our guest this afternoon is a Seabee, Lieutenant Commander E.M. Shanley, CEC USNR. He is lean and crisp with blue eyes and blonde hair that's turning gray in streaks. He was a heavy construction engineer before the war in San Francisco. Commander, suppose you tell us something about the Seabees.
Our men are skilled workmen, and they come from about 60 different trades. Many of them are volunteers. They build naval and air bases, construct roads, set up shore facilities, and repair just about anything. Much of the time, they work under fire. They've taken part in every major amphibious invasion of the war, both in Europe and the Pacific area.
I understand you went ashore on Leyte on D-Day. I thought only combat forces went ashore the first day.
Well, someone had to go in to find out if our plans that look so good on paper were going to work. You see, for months, we'd been studying aerial photographs and intelligence reports, deciding where the best place was for docking the ships and locating the shore facilities. In this case, we had to completely readjust our plans. The area that looked so good in the aerial photographs turned out to be rice paddies overgrown with grass. One of my men took a pole and shoved it down 14 feet through the mud and sand. This meant that during the hell and fury of the landing, we had to throw away our plans, figure out something new, and pitch in with a lot of work.
You mentioned the hell and fury of D-Day. What does a beachhead look like during those early days?
Like something out of Dante's Inferno. Shells are crashing. Sometimes the beaches are swept by rifle, mortar, and machine gun fire. The planes are fighting overhead with the Japs doing their best to bomb our positions. On one beach where I was, 50 landing craft and 20 transports were offshore trying to unload. Supplies were all over the place. The rain was coming down in sheets, and the ground was a sea of mud, deep, sticky mud. There weren't any such thing as roads. As usual, in the early hours of an invasion, there weren't enough men or trucks to move the supplies as quickly as you'd like. And in addition, on this beach, there were Filipinos wandering around, some of them wounded.
By the way, what was the reaction of the Filipino people?
Well, it was wonderful. A lot different than some of us had expected. We'd been worried for fear that bringing the war to their homes and causing a lot of damage would create resentment. But not a bit of it. Whenever the Filipinos saw an American, they would repeat over and over again like a rhyme, "We are very glad you are here." And they were. You could tell it from the way they smiled and looked. Their spirit and courage and obvious joy at seeing us gave the war a little added meaning.
Commander, why is it the Seabees have done such a remarkable job wherever they've been assigned?
The thing is, they are all skilled men. They have courage and a will to work. It is a real honor to me to be a part of the Seabees.
Thank you, Commander Shanley. I return you to Admiral in New York.
A disastrous train wreck took place about 14 miles west of Ogden, Utah early this morning. Between 40 and 50 persons were killed and an undetermined number were injured when the second section of a westbound Southern Pacific Limited plowed into the rear of the first section. The crash occurred in the isolated marshlands bordering the Great Salt Lake. In this hemisphere, President Ricardo Adolfo de la Guardia of Panama appears to have weathered momentarily the political upheaval which Saturday threatened to come to a showdown when a group of the country's outstanding citizens attempted to force his resignation. And finally, this item picked up by Columbia's shortwave listening station. Our monitors heard the British radio point out today that in his last speech, Adolf Hitler said, "We shall fight until 5 minutes past 12. By an odd coincidence, the Berlin radio announces that Hitler will speak tomorrow morning at 5 minutes past 12, Berlin time. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
Surveys show that many of you want your next range to be an electric one. And when you can actually see all the new features and the beauty built into the post-war Admiral electric ranges, you're going to want one more than ever.
I'm one of the people you're talking about, I guess. I've never had an electric range, but when I see some of my friends prepare a meal so quickly and with no bother, I'll admit I'm jealous. I want one, too. But I'm going to expect a lot of features and conveniences in my new electric range.
You have a perfect right to expect them. Admiral electric ranges will be designed to please Mrs. America. Exactly what features will you be looking for?
Well, I want a bigger oven with a light in it. And I want one of those complete meal cookers that'll cook my whole dinner while I'm out shopping. And I want an electric range that's really beautiful with some style to it.
Lady, you want a post-war Admiral electric range. Admiral electric ranges will have all the features you've mentioned, plus many more Admiral firsts. Admiral will give you Flexo Heat, which will assure new economy in cooking with no wasted heat. Flexo Heat will give you any heat desired and will be as easy to regulate as turning on or off your water faucet. If you want the post-war electric range with everything for perfect cooking, be sure it's an Admiral. Tomorrow is the dawn of a new year. The year just ending has been one of accomplishment on the battlefronts and on the production fronts. Admiral Corporation is grateful to you, its listeners, for making World News Today one of America's most popular current events programs. No effort will be spared to make World News Today even more interesting for you in 1945. Admiral wishes for you all a happy new year, a year that will see the triumph of peace and justice around the world, a year in which we must all repledge our wholehearted efforts to the jobs of making victory a reality. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The American First Army has gained 3 miles on the northern flank of the Belgian Bulge and has cut one of the 2 main roads supplying the Germans on that front. To the south, the enemy is increasing pressure on the American 7th Army. A large force of Allied bombers based in Britain attacked German communications today. The Russians say they hold about 2/5 of Budapest. And in the Pacific, the Japanese say Allied warships are shelling the coast of Luzon and that a strong convoy has entered Lingayen Gulf. Observers at Pearl Harbor are awaiting news of possible further American blows in the Pacific. And now, news from Supreme Allied Headquarters. Admiral takes you direct to Paris. Charles Collingwood reporting.
The most dramatic events on the Western Front are now occurring along the Rhine in Alsace. In this section of Europe, which has for so long been disputed by both France and Germany, questions of prestige and tradition count for quite as much as strategic considerations. The Germans have come across the Rhine in a spectacular fashion to establish themselves a few miles north of Strasbourg, and the whole French nation has its eye on that corner of the front. They are worried. Up to this morning, we had been led to believe that the German battalion which had crossed the Rhine was not much more than a raiding party. 1 day's rations they had, we were told, and that they were almost cleared up. Now it appears that not only do the Germans still hold most of the towns they originally entered, but they have reinforced and landed armor and motor transport. American pilots bombing German motor transport in this area put them as close as 7 miles to Strasbourg. The wary Alsatians are once more taking to the roads as the war threatens to sweep over their homes again. There is an exodus from Strasbourg and Hagenau. And south of Strasbourg, in the Colmar pocket, the Germans have also landed tanks, and today 15 of them were attacking north toward Strasbourg. None of this is on a big scale, but it is having its effect on the French. In the Ardennes salient, where a much larger and more significant action is taking place, we have advanced in the north to cut the main east-west road in the northern half of the salient. This is Charles Collingwood in Paris, returning you to Admiral in New York.
That was a broadcast by Charles Collingwood, direct from Supreme Allied Headquarters. And now for more news from overseas, Admiral switches back again across the Atlantic, this time to CBS London, Richard C. Hottelet reporting.
The air offensive against the rear of the German armies in the west was kept going today by the United States 8th Air Force. More than 1,000 liberators and flying fortresses droned out from their bases in England this morning, picked up an escort of 650 fighters, and then split up over western Germany to bomb communications targets up and down the Rhine behind the western front. 2 of the forces struck at the railroad yards of Neuss, just west of Düsseldorf, and at Hanau, near Frankfurt on Main, which had been plastered by strong forces of RAF bombers last night. This is not a waste of bombs, nor is it at all an indication that previous bombing was not accurate. These points are vital railheads feeding von Rundstedt's forces at the front, and the enemy has organized special commandos for the high-speed repair of rail damage. The American bombing this morning came while these crews were hard at work, and not only did more damage to the physical installations, but dislocated the repair machinery. Apart from these points, the American heavies bombed 2 Rhine bridges and also 2 other rail yards southwest of Karlsruhe that the enemy uses to supply his troops on our 7th Army front. One thing this air war had in common with the fighting on the ground was its cold. The bombers flew through temperatures of 50 degrees below. And on the ground, the whole front is in the grip of bitter cold tonight that numbs men's fingers and freezes their faces. When they're not fighting through German roadblocks and minefields, our men look around for shelter, a clump of woods, a bridge, a ruined house, and build themselves a fire to get a little warmth. BBC correspondent Robert Barr says that the woods and hills of the Ardennes look like a vast gypsy encampment. This is Richard Hottelet in London, returning you to Admiral in New York.
The British radio says today that the new Greek regent Demaskinos has received a message from British General Scobie informing him that Athens and Piraeus are now virtually free of leftist forces. And Demaskinos is said to have expressed his appreciation of what he called General Scobie's unpleasant and painful tasks. The BBC also says that Scobie has invalidated his terms for a truce with the leftists. Originally, the British general asked that all Alos forces be withdrawn from Athens and that they turn in their arms. However, Scobie now says that new terms for a truce will have to be taken into consideration, and also the fact that both sides have taken many prisoners and no truce can be established before the drawing up of conditions for taking care of prisoners and hostages. More news in just a moment, but first, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral.
It's a funny thing, but right after Christmas, a lot of us begin thinking about saving money and cutting down on expenses. If you're interested in saving money on foods, you'll want an Admiral dual-temp refrigerator after the war. You'll be amazed at the opportunity it'll offer to actually save money on food costs and yet give you greater food luxury and more conveniences than you've ever known. With your dual-temp refrigerator and its extra space for regular food storage, plus the Admiral built-in home freezer compartment, you'll be able to buy perishable foods at quantity prices and store them to be used as needed. Dual Temp's proper temperatures for keeping foods over longer periods of time will give you value received for every food dollar you spend. You get the added advantage of the Admiral Sterilamp, too, which reduces loss by spoilage and mold. Your Admiral Dual Temp refrigerator will pay for itself for the money it'll save on your family's food bill. If you want to give your budget a break, make your post-war electric refrigerator an Admiral Dual Temp, the successor to the ordinary mechanical refrigerator. And remember, only Admiral can build a Dual Temp. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
And for an interview with a California PBY pilot, Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor, Webley Edwards reporting.
One of the greatest factors in keeping the morale of our fighting men high, both on surface ships and in the air, is the knowledge that if they're adrift in the Pacific, every effort will be made to rescue them. The story of Navy Lieutenant J.G. Joe Ball and his PBY mates is a good example. Joe's wife and son, Darwin, live at 613 North Golden Avenue in Fullerton, California. His parents, Mr. and Mrs. E.O. Ball, live at Lamar, Colorado. What makes his story so surprising is that he loaded 56 survivors into his PBY rescue plane and flew them back to safety. Will you tell us about it, Lieutenant Ball?
Well, there were 5 PBY crews in this rescue. We've done this kind of work all the way from New Guinea to the Philippines. We get the word that a plane is down or a ship has been sunk, and we take off and look for them. The PBYs are very good at this because we can land almost anywhere at sea in reasonable weather.
Well, now, where were you this time, Lieutenant?
We were based in the Philippines. We got the word that one of our destroyers had been sunk in the Ormoc Bay region. We got 2 planes off right away.
Now, who was piloting that other PBY?
That was Lieutenant J.G. Melvin S. Essery.
Will you spell that and tell us where he's from?
E-S-S-A-R-Y, and his home is in Fort Dodge, Iowa.
Okay. Now, did you 2 take off together, Lieutenant?
Yes, we did. But after we got around the north end of Leyte, we spread out to get a wider search. It took us a little while to get away, though, because we had to circle to wait for the Army fighter planes to join us. They were giving us fighter escort. Those PBYs are wonderful workhorses, but they aren't very fast. And when you're operating right at the front, you have to have fighter cover.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we finally got to the Ormoc Bay area, over on the side of the island the Japs then held.
Were you worried about Jap fighter planes?
No, I think we were most worried about gunfire from the beach, especially after we got on the water.
Who spotted the men first?
I think everybody in the plane saw them at once. They were spread all over the ocean down there, some on life nets, a lot of them in life preservers bobbing around. We made one circle and went down and started taxiing on the sea. They were widely scattered, and we just picked them up as we came to them. Some of them were badly injured, others were very tired. They had tried to swim ashore, even though it was Jap territory. But after swimming several hours, they had to give it up.
Were they in pretty good spirits?
Yes, they were. Their morale was very good. While we were working, we radioed the other PBY, and they came right in. They picked up 44 men. We got 56.
Now, how in the world did you ever get 56 men into that one plane?
Those PBYs have a lot of room in them. Although I do admit this was quite a crowd. Figuring my crew of 7, we had 63 men in that plane for the takeoff. I was worried about that because the sea was smooth.
Well, doesn't that help?
No, you can leave the water better in a seaplane when it's a little rough. We checked the engines and made a run for it. And everybody was pretty relieved when we got off. I don't know whether they gave a cheer or not, because I was sweating it out too much. But we got back all right. And meanwhile, 3 more of our PBYs went out. We were pretty happy to know that among us, we rescued every one of those survivors of that destroyer.
What'd you do then, Lieutenant Ball?
Well, next day, Essery and I went out to see if there were any lone survivors. Over this same Ormoc Bay area, I saw something that turned out to be a man hanging onto a log. I landed and found out it was a Jap survivor.
Was that a surprise? What'd you do?
We took him prisoner and flew him back.
Well, that was a happy ending to a good story. And thank you, Navy Lieutenant Joe Ball. And a salute to the good old PBY that can carry 63 men aboard and take off. This is Webley Edwards at Fleet Headquarters, Pearl Harbor. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
Japanese broadcasters saying today that a big American invasion force is poised off Luzon near the long, sandy beaches of Lingayen Gulf, and dispatches from Fleet Headquarters in Pearl Harbor
and are not saying anything on that for the moment, and they're not giving any idea on what to expect next in the explosive situation in America's Western war front. But today's communiques, it is believed, will clarify the meaning of enemy claims that task forces are roaming off the northern Philippines. Jap broadcasts early today said that American warships have attempted a landing on Luzon, the big northern Philippines island on which Manila is located, and that American warships are bombarding the coasts of Lingayen Gulf. These broadcasts, unconfirmed by any Allied source, said that Jap air units are attacking the warships. Whatever the future may bring, the Japanese during the past week have learned anew of the great air and sea power of the American forces now roaming the Pacific. And now, a report from another frontline correspondent in the West. Admiral takes you to Luxembourg. Bill Shadell reporting.
This is Bill Shadell in Luxembourg. If the Germans were determined to take Bastogne, as their heavy concentration around the salient seemed to indicate the last few days, they would have started their big push today. That's the opinion of those officers and men of ours up there with whom we talked this afternoon. But there is no big offensive underway. Our perimeter, held by one of our greatest fighting outfits, the 101st Airborne Division, remains the same. At the northern tip, only 13 miles separates them from the 1st Army offensive coming down from the north. You can sense a certain restlessness. It's even expressed by some of those men of ours. They've met everything the Germans could throw at them. Now they'd like to be breaking out toward the north, and in spite of their losses and their hardships of the 7-day siege, they're still cocky enough to believe they could cut through those 13 miles if they were given the go-ahead. But there are other considerations, of course. The corridor, although widened, still has a stubborn enemy on both sides. Up to the time we left Bastogne early this afternoon, an advance of about 3/4 of a mile had been made on the left flank. The right flank shows no appreciable gain. The German has a build-up there so thick our artillery can't miss, but still he hangs on. Never have I seen anywhere so many dead Germans as in one spot we shelled and then advanced on 2 days ago. Despite the occasional shells coming into Bastogne from enemy lines, first services were held this morning, attended by the officers and men who were back from the lines and resting, if rest is possible anywhere within that small circle that is ours. It was an impressive service. Dirty, battle-worn, serious men, standing with helmets under their arms for the consecration. If we talk about the weather, it is only because that is one of the most impressive things of today's trip to the front. It's a long trip from this city of Luxembourg to the Bastogne front, about 2 hours in a jeep over icy roads with the necessary stops every half hour in order to get warm. A biting wind was cutting through the open spaces between the hills of trees. A heavy snow blankets everything, including the wreckage and the dead. It lends a peculiarly detached air to each unit waiting out its own place in the line of battle. There was no fear of enemy air attack, for this was not flying weather, not in the cold winter haze that hung low over our position. During the day, the men can build small fires, that is, those who are not in the front line outposts. Tonight, those men will try to keep warm by wrapping up in blankets and straw from nearby farms. There are dozens of hero stories up there in Bastogne. I wish I could tell you just a few of them. We heard from Sergeant Thomas Alcott of Demora, Pennsylvania, or Sergeant Jim Curry of Somerville, New Jersey, or Corporal Harry Rogers of Stevensville, Ohio. They were in the vicious attack of January 3. The Germans threw in the heaviest artillery these men had seen in any of their 3 big campaigns. They met fanatical young Hitler youth troops who had no idea but to die.
That was Bill Shadell in Luxembourg. One of the finest stories of this war, the story of the work of Coast Guard beach parties in landing operations, has been seldom told. For an interview with a Coast Guard beach party man, here is Bill Slocum, Jr.
Unless you have had the bad luck to be in certain rather select portions of the Coast Guard or Navy, The phrase beach party brings to mind gay and carefree afternoons on silver sands with ants in the sandwiches, sunburn, and Junior being rescued from drowning. In Coast Guard and Navy parlance, beach party is something entirely different. It's the name for the group of rugged characters who must go into an invasion beach before all other craft. It is certainly not healthy work, nor is it a job for persons sensitive to sudden loud noises. With me today is a hardened veteran of many a beach party in the Pacific. This hardened veteran wears a chest full of medals, one of them the coveted Silver Star. He claims to be 25, looks about 18, wears 2 full stripes of a Coast Guard lieutenant, and except for the premature dignity that war and rank must bring, he reminds you of that nice kid next door who always opens the door for old ladies and whistles at young ones. His name is Matthew P. Cantillon, and he comes from Shaker Heights, Ohio. Lieutenant Cantillon, tell us how you won that Silver Star.
I'm not sure. I guess they just had an extra one laying around.
That was an unfair question. Let's put it this way. Where were you on the day of May 28, 1944?
I was at Biak in New Guinea with a beach party. Our beach party had landed to set up guides for the craft that were to follow.
Any complications?
Well, a few. We had been landed on the wrong part of the beach, and when we went off to the correct site, we found a few Japs with rifles and machine guns had it covered. They were in caves. Oh, yes. The Navy was dropping big shells in that area, too.
Well, what did you do?
Nothing.
Nothing?
That's right. We were perfectly willing to let the Navy knock those Japs out of a cave. Then we'd set up our beach.
So you just set it out?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Slocum. There had been a landing further down the beach, and the Army started yelling for more supplies. Supplies that were to be landed on our beach. Because of the time element, I asked for volunteers. So R.T. Snyder and Nicholas Pereira came along, and the 3 of us dropped a few hand grenades into the Jap cave. It killed all the Japs, and we landed our supplies.
Well, had you had much practice with hand grenades, Lieutenant?
I never saw one before or since in my life.
Well, I don't want to ask anything personal, Lieutenant, but how did you manage to use them if you never saw them before?
Well, we asked the Army man we borrowed them from. He told us to pull the pin, hold the lever down, and then duck. We did all 3, particularly the last.
Well, how far did you throw those hand grenades?
Well, we didn't really throw them. We just tossed them in the cave.
Well, that meant you and Snyder and Pereira had to crawl in broad daylight up to the mouth of that cave to stop those Japs?
Well, yes, I guess it did.
Well, yes, I know it did, because I saw the Coast Guard citation awarding you and your 2 mates the Silver Star for gallantry and intrepidity in action. Thanks very much, Lieutenant Matthew Cantillon, first for your gallantry and intrepidity on Biak, and second for your gallantry and intrepidity on this broadcast. Now, back to Doug Edwards.
For an interview with an Air Corps colonel who recently returned from the Western Front, Admiral takes you now to CBS Washington, Tris Coffin reporting.
One of the hottest stories of the Western Front is the close cooperation between the foot soldiers slogging through the mud in the Air Corps. Our guest this afternoon has lived the story from the first days of the Second Front, through the breakthrough at Caen, chasing the Germans back into their fixed positions, and then the bloody fighting on the Aachen Front inside Germany. He is Colonel George L. Wurtenbaker, at 28 commander of a fighter group. He flew with the 9th Air Force and holds a Distinguished Flying Cross, Air Medal, and 10 oak leaf clusters. The last time he broadcast for us, incidentally, was in a tent at Normandy. Colonel, I'd like to ask you, as an Air Corps officer, what you think of the infantry.
Those boys are wonderful. They can do just about anything. I've lived with them some, been on the front with them, and I'm telling you it takes a lot of guts to fight in the mud with the sights and sounds of war around you all the time. The job of my outfit was to help the infantry do its final job. And I've done a lot of things in the Air Corps, but I can tell you there's no greater personal satisfaction than knowing you are doing some good for those boys on the ground.
Well, just what did the fighter pilots do to help the infantry?
Our job was to neutralize or destroy the enemy strong points holding up the infantry advance by dive bombing and strafing of roads and vehicles. It takes a lot of knowing to do this right. Sometimes we had to dive bomb within 100 yards of the troops, and we had to use delayed fuses on our bombs to keep from getting blown up ourselves. We came in pretty low over the target, sometimes 500 feet. You had to be careful, for example, when you were dive bombing tanks, because if you got too close, you'd blow your own ship up. If you got too far away, your actually was affected.
It's just one of those choices you have to make.
Well, weren't the camouflaged German pillboxes in the Aachen front pretty hard to see, Colonel?
They were, of course, but we got grand help from the ground. The people on the ground through radio contact would take us right up over the target. And then if we still couldn't see it, we'd call down to the infantry or artillery for help. The boys on the ground would mark the target with colored smoke.
Is there any way of estimating how effective this fighter cooperation with the ground effort has been?
Well, I figure my own group knocked out around 1,600 enemy vehicles, tanks, armored cars, trucks, and trailers. One of my men ran up quite a record. He alone accounted for about 100 Nazi vehicles.
Well, how does the infantry feel about the job you fighter pilots have been doing?
My own outfit was presented with a captured German flag by the infantry. And let me tell you, that really is a prized possession. It meant an awful lot to the pilots. I remember one day we were sent up to knock out some enemy strong points. The soldiers had been held up by German mortars and heavy machine guns. As we were flying back, we saw the GIs standing in the road waving their arms and yelling. It's things like that make our work so satisfying.
I imagine one of the big problems was getting the infantry and the Air Corps people to understand each other's problems. How did you work that out?
We sent pilots up to the front, to the foxholes, to find out how these boys lived. And we had some of the infantry people come over and see our show. We regularly send pilots down to the ground to act as liaison and assistants to the infantry people. They ride up front with the tanks. And when these pilots come back, they're full of the grand way the foot soldiers do things. I think we now have a real comradeship in arms. It's been worth it to know that you are helping the infantry, and we are now going to work together all the way to Berlin.
Thank you, Colonel Wurtenbaker. I return you to New York.
And once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers, will have many more firsts for you when the war is won.
Mr. Sweeney, after the war, I want one of those little radios you carry around on a strap over your shoulder. I mean the kind that'll run on either batteries or house current. Do you think Admiral will make those?
Yes, the Admiral radio line will be complete. And as for those personal-type radios, the three-way Bantam radio was an Admiral first. The post-war Admiral Bantam will be improved and better than ever.
Oh, I want one of those. And we'll need a new radio-phonograph combination for our home, too.
Then Admiral is the post-war buy for you. Remember, only Admiral can give you Slide Away, the exclusive feature that makes your automatic record changer so easy to load and unload. And the new Admiral automatic record changer will be so efficient in its operation and so trouble-free that America's choice in the post-war years will be Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Nothing is more important to our men and women overseas than mail from home. So write often. V-mail is ideal for short, newsy, frequent letters. With V-mail, you can write at least 200 handwritten words or 500 typewritten words. And remember, V-mail flies overseas. Write your serviceman today, V-mail. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney reporting coast to coast for Admiral. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
Allied armies are hammering the German salient in Belgium from three directions today, and the 3rd American Armored Division has cut the Nazis' last escape road. 3 strong enemy counterattacks in the area have been thrown back. In the air, at least 124 German planes were shot down today when the Luftwaffe came up to attack a strong American bomber fighter formation, at least 1,700 planes. The American planes flew in to bomb vital fuel refineries in north-central Germany. The Russian press is describing the Soviet winter offensive as the greatest blow yet struck by the Allies. And Pravda says that the Battle of Budapest alone is of greater magnitude and fierceness than anything that has yet taken place on the Western Front. In Italy, the Germans have set up a new winter defense line, bolstered by a new division and an abundance of supplies. American superforts bombed factories on the Jap home island of Honshu again today, and also Formosa, the great supply base for the Philippines. On Luzon, the Americans are 20 miles inland and looking for a battle with the Japs. And now, news radioed direct from Supreme Allied Headquarters. Admiral takes you to Paris. Charles Collingwood reporting.
As the German armies continue to retreat from the Ardennes salient, American troops have moved down from the north to cut the last main road leading out from the area the Germans are evacuating. This is the road from Houffalize to Saint-Vith, and we have cut it only 4 miles from the great road net of Houffalize itself. Of course, there are other minor roads leading out of the neck of the salient, but in the slippery, icy weather that prevails now, they will not support the traffic of the big road. Now is the critical time of the German retreat. Up until now, he's been able to move out in his own good time, and we've taken little toll of his retreating forces. But now we are narrowing in upon the Germans. We have cut their one good road, and after a week of snow and fog, the weather has providentially cleared, and all the air forces on the Western Front are up. Today looks like the day the air forces have been waiting for. The reports have only just started to come in, but up until noon today, the 9th Air Force alone had destroyed 170 motor vehicles and 3 armored vehicles in the salient, and that is only the beginning. The German salient is withering like a winter's leaf, and the next few days are the ones in which we may be able to turn it to our advantage. There is still a chance, but all the predictions made at the beginning of the breakthrough about how what looked like a German success may turn out to have been a German blunder, there is still a chance, although one says this cautiously, that they may have been right. The toll of dead and prisoners and equipment destroyed since the beginning is already very high. The enemy is now giving up most of the ground he won, and before it is all over, it may turn out that we have hurt him worse than he hurt us. This is Charles Collingwood in Paris, returning you to Admiral in New York.
From Charles Collingwood, news of the Western Front. And now for an interview with Congressman Outland of California, who is in Britain, Admiral takes you to CBS London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
With the skies clear over the Western Front today, the Allied Air Forces at last got a chance to help the Allied soldiers hustle the Germans out of the salient. But it was a quiet Sunday in England, so tonight you'll hear from an American congressman who has spent just 4 days in London. He'll try to give you his impressions in less than 2 minutes, which is very little time for a congressman. Anyway, here's Congressman George E. Outland of Santa Barbara, California.
Thank you, Larry LeSueur. 2 minutes certainly is too short a time. Not because a congressman necessarily must have hours, but because it would take hours to give even a summary of my impressions since arriving in England. I was told the weather would be cold. That I have found to be true. But I have been told that the people were cold. I have found them warm and cordial and friendly. I was told that London was devastated. But for every scar that I have found even more in courage and fortitude. I was told of the great scarcity of food and clothing. These and other necessities are strictly rationed. Oh, so much more than we in the United States realize. But I have found no scarcity of courtesy and no rationing of friendliness. My deepest impression is simply this. It is time, yes, far past time, for those of us on both sides of the Atlantic to stop bickering over trivialities and to stop quarreling over details. We must concentrate our united efforts on the big issues on which we are so mightily agreed, the issues of a full war effort and a just and lasting peace based upon the complete cooperation of our 2 nations and the other peace-loving nations of the world. We have been granted what is seldom given to individuals or to nations, a second chance. Please God, this time we do not fail.
That was Congressman George Outland of the 11th Congressional District of California. And this is Larry LeSueur returning you now to Admiral.
More news in just a moment, but first, a message from Admiral Corporation.
Mr. Sweeney, just what can I expect to get when I buy a post-war Admiral radio?
The after-victory Admiral radios and radio phonographs will include all the proven features of Admiral peacetime radio experience when Admiral became the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. They will also be improved by the experience Admiral has gained through its all-out production of radio and electronic equipment for wartime uses.
Can I expect to get FM and television in my Admiral radio?
You'll most assuredly get FM, and with it the grandest static-free, interference-free reception you've ever heard. As for television, no one can tell you exactly when all the problems concerning television will be solved. But you can depend on it. When television is ready, Admiral will have it for you. In your post-war Admiral radio, America's smart set, you'll get value, excellent tone quality, and America's finest automatic record changer. For trouble-free enjoyment, be sure it's an Admiral. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
Communiques from the Navy tell of the work of air groups, each consisting of one group of fighters, one of torpedo planes, and one of bombers. For an interview with the commanding officer of one of the Navy's finest air groups, here is Bill Slocum, Jr.
Scattered throughout these United States right now are a group of young men whose antics have caused the Japanese Imperial Fleet a great loss of face, to say nothing of the loss of 2 carriers, a heavy cruiser, 68 merchant ships, and about 450 airplanes. These young men, all members of Navy Air Group 19, are on leave now and are enjoying the beauties of home. With me now is their boss, Commander Hugh Winters of Society Hills, South Carolina. Commander Winters managed to get away from his official duties long enough to become one of the group's leading fighter pilots with 12 Jap aircraft to his personal credit. Before going into the more serious phase of Air Group 19's heroic activities, I would like Commander Winters to explain the novel use he has found for a whole chest full of campaign and medal ribbons he totes. Commander?
I've found this fruit salad a very handy weapon when confronting one of those haughty box office men in New York theaters. If you throw your coat back and let them see the ribbons, they're very often condescend to speak a civil word, and in 1 or 2 instances to selling you a ticket to their shows. I mention this only for the guidance of any other servicemen in this wicked city.
You were under the command of Admiral Mark Mitchell, weren't you?
Yes, sir. And there's an aviator's admiral. He gets you in real close and he loses nothing. You can always be sure of something to come back to when he's running the show.
Commander, your group was in the Second Battle of the Philippines Sea and had a pretty fair afternoon, didn't it?
It did indeed, Mr. Slocum. We got 2 Jap carriers, and along with other groups, we're in on the kill of 4 altogether.
Commander Winters was the target coordinator in that battle. That meant it was his job to stay over the scene of action and direct the naval aircraft toward the proper Jap ship. Tell us something about that, sir.
It was great fun watching 3 carriers burn and sink, but being target coordinator can lose you a lot of friends.
Lose friends?
Yes, our Navy flyers are pretty eager most of the time, and when they get a target assigned, each pilot feels deeply wounded if I send him after anything but the very biggest and toughest.
That shouldn't be too much of a problem for a man of your advanced years. The commander is almost 32, and a 32-year-old fighter pilot is pretty much a museum piece in our day. Tell us something, Commander, about some of the other men in Air Group 19.
Well, we're all pretty proud of the fact that 19 built up such a good record without any outstanding shining stars. It was more teamwork than spectacular individual work. But typical of the kind of men or boys were Bob Blakesley. He attacked 19 twin-engine bombers all by himself and got 3 before he was shot down. Don Banker was another. He was killed in Manila Bay just as his bomb scored a direct hit. Then there was Ensign Leaker, who refused to pull out of a torpedo run even though he was on fire. Those are just 3, 2 of them gone, but they're pretty typical of all the boys.
They're also pretty typical of the air arm of the United States Navy, which is typical of just about the best America can offer. Thank you for coming by today, Commander Hugh Winters. Have a good time, keep on those box office snobs, and good hunting when you go back. Now back to Doug Edwards.
At General MacArthur's headquarters in the Philippines today, Admiral Sir Bruce Fraser said that powerful British naval units soon will join America's Pacific Fleet in striking coordinated blows at the Japanese. Incidentally, the Commander-in-Chief of the British Pacific Fleet disclosed that he missed death only by a few feet in operations incident to the American landings on Lingayen Gulf. And now for an interview with a pilot of a Piper Cub plane who has seen action at Leyte Island in the Philippines, we take you to Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
In our larger stories of the Pacific War, such as the current Philippines invasion, we often forget that every great battle is made up of hundreds of smaller battles, of which we hear little. Here is an officer convalescing from a wound in his leg made by a Jap automatic rifle, who, with his fellow officers and enlisted men, went through an action at Leyte that's worthy of a motion picture thriller. He's Second Lieutenant Robert Boone, whose father, John M. Boone, lives at Sharon Springs, Kansas. You were piloting a Piper Cub plane, Lieutenant, one of the little grasshoppers, is that right?
Yes, we were Bury Airstrip, 10 miles in from the east coast of Leyte. We had 12 planes at first, but the Zeros got some and the others burned. We only had 7 left when the Jap paratroopers and infiltrating troops surrounded the airstrip. There were about 125 of us, surrounded by several hundred Japs, completely cut off. We pulled the Cubs into a revetment area, and the Air Corps mechanics, searchlight crews, and Cub mechanics took up arms and built up a perimeter, a circle of defense.
Sort of a Custer's last stand, huh? Did you think you could hold out?
Yes, we felt pretty sure that the infantry would get into us eventually. But how long, we didn't know. There was quite a little fighting going on between us and the Japs, and we started getting some wounded. We didn't have a doctor, so we used the first aid kits we had on hand.
They rubbed my hands, which had been badly frozen, to start the circulation. They gave me plasma and morphine. On the way out, my shoulder had been dislocated. When I came to, I began to fight, thinking I was still outside. However, they finally got me quiet, and I slept most of the way back to Saipan.
So, Sergeant, you really owe your life to that safety belt that you made for yourself.
Yes, I guess I do. The only mistake that I made was that I didn't have the buckles tight enough, and they slipped when the pressurizing was broken. If that hadn't happened, I probably wouldn't have gone out at all. They told me that a lot of the men in my squadron are now making the same kind of belt for themselves.
I don't blame them, Sergeant. Well, how are you getting along now?
Fine. The doctor told me they would be able to save my hands. At first, they weren't so sure. But now they say at the most I may lose the end of one finger. They're still amazed that I was able to live so long without oxygen. I hope I will be able to rejoin my group, but it may be some time yet.
Thank you, Sergeant James R. Cram. This is Tim Lamert at North Sector General Hospital at Schofield Barracks in Hawaii. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
We're back in New York now, and with Allied armies moving in on Germany from east and west, the German High Command finds itself, to put it mildly, in an unenviable position. To tell you something about it, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
From the point of view of the German High Command, the war situation must look something like this. On the east, the 2 heavily fortified flanking positions on which the defense of the Reich initially depended, East Prussia and Upper Silesia, have been overrun. East Prussia is in Russian hands, save for a small zone around the fortress of Königsberg. This releases, for further attack westward, the best part of 2 Russian army groups. Upper Silesia has virtually all been taken by the Russians. This deprives the Reich of 30% of its synthetic oil production and rather a higher proportion of its heavy industry in the steel and iron categories. It opens the way for a Russian assault on Breslau. In the center, between these 2 Russian forces, another Russian army group has surrounded Poznan and advanced to the border of Brandenburg Province, just under 100 miles from Berlin. The Germans still hold certain rail and road centers, Elbing, Graudenz, Thorn, and Poznan, which impede and delay Russian movements of heavy forces toward the frontier. But these centers are only time-gaining expedients. What is needed is more troops for the defense of the open frontiers of the Reich and the approaches to the Reich capital from the east. On the west, the time-gaining counterattack in the Ardennes has failed with heavy losses. The V weapons have damaged the Anglo-American allies, but have not prevented the gathering of powerful forces and vast amounts of supplies through the port of Antwerp. The diversion in Alsace has not produced any results worth mentioning. Now the Western Allies, having pushed up to the Rohr River all along its course, are getting ready to jump off into the Rhineland with a major offensive. Time-gaining expedients on this front have already been exhausted. What is needed is more troops for the defense of the vital industries of the Ruhr and the Saar and the approaches to the Reich capital from the west. But where are these troops to come from, either for east or west? Wishing that the 30 divisions in Italy were behind the Alps is not very helpful now. Getting them across the Lombardy Plain under the hail of fire from Allied air power would be quite another matter. From Norway, from Latvia, a trickle of help may come. But the imperiled German frontiers to east and west need not a trickle of reinforcements, but a flood. Call up the 15-year-olds? That might be done, as the 16 and 17-year-olds have already been called. But the cradle can be robbed at once. Withdraw to better and shorter lines of defense? Well, a withdrawal to the Rhine in the west might gain a little time if it was suddenly done and the weather gods were kind enough to cover it. But the coordinated pressures from the two fronts continue with inexorable power. Sooner or later, the German High Command may find themselves confronted with the grim choice of which of their frontiers shall be defended at the expense of the other. Too many Germans have been killed for both to be defended indefinitely. For this reason perished the empire of Napoleon. And for this reason, more than a century later, the empire of Adolf Hitler is going down in blood and fire. Now, here again is Douglas Edwards.
You've heard Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott. One of the War Department's top ammunition experts is standing by a CBS microphone to tell you about our Army's needs. For a talk with him, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Tris Coffin reporting.
Every 2 or 3 days, the War Department gets a cable from a commander in the field asking for more ammunition, more firepower. We've asked one of the generals responsible for making good on these cables to tell us his story. He is Brigadier General Roswell E. Hardy, Chief, Ammunition Division, Industrial Service, Office of Chief of Ordnance. General, why is the need for ammunition so urgent today?
There are several reasons. Our troops on the Western Front are right up against the Germans' fixed fortifications, concrete and steel pillboxes. Then, too, the Nazis are using heavier tanks, and we must have powerful explosives to knock them out. The third reason is the most important. The American Army believes in saving men wherever possible. The more firepower you have, the fewer casualties. Every time our ordnance workers at home raise their quota, they are saving the lives of GIs.
General, I've heard the criticism that while you're asking for more production, some plants are still being shut down.
I'm glad you brought that up. The truth is that needs for various kinds of ammunition change all the time. We start producing full blast on some particular shell, and the word comes from the front that it is obsolete. War moves very, very swiftly. We must meet the challenge of the enemy's ingenuity, of his defenses, and of his firepower. The Germans are making bigger and tougher tanks. We must have the ammunition to pierce those tanks.
Do you have any other examples you could give us, General?
Sure. We are making a shell to pierce one sheet of steel and increasing production. At that time, American inventive genius plus necessity brought out a shell which could penetrate 3 pieces of steel. That, too, has been thrown out the window because we increased the penetrating power even more. We have now been forced to build new plants for the latest type shells. The Army didn't change its mind, it changed its ammunition. And here is another case. We started out making 100 and 250-pound bombs for the Air Force. Then we stepped it up to 500, 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 pounds and larger. At the present time, we are setting up plants to make more of the smaller weight bombs, which we stopped making months ago. Sounds contradictory, doesn't it? Well, here's the reason. The Air Force found by experience it can do more damage against certain targets with smaller bombs than it can with one big one. Now, when a plant is shutting down, it doesn't mean the war is over. It means we have improved our firepower and the need for production has shifted to another plant. I know of one case, for example, of a plant where we are shutting down 1 or 2 lines while we are building new lines at the same plant. The reason is that lines which load 20-millimeter rounds are not suitable for loading a 1,000-pound bomb.
Can you tell me any of your latest type ammunition developed to meet a special need?
We are now producing a special concrete piercing fuse. When it is screwed on a high explosive shell and fired, the shell will pierce 6 feet of concrete. That was developed to smash those tough German forts in the Siegfried Line.
Was there any decline in ammunition during that period when some people thought the war was about over in Europe?
No, because the closer you get to the enemy, the more firepower is needed. As a matter of fact, ammunition production has increased every month for over a year. Last January, we turned out $225 million worth of ammunition. During this last December, we produced $390 million worth. And I can tell you those shells are not lying around in warehouses in this country. During December alone, we loaded 600 Liberty ships with ammunition for the fronts. That amounted to about 600,000 tons of ammunition.
General, do you look for any slump in ammunition production after the fall of Germany?
As we see it, the demands in the Far East are so great that production must continue at a high rate for months after the fall of Germany. It's the same thing again. The closer we come to the enemy, the more firepower is needed.
Thank you, General Hardy. I return you to Admiral in New York.
About a minute and a half ago, an order of the day arrived from Moscow from Marshal Stalin. He said that Soviet troops have captured Memel. That city is on the Baltic coast, up above Königsberg. Well, ground activity on the Italian front has been limited to patrolling for the 22nd straight day, but it was officially announced in Rome that large fires have been seen just behind the German Senio River winter defense line in the 8th Army area. The meaning of these destructions is not explained. The fires, which were seen burning at Cuffiano on the west bank of the Senio, 6 miles west of Faenza, constitute part of the unexplained activity which has been observed behind enemy lines recently. There were a series of heavy explosions in Lugo yesterday. The dispatch didn't indicate whether demolitions were made by the Germans or by Allied patrols or Italian resistance forces. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
Remember when an evening's entertainment for the whole family on a cold winter night was to sit by the fireplace and look at travel ads and summer resort folders? You'd plan next summer's vacation and get real enjoyment from the anticipation of sun-swept beaches or an isolated cabin. And remember, in some remote lakeside or mountain resort, practically your only contact with the happenings of the outside world would be your Admiral portable radio. It's true we haven't had those restful vacations for the past few summers, but with the war's end, they'll come again, and there'll be a new and better line of Admiral portables. Admiral portable radios eliminate the chance of power blackouts because they'll operate equally well on AC, DC, or battery current. Admiral engineers have profited by their wartime experience in designing and building communications equipment, radio, and radar for the armed forces, and they're still hard at it. Admiral's wartime production was 3 times as great in 1944 as in 1943. Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. And you can look for some exciting new features in every model of every Admiral radio, America's smart set. I'll bet you'd give almost anything to speed the day of victory so your fighting man would come home, wouldn't you? Yes, we all would. And the surest way to speed that day is to give them the tools of victory by our continued purchase of war bonds. Let's buy more and more and more till victory. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented in behalf of Admiral dealers all over America. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battle fronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
Dispatches from the continent today are telling of a new drive on the American First Army front. Columbia's Bill Downs reports that the Americans began an attack towards the Siegfried Line at 4 this morning in a heavy snowstorm. He says progress has been good. American and British heavy bombers, more than 1,200 strong, struck 2 great blows today at Germany's war industries. The Germans are saying that Russian troops are battering at the Oder River line in Silesia along a 130-mile front. Marshal Stalin announces the capture of the great Polish coal center of Katowice. The battle continues at Schneidemühl inside Brandenburg province. In the Pacific, the American 6th Army is less than 10 miles from San Fernando, capital of Pampanga province. Our troops are some 40 miles from Manila. Admiral Nimitz sent a communique today from a point several thousand miles west of Pearl Harbor, his new headquarters. The communique gave new details of how the Third Fleet shot up Jap ships and planes off Formosa and the Ryukyu Islands last week. 60,000 tons of ships sunk, 65,000 tons damaged, 300 Jap planes destroyed or damaged. And now, news direct from France. Admiral takes you to Supreme Headquarters in Paris. Richard C. Hottelet reporting.
It's been snowing along the entire front today. Scattered snow showers, the weatherman calls it. But the heavy, low gray sky and the whirling flakes have kept our tactical planes on the ground. And on the flats of Holland, on the plain east of Aachen, in the Ardennes, in Luxembourg, Alsace, and the Vosges, the snow has made everything tougher. Nowhere along the entire front has there been more than local fighting. In the northern sector, where British and American troops have been ironing out the salient west of the Roar River, they had 4 inches of snow last night. And you, snow is deadly in that kind of fighting. It hides all trace of the enemy, hides his mines and his booby traps. And you've not only got to work harder to keep going, you've got to be twice as careful. But Allied troops have pushed on ahead, and except for a few German strong points, we now have all the ground west of the Roar River, and with it, better jump-off positions toward the Ruhr. The enemy has been fighting a skillful rearguard action up here, using the ground and his comparatively weak forces to best advantage. Farther south in the Ardennes, it's the same story, only here we're pushing on to the German border on a wide front. The enemy is fighting hardest near the shoulders of his former salient, up around Saint-Vite and down around Vianden in Luxembourg. But we've made progress, and to all practical intents and purposes, we're back to where we were 6 weeks ago. That is, as far as ground goes. We're told today that the Allies have taken more than 50,000 German prisoners in the Ardennes since December 16th. Add to that the thousands of dead and wounded the enemy suffered, the thousands of guns and tanks and vehicles he left behind, and you see that the Germans are undoubtedly in a worse position than when they started. Their great mobile reserve has melted away, and the strength they lost will be badly needed when we take up the battle for the Rhine, where we were forced to leave off. Because the Germans did not put an end to our winter offensive, they merely interrupted it. This is Richard C. Hottelet at Supreme Headquarters, returning you to Admiral in New York.
And now Admiral takes you again overseas to CBS London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
Yes, sir.
The American 8th Air Force today commemorated its 3rd anniversary. It broke the bad weather lull and went after targets in the Reich. These targets have not yet been named, but most likely they were not far from our front lines, because 3 years of studying air power has convinced our air chiefs that the best way of finishing this war is to help our own troops. The day of deep air penetrations is over in Europe. The Russian advance has removed most of the former targets of our 15th Air Force in Italy, while on the Western Front, we found that the very sight and knowledge that our heavies are bombing ahead of the front lines is of inestimable morale value to our boys on the ground. The Russians, who seem to be making progress without benefit of air support because of blizzards, announced the capture of a memorable named city today, which all Britain remembers as the first city to be named in a communique in this long war. Katowice, named in the German communique of September 1st, 1939, when total war first rushed over the Polish plains. Today, rumors of peace moves are coming into London from neutral capitals, but the British public and press are treating them with admirable reserve. The latest is that the Russians may set up their Free German Committee of captured German officers as a provisional German government in Königsberg when it is taken, and that Hitler may make an offer to this committee if he broadcasts next Tuesday, the 11th anniversary of his accession to power. Such speculations have been nourished by the fact that the Gestapo has so far taken no action against the relatives of General Seydlitz and Field Marshal von Paulus and other members of the Moscow-sponsored committee. And on the eve of the Big Three conference, London is coming around to the idea that it will be held not far from South Russia because of the staggering Russian war news. It's also felt here that the reported Moscow request for a huge American loan will be a strong card in President Roosevelt's hand at the coming conference. And this is Larry LeSueur returning you now to Admiral in New York.
We'll have more news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral.
I wish all of you could have heard a little scene that happened one morning last week at the Williams home over on Elm Street. It went like this.
Hello, honey. Breakfast ready yet?
Oh.
Say, what are you doing mopping the kitchen floor at this hour? Do you want me to be late to work again?
I'm sorry, Jim, but I defrosted the refrigerator last night, and the pan was so full that I spilled water all over the floor and in the refrigerator. Just got to clean it up. It's a mess.
You know, I was reading a magazine ad on the way home last night about this Admiral dual temp refrigerator that doesn't have any coils to defrost. I'm glad some manufacturer like Admiral has finally come up with an answer to this defrosting job. After the war, we're going to have an Admiral.
You know, Betty's mother has a dual temp, and she's crazy about it. She can quick freeze all kinds of foods, and she never has to use covered dishes.
Yes, you hear it everywhere. Every day, more and more American homemakers are voicing their preference for a post-war Admiral Dual Temp. Because Dual Temp is the successor to the ordinary mechanical refrigerator, and only Admiral can build a Dual Temp. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
Earlier today, Columbia's correspondent Bill Downs reported from the First Army front that General Hodge's First Army is on the move again, jumping off early this morning in an attack toward the Siegfried Line. Now, news direct from Bill Downs in Belgium. Admiral takes you to the First Army front. Bill Downs reporting.
The United States First Army tonight is advancing towards the Siegfried Line, and the pressure which broke the Germans in the east now is being brought to bear from the west. First Army infantry elements jumped off at 4 o'clock this morning, attacking in the dark during one of the heaviest snowstorms of the winter. The Germans thought that an attack under such conditions was impossible. They were keeping warm in their dugouts and pillboxes. But the Germans were wrong. Our troops sometimes waded waist deep through the snow to get to their objectives. The surprise of their attack paid off in gains of up to 1.5 miles. The 1st Infantry Division took 3 towns east of Malmedy. Other infantry elements took another town. 200 surprised and resentful Germans were captured in the opening stages of the attack, and our losses were light. The First Army troops have struck on a front stretching north of St. Vite. The Siegfried Line curves inward towards Germany along the Ardennes ridges in this sector, but at the nearest point, the 1st Infantry Division stands about 2.5 miles from the Siegfried, and the advance continues. Don't expect fighting on the scale of the Russian gains from this renewed First Army attack. The Siegfried is more than a single line of fortifications, and the deep snow in this hilly, forested country is a difficult obstacle without any enemy opposition. The coming battles are going to be bloody and bitter, an infantry dogfight. But the important thing is that the pressure is on from the west and the east. Out on the front tonight, thousands of cold and tired doughboys are climbing through the snow. It's so deep that you literally have to climb through it. Dressed in their white snowsuits, they move like ghosts through the forests and over the hills. And 600 miles to the east, the same kind of cold, tired, white-clad soldiers are moving towards the west. It forms the world's greatest military squeeze play. The squeeze play will end when those American doughboys shake hands with those Russian soldiers somewhere in Germany. And this is Bill Downs with the First Army, returning you to Admiral.
An Air Force sergeant from Tennessee recently had the experience of dangling outside a B-29 while it was over Nagoya. For an interview with him, Admiral takes you now to General Hospital, Pearl Harbor. Tim Lemert reporting.
Here with me in North Sector General Hospital at Schofield Barracks, about 25 miles from Honolulu, is Sergeant James R. Kranz of Clarksville, Tennessee, who is the hero of one of the most amazing escapes from death in the whole war. Sergeant Kranz was blown out of his super fortress over Japan and is here to tell about it. Just what happened, Sergeant Kranz?
I was doing it with our 7th Nation, and the target for the day was Nagoya. We ran into some pretty heavy fighter opposition on the way up. And then over Nagoya, the anti-aircraft fire started in. I was sitting at my blister keeping a watch for fighters when all of a sudden the blister blew off. And I was shooting out into space. You see, the pressurizing had been broken, and the sudden rush of air out of the opening took me with it. The next thing I knew, I was hanging outside of the plane by my safety strap.
Sergeant, just what was that safety strap that you were wearing?
The regular safety strap that we wear doesn't give us enough freedom to put on our flak suits and to move around like we need to, so we usually take it off. On the mission before, one of the other gunners was almost blown out in the same way. So I got some strap from an old parachute and made the special strap that I was wearing for the first time.
I see. But what happened when you found yourself outside the plane?
I had been shot out so quickly and with such force that my oxygen mask and gloves had been blown off. On the way out, one of my legs had caught in the hole, and I tried to keep it there so that the other fellows could pull me back. I remained conscious for about 2 minutes and then began to pass out as we were above 4,000 feet in the air. My hands were getting very cold since the temperature was 18 degrees below freezing. However, I wasn't too worried because I knew that my strap would hold me. The last thing that I remembered before everything went black was seeing the railroad yards and the Negoti right below me.
How long did you stay out there?
The rest of the crew was pretty busy, and they couldn't get to me right away. The flight surgeon in another plane timed me and told me later that I was out for about 15 minutes. By the time that they could help me, my foot had slipped and I was hanging like a rag doll by my waist. At first they couldn't reach me, but finally 3 of them were able to pull me up by my harness.
How long had you been back in the plane before you came to?
Not too long. Since I had lost my oxygen mask and there were no extra ones in the plane, 2 of the crew shared one oxygen mask by passing it back and forth. And they gave me one of theirs. They rubbed my hands, which had been badly frozen, to start the circulation. They gave me plasma and morphine.
Sure that the infantry would get into us eventually. But how long, we didn't know. There was quite a little fighting going on between us and the Japs, and we started getting some wounded. We didn't have a doctor, so we used the first aid kits we had on hand. Then we got the idea that maybe somehow we could fly those Cubs out of there with the wounded.
Well, Lieutenant, wasn't that pretty risky? Those small, slow planes against all that Japanese fire?
Well, we talked it over for quite a while, believe me. We finally doped it out. If our men could concentrate fire in front of the planes taking off, we could make it, even though the Japs were all along the other side of the airstrip. Each plane could carry 1 wounded man. The other 6 pilots were going to go on to spot for our artillery after landing their wounded. But I decided to keep on coming back for more wounded. So I was the last one to take off. The taxi lane to the strip was very rough, so we filled it with rocks and put palm leaves over the ruts. But it was still pretty bumpy. I gunned her as much as possible and hit the strip in a big ground loop for speed.
Were these Japs shooting at you?
Yes, they were shooting plenty, but I got off with only a few holes in the plane. I flew to the field hospital and came back, the second trip, to take a young Filipino girl who had been wounded there. She couldn't speak English and never had been in a plane. But during a forced landing north of Ormoc, I'd picked up 2 Filipino guerrillas and brought them with me. They talked her into it. She was a very game little girl.
What about those grenades you were throwing at the Japs?
Well, we would take as many grenades as we could carry and toss them at the Japs as we flew over their lines. One morning of the 6th, there was a big commotion and heavy fighting, and we figured the whole Jap army was coming in. I went up and was trying to find the main Jap strength and tossed what grenades I had. Then I went back for some more.
Well, didn't you know you can't fly those little Piper Cubs as combat planes without getting hurt?
We didn't have much time to think about that.
How many trips did you make with the wounded?
I made 6 before I got hit. By this time, the Cub was full of bullet holes, like a sieve. It had rained terribly the night before, and the Japs were attacking all night. I was tired, and the boys we were taking out weighed quite a bit. The field was soft, and it was difficult to get up flying speed so we could take off. This Jap auto rifleman finally hit me in the leg, so I took the wounded man and myself both to the hospital.
What about the plane?
I gave it to a sergeant at the ambulance station. He was pretty surprised when he took it. I feel sure that after they'd patched her up, somebody was getting some good out of that old Cub. She was a good craft.
Well, we're glad to know the wounded you flew out were okay and that the infantry finally fought through to the airstrip and that your wound is getting well. Thanks, Lieutenant Robert Boone, and good luck. This is Webley Edwards at Fleet Headquarters, Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
As you know, the Red Army is now engaged in another powerful drive below Warsaw. For a summary of the situation on the Eastern Front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The Russians have launched their long-expected major winter offensive in central Poland. This news overshadows every other event of the week on the Russian front. The Russian offensive has come exactly where it was expected, from the long-held Russian bridgehead across the Middle Vistula, about 75 miles south of Warsaw. Its first objectives appear to be the important Polish cities of Kielce and Krakow. The capture of Kielce will protect the Russian right flank from a German counterattack from the north. The capture of Krakow will give the Russians control of the principal railway and highway center of southwestern Poland, and thus an excellent base position for the extension of their offensive further west into the Silesian industrial region, which is second only to the rear in its importance to German war production. The Russians gained 25 miles in the first day's attack on a front of 37 miles. This suggests that their attack has been launched in great strength after lengthy and thorough preparation, and that it may be expected to be able to carry on with continuous effort, drawing fresh reserves from depth for a considerable period of time. It should be realized that the timing of this great Russian attack is directly connected with the situation on the Hungarian front. There, the Russians appear to be on the verge of knocking out the last remnants of German resistance in the city of Budapest. And though there is no news for the last day or two of the German counterattack northwest of the city, the Germans do not claim that it has made further progress after being checked about 15 miles from Budapest. Indeed, the German communiques have begun to use the word gallant in referring to the German defenders of Budapest, which is usually an indication that the German High Command thinks the end is at hand. This word was applied just before the final curtain to the German defenders of Stalingrad, Brest, Calais, the Sarve Peninsula, the pocket south of the Scheldt Estuary, and other German garrisons which were about to be overrun. Thus it has become a sort of epitaph, never used as long as there seems to be any chance at all. As long as that is so, the Germans use words like invincible. But from the Russian point of view, obviously the best time to launch a major offensive in central Poland, north of the Carpathian Mountains, is just as Budapest is about to fall, just as the full Russian energies in Hungary, south of the Carpathians, are about to be released for a surge northward and westward. Thus the two Russian offensives will complement each other and impose the maximum strain on the German resources to meet them, while the Germans, whose reserves in this area have been heavily drawn upon in the attempt to relieve Budapest, will not have time for any redisposition of their forces to meet the new Russian attack in central Poland. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
That was Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott. And now for an interview with a former New York and West Virginia professional model who has served for 26 months as a hospital ship nurse. Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Tris Coffin reporting.
The Army nurse is a very important person in the scheme of things today, and we're going to try to find out this afternoon just what kind of a life she leads. Our subject is Lieutenant Virginia Sadis. She has 2 combat stars on her overseas ribbons. She has served 26 months on hospital ships. Part of that time, she treated badly wounded men evacuated from the beachheads in the Mediterranean theater, Africa, Sicily, Italy, and southern France. I might add that the boys who have Lieutenant Sadis as their nurse are very fortunate indeed. She is 28, single, has big blue eyes, and was a professional model in New York before she joined the Army Nurse Corps 3 years ago. Lieutenant, how would you describe your life as an Army nurse?
It is exciting. You learn a lot, and above all, it is satisfying. You feel pretty good to know you can do something for those boys who've been wounded.
We've all marveled at the fine spirits of wounded men in Army hospitals back here in the States. How is that accomplished?
Well, I think there are possibly 3 reasons. There is nothing like a good old American. He can really take it. He doesn't complain even though he is badly wounded, and he shows his appreciation like no one else. I know. We've had all kinds on board our hospital ships, including German wounded prisoner patients. Secondly, a very efficient routine has been worked out. It begins when a medical corpsman picks up the wounded soldier on the field. He's given first aid at a battalion aid station immediately. Then he's taken to a field or an evacuation hospital right behind the front lines for emergency treatment and necessary operations. From there, he is evacuated by hospital ship, hospital train, or hospital plane to the more rear-based hospitals. By the time the men get to us on a hospital ship, they're pretty well taken care of. That is, except for those times when we evacuated men from the beaches, like at Salerno or Anzio. The men were badly wounded, and we worked from 16 to 18 hours a day.
Are nurses by the wounded men all the way?
Yes, from the time they reach the field hospital until they are discharged.
What is that third factor, Lieutenant?
That's the mental lift we try to give the boys. That is very important. Well, about 3/4 of our job in seriously wounded cases. Some of the men feel pretty badly about themselves. They wonder if they can ever return to a normal existence. We nurses know the benefits of modern medicine, and we know they can live a normal life, even though they may be seriously wounded. But they don't know that, and we have to show them. They must have faith in themselves and believe. There's no set routine. You talk to the boys, you kid them, you even bawl them out once in a while, but they like it.
I suppose you see many cases on your ship and wonder what has become of the men.
Yes, you get to have a personal interest in them. We get lots of nice letters from the boys. Once in a while, you may be lucky to see the man again. I remember one whom we picked up from a torpedoed minesweeper. He had first, second, and third-degree burns from head to foot. After he recovered from his burns, his problem was learning to use his hands again. I saw him about 5 months later. I'll always remember that. He was getting on a bus, and he waved at me. He was so proud that he had learned to use his hands again, and he wanted me to know.
Thank you, Lieutenant Sadis. I return you to Admiral in New York.
One other item of news from Rome. German forces blocking the Allied drive in northern Italy have been strongly reinforced and today are using the heaviest artillery encountered since Allied troops cracked the Hitler line back in May. The Germans are well supplied with all types of ammunition, and they've been bolstered by a fresh division rushed from Norway and several Italian divisions trained in Germany. With the Apennines covered by deep snowdrifts, patrolling by both sides has been held to a minimum during the last 2 days. Southeast of Bologna, one combat party ran into heavy enemy artillery fire, and northeast of Ferma, a patrol probed the slopes of Ven del Gesso, but was forced to curtail activities because of the weather. An enemy patrol was encountered a mile north of Monte Grande, southeast of Bologna, and forced to withdraw. And that's the news from the Italian front today. Once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
You'll get more room in your post-war Admiral dual-temp refrigerator. Have you ever wished some manufacturer would build a really roomy refrigerator, big enough to hold all your holiday foods without crowding or forcing?
Yes, I have. And I've often wished that I could stock up on groceries without worrying whether or not I'd have room to store them all. And so often I thought how nice it would be if my refrigerator were big enough so I could take advantage of sale prices and wouldn't have to go shopping so frequently.
Then the post-war Admiral dual-temp refrigerator is going to be made to order for you. When you get a good close-up of the extra-large interior of the dual-temp, you're in for a pleasant surprise. There'll be room to store all those extra foods within easy fingertip reach. No crowding, no bruising of foods, no corners to reach into. Because there are no frost-covered coils, there'll be an unbroken shelf area and no covered dishes. Dual-temp will be the successor to the ordinary mechanical refrigerator, and only Admiral can build a dual-temp. Paper is becoming more and more scarce. The manufacture of many vital war supplies depends on paper. All of us must salvage every scrap of waste paper to keep our war machine supplied. Paper packs a punch. Save it. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented in behalf of Admiral dealers all over America. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
Accent again today is on two widely separated war theaters in the Pacific, the Philippines and the Jap archipelago of islands. General MacArthur's paratroops and amphibious attack forces have invaded Corregidor in Manila Bay, and its complete capture in the official language of the communique is now assured. And from Guam, Admiral Nimitz announces that battleships and cruisers of the great American Fifth Fleet have continued to throw shells at Iwo Jima 750 miles south of Tokyo. It's possible that the carrier plane attack is continuing on the Tokyo-Yokohama area, although Admiral Nimitz had no word on those operations. Inside Manila, Yank tank and artillerymen have withheld their fire at the old walled city south of the Pasig River. They're waiting a response to repeated American appeals to the Japs to surrender their hopeless position behind the walls, or at least release the thousands of civilians within the area. In Europe, Allied troops are storming through the outer defenses of Gok at the gateway to the Ruhr, and the German radio says the British Second Army is now attacking beside the Canadians. Just a few minutes ago, Marshal Montgomery, in a personal message to his troops under his command, said, "We now have come to the last and final round, and we want and will go for the knockout blow." On the Eastern Front, the Russian First Ukrainian Army is shelling the German cities of Cottbus and Gubin, which guard the southeastern approaches to Berlin. Both sides are bringing up reinforcements. And now, a news report radioed direct from Supreme Headquarters in France. Admiral takes you direct to Paris. Charles Collingwood reporting.
On the waterlogged Western Front, the 1st Canadian Army continues to be the center of interest. This army, which includes English, Scotch, and Welsh troops, as well as Canadians, is pushing its way through the Siegfried Line southeast of Cleve. Yesterday, they made a mile or so and took several hundred prisoners. Most of them were old friends of ours. They belonged to a parachute battalion that had been dropped behind our lines back in the days of the Ardennes breakthrough. The Canadian Army is now only a mile and a half from the town of Gok, which today's communique, in a rare turn of phrase, calls a bastion town in the Siegfried Defense Belt, which it is. The fighting up here in the mud and among the German defenses is as unpleasant as it comes. An officer of the Scots Fusiliers came down to Paris today to talk about the capture of Cleve. He had red hair, a red mustache, and a Scotch accent you could cut with a knife. He told of how the carriers kept getting stuck in the mud. But when they did, he said, "We just pulled the blokes off that and piled them on another, and on they went." Off on his left, he could see the Canadians paddling around in the water. His own men were on high ground and went in supported by what he called the funny people, the men who drive the flamethrowers and the special tanks and all the strange instruments of war the Canadian Army is using. The funny people, he called them, but the Germans find nothing funny in the way they fight. The 3rd American Army is also bucking the Siegfried Line in their bridgehead across the Ur and Saar rivers. And yesterday, they too made good progress, up to a mile, in the great German defense belt, barring the way to the heart of Germany. This is Charles Collingwood in Paris, returning you to Admiral in New York.
We have heard a report from Supreme Allied Headquarters, and now news from one of the Western fighting fronts. For that story, Admiral takes you to the American First Army somewhere in Belgium. Bill Downs reporting.
The entire United States First Army climbed out of bed this morning and let out a groan. Generals getting up from their beds in ruined basements. Sergeants rising for breakfast from under haystacks. And the GIs generally throughout the Army area took a look at the weather and moaned. Yes, it's been raining again. One officer, a veteran of the Southwest Pacific, said they should have told us that Western Germany has a monsoon season. Another GI, drinking coffee rapidly being diluted by the rain, cracked, "What are those guys out in the Philippines going to think of us if this keeps up?" And someone else said that if the rain didn't stop, they would all be developing web feet. We've had 4 dry and sunny days over this part of the front. Consequently, today's rain was doubly depressing. Simply standing in a chow line is almost becoming an amphibious operation. But seriously, this rain is no laughing matter. During the 4 days of sunshine, the flooded Roar River was beginning to recede. The lakes behind the Roar dams are steadily going down. But any more rain, and it may further hinder our movement. Little of significance happened on the First Army front today. The Germans sent out 3 extremely large patrols in the Schleiden area, giving them protection by Nebelwerfers and artillery. However, when our artillery got to work, the patrols went back home and nothing came of it. A prisoner taken the other day said that the Germans have built up a good supply of ammunition on this side of the Rhine, but that they feared to use it right now because of our counter-battery fire. This confirms earlier reports that the Germans are preparing for one of the great battles of the war on this side of the Rhine west of Cologne. It may be one of the last great battles for the liberation of Europe. This is Bill Downs returning you to Admiral.
More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Embarrassing, isn't it, to have unexpected guests drop in and not have a variety of fresh foods on hand to prepare an appealing meal for them? Well, you'll never feel this embarrassment again when you own a post-war Admiral Dual Temp refrigerator. The built-in home freezer in the Admiral Dual Temp will make it possible for you to keep nearly 2 bushels of frozen meats, fruits, and vegetables always on hand, ready to prepare at a moment's notice. Now, about foods that don't require freezing temperatures. You'll find they'll keep their vital juices and freshness much longer in the regular food storage compartment of the Admiral Dual Temp. Ready-cooked foods, salads, desserts, even bread and pastries will keep better in the Admiral Dual Temp refrigerator. There'll be more space, too, for the old-fashioned freezer coils will be gone. Yes, you'll be mighty happy with the Admiral Dual Temp because it's really 2 refrigerators in one. Dual Temp is the successor to the ordinary mechanical refrigerator, and only Admiral can build a Dual Temp. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
For developments in Britain, Admiral takes you again across the Atlantic to CBS London, Eric Severide reporting.
Surrender for Germany will be unconditional, but then there will be terms which will be revealed in detail only then. Here in the British Parliament, some members are going to ask just what the process will be. Who, what man can surrender the German armies? Will we accept the signature of a general when we have said we will liquidate the German army staff? So far, there is no sign that we will deal with any German political group or political personality. Yet some German will be made responsible for the carrying out of our terms. Somebody must head some kind of German skeleton administration to keep railroads running, power supplies going, 1,001 public services. These things are now run by members of the Nazi Party. Will we fire them all? And if not, where will we draw the line? There are many questions to be asked. The Western Allies are party to various Geneva Conventions, which give defeated troops certain rights to be fed, to be returned home at once, and so on. Rules the Germans themselves do not observe. The Russians are not party to these agreements, and they presumably have other plans for German soldiers. Vast plans are now being made on paper. We are not so short of plans as we are of trained personnel to carry them out. An unexpectedly sudden surrender will be, in some ways, a bit embarrassing. Allied Air Force officers will supervise the dismantling of the Luftwaffe, our ground officers, the disarming of the Reichswehr, our Navy people, the German fleet. But on the question of German industry, the base and core of it all, there is still much discussion going on between Anglo-American economists and the military, each of whom would like the job of peeling off the various layers of German industry. The military will probably win that argument, as they are winning the argument now of who is to control not only the German press and radio, but the Allied press and radio representatives in Germany after surrender. The basic principle of no political censorship over foreign correspondence inside Germany has not been accepted. We return you now to Admiral in New York.
For Pacific News and an interview with a sergeant from Pennsylvania who has flown over Tokyo and the island of Iwo Jima, Admiral takes you after a brief pause to CBS Pearl Harbor. Tim Limert reporting.
This is CBS San Francisco calling Tim Limert at Pearl Harbor.
It's pretty hot in the Western Pacific this morning. Although the Japs continue to broadcast claims that U.S. troops have attempted landings on Iwo Jima, we here at Fleet Headquarters have received no official confirmation. However, it will be remembered that on previous invasions, Tokyo Radio was the first to tell the world about them. As usual, Tokyo claims that the attacking Americans were repulsed. The last communique issued by Fleet Admiral Nimitz told of the continuation of shelling by units of the 5th Fleet of Iwo. But the cloud of secrecy has fallen over the whereabouts of Admiral Mitscher's task force that raided Tokyo. As yet, reports of the damage inflicted are unavailable. The enforced blackout of the location of this unit might suggest a naval engagement, but spokesmen at Advance Headquarters refuse to comment in any way.
Another Jap claim is that in the recent airstrikes at their capital, they sunk one battleship and damaged another. But these again were from the totally unreliable Tokyo radio. The two names that have been blazing in the news this past week have been Tokyo and Iwo Jima. So today with me is a man that has seen both of these targets from his B-29. He is Staff Sergeant Charles Alleman of Schuylkill Haven, Pennsylvania. Sergeant Alleman, who is a radio operator, is back here in Honolulu for a rest after completing 13 missions over Japan proper, 2 over Iwo Jima, and 1 over Truk. His crew has probably flown more missions than any other from the Marianas, and he has come through it unscathed. First, suppose you tell us a little about Iwo, Sergeant.
Well, Tim, it is not a very imposing-looking island. In the first place, it is quite small, about 5 miles long and 3 miles wide. In the middle and at the southern end, there are 2 volcano peaks, and between these are the 2 airfields that have been our main targets. On one side of the island is a fair beach, but the other side is pretty rugged. The island is, of course, showing the effects of the bombing that it has received. But those Japs are stubborn and repair the damage to the airstrips almost as fast as we inflict it. But I guess that the recent shelling by the fleet has knocked out a lot of the fortifications.
Most of us are pretty familiar with Tokyo these days, Sergeant. But what were your impressions when you bombed it?
Tokyo is a hard target. The Japs are doing all they can to protect their capital. The anti-aircraft fire is heavy but usually inaccurate. But they send everything in the book at us in the way of fighters. In our last raid over Tokyo, we ran into over 100 fighters, and our plane alone shot down 6. Some of the pilots are good, but others are pretty bad. They are poor shots on the average, and we find that some days they are extremely eager, but other times they stand off and don't come within range. They have learned that our firepower is quite effective and more than a match for theirs.
What do you think about the strike made by the carrier-based planes last week?
That sure was good news. I never expected it, but it will certainly help us out. There are a lot of airfields around Tokyo from which the fighters come. And if they were able to knock out some of these, the Japs won't be able to send so many planes after the 29. However, as I said before, Tokyo is no easy target, and I guess those Navy flyers had a good hot time.
What would the control of Iwo Jima mean to our attacks against Japan?
A great deal. As you know, it is only 750 miles from Tokyo, and that means that they would be able to fly fighters with us on our attacks. Fighter protection would be a big help, since then we would be freer to turn most of our attention to the target and would not be so bothered with enemy fighters. Also, the liberators could join us on strikes at Japan, and it is obvious that the more planes we send over a target, the more damage we can do. It will be a bad day for a target when heavy bombers and fighters and our B-29s all come over together.
Was your plane ever hit in your raids?
Just once. A fighter put a couple of slugs in our gas tank. However, none of us were hurt, and although we lost some of our gas, we get back to the Marianas okay.
Thank you, Sergeant Charles Alleman. This is Tim Lamert at Fleet Headquarters in Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
As you know, American land, sea, and air forces have had a very busy week in the Pacific. And for a summary of developments in the war against Japan, here in New York is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
There is still no confirmation from Admiral Nimitz headquarters of the Japanese reports that American troops are trying to land on Iwo Island in the volcano group, a position approximately 700 miles from Tokyo. It is, however, fairly clear that Iwo is heavily defended. Fire from its guns is reported to have damaged an American warship, and it's possible that a continuation of the air and naval gunfire attacks will be necessary by way of preparation before any landing can actually be made, presuming that one is intended. As to that intention, there is some contributory evidence which may be analyzed. In the first place, it is unlikely that the carrier strike against Tokyo is an isolated operation. It is far more likely to be the beginning of a whole new series of operations. It has been referred to officially as long planned. It's being conducted under the command of Admiral Raymond A. Spruance, who has not actually figured in Pacific operations since June of last year, when he commanded the American naval forces in the first battle of the Philippine Sea. This means that since that time, Admiral Spruance and his staff have been engaged in making new plans. And it would be surprising indeed if such plans, the making of which extended over so great a period of time, should produce nothing more than a carrier attack on the Tokyo area. Second, it is a fact that there are in the Pacific area at least 5 divisions and perhaps 6 of Marines, which have had a long rest and a chance for a complete refit. No Marine division has seen active service since the attacks on Guam and the Pelew Islands, long before the landing on Leyte. It would be an unaccountable waste of good fighting power to leave all these Marine divisions idle for a great period of time. Third, the offensive and defensive advantages of a base in the Bonin or Volcano Islands are so great that it seems very likely that either now or in the immediate future we shall try to obtain such a base. Aside from the tactical advantages, the strategical advantage of pinning down a great part of the Japanese Air Force for the defense of the home territory should bring our forces rich dividends in operations against the China coast and elsewhere. Finally, there is the distinct possibility that such a move might bring out the remains of the Japanese fleet for a final desperate fight. This is openly stated by an American naval spokesman as being desired by our naval command in the full confidence that any such Japanese move must end in the wiping out of all remaining Japanese sea power, with consequent full freedom of action for American naval forces, supply ships, and troop convoys throughout the whole Pacific Ocean area and in the waters adjacent to the China coast. So even if we are not going to try a landing on Iwo or in the Bonins right now, the chances are that it will not be long before the attempt will be made. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
Thank you, Major Elliott. And now for a summary of news developments here at home, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Tris Coffin reporting.
We have a guest today who has one of those immortal stories of men in war. He is Private First Class Walter Pirowitz of Buffalo. Wally, what were you doing before you were drafted?
I was trying to break in a big-time baseball. I suppose I played ball for 14 years. In high school, my brother pitched and I cut. Then I went into professional baseball. I was a catcher with Leesburg in the Florida State League. I got my chance just a week before I was drafted in 1941. I was going to report for spring training with St. Paul.
Where did they put you in the Army?
I was trained to be a medical aid man.
That's a pretty rugged life, isn't it?
Well, you're exposed to fire and you can't fire back. It does make you feel pretty hopeless sometimes. 23 aid men in our company were casualties. 13 of them were killed.
Just what are the duties of a medical aid man, Wally?
A medic is assigned to every platoon. When a soldier is injured, it's your job to give him temporary first aid and evacuate him if possible. You apply tourniquets, make splints, and give him morphine and sulfadiazine, and gently dress his wounds. You try to put him in a safe place, that is, a safer place, like a foxhole.
Is the Red Cross painted on your helmet much protection, Wally?
Well, you hope it is. It all depends on the guy with the gun pointed at you. I was out on a 24-man patrol in Italy in broad daylight. One of our men was shot. My pal and I went out to fix him up. The Jerrys could see our red crosses, but some Jerry machine gunner turned on my pal and riddled his whole left side. Unfortunately, he died. But there was another time we had word that a man was lying wounded out in no man's land. I went out after him, and boy, was I scared. The moonlight was bright as day, but I wasn't fired on.
That was a pretty heroic act.
You don't think about it that way. It's expected of you. It's in the line of duty. Your job is to help wounded men, and you do it.
I expect the foot soldiers are pretty grateful for the work you medics do.
You bet. In the States, they kid you and call you a pill roller. But over there, brother, the medic is tops. He's the most popular guy over there. The boys would give their shirts to a medic. It makes them feel right good to know that there's a medic going along with them.
What big actions were you in, Wally?
I was along when we invaded North Africa, also at the invasion of Sicily, Salerno, and Anzio.
Where was it you were wounded?
It was near Anzio. The Germans attacked in the early morning of February 16, 1944. We held and drove the Jerrys back. Then they began dropping mortars on us. I was under all kinds of fire, but this was the worst. I treated several of our men before I got wounded. I saw it coming. It burst right in front of us. 4 of us were hit. I remember the whole thing very well. My right leg was blown right off, and I applied a tourniquet. The other leg was hurt, too, but I didn't feel any pain.
And from then on?
I was given wonderful care. My other leg was badly shut up, too, and they had to amputate. I was getting along very well at Wallerite. I've gotten some new legs, and I'm starting to walk all over again.
Where do you go from here, Wally?
Well, my mother wants me to study to be a doctor. You know, I've learned quite a lot in a practical way, and the government will send me to school. I thought, too, about being a physical education instructor, or my first love is sports, and maybe I'll try to get back in as a coach.
Wally, with your cheerfulness and courage, I know you'll make a go of whatever you do. and all the luck in the world to you. I return you to Admiral in New York.
A few minutes ago, we told you Marshal Montgomery, in a personal message to his troops, informed them that they have come to the last and final round. Here is a part of the text of the General's message just received in the Columbia newsroom. The operations of the Allies on all fronts have now brought the German war to its final stage. There was a time some years ago when it did not seem possible that we could win this war. The present situation is that we cannot lose it. In fact, the terrific successes of our Russian allies on the Eastern Front have brought victory in sight. Montgomery goes on to say, we now have come to the last and final round, and we want and will go for the knockout blow. The rules of the last round will be that we continue fighting till the final count. There is no time limit. We know our enemy well. We must expect him to fight hard to stave off defeat, possibly in the vain hope that we may crack before he does. But we shall not crack. We shall see this thing through to the end. And he says, a somewhat unusual blow will be delivered on the enemy from more than one direction. And now I'm going to ask Major Elliott to tell us what significance he sees in Montgomery's statement.
Field Marshal Montgomery, ever since he took over the command in Africa in the dark days before El Alamein, has been in the habit of issuing orders of the day of this sort on the eve of large-scale operations. This time he's very definite. The last round of the German war, a knockout blow. He means what he says. Though we should be careful not to assume that he means that the knockout is to come quickly, or he speaks of hard fighting. It's especially significant that he says that the knockout blow will come from more than one direction. He is undoubtedly referring to the coordinated plans of the Grand Alliance which were perfected at the Crimea Conference.
Thank you, Major Elliott. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney.
If you like good music, there's magic in the word Slide Away for you. For Slide Away is the open door to good music. Slide Away, you know, is the exclusive Admiral feature that makes it so easy to load and unload the automatic record changer and Admiral radio phonograph. All you do is open the cabinet doors, and out slides the complete phonograph turntable and automatic record changer. Out it comes, close the doors, it disappears. It's as easy as that with Admiral Slide Away. No more groping into dark, hard-to-get-at compartments to change records or needles. Of course, Admiral Corporation is devoting its entire production facilities to war equipment now, and will be, until victory is won. Admiral employees are doing a great job, too, with production vastly increased over last year. But when peace comes, learn more about Slide Away, the open door to good music. You'll find it only in the products of the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. In Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Carpooling is a vital necessity. The number of automobiles on the road today has dropped to a new low. It is estimated that 4 out of 5 workers depend on automobile transportation to get to and from their jobs. So it's easy to understand that the conservation of gasoline and tires is more necessary than ever before. If you are not a member of a carpool, join one today for victory. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for the Admiral Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented in behalf of Admiral dealers all over America. By shortwave broadcast in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The German army continues its retreat across the Rhine today, blowing big bridges across the river to prevent Allied armies from crossing after the enemy troops. But American and Canadian troops are moving quickly toward bridges still standing, and the German radio a few minutes ago said the Americans are bringing up rubber boats northwest of Dusseldorf, apparently intending to cross the Rhine as speedily as possible. 1,000 American heavy bombers, 500 fighter planes were over Germany in daylight today, despite bad weather, attacking marshalling yards and industrial plants. The Royal Air Force also took a hand in the daytime bombing. Its target was a communications town near Gelsenkirchen.
For the first time in 9 months, German planes have bombed and strafed sections of England. The Germans say the Russians have broken through German defenses in a drive flanking Stettin on the northeast, and that one Soviet column is 13 miles from the Baltic coast farther east. B-29s have bombed Tokyo again in very great strength, and on Iwo Jima, the Marines have almost split the Japs on the northern end of the island. And now we hear from one of Columbia's correspondents in the field. Admiral takes you to Supreme Headquarters in Paris, Charles Collingwood reporting.
The German front before the Rhine is cracking fast. The First Army, or rather armored elements of it, have broken out of their bridgehead across the Erft and cut their way to the Rhine north of Cologne. First Army infantry is close to within 2.5 miles of the city. The Ninth Army has driven northeast 8 or 9 miles from Krefeld to reach Hamburg across the river from Duisburg. Troops of 3 armies are crowding up to the banks of the mighty river. The Germans have already lost 52,000 men as prisoners, and they're fighting now to get as much of the rest as they can across the river. The German rearguard action boils down to an attempt to hold on to the Rhine crossings. For the rest, it is chaos, with everything German trying to get across the river. As things stand this afternoon, about the only decent bridge the Germans have left is the one at Wesel, and that is exactly where their stiffest resistance is. Wesel is up in the north on the Canadian Army sector. Between there and Cologne, there is only one bridge left at Hamburg, across the river from Duisburg, and that is threatened by the 84th Division in Hamburg's outskirts. From there on down, the Germans have blown the bridge at Erdingen, the 3 bridges at Dusseldorf, and at Cologne itself, the only one left standing is the Great Hohenzollern Bridge, and that has been pretty badly knocked about by our bombing. Of course, there are other ways to get across a river than by a bridge, but there aren't any as quick, and the Germans want to get across quick. How much they will get across, or to put it in reverse, how much we will capture, is a question it might be well to be pessimistic about. In the last 9 months, the Germans have developed to a fine art, the business of getting out of traps. And all the indications are that they will get most of their stuff out of this one. But even granting that, what is happening now before the Rhine is a disaster to German arms. This is Charles Collingwood in Paris, returning you to New York.
And now some news direct from the fighting field. For a direct report from the American Ninth Army front, Admiral takes you somewhere in Germany, Howard K. Smith reporting.
This is the American Ninth Army. The Battle of the Cologne Plain has turned into a rather large-scale mopping up of disorganized German forces on this side of the Rhine. If a week ago the situation could be characterized as a thin American bridgehead across the Ruhr, it is tonight a rapidly dwindling German bridgehead this side of the Rhine. The Nazi bridgehead is caught in the pincers of the Canadians driving down from the north, and this American army advancing upwards from the south. In the past 24 hours, the German bridgehead has been reduced by 9 miles on this end of the pincers alone. Today's push by the Ninth Army brings the Hamburg Bridge over the Rhine River under control of our artillery, and it leaves only 2 other Rhine bridges to the retreating Germans. One at Basel in the Canadian sector, and the other down at Rheinberg in the American sector. Following these surging troops today has been a ticklish proposition. I've passed through frontline villages without a single American soldier in them. Sometimes it's hard to say to whom these towns belong. They've been neglected by everybody. There are no German troops around, and none of ours have showed up. The citizens, though, have taken it on themselves to surrender without being asked, hanging white flags from every roof in town. One place, the striped flag of the German Republic was being draped over the village church. In the farmyard, you see the hides and entrails of freshly slaughtered cattle, which the retreating Wehrmacht took with them. There are splintered German pockets scattered all over the fluid front. The other day, I was shot at 4 times by snipers. Yesterday, I lost my driver and my Jeep. In a village near the Rhine, the driver went off to reconnoiter the neighborhood. He hasn't returned yet, and I've had to report him missing in action. This is Howard Smith returning you now to New York.
There'll be more news in just a moment. If you've wished for more oven room in your kitchen range, you'll be interested in Warren Sweeney's message about an electric range with 2 ovens.
The Admiral electric range will have 2 full-sized ovens.
Think how grand it'll be on holidays or any day when you're preparing a really big dinner to have 2 ovens. Your turkey or roast could be cooking at the same time as your rolls and pastries. Admiral, from recent surveys, found that most housewives wanted a larger oven in their next electric range. So Admiral went one better, and you'll get 2 full-sized ovens. And only in the Admiral electric ranges will you get Flexo Heat. Flexo Heat is the Admiral feature that will make it so easy to get just the right amount of heat needed for any cooking operation. As easy, in fact, as turning on and off your water faucet. And it's going to be a case of love at first sight when you see the modern styling and distinctive beauty of Admiral electric ranges. So when Victory makes possible the production of civilian goods, see the various new models Admiral will offer. For the best in cookery, use electricity. For the best in electric cookery, choose an Admiral. Now here once again is Douglas Edwards.
The light heavy bombers, British and American, attacked Germany again today. For this news and other developments, Admiral takes you to CBS London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
With one of the greatest Allied victories of the war being forged on the western banks of the Rhine, the Germans have countered with a new air offensive against England. We heard the familiar sound of the sirens in London last night, but it hasn't been much of an air offensive so far. Yet they were real planes, not robots, and 6 of them were shot down. The raid came as enough of a surprise to make propaganda for the Germans, a sign that the Germans are worrying about the morale on the home front as well as the morale of their troops. Britain knows enough about the effects of air warfare to realize that the unprecedented Allied air bombardment of Germany is shaking the grip of Nazi discipline in the Reich. Germany's disastrous military situation needs no emphasis. Where we fought for the city of Aachen street by street, the industrial cities of Krefeld, Neuss, and Mönchengladbach have fallen with little more than a push, a certain indication that the bulk of the German army is no longer morally fit to make each of these into a minor Stalingrad. London is now aware that in addition to all her other troubles, Germany is now suffering from an entirely new labor problem, in which a manpower shortage exists side by side with unemployment. You see, the great German comb-out of men for the army has produced an acute shortage of skilled labor, but at the same time there are large numbers of unemployed in Germany, deprived of their jobs by the bombing of factories, shortage of raw material, and the lack of transport. The number of foreign workers in Germany has been estimated at 12 million. The Nazi theory has been that such a mass of more or less unfriendly workers was not dangerous if they could be kept under close supervision. Now that these foreigners are thrown out of work, they form a potential guerrilla force. Already reports have come from neutral...
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented in behalf of Admiral dealers all over America. By shortwave broadcast direct from important and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
American Third Army troops are reported inside the city of Koblenz today, and the First Army bridgehead across the Rhine has been expanded by almost a mile. Supreme Headquarters says American forces have driven to high ground beyond the crossing point at Remagen. The bridgehead area is under German artillery fire. Berlin says American troops have made another crossing of the Rhine 10 miles north of Remagen, and that those units have joined with the main bridgehead, but there's no confirmation. In the air war, German submarine yards at Bremen, Hamburg, and Kiel, and oil refineries were hit today by 2,000 planes of the American 8th Air Force. There are reports the Russians are fighting in the southern suburbs of Danzig and in the streets of Altdam, 4 miles east of Stettin. The Germans say heavy fighting is going on inside Kustrin on the central front before Berlin. In the Pacific, the Iwo Jima battle is still going on, and Tokyo Radio continues to claim the Americans have landed on Mindanao in the Philippines. And now we switch you to a Columbia correspondent overseas. For more news of the fighting in Western Europe, Admiral takes you to Supreme Headquarters in Paris. Bill Shadell reporting.
After the last few days of thrilling events, today's news of the Western Front might be considered somewhat of an anticlimax, and recognized as such by Supreme Headquarters in its news conference this afternoon. Mopping up operations along the west bank of the Rhine are continuing. Our bridgehead across the Rhine is being strengthened. But these are time-consuming operations. Operations which may scarcely be pinpointed on a map or marked by any large German cities. Across the Rhine, our positions are being improved despite enemy artillery, which is noticeably heavier. Our bridgehead, as well as the bridge that made it possible, is still within reach of that artillery, although the enemy has now been deprived of direct observation. At the request of First Army, no points of identification which might indicate width or depth or present lines are being announced officially. But we are told of an uninterrupted flow of men, tanks, and ammunition onto the East Bank, which is satisfactory news in itself. As to anything further, Schaeff justifiably throws out a certain cautious note to quell any speculation on an immediate exploitation or sensational breakout from this bridgehead. There is still considerable work to be done on this side of the Rhine. While the sole remaining German hold of any size west of the Rhine, from Remagen on north, has now been written off by the Canadian Army, there is the pocket below the Remagen crossing containing an estimated 23,000 Germans. These are offering only slight resistance, but the matter of going in and getting them is slowed by roadblocks and the terrain itself. Just south of this pocket, there is still another patch of German-held ground on the north banks of the Moselle yet to be cleared. Meanwhile, our Air Force continues to soften up the Ruhr industrial area and isolate a forthcoming great battlefield. Our 9th Air Force contributed 750 sorties to this job this morning, while 1,200 heavies of the 8th Air Force were pummeling German submarine construction and oil refineries in Bremen, Hamburg, and Kiel. This is Bill Shadell at Supreme Headquarters, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And for news of the air war and what's what with the German Army, Admiral takes you now to London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
The American Air Force returned to Hamburg today. The devastated German port, as well as Bremen and Kiel, was battered by more than 1,200 liberators and fortresses, escorted by 700 American fighters. And Western Germany may not have been free of our bombers either. This afternoon, we could hear the German radio reporting new bomber formations over the Reich, but I haven't seen anything official on it yet. Today was Heroes' Day in Germany. Field Marshal Göring, Marshal Keitel, German Chief of Staff, Admiral Dönitz, and General Gutberg, head of the SS, placed a wreath from Hitler on the war memorial in Berlin's Unter den Linden. And a manifesto from Hitler was read over the German radio. Hitler said nothing new. His statement covered the old ground of injustices at Versailles. Germany as the defender of Europe against international Jewry, Bolshevism, and Anglo-American capitalism. But Hitler implied that it was still in the power of the German soldiers to make the price of victory too expensive for the Allies in terms of lives and equipment. London interprets Hitler's statement as an appeal to the Germans to go down fighting for the sake of tradition, so that future generations of Germans will be inspired to try it again. With the Rhine's west bank secured, Britain expects other crossings of Germany's River of Destiny, after a lull to build up our own strength. And after that, the end of the European war should not be far off. But before then, Britain expects another bloodbath in the ranks of the German army. It's now recognized in London that the German army has become a party army, controlled by the Nazis. In imitation of the Russians, the Nazi Party has appointed political commissars, one to each division of the German army, and he has Nazi assistants keeping watch over German army formations down to the size of companies. The purpose of this is to keep a check on German army officers who might be willing to surrender their units. And we know here that even though von Rundstedt commands all the armed forces in the West, a check is kept on him too. Von Rundstedt must report to Himmler, and all of von Rundstedt's chief officers must report to Himmler too. A double check even on the commander-in-chief. And this is Larry LeSueur in London, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral.
If you like beautiful furniture, your Admiral dealer is going to get an easy order from you for your post-war Admiral radio phonograph with an automatic record changer. Admiral cabinets will have everything. They'll be beautiful in style and design. From the lowest price table model to the finest radio phonograph, the traditional beauty of Admiral cabinets will give just the tasteful charm that you want in your home. There'll be modern designs in plastics and wood. There'll be authentic period reproductions to match your particular furniture styling. and they'll all be built in true Admiral fashion of the best available materials. In these exquisitely beautiful cabinets, you'll be getting the high-fidelity performance of Admiral radio, plus the trouble-free operation of the Admiral automatic record changer. All things considered, for your next radio phonograph, you'll undoubtedly choose Admiral, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
Red Army forces are reported battling in the southern suburbs of Danzig today and in the streets of Altdam, which is 4 miles east of Stettin. And before Berlin, the Germans say fierce fighting rages inside the Oder fortress city of Kustrin. The Second White Russian Army swept across the Nogat River to capture a town 20 miles from Danzig, while the central units drove toward the city's inner defenses. Front dispatches say the First Army, the First Russian Army, whose upper wing was battling along the approaches to Stettin, has reached its starting point for an all-out offensive on Berlin. These reports are not officially confirmed in Moscow. A German military commentator, declaring the heaviest battles are ahead, admits that Marshal Zhukov's forces are massing on the Oder for the thrust at the barricaded capital. Patrol action continues on the Italian front, and for a direct report from Italy, Admiral takes you now to CBS Rome, Farnsworth Fowle reporting.
Today's air activity was marked by a new development. For the first time, medium bombers were sent across the frontier into Austria. Heretofore, this has been the hunting preserve of the heavy bombers, with occasional assistance from long-range fighter bombers. But today, the American B-25s of the 12th Air Force attacked a bridge on the main line between Leyte and Klagenfurt. There's nothing very remarkable about this performance. The point they attacked is only 200 miles from our front line in Italy, and the B-25s in the past have gone to targets as much as 500 miles from their bases. But it's interesting as an example of the way in which the Air Force is closing in on the German communications system. There are still plenty of targets for the mediums in northern Italy. Other B-25 formations today were working as usual along the Brenner Pass railway line. But if the Germans ever give up using the railway system of northern Italy, it will mean very little extra trouble for the mediums to follow them back into Austria. These B-25s have won a high reputation for accuracy in their bombing, and if it isn't too long a haul, they carry a bomb load approaching that of the heavies. Early reports show that the fighter bombers have had a good day in northern Italy. Spit bombers attacked German artillery positions on the 8th Army front. P-47s touched off 15 freight cars loaded with ammunition at Casarsa, west of Udine, and knocked a span out of a bridge near Parma. P-40s, still serving with the RAF, reported 2 more bridges closed up, at least for the time being. Pope Pius XII addressed representatives of the Catholic labor associations today in a carefully worded statement of trade union policy. He welcomed the merging of the Catholic trade unions with the others into a single confederation of labor, so long as it stays primarily an organization for collective bargaining and is not used to exploit the worker or against the employer as such. The Pope said that socialization is acceptable only in cases where it seems really essential for the common good, and owners should be properly indemnified. Sketching a new social order, a new democratic economy, he said it was threatened equally by the despotism of anonymous capital and by mass forces which might be ready to use their power against justice and the rights of others. This is Farnsworth Fowle in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
In the Pacific, on Iwo Jima, the Marines are slowly pushing their way through the last Jap defenses. The pressure is telling on the bitterly fighting enemy, who is trying to make our conquest as costly as he possibly can. The 3rd Marine Division Patrol, which fought its way on the Iwo's northeastern beach yesterday, reported back to Major General Erskine that they had washed the Japanese stench from their hands in a piercing move that cut the Jap defenders in half. Other spearheads were driven to the Jap-held end of the island, breaking the enemy remnants into ever smaller pockets of resistance. But the Japs are fighting craftily. In some sectors, they apparently are letting the Marines slip through their lines during the daylight, then coming out of their caves and pillboxes to wage night warfare. But the Marines are prepared for this type of fighting and dig in well for the night with strongly established defense perimeters. Flares are installed around their camps so that when the Japs start their infiltration tactics, they can be sighted. There's no lack of supplies, ammunition, food, and water for the frontline Marines, but they're deadly tired from fighting over the rough terrain. And now that the Japanese realize that they're making a last-ditch stand without hope of victory or escape, they're firing more buzz bombs and rockets than ever before. They make an unearthly noise at night, correspondents tell us, and they whistle and groan throughout the day, throwing out smoke and sparks. About 14 of these air bombs landed in the 5th Division area, but they caused no damage. Engineers are working like madmen trying to blow up caves as they follow the combat troops. But it's impossible to find all the enemy hideouts. So cleverly hidden, a man almost has to fall into the opening of one to see it. Garrison troops on Iwo are going to have little spare time on their hands. They'll be busy for months hunting down Japs who choose to hide in caves rather than fight it out in the open and be killed. Garrison troops on Iwo are going to have little spare time on their hands. They'll be busy for months hunting down Japs who choose to hide in caves rather than fight it out in the open and be killed. Well, the Tokyo radio is still telling of fighting on Mindanao. They say today that American tanks and infantry have landed on that island, the second largest in the Philippines, and are fighting for an airfield at Zamboanga on the western tip. General MacArthur still has not confirmed the enemy reports of a new landing. His last communique, however, told of heavy bombing of the base at Zamboanga, which, as would likely precede as an invasion. On Luzon, the American 1st Cavalry Division drove into Antipola, the southern anchor of the heavily defended line east of Manila, while other American forces on the northeastern sector of Luzon have driven through rugged mountain terrain toward Leyte Pass. 7 fires are still blazing in the blackened center of Tokyo today, and another in the capital's harbor, 30 hours after the greatest superfortress raid of the war. A reconnaissance crew which flew over the city today reports that columns of smoke 7,000 feet high still are spiraling up from the devastated 15-square-mile section in the very heart of the Japanese capital. The Tokyo radio said today that Jap troops of the Shanghai garrison have disarmed 2,000 men of the French Army police in Shanghai and have seized communication facilities. Allied forces in Burma have been stepping up their campaign recently. And for a summary of the battle situation on the Burma front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The tremendous military events in Europe and the dramatic storming of Iwo Island have almost caused us to lose sight of the operations in Southeast Asia, where Allied arms are registering remarkable gains. Report has just come in that the Commander-in-Chief of this area, Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten, has just returned after a 4-day conference with the Chinese Generalissimo, Chiang Kai-shek, and they had plenty of good news to talk about and plans for the future. In Burma, British and Indian troops are fighting in the capital city, Mandalay. Half the city is already in Allied hands. The Japanese are still holding Fort Dufferin, an old fort within the city limits, but this looks very much like another one of those stupid suicide stunts, such as the Japanese Marines pulled off in Manila. It makes no military sense. It just saves what the Japanese call face. More important, however, even than the imminent fall of the Burmese capital, is the operation which immediately preceded the advance to Mandalay. The sudden and brilliant thrust of Lieutenant General Slim's 14th Indian Army across the Irrawaddy River at Pakoku and his advance 30 miles southeast of Mandalay to the road junction of Mike Tila. This thrust cut the main highway between Mandalay and the great seaport of Rangoon, which is a far more worthwhile military prize than the capital itself. The advance forces of the 14th Army are now fighting to cut the Mandalay-Rangoon Railway as well, which runs some miles east of the highway. Within the arms of the trap thus forged are encircled most of the Japanese troops now in Burma. There does not appear to be any great likelihood that they can fight their way out. If the Japanese troops inside this pocket are destroyed, there will be very few Japanese left to bar the path of General Slim's hard-fighting Tommies and Sepoys to Rangoon. Whether Slim can take Rangoon in the few remaining weeks of good fighting weather before the monsoon sets in remains to be seen, but there is certainly a chance that he can do so. Finally, northeast of Mandalay, another success is chalked up for the British, American, and Chinese troops of the Northern Combat Command. These troops have taken the railhead town of Lashio, terminus of the old Burma Road. And so, in all the Burmese theater, the word is victory. Now, here again is Douglas Edwards.
Major Elliott has discussed today the military picture inside Burma. And now for a report on what our capital hears of developments inside Japan, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Tris Coffin reporting.
Some big news in Washington is locked up in official secrecy.
a series of conferences on the Far East have been taking place behind closed doors. Both military and political problems have been discussed. Within the past week, President Roosevelt has talked to Admiral Nimitz, General Stilwell, former Chief of Staff in China, Admiral Halsey, and Major General Hurley, our ambassador.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented on behalf of Admiral dealers all over America. Today, Bob Trout, veteran foreign correspondent and news analyst, takes over as editor of World News Today, replacing Douglas Edwards, who has left for London at assignment to the Western Front. Now for the news and reports from the leading news centers here and abroad, here is Bob Trout.
Marshal Josef Stalin has issued an order of the day announcing the capture of Kolberg, the German Baltic port and naval base in Pomerania, northeast of Stettin. On the Western Front, headquarters announced today that part of the Ludendorff Bridge has collapsed, carrying a number of American engineers into the swiftly flowing Rhine 70 feet below. According to the official information, enemy action was not directly responsible. By one of those odd coincidences, a few hours after the Ludendorff Bridge fell in, the Germans announced that 4 German officers had been put to death after a court-martial for neglect of duty which permitted the American First Army to capture the bridge 10 days ago. The 3rd and 7th Armies are closing in on the Saar Basin today, and the United States Army Air Force sent its greatest fleet of bombers to attack targets in Berlin, 1,300 American heavy bombers and 700 fighters. The Tokyo radio, without confirmation, insists that some 1,400 American carrier-based planes raided southern Japan for 8 hours. And now for a report from Supreme Headquarters, Admiral takes you to CBS Paris, Eric Severide reporting.
The battle to clear the Rhineland has gone well this Sunday. Nothing sensational, but good steady progress all along the fronts with no setbacks anywhere, at least so far as we've heard here at Schaeff. The bridgehead over the Rhine is 14 miles long and 7.5 deep, and that makes it about the size of the famous Anzio beachhead in Italy. You may know that one center span of the Remagen Bridge suddenly collapsed, which puts that celebrated bridge out of use. But we are assured it does not hamper our activities to any great extent. We have other means now for crossing the river there. The Germans didn't knock the bridge out, but our own previous bombing and their shelling had weakened it. We had tried to strengthen the span, but it was too far gone. We are not told just what was on the bridge, if anything, at the moment of collapse. We have still a few blocks to clear in the city of Koblenz, where again it's a case of house-to-house fighting. Just south of there, the 9th Infantry has taken the town of Beaupard and holds a 10-mile strip of the Rhine banks in that area. Patch's 7th Army has made progress, and there's been heavy fighting among the Dragon's Teeth and tank ditches of the Siegfried Line. On his extreme right wing, Patch has French units fighting with him, and they went ahead along the Rhine there some 2 miles, taking several villages and Fort Louis, which was one of the key knots in the old Maginot Line. This is a great squeeze play by the 3rd and 7th Armies. They are pushing the legs of the triangle slowly together, and as they do so, clearing a long stretch of the Rhine banks from both north and south. Patton men took 2,800 prisoners yesterday alone. Every day, even without sensational conquests of ground, we gather in several thousand Germans, and with their killed and wounded, it makes a daily total of losses which is just too high for any army to suffer without being very seriously weakened. This is Eric Severide in Paris. Now back to Admiral in New York.
And now for a report on the day's air activity over Germany, Admiral takes you to CBS London, Charles Collingwood reporting.
What with the Prime Minister saying the war may be over this summer and the 4th Armored Division tearing around in the valley of the Middle Rhine, a new sense of urgency has come into the discussion of British post-war plans. It's as though people had suddenly realized that they are going to have to do something about all these problems they've been talking about for so long. For that reason, there will be some rough and tumble debates in the House of Commons next week. Britain's legislators will be discussing some of the thorniest of post-war problems. On Tuesday, they debate civil aviation, and there are sure to be many hard criticisms of America, whose point of view on the future of the airways is very different from that of Britain. On Wednesday, there's the second reading of the Distribution of Industry bill. Now, this is a bold measure which would give the government power to say where new factories can be set up and where they can't be set up. and it's sure to run into trouble from rock-ribbed believers in free enterprise. Then, on Thursday and Friday, the House of Commons will debate housing, which is one of the most pressing of all post-war problems in Britain. It's a downright question of getting roofs over people's heads. Something like 2 million houses have been made uninhabitable, and every V-bomb that lands may knock down some more. When all the men in all of Britain's armies abroad come back, they're going to want some place to live, and all the people who are now living in patched-up houses are going to want them repaired. And it's all part of the government's job to see that this gets done. And the House of Commons, sensing the will of the British people, is going to put on considerable pressure next week to see that it is done. So what with civil aviation, location of industry, and housing, the British Parliament will be considering a pretty good cross-section of post-war problems next week. Much fur will fly. But when it is over, the picture of Britain after the war will be that much clearer. This is Charles Collingwood in London, returning you to New York.
And now here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
The Admiral Dual Temp is the post-war refrigerator that will really be two refrigerators in one. Dual Temp will be the refrigerator with a built-in home freezer that will actually quick freeze foods and will store up to 80 pounds of frozen foods for months. It is important to remember that the Dual Temp is not an experiment, but has given complete satisfaction to thousands of users for the past 8 years. Only in Admiral Dual Temp will you get the huge, purified, moist cold compartment that never has to be defrosted. The Admiral has no frost-collecting set of coils to draw the moisture and vitamins from your foods. So you don't have to defrost, and you don't have to use covered dishes to keep foods fresh and appetizing. Yes, the Admiral Dual Temp is really two refrigerators in one, each completely separate and insulated from the other. Admiral Dual Temp will be the most important improvement in home refrigeration in 20 years. When you can own one, you'll agree the Admiral Dual Temp is a different kind of refrigerator. Dual Temp is the successor to the ordinary mechanical refrigerator. And remember, only Admiral can build a Dual Temp. Now here once again is Bob Trout.
2 WACs are now stationed in the Marianas. For a recording of an interview with them, Admiral takes you to CBS San Francisco, Webley Edwards reporting.
Task forces of the 21st Bomber Command have made history these last 2 weeks with incendiary bomber raids that tore at the heart of 4 Japanese principal cities with fire that seared and burned out their vitals. 4 times they've struck at specified targets with precise bombing of parts of these cities that were important to Japan's war industries and communications and transportation. Tokyo got it first in its central portion. And factories, administrative, and military centers, as well as its important home industries, were destroyed or put out of effective use, so far as we may learn from photographic reconnaissance. Then it was Nagoya, down the coast from Tokyo, followed shortly after it by Osaka, and then Kobe, transportation center and chief port of Japan. These history-making incendiary attacks were by the B-29 forces of the 21st Bomber Command, based in these Marianas Islands. This morning, in my travels out north on the island of Guam, I was startled to encounter in this man's world a lady wearing the uniform of the United States Army. And further, it developed she had a companion, also a lady of the Army. And further investigation proved them to be the only 2 WACs, Women's Army Corps, in the entire Marianas Islands. They are in the AFPOA, which means Army Air Forces Pacific Ocean Areas, under the general operation of SINCPOA, which means Commander-in-Chief Pacific Ocean Areas. They're also in the group on Guam who sweat it out when the B-29 super forts are on the road to Japan and back. I trust it's all right for me to say a lady sweats it out.
That's exactly what we do.
Well, 7 months ago, we were recapturing this island of Guam, and it's a pretty good indication of the great growth and development of this forward area base that at least 2 WAC officers are among us. How did you ladies ever get out here?
We've been in the Pacific for 15 months. We were with the first contingent of WACs that left San Francisco, and since then we've done plenty of traveling. We were in New Caledonia on the staff of the Commanding General of the Army Forces for the South Pacific. When AFPOA was organized, We were transferred back to Hawaii and then out here.
Well, now that we're this well acquainted, I hope, may I ask for your names?
Captain Elizabeth Wooden from Sacramento, California.
Your parents live there in Sacramento?
Yes, they are Mr. and Mrs. I.J. Wooden from 1339 42nd Street.
And you, Captain?
Captain Ethel Hoffman, Chicago, Illinois. My mother and father are Mr. and Mrs. Rue Hoffman, 1640 53rd Street, Chicago.
Now, just what do you ladies do out here in this far forward area? Captain Wooden?
I am secretary for Major General Willis H. Hale, the commanding general, AFPOA, and deputy commander, 20th Air Force.
And you, Captain Hoffman?
I'm an administrative assistant to the Chief of Staff, Army Air Forces, Pacific Ocean areas.
Well, now, how do you feel about women being out here in the far forward areas, Captain Hoffman?
We're all for it. We think it's all right. It's only natural that as the fighting frontier is pushed further toward Japan, the WACs will be needed out here, and we will move forward with them, just as we've done all over the world.
Well, I believe everybody out here thinks that's kind of a nice thing. The serious, useful way you ladies of the WACs get in there and do a man's job where you're needed. And those flyers of yours have been doing pretty well for us all, haven't they?
I don't know what the High Command has planned, but the B-29s have knocked out the heart of 4 main Japanese cities in the last 9 days. And I guess there will be plenty more ahead, and we're very proud of them. We think what they are doing is shortening the war, and that's what everybody wants.
Well, thank you for being our guests, Captain Elizabeth Wooden of Sacramento and Captain Ethel Hoffman of Chicago, Women's Army Corps attached to the Army Air Force Pacific Ocean areas at Guam. This is Webley Edwards at Guam. I return you to Admiral in New York.
Back again in New York, and now here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott, with a few words on Kohlberg and the Baltic region of the Russian front. Major Elliott.
For the moment, the Russians appear to be devoting their main effort to clearing up German pockets of resistance along the Baltic shore and generally improving their situation on their northern flank. These efforts are meeting with some success. Marshal Stalin has just announced the capture of the important Baltic port of Kohlberg, an operation in which the Polish First Army participated with the First White Russian Army Group of Marshal Zhukov. The German resistance area around Danzig and Gdynia is being steadily narrowed down. In the direction of Stettin, the Russians are attacking the bridgehead, which the Germans still hold on the east side of the Oder estuary. All of this not only improves the Russian military position by making their hold on Pomerania and West Prussia more secure, so that their coming major drive on Berlin will have no danger point on its right flank, but it also cuts down the German ability to use the Baltic Sea to supply the pocketed German forces in the Königsberg area of East Prussia and in Latvia. We should remember that German command of the Baltic is dependent on the remains of the German surface fleet, which is now entirely concentrated in Baltic waters. This fleet consists of 2 so-called pocket battleships, 2 8-inch gun cruisers, 4 6-inch gun cruisers, and perhaps as many as 20 or 25 destroyers. Its main bases in the Baltic are Kiel and Swinemunde, both well to the westward, but in the eastern Baltic it is chiefly dependent on Gdynia. This was a former Polish naval base taken over and refitted by the Germans. Should Gdynia be lost, as it seems likely to be very shortly, the German Baltic fleet will have no good refitting base available to it in the eastern Baltic, and its operations there will be considerably restricted. Moreover, we must view this picture in reverse. So far, the Soviet Baltic fleet has been severely restricted in its operations just for lack of a suitable base. Its main bases now in its possession are in the Gulf of Finland, at Kronstadt and at Tallinn. Up to this time, the Russian armies have not captured any suitable base farther down the Baltic. They have indeed captured several ports, such as Memel and Elbing and now Kohlberg, but none of these are equipped as naval bases. Libau and Pilau, which do have naval equipment in some measure, are still in German hands. But if Gdynia should be taken by the Russian armies, the Soviet Baltic fleet would then be able to operate much farther to the westward, provided it has sufficient strength in ships to deal with the German fleet or what is left of it. What is really at stake in all these operations in the Baltic is a supply route by sea to the German armies trapped in East Prussia and Latvia. And that is why the Germans are making such a desperate defense of Gdynia and Danzig. Now here again is Bob Trout.
That was Major Elliott. In Rome today, Pope Pius told a large congregation assembled in St. Peter's Square that we must return to the spirit of brotherhood, of real Christian brotherhood, and turn away from the doctrines of race and blood. The Pope said it is an evil spirit which has produced the present conflagration. Many are suffering without homes, but much suffering would be relieved if all men stood by God. So spoke the Pope in Rome today. Here in New York, Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia announced this afternoon that the city's midnight curfew has been extended from midnight to 1 o'clock in the morning. Said the mayor, a rigid curfew just won't work in New York City. He told of a serious transportation jam resulting from the midnight curfew in Manhattan. The 1-hour extension is expected to give the city police several hundred more police hours for enforcement. And Mayor LaGuardia declared, if this hour of tolerance is abused, we'll have to shove it right back. But, he said, I don't think it will be abused. The question of food is coming in for a lot of attention in America in general and in Washington in particular. And so for a summary of the food situation and other developments, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Tris Coffin reporting.
We haven't heard the last word on food. Republicans in Congress this week will demand an explanation of the new slash in meat rations. Bills may be introduced to limit the amount of food that can be exported. And several committees are getting ready to investigate the administration's food policies. The Senate Agricultural Committee has a head start, and by no stretch of the imagination could it be described as a warm friend of the New Deal. Officials of the War Food Administration tell me that the cut in civilian rations will go beyond meat and include butter, most fats and oils, and canned milk. There may be temporary reductions in other home front supplies, too. They don't expect the meat situation to improve until fall. The overall curtailment of civilian rations will continue after VE Day. It will last until Europe is better prepared to feed itself. But there's no fear in the government that home front supplies will be cut below a healthy level. A special unit has been created in the War Food Administration to establish the supplies needed for American civilians. And War Mobilizer Burns' Special Committee on Food Allocations will be a check against draining away home front rations. This whole problem of food has been boiling up behind the scenes in Washington for at least 2 months. The United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration has complained to the White House regularly that Europe was starving. War Food Administrator Jones has protested that he was never given any specific estimate on food exports. He also questioned the British food reserves. The problem of food came up at the Crimea Conference. The American delegation was informed that hunger is affecting the stability of the continent and might even threaten the efforts of the United Nations to develop a lasting alliance. Mr. Roosevelt put one of the ablest of his anonymous aides, Dr. Isidore Lubin, on the job of surveying Europe's food needs. This report was on the president's desk when he told us Friday we would have to tighten our belts. The report revealed most Europeans are eating less now than before D-Day. The Germans looted as they left. Internal transportation was badly wrecked, and military needs have hogged most of the shipping. 12 million displaced persons, slave workers, and uprooted families in Europe must be fed. The Army is afraid if they are not, disease epidemics will break out and be carried to our troops. The Dutch are literally starving to death. This is true to varying degrees of other areas still occupied by the Germans. The Nazis are deliberately trying to starve all non-Germans to weaken Europe. Incidentally, you will be interested to know that the United Nations Relief Agency has decided against feeding German civilians some Allied food stocks. They will have to scrounge for themselves, as one spokesman told me. Here's the way the food picture lines up. American civilians had an average of 3,367 calories a day last year. The Greeks had only 700 calories to sustain themselves. Only 30% of Greece's lowest needs can be produced locally. The average daily consumption of the Yugoslavs last year was 1,900 calories, the French 2,230, and the British 2,923. The way we've been allocating food, the Army and Navy have top priority. But there is an ironical note to this. German prisoners in some cases eat better than Allied civilians because the Army feeds them. The American home front has second call on food supplies. Lend-Lease is third and Allied civilians fourth. Now back to Bob Trout and Admiral Radio in New York.
In the week that's just passed, the great battlefields of Europe, East and West, have more than ever before taken on a unified shape. Just as General Eisenhower in the West has been clearing out the German pockets before the Rhine, so have the Russian commanders been occupied in tidying up the front before the River Oder. After the Yalta meeting, it was announced that the two fronts would be coordinated. Since then, we've seen planes taking off from Britain to fly combat missions on the Russian front. And this week, the shape of the ground fronts bears a startling similarity. The Russians are cleaning up the loose ends in Pomerania and East Prussia. The Western Allies are clearing out the Saar Basin and the Palatinate. General Eisenhower has a bridgehead on the Middle Rhine. Marshal Zhukov appears to have some sort of bridgehead on the Middle Oder. The Germans say there are now about 100,000 Americans in the Rhine bridgehead. And the Germans say there are now about 100,000 Russians in the Oder bridgehead. Whatever the truth may be regarding the figures, it is true that on both fronts, east and west, the Germans must stretch themselves thin, perhaps thinner than ever before, to guard the last lines that separate the fringes of Germany from the heart of Germany. The Germans may hope to guess correctly where the main blows will be struck across the Rhine and across the Oder. But with the last major centers of German war industry about to fall into Allied hands, the Germans cannot seriously hope to escape defeat. It's been a great week in the air over Europe, climaxed today by that great American daylight raid on the targets in Berlin. All week long, British and American planes of all sizes and all shapes, too, have been attacking so many German targets that no civilian could follow all the details, and probably few of the aviators themselves had time to watch the parts of the air pattern their colleagues were stamping on the enemy country. The British, who've long been dropping the world's heaviest and most powerful bomb, the earthquake bomb, announced a new one, almost twice as heavy as the earthquake bomb. The new monster weighs 11 tons. Used on railroad yards last week, it left huge craters where tracks and platforms had been. Apparently, the new bomb has not been officially named by the British government, but it seems likely that an unofficial name will be found by the Royal Air Force flyers, who shrink from exaggeration and delight in understatement. These are the young British aviators who made one giant bomb famous by giving it the affectionate name of Cookie. The United States Army Air Force in the Pacific has been busy this week marking out a new kind of air pattern for the home islands of Japan. 4 times in 7 days, the super fortresses have flown in greater strength than before, more than 300 planes arrayed, to drop clouds of incendiaries into the heart of Japan's greatest cities. The new type of B-29 air attack sharply contrasts with the type of bombing American planes have previously done in this war in any theater. The evidence is that the 4 great fire raids are just the beginning for the big B-29s, which clearly are about to come into their own now that the technical difficulties have been worked out. And now to tell you about Slide Away, the open door to good music, here is Warren Sweeney.
Only Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers, can give you Slide Away. With Admiral Slide Away, you simply open the cabinet doors and out slides your complete phonograph turntable and automatic record changer.
Do you mean it's as easy as that with an Admiral? Just open the cabinet doors and the automatic record changer comes right out in plain view?
Yes, it's as easy as that with an Admiral. Just open the doors, out it comes. Close the doors, it disappears. That's why Admiral named it Slide Away. And it's an exclusive Admiral feature, you know.
Well, it certainly seems that with the record changer out in plain view, it would be simple to load and unload.
Simple is the word, all right. And it's a grand feeling to be able to load your Admiral automatic changer with 10 or 12 of your favorite records and enjoy hearing them flawlessly played one after another without going near the machine. Yes, Admiral Slide Away is the open door to good music. And remember, when you buy your post-war radio phonograph, you'll get Slide Away only in Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Give now to the 1945 War Fund. When you give to your Red Cross, you have the satisfaction of knowing that you are a part of a humanitarian institution with one purpose, to help the unfortunate. So contribute now, and more than ever before. Be glad you can give to such a deserving organization. Your G.I. Joe will bless you for it. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for Admiral. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented in behalf of Admiral dealers all over America. By shortwave broadcast, direct from news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Bob Trout.
On the eastern bank of the Rhine, north of the Ruhr, the 21st Army Group has linked all its bridgeheads. The British and American ground and airborne troops now hold one solid bridgehead some 30 miles long and about 7 miles deep. German resistance, which has been heaviest on the northern end where the British are fighting, is now stiffening generally, and the Allies are pouring men and material across the river in preparation for the decisive battle. So far, 8,000 German prisoners have been taken by the 21st Army Group. The weather's not so good as yesterday, but both British and American heavy bombers are flying nevertheless. It's just been reported from the American 1st Army front farther south that the 1st has launched an attack out of the Remagen bridgehead. Russian troops are advancing on a wide front through western Hungary on their way to Austria. Washington reports that 3 B-29s were lost in yesterday's low-level attack on Japan's aircraft factories at Nagoya, but the bombing results were described as good. And now for our first report from overseas, Admiral takes you to Supreme Headquarters, Charles Collingwood reporting.
The bridgeheads of the American 9th Army and the British 2nd Army have linked up and mushroomed out until they form a single bridgehead 30 miles long and up to 7 miles deep, almost as big as the Remagen bridgehead. During yesterday, they took 8,000 prisoners. The resistance is getting stiffer, but so far there is no sign that the Germans have been able to get their reserves to the scene, and no large-scale counterattacks have been made. The bridgehead is steadily being expanded, but it's emphasized here at Schaef that the next few days will be spent building up our forces east of the Rhine, and that the spectacular advances won't come until after the buildup is finished. While British and American troops were crossing the Rhine north of the Ruhr, the last German resistance west of the Rhine collapsed under the pressure of the 3rd and 7th Armies. The Germans suddenly began to pull out yesterday, crossing the Rhine on homemade rafts and anything they could lay their hands on, and by day's end there was only a small pocket left west of Karlsruhe. The 3rd Army's bridgehead south of Mainz is growing swiftly. Yesterday they took 9 towns and got to within 3 miles of Darmstadt. They counted a record number of prisoners, 18,818, although some of those were actually taken yesterday and earlier. The 1st Army's Remagen bridgehead spread out up to 3 miles in the south, but in the north, they sustained their first major counterattack, which was launched at 6:20 this morning and has been going on all day. In spite of the counterattack, the 1st Army took 1,600 prisoners yesterday. Two things which stand out from today's fighting are the slowness with which the Germans are reacting. The only place they have counterattacked is in the 2-week-old Remagen bridgehead, and the speed with which they are surrendering. We counted 20,000 prisoners yesterday. The Germans are acting like a tired, confused army which knows it is beaten. This is Charles Collingwood in Paris, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
And now for a direct report from our correspondent at the American 9th Army front, Admiral takes you to Germany, Eric Severide reporting.
New York. This is 9th Army. Events are moving well ahead of information, but here is the situation at last report. All units across the Rhine have linked up, making one long unbroken bridgehead, which stretches by river length 25 to 30 miles. In places, it is 8 miles or more deep, and most units are moving ahead at good pace. Several bridges are finished in the British and 9th Army areas. There will be more to come. As the Germans well know, we have been getting tanks across, and there will be more. The Germans have thrown all the mortar fire they could on the bridges and tanks. There's been no serious hold-up anywhere. Against one bridge, they tried floating a log carrying explosives, and shore fire set it off. In general, the German resistance has been, in the official Army jargon, light to moderate. It was stiffest in the northern part of the British sector, with many mortars and much small arms fire. On the southern extremity, we caught some tank fire. Otherwise, our men have encountered no tanks at all so far. There was one German counterattack at Mir in the north sector, but it was beaten away. German air power is absent. We encountered a handful of fighters yesterday and another handful last night, and that was all. Remember, the Ninth Army has crossed the Rhine only on a part of its river front. Just south of our bridgehead, the Germans are now frantically digging in on their bank and wiring in. Obviously, they expect more crossings at any moment. Back of the German front, some of their units are on the move. Our planes caught one train loaded with tanks near Munster, moving southwest. But there is no sign of any big general German movement from the interior, and it is probably as honest as it is optimistic to say that they simply have not got the stuff. Except for spots of hard resistance, the only thing which is determining the speed of our advance to the east is our own requirements for supplies and reorganization. The initiative is completely ours. We are the masters of our own fate and of the Germans. This is Eric Severide in Germany, and now back to Admiral in New York.
Before we hear of the new First Army offensive, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
The factories of Admiral Corporation fly the coveted Army-Navy E flag, awarded for excellence in war production. Every Admiral employee is proud of Admiral's war production record, and well he may be, for Admiral employees have made possible the company's tremendous output of vital equipment. Many letters are received from former Admiral employees now serving their country in the armed forces, bearing out the high quality of Admiral products in actual combat. Here's a portion of a letter from a private first class somewhere in Italy.
I've come in contact with a lot of Admiral equipment here in Italy, and I'm proud to say my buddies built it. Our radio operator says Admiral equipment can't be beat and holds up swell. Keep up the good work, Admiralites.
And we can all echo that. Keep up the good work, Admiralites. You may be sure, too, that the new high standards of precision in the manufacture of Admiral equipment for combat duty will be maintained in building your post-war Admiral radio, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Bob Trott.
The American First Army has opened its new offensive on the Rhine east of Remagen. For a direct report from this sector, Admiral takes you to the American First Army, Winston Burdett reporting.
The First Army has struck eastward in a powerful attack from its bridgehead beyond the Rhine. Since early this morning, our infantry has been attacking along the whole eastern rim of the bridgehead front. All morning and all afternoon, our armored task forces have been grinding east over the dust roads, digging into the German defense, trying to hit a weak spot and crash out beyond what we believe to be the very thin enemy line ahead of us. The attack is going well. We are meeting uneven resistance. It's been very tough for some of our infantry up in the north, which has beaten off counterattack after counterattack in one small sector. But the main fact about this First Army drive is that it is spearheaded by armor. General Hodges' most powerful, tough, and experienced armored forces are today hitting east, and the opposition in front of them is only moderate. The general of one division told me this afternoon that he hopes to shake that opposition loose before many hours and then start rolling. The tanks began passing through the infantry at 4 o'clock this morning. They met mortars, anti-tank fire, loads of mines, blown bridges, and some German tanks. But they kept going. Our biggest reported gain by mid-afternoon was 6.5 miles. An armored force struck out for the last 5 miles of that advance to reach the town of Flammersfeld. The tanks are bypassing a fight when they can and letting the infantry clean up after them. I followed one of our spearheads this afternoon as far as a village called Asbach. We were held up there for an hour or so by 4 German tanks. Houses were still burning in Asbach from the tank fire, but the fight was over. German civilians stood in their doorways to watch a company of Shermans roar through to their next objective. Over the dust-blown roads, while our armor thundered ahead, German prisoners came tramping the other way, a motley and miserable lot in bunches of 40 and 60. The Germans have concentrated most of their strength up at the north end of the front. They apparently thought that we would try to head that way. But the direction of this drive is due east toward the heart of Germany, and we have plenty of strength to carry through and keep going a long way once the German crust is shattered and the race begins. This is Winston Burdett with the First Army in Germany, returning you now to CBS in New York.
Next, for an interview with a Memphis flyer who helped prepare the way for the ground forces, Admiral takes you to CBS Paris, Bill Downs reporting.
The new bridgehead across the Rhine is old news today. It's no longer news that we have a bridgehead at Wesel, a bridgehead that may be the real beginning of a road to Berlin. Yesterday was R Day, the crossing of the Rhine by assault. For the Air Forces, R Day was last Wednesday, 3 days before the troops crossed. With me tonight is Captain Tom de Graffenried, Air Medal with 16 clusters, DFC, and Silver Star. He's from Memphis, Tennessee, and we flew over the Wesel bridgehead for an hour yesterday in a piggyback Thunderbolt.
I've been flying over Europe for the past 11 months, invasion and everything, but yesterday's show was about the biggest I've seen.
And I've spent 3 days with your outfit, Tom, the 373rd Fighter Bomber Group. I got the idea that this R Day was just another day for them and for you.
Well, yes, it sure was. We started operations 2 or 3 days ago. We didn't know exactly why, but the Germans seemed to know that something was up. They've really been pouring stuff into northwest Germany for the past week or so.
Then you think that they suspected that something was up?
I'm sure they did. We found planes sitting out on runways on a number of airfields like fish in a barrel.
And in 3 days, you fellows got almost 200 planes on the ground. Is that right?
I think it was more like 180, but there wasn't any air opposition on this thing, was there?
No, thank God, no.
We had our orders. We went down and shot anything that moved in the invasion area. That's about all.
What do you mean? Anything that moved?
Well, it got so that a German soldier couldn't go to the latrine without some of the fighter bomber boys seeing him. Anything that moved was good targets for us.
But that's yesterday's story. What's ahead of our troops in this new bridgehead? What's that country look like?
Well, it looks like good fighting country, inland. We've been flying over this territory beyond the Rhine for the past 2 months, and there hasn't been a sign of life other than rail and a few MTs. We should be okay when we break through.
Well, what does the country look like exactly?
A little like Nebraska or maybe like central Illinois.
And what about the Ruhr Valley?
I think the Ruhr's had it. It's been beat up by mediums and heavies and artillery, and it's more or less a valley of skeletons, but these skeletons may turn out to be a strong fighting points in the end.
Well, it's not up to us to anticipate trouble. As a matter of fact, it's been the Germans who've had the trouble, and it's guys like you that's been giving it to them for the past couple of years. And incidentally, Captain Tom de Graffenried finished his tour of duty day before yesterday. The Army owes him overtime because he finished his tour of duty the day before our day. He missed a trip, but cuff. He's due to go back home in a week or so. And this is Bill Downs returning you to Admiral.
London has some observations for us on the battle in the West. For a report from a CBS correspondent, Admiral takes you to London. Larry Lasser reporting.
The weather broke today. It was rainy and cloudy over the Straits of Dover for the first time after days of brilliant sunshine. The only officially reported air activity from this country today has been 250 liberators attacking German underground oil stores and British heavies over the Ruhr. But although there can be nothing like yesterday's air umbrella over the Rhine, the news from the bridgeheads is still good. The Allied bridgehead is now some 30 miles long and between 8 and 9 miles deep in places. The British and American armies have linked up, and despite the cloudy weather, our paratroops should have no resupply by air problem because the ground forces have joined firmly with them. It's obvious that Montgomery is trying to seize wide fields of maneuver for his immense tank forces. But although we have 2 light bridges across the northern Rhine, we'll have to build many more before he can get rolling. This may take some 10 to 12 days. But the decisive battles will probably take place on the Westphalian plain itself, because for political reasons, the Nazis must try to delay us from reaching the heart of Germany. German morale and economic conditions could never stand up under another reverse deep in the right. Some British commentators figure our build-up will take a week or more, with a big battle to be fought not far from the Ruhr. Already German resistance is stiffening, and reinforcements have been brought up to meet the bridgehead. But Kesselring has not yet committed the 35 divisions under his new command. As usual, the Germans pulled back their major forces from the direct line of our pre-invasion artillery barrage. But Kesselring may strike soon, especially if the weather goes against our air forces. But already the First Army's bridgehead at Remagen is paying dividends. The Germans report that General Hodges' troops went over to the offensive today, obviously to divert Kesselring's heavily taxed forces. And the Germans report a new Rhine crossing in General Patton's sector at Boppard, south of Koblenz. This crossing, as yet unconfirmed by Allied sources, will give us 7 distinct bridgeheads over the Rhine on a 400-mile front. It will be a race between the Allied armies to see who first shakes hands with the Russians. And this is Larry Lasser returning you now to Admiral in New York.
For a report on how Washington feels about the new operations in Germany, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Tris Coffin reporting.
This is a quiet, lovely spring afternoon in Washington, outwardly remote and far from war. But on this Sabbath day, the churches were crowded. There was one universal prayer. May the war in Europe soon be over. The big push on the Western Front has made a subtle change in Washington. Many doubts are now resolved. The manpower bill can go ahead. Allocations of food and machinery and guns can now be more carefully defined. Next week, Mobilization Director Burns will issue another report. It will forecast the shape of things to come here at home. There is no responsible official who dares predict how long the battle for Germany will last. But there is both an atmosphere of optimism and hope and a realization that hard days are still ahead. One official who sees the secret cables on Germany and who lived there himself sums up the Reich this way. The mass of Germans are apathetic and stunned. There is no longer any mass fanaticism or will to die. Most Germans are stupidly awaiting the end. The German peace feelers are despairing and fantastically unreal. We cannot give them any serious consideration. The Foreign Economic Administration says the Reich is no longer capable of supporting a great army in combat for a long period. Nazi industrial capacity has been cut in 2 in a year. Transport is in a mess. But industry in Bohemia and Bavaria can support large-scale guerrilla operations for some time. I return you to Bob Trout and Admiral Radio in New York.
We have a dispatch from Greece today which tells us that all Athens turned out in cheerful crowds to watch ceremonies marking the 124th anniversary of Greek independence. The regent of Greece, Archbishop Damaskinos, and Lieutenant General Scobie, along with members of the diplomatic corps, reviewed a 2-hour-long parade of Greece's renewed military strength. It was the first full-fledged celebration in Athens in 5 years, and one newspaper marked the occasion with a front-page picture dated 2 years ago, which showed German mounted police scattering crowds which had gathered for the anniversary. And now for a story from the Pacific. A recorded interview with a reconnaissance pilot from New York City who's made many trips over Japan. Admiral takes you to CBS San Francisco, Webley Edwards reporting.
Fleet Admiral C.W. Nimitz today disclosed in a communique that serious fighting had taken place in Japanese home waters between aircraft of the 5th Fleet's carrier planes and Japanese planes based on Kyushu, Shikoku, and Honshu Islands, with large numbers of enemy planes shot down. In one encounter, 50 enemy planes went down with the loss of 3 of our fighters. On Friday and Saturday, the Pacific Fleet shelled with heavy guns objectives in the Ryukyu Islands. We hear a great deal about the great fleets of 21st Bomber Command B-29 super fortresses that are bombing the vitals out of Japan's industries and leading cities. But we hear very little of the men who are in the advanced guard of these bombing missions, the photographers who go in, take pictures, and tell the bombers it's all right to come on in. With me here at Guam is a man fresh from Japan, photographer gunner Staff Sergeant Herbert P. Bysart of 310 West 99th Street, New York City. Sergeant, what about this deal?
Well, from here on, this is known as big gear stuff and strictly a snow job.
Oh, well, what do you mean by that?
Ordinarily, we don't go in much for publicity. I'm afraid the boys will dub me as a big gear from now on.
Well, how many times have you been over Japan?
I've been on 8 missions and 1 aboard.
How do you mean that?
That's 8 missions over Japan and 1 that had to turn back.
Well, have you been in this same plane on all these trips?
First 7, I was on the Yokohama Yo-Yo, but the last one I was on is a new ship that we haven't named yet.
Well, I've seen the Yokohama Yo-Yo a lot. So have you any idea what you're going to call this new plane of yours?
No, we haven't. In fact, we're trying to think of a name for it right now. If anybody back in the States has any ideas about what to call this new plane, we'd be glad to have some suggestions.
Well, you better look out. You're inviting a couple of tons of emails.
Well, all right. We've got to have a name for this plane, haven't we? Yeah.
Well, now, you fellow, what about, tell us about these photographic missions of yours over Japan.
Well, before our men go in on their bombing runs, they have to know what they're going to hit. So we go in ahead of them and take pictures. Then, after they have burned the places, we go back again to see how much damage they have done.
Well, isn't this kind of dangerous?
Well, not too dangerous most of the time. But one time, one of our planes, Sergeant Tim Terry's ship, got jumped by 70 Jap ships. It made them kind of nervous.
You mean one B-29 plane was attacked by 70 Jap fighter planes?
That's right, and they came back to tell about it. But lately, we don't get so many fighters. The flak is still coming up at us, though, and rather heavy.
Well, have you ever heard about that many up after you?
No, we haven't. The most we've had after us were 3 or 4. But an interesting thing, we did have a German plane after us over Japan. It was a black plane with white crosses, just like you see in the movies from Europe. I know I'm not mistaken about that because one of the others and the navigator saw it. We were in the sun at the time, and he couldn't see us, so we didn't tangle with him. Well, we were kind of surprised to see a German plane over Japan.
Do you think it was a German flying it?
Maybe it was. I guess maybe they have some Germans over there teaching the Japs some fighter tactics. I gave him a couple of bursts, but I didn't happen to hit him.
What does it look like going into Japan?
The first thing we see above the horizon is Mount Fujiyama. This time of the year, she's covered with snow. In fact, most of the island of Honshu is pretty snowy at this time of the year.
Do you get cold?
No, because we're in a pressurized cabin. In fact, we sweat it out when we get down Black Alley from Nagoya to Yokohama. The worst thing is when we hear over the intercoms the gunners calling out flak bursts near us. Makes us feel like ducks in a shooting alley.
Have you ever been shot at?
No, it just so happens we haven't had a hole in the plane.
I don't blame you for knocking on wood, boy.
Well, we're not superstitious. We just don't take chances. And right here, I want to say a word about the ground crews. Those guys are wonderful. They do as much sweating as we do.
Well, I'm kind of fond of them myself. Thank you and good luck to you, B-29 photo gunner, Staff Sergeant Herbert P. Bysalt. And I hope your mother back there at West 99th Street in New York City is listening to you. I know you're in good health, and I hope you get a new name for that Tokyo-bound B-29 of yours. This is Webley Edwards at Guam. I'll return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
The news from Moscow is the Red Army is still concentrating on both ends of the curving eastern front, cleaning up the German pockets along the Baltic Sea and smashing ahead on both sides of Czechoslovakia, in German Silesia and also south of Czechoslovakia on the road to Vienna. And now you're going to hear about a new kind of refrigerator that won't require covered dishes to keep foods fresh and appetizing. Here's Warren Sweeney.
It's the Admiral Dual Temp, the refrigerator that is really 2 refrigerators in one. And it's true. You won't have to use covered dishes because of Dual Temp's huge, purified, moist cold compartment. There are no exposed, frost-collecting coils to draw the moisture and vitamins from your foods in the Admiral Dual Temp. The coils have been built right into the walls of the Admiral refrigerator. 85% humidity is maintained, and so the need for covered dishes is eliminated. And since there are no exposed coils, there is no defrosting. The Admiral Dual Temp is the refrigerator with a built-in home freezer to quick freeze foods or store nearly 2 bushels of frozen foods for months. And ice cubes, say, you can freeze bushels of them in your Admiral if you wish, and store them in dry cold, so dry and so cold that they don't even stick together. Make a date with yourself now to see the Admiral Dual Temp before you buy your next refrigerator. Dual Temp is the successor to the ordinary mechanical refrigerator. And remember, only Admiral can build a Dual Temp. One of America's most urgent manpower needs is for more able seamen, mates, and engineering officers for the merchant marine. The supply problem to serve all our overseas forces is almost unbelievable, and only the merchant marine can handle it. America has the ships, but she needs the men to man them. If you have the experience needed to serve your country in this emergency, apply at once via wiring Collect, Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral Dual Temp refrigerators, Admiral Home Freezers, Admiral Electric Ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for Admiral. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented in behalf of Admiral dealers all over America. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Bob Trout.
Front reports from Germany tell us that British troops of the Second Army are now within 7 miles of two important German cities, the river port of Bremen and farther inland, the city of Hanover. Bremen, according to one report, is now under British artillery fire. Allied airborne troops dropped over a wide area of northeastern Holland ahead of the British-Canadian First Army, which is meeting heavy resistance in the drive to cut off Holland from Germany. There are no reports yet of a link-up between First Army troops and the airborne, but the First Army did capture Zutphen, the Dutch communications center on the IJssel River. More than 1,200 American heavy bombers attacked rail yards and airfields today in central Germany. The Germans are fighting fiercely in the streets of Vienna, but the Russian troops are steadily closing in. In the Pacific, the B-29s have returned to Japan with an attack by substantial forces on Kanoya on the southern tip of the enemy homeland. And an Army spokesman aboard the Admiral's flagship off Okinawa predicted heavier and heavier fighting on the southern front of that island. Our first overseas point today is France. Admiral takes you to CBS Paris. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
Probably the biggest news out of this area tonight is the strong British thrust at the great German port of Bremen. At last reports, British armor fighting under Montgomery were within 8 miles of the second port of Germany. However, that report is several hours old, and when an armored outfit is on the move in high, it very often doesn't waste any time making reports. So possibly there is action in Bremen right now. There were earlier reports of German evacuation from Bremen. The fighting in Europe goes well and slowly. In the Ruhr pocket, Americans grind their way into the core of German resistance. This resistance, by the way, is of a very high caliber. From April 1st to 6th, a total of 189,611 German prisoners were marched into our prison pens here, and approximately another 25,000 were killed or wounded. No army can lose 200,000 men a week for very long. As Allied planes work over sensitive German targets, As Allied planes work over sensitive German targets, the Luftwaffe is showing signs of resistance, but it remains fairly feeble. Yesterday, German pilots did their stuff with their radio earphones humming with a startling mixture of sound instruction and good old do or die for dear old Rutgers pep talks. Ground communications carried the normal ground to pilot messages, plus soul-lifting snatches of Horst Wessel and Deutschland über alles, plus brief verbal exhortations to the pilot to get in there and die for dear old Hitler. A great many of them made it. We may not have the Germany in hand as yet, but we certainly have a large portion of her bankroll. As you know, we captured a salt mine yesterday, which was a treasure house including 100 tons of gold bullion, 3 billion marks, $2 million, 100 million French francs, 110,000 pounds sterling, and so on and on and on. Today it was announced that an almost countless treasure of statues, pictures, tapestries, and other art treasures were also found in the mine. It was also announced that as yet, no American soldiers had seen the gold or the dollars. This is Bill Slocum, Jr. at Supreme Allied Headquarters, Paris. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
The American First Army moved tanks over 4 Weser River crossings today. For a direct report from this battle zone, Admiral takes you to Germany. Richard C. Hottelet reporting.
The First U.S. Army is on the move again and racing eastward. Infantry stormed across the Weser River and this morning drove on 13 miles to take the university town of Göttingen. Here, they captured a bridge across the Leyte River, and this afternoon, the doughboys were moving ahead beyond it. This is a breakthrough, the inevitable breakthrough. Our only slight resistance along the way. When they got plenty of Germans, 15,000 Germans lying wounded in military hospitals. Situation. That's just about what we'll meet as we keep on driving east. There's no indication of any organized German troops ahead until we hit the Russian front, now only 188 miles away. You'll notice that the rapid advance this morning was an infantry advance. I've just come back from that area, and the terrain up there explains our tactics. In this thickly wooded, hilly country, it's been an infantry job to clean out the forests, get across the rivers. Tanks are too vulnerable. So the infantry was sent ahead to sweep aside the thin crust of resistance the Germans had built up and to secure the roads against ambush. It was like jabbing in a hypodermic needle through which our armor and our swift motorized units can be squirted through. Right now, the infantry is about on the edge of the difficult country. Ahead of us lies open, rolling ground. It's the Thuringian Basin, an excellent avenue into the heart of Germany and fine country for tanks. The weather has been clear and sunny again today. Our fighter bombers have been able to sweep out and pound targets ahead of us. Remember the part the Air Force boys have played. Remember the part the infantry has played when the headlines are again monopolized by our armored spearheads. This is Richard C. Hotteluck with the 1st U.S. Army, returning you to Admiral in New York.
And now here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
And now you're going to hear how to preserve. Today we want to satisfy the curiosity of a lady listener. She wrote a letter to Admiral Corporation a few days ago, which read as follows.
I am a regular listener to your Admiral World News Today program, and I'm certainly intrigued with the idea of owning an Admiral refrigerator that won't have to be defrosted. But I'm puzzled. You say there are no coils or ice cube compartment to defrost. What do you do about ice cubes? Can't you freeze ice cubes in the Admiral Dual Temp?
I'll say you can freeze ice cubes in the Admiral Dual Temp. Hundreds of them, all at once. The freezing locker in the Dual Temp has a freezing temperature as low as 5 degrees below zero. If you're having a party and need a lot of ice cubes, you can freeze nearly 2 bushels of them. Then, because of the dry cold in the Admiral Dual Temp freezing locker, you can store them as long as you like, and they won't even stick together. You see, the Admiral Dual Temp is really 2 refrigerators in one. Besides the freezing locker, there's the huge purified moist cold compartment with a temperature of 38 degrees and 85% humidity, and it never needs to be defrosted. Here, foods will stay fresh and appetizing without covered dishes. The Admiral Dual Temp is the answer to all of tomorrow's home refrigeration problems. Dual Temp is the successor to the ordinary mechanical refrigerator. And remember, only Admiral can build a Dual Temp. Now here once again is Bob Trout.
The British people once again have watched large forces of heavy bombers bound for Germany. For this and for other news, Admiral takes you to CBS London. Douglas Edwards reporting.
The American 8th Air Force was out in very great strength today. 1,200 fortresses and liberators, accompanied by 750 fighters, attacked rail yards, airfields, ordnance depots, an oil storage center, and a repair factory for jet-propelled planes. The targets were in central Germany, west of Berlin, south to Nuremberg. 10 bombers and 1 fighter were lost in the operation. Well, now that the Weser River has been reached and crossed, military observers here in London look toward the Elbe, the only river obstacle on the northern part of the front. The question is, does Kesselring intend to make a serious stand on the Elbe line, and can he do it, even if those are his intentions? Well, the people I've talked to doubt very seriously if the disorganized remnants of the beaten German armies of the north will be in any shape to hold the Elbe, and they think it probably can be crossed as easily as the Weser was. Then there's the possibility that the Elbe is to be the boundary on which the Allies are to join hands with the Russians. Only in that case would it call a halt to the advance to the east. With the 9th Army, the British, the American 1st and 3rd Armies all rolling toward the heart of Germany, their objective very clearly would seem to be to meet the Russians. And it doesn't make much difference who does it first. There's a story today concerning Hitler's former deputy, the ill-fated traveler, Rudolf Hess. He's reported to be miserable because of the turn the war has taken so swiftly, and about all he does now is listen to the radio and read newspaper war reports in the living room of his prison quarters. So violently did he react to the news a short time ago, we're told, that he became a victim of advanced melancholia. Hess probably knows better than anybody outside of Germany what Hitler and company intend to do when final defeat comes, but so far he's kept that knowledge to himself. And the story goes that there is no sign that he realizes he may have to face trial as a war criminal. During the past few days, there's been a steady increase in the British press and radio and the amount of news on the Pacific War. Big play was given today of the latest American victories over the Jap fleet, and somebody expressed the opinion that so far as Britain is concerned, the West Front War is practically a thing of the past, aside from some victory celebration at a vague future date. There may be a lifting of dim-out regulations, but rationing will continue just as is in foods and clothing. Other wartime rules will apply, production must continue, and almost all of the men in service, or a great part of them, will continue at that job until Japan goes down. The British have not lost their stride. This is Douglas Edwards in London, and now back to Admiral in New York.
And now for a discussion of the military situation in Russia, here's Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The Russian armies have virtually completed the encirclement of Vienna. They are reported breaking into the suburbs of the city. Marshal Tolbukin's purpose appears to be to rush this operation in the hope of preventing the Germans from carrying out house-to-house resistance, which would entail the destruction of one of the most beautiful of Europe's great historic cities. Perhaps Tolbukin will be able to do this and to liberate Vienna as Paris and Brussels were liberated without grave damage. Or perhaps the fate of Vienna will be that of Budapest and Warsaw. It is too early to tell what scale of resistance the German garrison may be able to put up, but it is ominous to note that SS troops are reported among that garrison. We should further consider that the fall of Vienna would open to the Russians the eastern entrance of the Danube Gateway through the mountain region of Central Europe, where the Nazis are proposing to make their last stand. In view of the fact that the troops of General Jacob L. Dever's 6th Army Group are pushing steadily toward the upper Danube in Bavaria, it is obvious that one of the great anxieties of the Nazi leaders must be a possible future junction between Devers and Tolbukin along the course of the Danube, thus cutting the mountain stronghold in two and bringing Allied forces within easy striking distance of the central citadel at Berchtesgaden. Hence, it is altogether in the cards that Vienna may be defended by the Germans to the last gasp, for the same reason that German resistance is stiffening before Devers' advancing columns in the west. During the week, another notable Russian achievement has been the advance through the high Tatras toward the eastern margin of the Moravian Gap, carried out by the 4th Ukrainian Army Group, now commanded by General Yeremenko, one of Russia's ablest field commanders. This probably foreshadows a linking up of the Russian armies in southeastern Germany and those in Austria by way of the Moravian Gap, one of Russia's ablest field commanders. This probably foreshadows a linking up of the Russian armies in southeastern Germany and those in Austria by way of the Moravian Gap. This would result in an immense shortening of the Russian front, in the consequent release of considerable numbers of Russian troops for other employment, and in the loss to the Germans of one of their most important industrial regions around Moravska Ostrava. It would also prepare the way for a Russian advance farther north, directed toward Berlin and Dresden, though this move is, in the view of many observers, likely to take place even before the situation in the Moravian Gap has been cleaned up. Now here again is Bob Trout.
And now for the news developments and major problems on the home front. Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Tris Coffin reporting.
The decaying smell of the slow death of Germany is very strong in Washington. It is affecting the thinking and action in the nation's capital. Plans for reconversion are being speeded up, and within the next several weeks, the administration will ask Congress for definite policy guidance on such matters as price control, employment practices, small business, and civilian production. President Roosevelt's program is fairly clear. He wants the controls held on until we have completed the job of reconverting our vast war plant and employment is stabilized. The time when all controls will be lifted is far in the distance, sometime after Japan is conquered. This policy has been forming for not until this morning that it came out into the open. The White House released a letter to the President from Economic Stabilization Director Davis, OPA Chief Bowles, War Food Administrator Jones, and Chairman Taylor of the War Labor Board. The gist of the letter is that controls are necessary to prevent a seesaw of inflation and deflation following the defeat of Germany. These executives foresee prices and wages sagging down some after VE Day. Then, they told the President, they will start climbing up again unless there is some check. The Reconstruction Finance Corporation announced today a program to aid small business in the difficult reconversion period. This agency will guarantee up to 75% of bank loans for small business in the post-war transition. Or, if the banks will not loan funds, RFC is prepared to put up the money itself. It is significant that the man most discussed for the RFC chairman is Harold Smith, now the efficient director of the budget. He is one of the greatest champions of small business in Washington and has worked closely with the Senate Small Business Committee. The most important announcement on reconversion is due for release possibly next week. The Army Service Forces, which buys the bulk of the war goods manufactured in America, is preparing a statement on its cutbacks. The signs are that there will be no big drop all at once, but a gradual reconversion and shift in production. Perhaps, say, a 25% cutback on war production beginning VE Day. Much of this slack will be taken up by needs of liberated Europe for machinery. The approaching end of the European war is indicated, too, by a renewed drive for the merger of the Army and Navy. Secretary of War Stimson made public today a letter putting the War Department squarely behind the proposed single department of the armed forces. He recommended the Senate action on this proposal. The Navy has been decidedly cool toward this merger, feeling it and the Marine Corps would be smothered by Army domination. Secretary Stimson said flatly, "We ought to have all of our Army, Navy, and Marine activities coordinated." Another sign that the end of Europe is in sight is the series of announcements by the State Department on the control of Germany. The latest is the revelation that Himmler and Goering both have agents scouting the world to raise money for Nazi post-war activities. The end of the war against Japan is also coming in for a lot of unofficial speculation. Russia's announcement that the Soviet-Japanese neutrality pact is meaningless gave rise to hopes that this war may end sooner than expected. But sober official judgment in Washington today is that Russia will not fight Japan until our forces are set to invade the home islands. The main role of Moscow now, according to these sources, is to hold down the tough Jap army in Manchuria by threat of attack. Official sources also indicate the Russian price may be to allow Manchuria to vote on becoming an autonomous Soviet republic. This area is now claimed by China. I return you to Bob Trout and Admiral in New York.
We have word from Rome today that American-born Japanese of the crack 442nd United States Infantry Regiment have captured Mount Belvedere, the 3,000-foot peak 2 miles east of Massa, and they've also secured Carrara Ridge in a continuing drive toward La Spezia. This Nisi regiment hacked along the twisting roads that wind through the mountains of the famous Carrara marble quarries to within less than 19 miles of La Spezia. The Germans hurled heavy artillery and mortar fire from dominating heights along the coastal ridge in an effort to check the drive. Correspondents in Italy say the capture of Mount Belvedere paves the way for a two-pronged assault on Massa, which is a provincial capital with an estimated population of more than 20,000 people. A second Fifth Army column has met stubborn resistance 2 miles south of the city, which is the last major strong point before La Spezia. The Allied command revealed today that the hard-fighting Nisi had re-entered combat after serving with the Fifth Army from Naples to the Arno. It was this regiment which stormed and captured Mount Fragalito, 3 miles southeast of Massa, in the opening phase of Lieutenant General Truscott's spring offensive. Altogether, the first week of April has been one of the worst the Axis has ever lived through. In the Pacific, the new Japanese government came into being just as the factories in the Tokyo suburbs were being bombed by super fortresses, escorted by American land-based fighter planes, making their first ominous appearance over Japan. On the same day, the Japanese Navy lost the major part of the task force it had sent into the East China Sea to combat the great Allied fleet supporting the invasion of Okinawa. And perhaps even more significant, on the previous day, the Japanese lost 294 planes in a great aerial attack on the Allied warships. The enemy planes did cause damage. They sank 3 American destroyers, and they damaged others. But in the 2-day engagement, the enemy paid a much higher price than he exacted. Japan's new premier, Baron Suzuki, says that he's moved into deepest humiliation and regret at the developments and neglect that have allowed the Allies to secure a firm foothold on portions of the sacred Japanese Empire. And Premier Suzuki has now added his warning to the other official forecasts that have recently been directed to the Japanese people, warning that the Japanese homeland may soon be invaded. And the week's great news from Moscow, where the Neutrality Pact was denounced by the Russian government, means that Japan's powerful armies on the Asiatic mainland are more severely threatened than ever before. Frequently, there have been predictions by observers here at home that the Japanese armies on the continent of Asia would prove to be a more serious problem than the Japanese homeland itself. Such gloomy predictions are not likely to be heard very often from now on. In Europe, with each passing day, the British and American armies pushed deeper into Germany, and it became increasingly plain that General Eisenhower was actually being very cautious when he suggested, near the end of March last month, that the German High Command might never again be able to form a continuous north-south line to oppose the Allied forces. By now, that possibility is practically accepted as a fact, for the Germans have little time and less room in which to reestablish their Western Front. Already, the Allied spearheads are approaching territory which the Germans considered to be part of the rear areas of their Eastern Front. And if the rapid advances, which have already cut to pieces the German communication and supply areas for the Western Front, continue at the present rate, the Allied armies of the West will soon be cutting up the German communication and supply lines that lead to the Eastern Front. No one can say at what point the Russian armies on the Oder, so close to Berlin, will start their final drive. The date may depend on several things. Perhaps it's been set already in advance to synchronize with a certain stage of the advance of the Allies from the West. Or perhaps the Russians have not yet built up the strength necessary for a huge attack along the Oder. Or the Russians may wish to carry even farther forward their preliminary drive in the southeast, which is now swiftly cutting off Vienna with a trap that's within 40 miles of closing completely around the city. Steadily, the Russians in Austria are approaching the mountain area in which the German government leaders are supposed to be planning their last stand. There's still some ground for the belief that the Germans may also intend to hold out in a northern pocket. The Norwegian government in London says the Germans are bringing heavy guns and other war material into Norway, improving their airfields and increasing the number of fortified U-boat pens, seizing ever larger numbers of Norwegian civilians to be taken to the German torture camps. The Norwegian government calls upon Sweden to abandon its neutrality and help rescue what can be saved of Norway. In this somber fashion, Norway acknowledges the approach of a tragic anniversary, the German invasion, which began 5 years ago tonight with simultaneous attacks on Norway and Denmark. It was the beginning of the terrible spring when Germany smashed all Western Europe, belligerent and neutral alike. Now the series of melancholy anniversaries is coming round again. Another spring, the last one in the brutal circle of German conquest and German defeat. And now you're going to hear how to preserve the life of your favorite music on records. Here's Warren Sweeney.
If you want your precious records to last longer, you'd better take a look at the new Admiral radio phonographs just as soon as the war is won. Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. But about your records. The new feather-light tone arm on the Admiral will exert so little pressure and cause so little wear that your records will last much longer, and there won't be any surface noises. The Admiral radio phonograph is the one with slide away. Admiral Slide Away is the exclusive Admiral feature that brings the complete phonograph turntable and automatic record changer right out in plain view, simply by opening the cabinet doors. Admiral Slide Away is another reason why your records will last longer. You eliminate the chance of chipping or breaking them when you load or unload the Admiral automatic record changer because you can see what you're doing. So, to get the best of everything for your listening pleasure, plus safeguarding your precious records, make your post-war radio phonograph an Admiral, America's smart set. This year, there will be only 2 war bond drives rather than 3 as last year. But just as much money, regardless of what happens in Europe, will be needed. So it's up to every American to lend just as much as before. When the 7th war loan starts on May 14th, let's each of us buy a bigger share of extra war bonds than ever before. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for Admiral. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation with shortwave broadcasts direct from important overseas stations and reports from the leading news points in our own country, where CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news. Now, here is Bob Trout.
The president was buried today. The service at Hyde Park was simple, as the service yesterday in the White House had been. At 10 o'clock, the 4 guns began to boom, 21 times, the presidential salute. 45 minutes later, the bugler sounded taps. Now even the muffled drums are quiet. The president had gone home. The time for tears had ended, and the time for strength and fresh resolution had come. We take you now to Hyde Park, Tris Coffin reporting.
I stood by the grave in the bright sunlight of a cool spring morning as the last mortal remains of Franklin Delano Roosevelt were laid at rest. The plaintive notes of taps rang out over a hushed gathering of relatives, friends, and officials at the Roosevelt family estate. The services were held in the T-shaped garden, only a few yards from the president's study. A high hedge shielded the burial. The rose bushes laid out in neat plots were in bud. Clusters of violets spotted the carpet of green lawn. The sky overhead was clear blue. The gathering was small and hushed by mutual understanding. There were many famous faces, but they were all blurred by the common denominators of solemnness and sorrow. Mrs. Roosevelt and Anna Roosevelt Bodiger were dressed in black. They stood with General Elliott Roosevelt. President and Mrs. Truman were with Mr. Roosevelt's intimate advisor, Justice Burns. I saw many old friends of the president: Jim Farley, Steve Early, Bernard Baruch, the cabinet, military high command, Supreme Court, and members of Congress. Mrs. James Roosevelt, the elderly cousin of the president, sat in a chair on the lawn. At her feet in the warm sunlight was Fala, Mr. Roosevelt's dog. The services began with the firing of a 21-gun salute. The only sound in the 10-second intervals between salvos was the chirping of a thrush high in the trees. In the distance, I heard the mournful sound of muffled drums. The coffin and its military escort were moving down the road. The band began to softly play the sad, majestic strains of Massenet's elegy. A child cried at this strange music. Through a gate in the hedge, I saw the Guard of Honor from West Point, young, sober faces, marching in slow, measured steps. The band changed to the Star-Spangled Banner, and then the soft, comforting chords of Nearer, My God, to Thee. The coffin was borne in by soldiers, preceded by a choir boy holding a golden crucifix. The Reverend W. George Anthony, rector of the Episcopal Church at Hyde Park, read the burial services. His snow-white hair was blown by the wind. His words at times were carried away. I heard these snatches. I heard a voice from heaven, Our Father who art in heaven, grant him entrance into the land of light and joy. We give thee hearty thanks for the good example of thy servants. Dust to dust and earth to earth. The voice ceased. 11 cadets from West Point pointed their rifles into the air and fired 3 volleys. The crash of sound echoed for seconds. The flag was removed from the coffin and handed to Mrs. Roosevelt. The coffin was lowered gently into the ground. Franklin Roosevelt was at rest in his beloved gardens. The thrush was singing again. I return you to New York.
12 days ago, CBS correspondent Eric Sevareid was in Germany with the American Ninth Army as it crossed the Rhine. He returned to Paris and then London and has just arrived in this country. Now he has been assigned to San Francisco to cover the United Nations conference. The war correspondent will become a peace correspondent. Now for his first report since returning to this country, here is Eric Sevareid.
On the big transatlantic airplane, we were who Americans did not dream that this would be our homecoming from the war. In the war, you think about your country a very great deal. A strong, simple picture takes form in your mind. The minor tones fade out. Then you see your home country as a resolute place, such a confident and happy place. Perhaps that is because you feel all around you in Europe uncertainty and that undercurrent of fear about the future. In Germany a few days ago, the soldiers seemed almost happy in the war. It was going so well and so fast. You could see that they knew the eyes of their homeland were fixed upon them. They knew their home was happy and proud over their achievement.
And they had that inner contentment of knowing that because of what they were doing, all was serene and safe with their people at home. Nothing could happen there. So now the soldiers must feel a little bit cheated in their victory. It is a little like the young boy who makes his first touchdown and then discovers his father was not in the audience. They will go on, of course, but if they hoist soon the American flag over Berlin, it will stop at half-mast, and that is not the same. And yet, you know, it is almost more appropriate this way. The flags of all the civilized people of Europe have been at half-mast for years. Few of them will have much sense of victory when it comes. They will have the sense of great relief, but the cost and sorrow remains in their hearts. American soldiers now will have a little more in common with their comrades of other lands. When we boarded the gleaming airplane in the warm Scottish night, we had heard only rumors that the president was dead, a thing the mind just could not accept. As we settled down across the waste of Iceland, we peered through the little round windows. There was a thin curtain of driving snowflakes, and through it we could see the American flag whipping and jerking in its unaccustomed place halfway up the pole. One didn't know quite what to expect as we neared the American coast. If all the land had been dark, we would not have been surprised. But the great seaboard cities sparkled and gleamed like tangled skeins of diamonds. There were Frenchmen and Dutch aboard going to Frisco. They rushed to the windows and caught their breath. The first bright, brave lights they had seen in 6 long years. And they had to come to America to see them. That wonderful face and voice which had expressed America to all Europe was gone. But the thing itself was still there. The substance was there. America, that is to say, the future, was there.
And now for a report from the American 12th Army Group headquarters, we take you to Germany. Bill Shadell reporting.
Second, Woo. Yesterday, I returned from a 3-day tour of the 3rd Army Front. As a sample of the vast area already occupied and the speed and scope of our advance, CBS European Chief Edward R. Murrow and I traveled 600 miles in 48 hours just to see one small portion of the front. That was from the nearest reliable transmitter to the front and return. It included a visit to Weimar, which had surrendered only a few hours previously, an extension to Leyte along with the infantry, a tour of Buchenwald, one of Germany's 4 largest concentration camps, and an attempt to catch up with one of those spearheads of the 4th Armored Division. I will attempt to describe for you the scenes at Buchenwald. If you heard Mr. Murrow's broadcast an hour ago, you will have some idea of the guilt which lies heavily on the heads of the German people. I can only say that Mr. Murrow used considerable restraint in his description of the horror, the indescribable misery concentrated there. Jena was a typical conquered city with the usual confusion. The doughboys going from house to house removing any possible snipers, the civilians complying with the order to turn in all weapons, others just curiously watching the flow of American tanks, half-tracks, jeeps through the streets. And everywhere the other nationalities, Czechs, Poles, Russians, French, jubilant over their newly won freedom. There was a very laughable scene going on in Weimar. These people, slaves, deprived of everything but bare food for existence and work, had found the freight yards, a few boxcars filled with clothing. They had swarmed over these cars, dragging out German uniforms, civilian suits, bolts of cloth, and of course were arguing over it. The arguments were settled mainly by force, though not seriously, so long as no German was involved. And the Germans knew better than to argue with their former slaves. And why shouldn't they lose? The wonder to me is that there is so little of it. It's small payment for long years of servitude and deprivation in a land that appears to have had its ill-gotten plenty, but denied it to all but the master race. This is Bill Shadell at General Bradley's headquarters, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
For a summary of developments on the Western Front as well as in France, we take you now to Paris. Charles Collingwood reporting.
Here in Paris, this too is a solemn day of mourning and memorial services for President Roosevelt. General de Gaulle, his cabinet, the diplomatic corps, and a host of Allied soldiers and French civilians went to Notre Dame today to honor the memory of a great man. All the dignitaries were present, but the greatest tribute was from the thousands of simple, ordinary folk who were there because they had lost someone they loved. The German army today is pulling itself together again for another last-ditch stand. On the Berlin front, they have forced us to give up one bridgehead across the Elbe River near Magdeburg. In the north, they're establishing a line to hold the British and Canadians away from the North Sea and the ports of Emden, Bremen, and Hamburg. In the south, they are fighting the First Army off from Leipzig. Only the Third Army has been able to press on at its usual blitzkrieg pace. The Third Army is within 13 miles of the Czech frontier now, and they're within 7 miles of the big communication center of Chemnitz. Although the Ninth Army has lost one of its bridgeheads across the Elbe, there is still another one further south from Magdeburg, which is all right, and is, in fact, continually expanding. The rest of the Ninth Army is closing up to the line of the river due east of Berlin. Back in the Ruhr pocket, those parts of the First and Ninth Armies left to deal with it have joined and split the pocket in two. Incidentally, since we closed that pocket at the beginning of the month, we have taken 143,000 prisoners out of it, and they're still coming. Speaking of prisoners, we've taken nearly 550,000 this month alone. Yesterday was the biggest day of all, when we counted well over 90,000. Operations began this morning to clear the German pockets from the mouth of the Gironde River and thus free the great port of Bordeaux. Yesterday and today, this was the target of 2,300 American heavy bombers, and it's also being bombarded by a big task force of the French Navy. We hold Bordeaux, but we can't get in there as long as the Germans control the river mouth. Bordeaux is the least damaged of the big French ports, and we should be able to use it as soon as we can get in. In an order of the day to the French Army, American artillery, and FFI engaged, the French commander, General de Larmenat, said, "You are fighting to free the port so that France will have enough to eat this winter." This is Charles Collingwood in Paris, returning you to Admiral in New York.
And now for a summary of the news in Britain, we take you to London. Larry Lasser reporting.
The flags flew at half-mast over another Hyde Park today. Here in London's Hyde Park, the crowd sauntered past the soapbox speakers, and thousands of them paused to listen in the April-spring weather to eulogies of the late president. And groups of young American soldiers in wax gathered in small knots here and there among the throngs of Britishers and talked about the only president most of them have ever known, and then about their new commander-in-chief. Already there's a growing feeling of confidence in Britain over President Truman. All Britain was asking the question, what happens now? And they got one of the answers in President Truman's request to Moscow that Foreign Commissar Molotov attend the San Francisco conference. Premier Stalin's ready agreement has lifted the heart of Britain. They are heartened here by their sensing that President Truman has already taken a sure grip on the reins. And now that feeling of international loneliness is passing. They know now that the great three-power understanding, accomplished only through the blood and tears of war, is not to be lost in a day because of the death of one of its leading spirits. From Britain today, another armada of American fortresses and liberators made the long flight to Bordeaux on the Bay of Biscay. 1,300 of these unescorted heavy bombers battered the Germans in the Gironde pocket for the second day running. They were assisting the long-awaited sea and air attack to free the French port. French troops began the assault on the ground, while French warships bombarded German strongpoints at the mouth of the Gironde. Today, the American heavy bombers used a new and terrible bomb for the first time. It's a specially constructed firebomb containing a highly inflammable liquid. A detonator explodes each container as it hits the ground, scattering the flaming liquid over a 60-yard area. Today, the fortresses and liberators showered more than 460,000 gallons of flaming liquid on gun positions, trenches, and pillboxes, as well as high explosive bombs on the German guns on both sides of the Gironde estuary. These new fire liquid bombs may go a long way towards bringing the European war to a quicker end. If any German pockets continue to hold out after we have proclaimed VE Day, the holdout Germans may expect the threat of being burnt alive. The British Second Army captured a field marshal today. It was Field Marshal von Mackensen, 96-year-old retired veteran of the last war. They expected him to make a warlike statement, but all he asked was that they keep the freed foreign workers from stealing his chickens. And this is Larry Lasser returning you now to Admiral in New York.
President Truman is now on his way to Washington to take up the many problems facing him. For a review of what our new president can list among his first problems, we take you to Washington. Bob Evans reporting.
Here in Washington, Lafayette Park, across from the White House, and Constitution and Pennsylvania avenues are virtually deserted today. Light showers and gray skies have settled over this capital, which still mourns the death of President Roosevelt. Church services are again being held in his memory. And at the Lincoln Museum on 10th Street, a joint memorial service is to be held at 3 o'clock to honor both presidents, Roosevelt and Lincoln. The martyred Lincoln died just 80 years ago today. With the late President Roosevelt now buried in the soil of Hyde Park, the eyes of the world turn to the future and to President Harry S. Truman, already aboard the Hyde Park special train, returning to this capital. On the shoulders of this 60-year-old Missourian, he will be 61 on May 8th, now rests the big job of winning the peace. Peace not only on the international front, but on the domestic front as well. How will he measure up? Friends of President Truman, and he has many, Republicans and Democrats alike, refer to him as a practical American. And as an example of the esteem in which he is held, Senator Homer Ferguson, a Republican of Michigan, says, as soon as the people realize his capabilities, they will rally behind him. Mr. Ferguson is a member of the War Investigating Committee, which Mr. Truman headed as a senator. To be described as a practical American these days is an accolade of no mean distinction. After all, practical Americans made this country great, and practical Americans are winning the war. President Truman already has displayed his practicality by prevailing upon Joseph Stalin to send his ace diplomat, Foreign Commissar Molotov, to the San Francisco conference. Mr. Truman doesn't want the importance of the meeting minimized, as it may have been without top men from all nations. Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden is here to represent Britain. Mr. Truman also has shown his practicality by making moves toward getting along well with Congress. He set a precedent by taking luncheon at the Capitol Friday. It is expected that he will build up an even closer liaison when he addresses a joint meeting of Congress at 1 tomorrow afternoon, an address which will be broadcast by CBS. And when he holds his first news conference Tuesday morning, it is believed he will firmly establish his practicality in the minds of newsmen, readers, and listeners alike. When the time comes, which will not be far away now, for President Truman to appoint department heads and make cabinet changes, it is expected that he will place a high premium on men who can get along with Congress, and he will accept the advice of Congress in making his appointments. His first opportunity to put this plan into practice may come when Mr. Truman names a federal loan administrator, a post now vacant. It is a little early to predict cabinet changes, but it does seem clear that intimates of President Roosevelt, such as Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau and Attorney General Francis Biddle, would be permitted to resign if they show a desire to do so. It seems a foregone conclusion that Secretaries of War and Navy, Stimson and Forrestal, will stay on until war's end. Also, Interior Secretary Ickes, who was a favorite of President Truman when he was a senator. Secretary of Labor Perkins may resign, as she has long wanted to do. And after San Francisco, Secretary of State Stettinius may go, with strong possibility he will be succeeded by former Assistant President James F. Burns. Mr. Burns accompanied President Truman to Hyde Park at the President's request. Mr. Burns took along notes he had prepared at Yalta. There is a feeling here in Washington that Henry Wallace may stay on as Secretary of Commerce. His removal would be at the cost of liberal and labor support. Frank Walker may go as Postmaster General, with Robert Hannigan a possible successor. And Claude Wickard may leave the Department of Agriculture, with the War Food Administration to be brought back into the agricultural fold. Indications also are that many of President Roosevelt's so-called little cabinet, including Harry Hopkins, may be permitted to withdraw. Now back to CBS in New York.
The president has been buried. The simple service at his home in the field above the Hudson symbolizes the end of these tragic 4 days. There's no need to say that the final service is not the end of Franklin Roosevelt here on Earth. He did not leave on Thursday at Warm Springs, and he did not leave this Sunday at Hyde Park. It was not in his power to remain in life any longer, and it was not in his power to depart from the living. Only the living can decide whether he is to stay or to go, and the living made that decision long ago. When the people called upon him to lead, it was then that he abandoned his own personal life and lived in the hearts and minds of millions in America and even more millions on the other side of our frontiers. His personal life was sacrificed long before that Thursday afternoon, but he will live among those who called him friend as long as the people have life. The vast grief that has gripped the people of this nation and its friends abroad is a tremendous tribute to the president, and it is also a tremendous tribute to the people. Burial is a final act, and yet the service above the Hudson is final in only one sense. It was the ending of the 4 days of grief and shock. Since that Thursday afternoon, the nation and its friends abroad have been like one stricken family. There were things to do, prayers to be spoken, and music to be played. The drums had to be muffled, the flowers gathered, and the fresh spring earth turned. From Thursday to Sunday was a time devoted to the last services that can be given to a friend who is dead. Now that time is over. There are no more vigils to be kept beside the railroad tracks, no more bells to be tolled. It is not the end, but it is as if an interval were finished. On Thursday afternoon, what the world learned was that a journey had to be made from Warm Springs through Washington to Hyde Park, from the rough battleground of practical affairs to the secure place which history has been holding open for Franklin Roosevelt. It is often said that the greatness of great men is not perceived until they are dead. Obviously, that is a belief that is false, as often is true. But it is true that greatness is not mortal. The qualities which the great have to give, they give perpetually. Their gifts are taken into the pattern of life, and they appear thereafter in the fabric of the lives of nations, renewing themselves as the leaves on the trees are renewed by the seasons. In times of strain, all nations turn to the great men in their past and the people who made them great. This gigantic war has been fought by millions, living, supported by those who lived generations ago and who, in their turn, had fought for the same ends. Franklin Roosevelt has now joined those who helped to make the traditions and those who are traditions. Everywhere these last 4 days, men have been eager to do the things men must do for a friend in the interval between death and burial. The flags have been lowered and the photographs draped in black. The people have stood in the streets and have sat quietly at home and have wept publicly as well as in private. All this was proper in the appropriate time, and the appropriate time is now done. The interval is completed, and the president has reached the goal which destiny reserved for him and which the people willed that he should reach. Now it is for the living to think again of goals, the goals that lie within the reach of the living. Even in the midst of mourning, during the 4 days of sorrow, much has been said of the kind of memorial Franklin Roosevelt would like. There is little disagreement. All who have given thought to the monument that would be most fitting are agreed that the unfinished work must be completed, the victory won, the enemy defeated, and the enemy's power to threaten the free world destroyed totally. Often it has been said and written since Thursday that the conference at San Francisco must be worked out to a thoroughly successful end. Franklin Roosevelt's memorial is to be the organization of nations to preserve the peace the nations are now winning. There is, I think, a simpler way of saying the same thing. Franklin Roosevelt made friends. He had more of them than any other man. He made friends of whole nations of people. They were friends of his, and they are friends of ours. He worked unceasingly to unite this nation in the face of danger. And when the American people came together to fight off the enemy, we discovered that we were not alone. The unity had spread, and there were many nations of friends united in the same struggle. Since Thursday, the people of the United Nations have been united in grief. That they remain united in friendship, hope, and determination is all that any man, living or dead, would ask.
World News Today is brought to you each Sunday by Admiral Corporation. Listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave radio direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented in behalf of Admiral dealers all over America by shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country. CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Robert Trout.
This is the Day of Prayer, a national day of thanksgiving in the United States and Great Britain. President Truman attended services in Washington. And in London, the King and Queen drove to St. Paul's Cathedral in the first royal procession since the war began. Prime Minister Winston Churchill is preparing to broadcast his review of the war and his 5 years in office. The broadcast on Columbia begins half an hour from now at 3 p.m. Eastern Wartime. In the Pacific, the Tokyo radio says the Japanese home island of Kyushu is being attacked by 900 carrier planes and also by a small force of B-29s. There is no word yet from Allied sources of this enemy-reported carrier attack on Japan, but Tokyo is adding details and says the Japanese planes have found the task force from which the 900 planes were launched, some 220 miles off the southern tip of the southernmost Japanese home island. On Okinawa, the Marines are reported to be slowly smashing their way into Amike, a suburb of the island's capital, Naha. But front correspondents reporting this advance warn us that Naha itself may not fall before at least several days more of this hard street fighting with grenades and flamethrowers. There is also hard fighting on the bypassed island of New Guinea, where Australian troops led by tanks have seized the Wewak airfield and are pushing on to the town of Wewak, the last major Japanese stronghold in northeastern New Guinea. In the Philippines, 2 American divisions are fighting up narrow river valleys to join a 3rd division and cut the island of Mindanao in 2. But the Japanese are resisting fiercely, and the American progress is very slow. Supreme Allied Headquarters in Paris says it has no confirmation of the report that Heinrich Himmler has been seized in northern Germany, but an Allied officer who has returned from the front says it's true. General Eisenhower has asked the United Nations War Crimes Commission to send 4 teams into Germany at once. Now for our first switch to a Columbia correspondent abroad, Admiral takes you to London. Douglas Edwards reporting.
The next episode in Britain's victory celebration comes less than a half hour from now when Prime Minister Churchill speaks to his home nation and the world. Columbia will broadcast the Prime Minister's address at 3 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Mr. Churchill is expected to review the war years, the years in which he led Great Britain out of sore and trying times into victory at the side of our own country and Russia. 1,500 fighters and heavy bombers of the American 8th Air Force are right now flying over southern England in a great victory salute, and also in tribute to their commander, Lieutenant General Jimmy Doolittle, the man who first bombed Tokyo. And now for a first-hand description of that mighty aerial victory demonstration, we take you high up on a London rooftop. Edward R. Murrow reporting.
We're standing on top of a familiar roof high over London, and the reports have it that about 1,500 American bombers and fighters are now flying in tight formation somewhere over southern England. As a matter of fact, the only aircraft we have seen in the air in the course of the last minute and a half up here has been one B-17 going very low and very fast, apparently trying to join his formation. We're standing on a rooftop that was very familiar in the old days during the Blitz, and all over this city one can see the Union Jack and the Stars and Stripes standing stiff in a breeze in the cool of the Sunday evening here in London. About 15 minutes ago, we could hear the sound of this great air armada off in the distance, but at the moment it is impossible to see them. Just down to the right, I can see a Swiss flag flying, a Danish, on down the way, the flag of China. Just here beside me is a huge Union Jack. They're rather soft, dark clouds being almost whipped over London this evening. And I should think that this great demonstration of American air strength is probably down somewhere near the south coast now. Off in the distance, down in that direction, I can just see the glint of the setting sun on silver wings. But there have been so many aircraft flying low over London in the course of the day that it's impossible to tell whether or not what I see is in fact part of this great aerial demonstration or whether it's just a few odd planes down there. Down in the distance, one can see the dome of St. Paul's, the evening sun glinting off it. Occasionally, one sees those dull, dark gaps in the buildings where bombs struck and where incendiaries came down. As a matter of fact, it was never planned for this great aerial demonstration to come over the center of London. They were going to swing wide of it at a distance of about 10 or 15 miles, and I think they crossed over South London just about 5 or 10 minutes before this broadcast began.
That was Edward R. Murrow in London, and now in New York, here again is Warren Sweeney.
With practically everybody collecting their favorite music on records, you'll certainly want one of the many beautiful post-war Admiral radio phonographs with automatic record changers.
I do want an automatic record changer, but I'm not very mechanical-minded. Will the Admiral be simple to operate?
Yes, it certainly will. The new Admiral automatic record changer will be so foolproof and trouble-free that it's going to set a new high in musical enjoyment. The Admiral will have only 3 moving parts. Just 3. Right there is the secret of Admiral's trouble-free operation. There just won't be anything to get out of adjustment to the new Admiral automatic changer. So, if you want a really fine radio phonograph with an automatic record changer that will give you years and years of carefree enjoyment, make yours an Admiral, America's smart set. Now, here once again, is Robert Trout.
CBS correspondent Larry LeSueur has just returned to Paris from a visit to Austria, where he spent some time with the Red Army. For his story, Admiral takes you to CBS Paris. Larry LeSueur reporting.
Yesterday, I was in Russian-occupied Austria. This isn't the first time that the Eastern influence has made its way up the fertile valley of the Danube, because in the little white villages that stud the green Austrian hills, you can see the tulip-domed minarets of ancient churches that mark the high tide of Byzantine influence in the Middle Ages. The Austrian people under Russian occupation were an expression little different from those in the American zone. It's one of resignation. But still, there are as many of the red and white flags of free Austria waving from the windows in the Russian zone as in ours. My Jeep threaded its way among the abandoned German trucks that were left stranded when the German army fled panic-stricken from the Russians into our lines. A long line of Russian tanks came up and smashed and shoved them into the ditch. That was a far cry from the Russian front in 1942, when I used to see every abandoned German truck guarded like gold, and Russian salvage crews working frantically on them. The Red Army has all the equipment it needs now. But strangely enough, the only American equipment I saw, aside from a few trucks, were Jeeps. The tanks were Russian-made and heavier than our own Shermans. The Russian tank men were the youngest men I've ever seen in tanks. They could scarcely be over 18. I asked one of the Russian youngsters what he thought of the Austrians. He said the Austrian people were all right, but the Austrian soldiers had acted very badly in the Ukraine. Personally, he was a little contemptuous about the way the Austrian civilians had replaced the white surrender flags with the red and white flags of free Austria a few hours after the Red Army entered. He showed me some of the Russian occupation money for Austria. It looked very much like American occupation money, and it said nothing about Russia at all, simply Allied military government. Vienna, he said, was fairly gay and not very much damaged. And as far as I could see, there were no rules against the Russians fraternizing with the Austrians. Long lines of Russian slave workers on foot and in horse-drawn carts were making their way eastward, liberated. Such a ragtag procession you never saw before. Some driving German trucks, some on bicycles, and all that was colorful and picturesque in Russia came by. Some with the slanted eyes of the East, others with the blue eyes and fair hair of the Ukraine. Unarmed and dejected, German prisoners were making their way in little bands, unguarded, to the prison cages. Russian soldiers passed them by without notice. But for me, it was hard to realize that the long war was over, because even as I watched, I saw 3 Russian refugees badly wounded when their horse-drawn cart collided with a German truck that had been purposely left behind blocking the road. It had been booby-trapped by the Germans. And this is Larry Lasser returning you now to Admiral in New York.
Next, for a summary of developments in the war against Japan, Admiral takes you to CBS San Francisco, Major George Fielding Elliott reporting.
In observing the attempts of the Japanese Air Force to interfere with the American operations on Okinawa Island, we should bear in mind the progressive decline and final death of Germany's Luftwaffe. And we should realize that much the same factors are at work against the Japanese air power. First, its industrial sources of supply are under heavy attack. Next, its outside fuel supplies have been cut off, and its internal fuel supplies, synthetic plants, and oil storage are also being hit. Finally, its planes and pilots are being destroyed in the air and on the ground on an increasing scale. When it accepts combat, it is always forced to fight greatly superior forces. It has one disadvantage which did not trouble the Luftwaffe to the same extent. It is inferior to its opponents not only in numbers, but also in quality, both of machines and personnel. The Japanese Air Force has already been reduced to the point where it cannot carry out strategic operations of any kind. It has no power to take the offensive. It can only try to counter our blows after those blows have been delivered or are in course of being delivered. Its attempts to do even this are growing feebler and feebler. Obsolete planes and very hastily trained pilots are in evidence. The suicide method of attack is causing some damage to our shipping, but this is a sort of air warfare which is suicidal in more senses than one. It results in a rate of loss which no air force can endure, especially one whose production is diminishing rapidly and which, therefore, needs to conserve its strength rather than to recklessly expend it. According to available estimates, the Japanese production of aircraft has been more than cut in half since the beginning of this year by our B-29 attacks. The total now is estimated at hardly more than 1,000 a month, including trainers. And since March 18th, when the attacks on Okinawa began, the Japanese have lost more than 3,000 aircraft in this area alone, or just a little more than twice the number they produced in that period. That's a process that can't go on indefinitely. And now, here in San Francisco is George Murad, one of Columbia's news analysts, with news of the conference and a special interview.
Here at the security conference, most of the delegates are getting their first short breathing spell since the discussions opened. Anthony Eden left for Washington early this morning. His successor as chief delegate, Lord Halifax, is visiting Nevada for the weekend, and most of the rest are making a tour of the Golden Gate in lovely sunny weather. But the important story still is that American delegates seem to have found at least a compromise solution for regional security pacts, such as the Chapultepec Agreement. Under this new plan, regional groups could take action for defense in emergency, but later the World Organization would take over. Now, everyone has been wondering how this compromise would suit the Russians, with their particular interest in the Balkan Federation. Well, it seems to be all right, because the Moscow newspaper Izvestia says that the former proposals of Latin American countries to exclude their problems from the world body were a complete deviation from Dumbarton Oaks. This is especially dangerous, as Vestia said, because precisely in certain Latin American countries, for example, the Argentine, fascists are operating impudently and even enjoying special favors. So this compromise plan, which definitely subordinates the Pan-American bloc, should satisfy Russia and, in fact, block any other independent regional group which may emerge. Now, you've probably heard from most of the various interests at this conference, all except one, that quiet but all-important delegation of men who are fighting the war. To get the soldiers' viewpoint, Commander Harold Stassen has with him 2 military aides and advisors, Lieutenant Cord Meyer, Jr., a Marine veteran of the South Pacific, and Sergeant John Thompson, who fought in Normandy. And here now is Lieutenant Meyer.
In the first place, I think the American soldier, and any soldier, more deeply desires peace than the average civilian. He knows more vividly the terrible power of modern war, and he is ready, I think, to make more sacrifice, say to serve in an international police force, if one can be formed. But I think the soldier is realistic and even skeptical. He deeply desires a strong international organization, but is doubtful if the various nations are ready to take the radical steps and changes necessary.
Well, would you be more specific, Cord? Say about trusteeships of Pacific Islands.
Yes, I think it's clear that the American delegation is seeking to acquire strategic Pacific Islands through and under processes of international law. If we establish complete sovereignty by outright seizure, we would have no basis for complaint if other nations adopt the same policy. Say Britain with regard to Hainan or Truk, or Russia in respect to Korea and Port Arthur.
And now what about regional pacts and geographical blocks?
Here again is this very strong tendency toward narrow national interests, which comes, I suppose, out of a desire for security in the most obvious, quickest way. But it seems to me a poor trade. From the viewpoint of power politics, if we sponsor a Latin American group over and above the World Organization, we encourage other nations to build regional groups that could be far more powerful than ours.
Well, Cord, what do you suppose the average soldier knows or thinks about this conference?
Well, I suppose he's confused, as most of us are, by all the oratory and side issues. But I think the soldier and all of us should know that the aims of this conference are very definitely limited. I think this conference hopes only to create some machinery through which nations can keep contact and work together to find peaceful solutions in post-war difficulties. It should be understood that Dumbarton Oaks, and no doubt this agreement, doesn't meet the basic problem of avoiding war. Dumbarton Oaks was just a small and cautious step. This, we hope, is a greater stride. As of now, the big nations retain their complete sovereignty, and through their veto power, reserve the right to exclude themselves from any decision the Security Council might take. We've got to accept this because it's all we've got. I think we should be critically aware of the limitations of this agreement we are making, but we should be determined to go on from here to a real international trust and effective peace machinery.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant Cord Meyer, Jr., who is Commander Harold Stassen's military aide and advisor to give the soldiers' viewpoint on the San Francisco Security Conference. This is George Murad in San Francisco. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
President Truman has fired the first shot in a new psychological warfare campaign against the Japanese. For details, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Tris Coffin reporting.
I found out this afternoon that the United States has thrown into high gear a dramatic psychological campaign against Japan. Our target is the Japanese leaders. Our purpose, to save lives and hasten the day of unconditional surrender. This campaign is no crackpot scheme. It has been okayed by such conservative-minded men as President Truman, his Chief of Staff, Admiral Leahy, Admiral King, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet, and Acting Secretary of State Grew. President Truman kicked off the campaign on VE Day. He read a statement to his news conference telling the Japanese just what to expect if they stayed in the war, and the terms for unconditional surrender. President Truman hammered one main point. The Japs have a choice: devastation of their country or a surrender which does not mean enslavement or extermination. As a part of the campaign, Captain Ellis N. Zacharias, for some time our naval attaché in Tokyo, will broadcast twice a week to Japan. He personally knows the enemy high command and cabinet and will speak to them in Japanese. According to those officials in Washington who have planned this strategy, there is a fair chance of dividing and weakening the Japanese command. They say there are two dominant groups in Japan, the young fanatics and the great financiers and manufacturing families. There is sufficient information in Washington to indicate the latter are even now tired of the war and afraid of its consequences. This campaign is, of course, only a part of the combined strategy and is being fed into the military and naval pattern. I return you to Admiral in New York.
Dispatches from Moscow we've received here in New York tell us that the chief concern of the Russians this weekend is a quick arraignment of Heinrich Himmler, Hermann Goering, Franz von Papen, and Rudolf Hess as war criminals and a stepped-up manhunt for other missing German leaders. This is the day of prayer. On both sides of the Atlantic, the Allied peoples are giving solemn thanks for the victory. The accomplished fact of unconditional surrender is less than a week old, but already it is clear that this is a victory to be welcomed with a measure of solemnity and sober thought. They're still shooting in parts of Europe. Militarily, this last-ditch fight of the surrounded Germans is of little or no importance. But it does have value as a symbol of the way in which defeat has come to Germany and the manner in which Germany is accepting it. The truth is that in 1945, the mood of defeated Germany in many ways bears an ominous similarity to the mood of defeated Germany in 1918. On the part of the German leaders, there is the same attempt to picture themselves as very decent fellows, really, who were simply doing their duty and would never willingly harm a fly. On the part of the German people, there is the same powerful impulse to ignore the fact that starting a war is a crime and to search for some excuse for the defeat. Both the leaders and the people are seeking to point the finger at someone else. It was not they, but someone else, they say, who is responsible for beginning the war and now for losing it. And it was someone else who smashed all the unwritten laws of warfare and committed atrocities of a quality and quantity unknown before this to the modern world. These German reactions to defeat might have been expected. There's been nothing in the German history of the past century which would have led us to expect anything else. But there's another tendency among the German people which, although it parallels a German mood of 1918, has caused some surprise in the Allied world. Many ordinary Germans are telling American correspondents that they no longer hold Adolf Hitler in high regard, and some German generals have issued statements implying that the German army could have won were it not for the interference of the Nazi Party. This German scorn for the Nazi Party, whether real or pretended, has astonished those Allied observers who expected the trouble in post-war Germany to come from the Nazi Party and from those Germans who refused to forsake it. But the trouble in Germany after the First World War did not come particularly from the Germans who refused to forsake the Kaiser and the form of government which he represented. There were many Germans in 1918 who were eager to announce their dislike of the imperial German government and the Kaiser, who had forgotten his dignity in his wild flight to neutral territory. Less than a week after the victory, the evidence now indicates that if the Nazi Party continues as an important force in German life, it will do so under a different name and under the guidance of different Germans. The swastika and the salute of the outstretched arm are vanishing, and no one seems more eager to make them disappear than the Germans. The German generals and civilian officials plainly consider the old party customs and labels an embarrassing burden, and many of the ordinary German people apparently would like to forget the party that brought them so many triumphs, but failed to bring them the last victory. All this has happened before, a quarter of a century ago, and for the citizens of the United Nations, who are so eager today to prevent history from repeating itself any further in the years to come, there is reason indeed to greet the victory with prayer and with solemn thought. And now to tell you about a post-war refrigerator with a built-in ultraviolet ray lamp to kill bacteria, here is Warren Sweeney.
It's the Admiral Sterilamp in the post-war Admiral dual-temp refrigerator. Low temperature alone cannot always prevent food from spoiling. Mold and gradual decay are proof that bacteria are present. But in the Admiral Dual Temp, the scientific protection produced by Admiral Sterilamp will destroy bacteria on exposed food surfaces and in the surrounding air. Foods will stay fresh and wholesome for a longer period. The ultraviolet rays from the Admiral Sterilamp are as safe as sunshine. Their sanitizing action retards mold growth, reduces spoilage due to bacteria, and combats odors. You'll find this Admiral Sterilamp only in the post-war Admiral Dual Temp, the refrigerator that is really two refrigerators in one. First, the built-in freezing locker in the Admiral Dual Temp will actually quick freeze foods or store frozen foods safely for months. Then, there's the extra-large purified moist cold compartment with Admiral Sterilamp protection. In this compartment, foods will stay fresh and moist in uncovered dishes, and it never has to be defrosted. Yes, the successor to the ordinary mechanical refrigerator will certainly be Dual Temp by Admiral. Even to the millions of servicemen still in Europe, and certainly to those in the Pacific, nothing is more important to their morale than mail, and lots of it. V-mail is ideal for short, frequent letters, and was designed to save precious cargo space. Give your serviceman or woman a lift by writing V-Mail today. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral Dual Temp Refrigerators, Admiral Home Freezers, Admiral Electric Ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented in behalf of Admiral dealers all over America. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Robert Trott.
Japanese broadcasts are saying that some 80 super fortresses have made an attack today on the Tokyo district, while other American bombers raided the island of Formosa, the peninsula of Korea, and the Chinese city of Nanking, capital of the puppet government. Allied headquarters in Manila does report that Philippine-based American bombers attacked Formosa, but there is no Allied confirmation of the other raids which the enemy mentions. Nor has any word yet come from any Allied source regarding the fleet movements which the Japanese continue to announce. Today, the latest story from the enemy is that the Allied task force is attempting to approach Kyushu, the southernmost Japanese home island. The fighting on Okinawa is still intensely bitter, but the latest reports from correspondents at the front there say that Japanese artillery fire is beginning to slacken along the battle line at the southern end of the island. A Chungking communique announces that the Chinese troops who recaptured the mainland port of Fuchao have pushed 6 miles to the east in an effort to pin the Japanese forces against the coast. Japanese Premier Suzuki, speaking to a Tokyo conference of officials who are concerned with affairs on the Asiatic mainland, urged them to strengthen Japan's war effort on the continent of Asia. In Europe, it's been officially announced at British Second Army headquarters that the city of Berlin will never again be the administrative and military capital of Germany. The official statement says Germany is to be decentralized, though not dismembered, and the object of the occupying forces is to control Germany, but not to govern directly. Trieste is tense. The troops continue their watchful waiting, and presumably the negotiations between Marshal Tito and the Western Allied governments are still going on. There have been disorders in Syria, where 17 persons were wounded in Damascus yesterday. Spanish General Franco has made a speech insisting that his totalitarian party is still strong. And now for our first switch to Columbia's correspondents abroad. Admiral takes you to Paris. Larry Lasser reporting.
It's a typical Liberation Sunday in Paris. The tree-lined boulevards are crowded with French civilians in their Sunday best and thousands of American soldiers on furlough, faces scrubbed and boots polished for the first time in months. The report from Washington that many more American troops may be held in Europe to give our diplomatic arguments more weight has been slowly passing about by word of mouth among the GIs. But since they've already been made fatalistic by the Army, this hasn't caused any great disappointment. Nobody is in a hurry to go to the Pacific, and besides, it's summer here in Europe, and it's pleasant just to sit around and loaf in the sunshine or toss a ball around in a typical American game of catch. Paris will be pleased to see the Americans around because they're slowly bringing some prosperity to the capital. The GIs are still showing no reluctance to spend their money on Paris souvenirs, although the prices are exorbitant at our rate of exchange. And since our Army brought its own food over, we're taking very little away from the French, and we are providing a lot of trade in one way or another. But France is still a very sick country, and the recent influx of French prisoners of war is adding to her problems. After years in prison camp, these men are not satisfied with the conditions they found in their newly liberated homeland. One of the signs of Europe's sickness is that people are no longer willing to wait for things to happen. They want to go about doing things in their own sweet way. Here's an instance. Yesterday, the French police were evicting a non-rent payer by force. When the furniture was piled on the streets, a crowd of 400 former prisoners of war, still wearing their faded uniforms, broke through the police cordon and carried the furniture back from the sidewalk. Police reinforcements arrived and dispersed the newly freed prisoners and took the furniture to a storeroom. But no sooner had they stored it away Then a truck full of prisoners arrived on the scene and once more seized the dispossessed belongings. Another prisoner went to a fashionable clothing store on the Rue de Rivoli and asked to see a civilian suit. When the tailor told him that there were no goods available, the former prisoner smashed the store window, grabbed a suit displayed there, and made off in the crowd. No one stopped him. That is the sort of discontent that abounds in chaotic Europe. While high-level diplomats hope that Europe will sit tight for a year or so until the peace conferences settle geographic questions in an orderly manner, the people of Europe simply will not sit still. In France, the recent municipal elections have shown the people's obvious discontent with highly conservative measures. We must do our best to furnish aid to these people to recover, or the prestige of highly organized systems may sweep across this continent. And this is Larry Lasser returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And now a word from Warren Sweeney.
There's a lot of listening pleasure in store for you when you get your post-war Admiral radio phonograph with Slide Away, the open door to good music. Admiral Slide Away is the exclusive Admiral feature that makes loading and unloading your automatic record changer so easy. With Slide Away, you'll simply open the radio cabinet doors and out will glide the complete Admiral record changer and phonograph turntable. They'll be so easy to reach, right out in the open, with no groping in a half-dark, hard-to-get-at compartment. Then, when you load your Admiral changer with 10 or 12 of your favorite records and just sit back and hear them flawlessly played with the amazingly lifelike tone and reproduction that your new Admiral will give, you're going to say, they're right, Slide Away is the open door to good music. You'll have a wide choice of Admiral radio phonographs with automatic record changers and Slide Away with a fine selection of beautiful cabinets. And remember, you'll get Admiral Slide Away and Admiral real-life tone and reproductions only in an Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now, here's Robert Trout.
Next, the news direct from Britain. Admiral takes you to CBS London, Bill Slocum Jr. reporting.
This is Whitsuntide weekend, and for the first time in almost 6 years, the pale and weary people of London have climbed aboard trains for the sheer pleasure of going off somewhere to have a good time. Naturally, the weather, as it would be at home, is perfectly awful. There's an international cricket match going on at Lord's between Australia and England, and even that ancient British sport retains a distinct flavor of war. The big story is not in the score, but rather in the performance of a young Australian ex-prisoner of war whom I gathered struck out England's Babe Ruth. The score, by the way, shows England with 267 and Australia with 82, which is termed by the British press a distinct Australian victory. For that reason alone, it might be best to drop the subject of cricket. Although the war in Europe is done, there is still a great amount of sudden death lurking in her waters and her ground. Almost 200 French children have already been killed by landmines, and Channel Island refugees in Britain will not be allowed to return home until 250,000 mines are removed from the waters surrounding the islands. Travel by boat across the channel, never too pleasant a journey at best, has been complicated by the grim reminder of Oerlikon guns fore and aft on the channel boats. These guns are used to explode floating mines. From personal experience yesterday, I can report that the Oerlikon gun was not much of an answer to the problem. We sighted 2 mines, and the gunners cut loose furiously but missed, and the mines were still bobbing along unexploded when last seen. England's somewhat self-conscious determination to enjoy her first peacetime holiday is complicated not only by the weather, but by her front pages. The goings-on in Trieste, the exchange of diplomatic double-talk and unsatisfactory notes has an all-too-familiar ring to British ears. There seems to be no disposition on the part of the British, however, to yield 1 inch to Tito and his friends. Mr. Churchill has another problem on his hands. He wants his coalition government continued until the defeat of Japan. The Labour Party is now meeting to decide whether it will go along. If it won't, Churchill is likely to refuse any compromise, such as an autumn election, and demand one within 6 or 7 weeks. This is Bill Slocum Jr. in London. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
This week, the Navy released the story of the heroic struggle of the officers and men of the aircraft carrier Franklin, who brought their ship back to New York after she was very badly damaged off Japan. For an interview with one of the Franklin survivors, here is Alan Jackson.
The story of the USS Franklin aircraft carrier is a story of courage and determination that will rank high in the annals of Navy history. One man who survived the disaster is Yeoman First Class Irving Kidwell of Washington, D.C., who's been recommended for the Bronze Star for his part in the heroic struggle. Irving, where were you when the Jap bomb went off?
I was in the log room. That was right next to the hangar deck. And when the bomb went off, the force of it knocked me under a desk. The lights went out, and smoke started pouring in through the ventilation ducts.
Well, what did you think had happened?
From the way we shook, I first thought we'd been hit by a torpedo. But then when I started out, I saw how the bulkheads had been blown in and knew that it was a bomb.
Well, Irving, where did you go when you left the log room?
To the forward engine room, 2 decks below. My battle station was down there, so naturally, that was where I first headed. But when I got down there, the smoke was so thick I could hardly see anything, and it was pretty tough just breathing until I got my gas mask on. But that didn't help too much. My job was to man the ship service telephone in the engine room. Our telephone was still working at the time, but apparently not many others were, because no calls were coming in.
Well, after a while, that smoke down there must have become even worse.
It did, and it was getting hotter, too. I saw several men leave and climb the ladder to the next deck. So in a couple of minutes, I followed them because the smoke and heat was just getting too much to take.
How were things on that 3rd deck above the engine room?
A little better, but not for long. So I went aft and went up to the 2nd deck.
Well, is that the hangar deck?
No, that's the one just below the hangar deck. I was trying to reach the hangar deck to get some fresh air.
Well, then you didn't know at the time just what the situation was up there.
No, but I soon found out. When a bunch of us started up there to the hangar deck, we found all the hatches closed, and we could hear everything blowing up, bombs and rockets going off. So we didn't dare try to force the hatches open. It would have been suicide if we had.
Well, then, what did you do?
Nothing. There wasn't much we could do. We knew it was behind us, and we knew what was in front of us. So we just stayed there and prayed. My buddy and I lay down on the deck to get some fresh air while we could, because smoke was gradually filling up our compartment.
And altogether, how long were you there?
About 2.5 hours. By that time, some of the firefighting parties on the hangar deck had hosed down part of the fire and had reached the area of our hatch. And when they did, they heard some of us pounding on the deck and realized that we were down there and opened it up.
And from then on, for the next few days and nights, it was an endless job of fighting fires and caring for the wounded.
Yes, and burying the dead. 2 or 3 days later, I was lucky enough to get a little sleep. 3 hours altogether.
Thank you, Yeoman First Class Irving Kidwell, for your story of the USS Franklin, a gallant ship and a gallant crew. And now back to Robert Trout.
Next, to report on the San Francisco conference. Admiral takes you to San Francisco. George Murad reporting.
While most of the conference delegates are out sightseeing this beautiful Sunday afternoon, the chiefs of the Big Five are slogging along at work. There seems to be a little more hope of progress after a week devoted mostly to inconsequential talk, because now the Russian ambassador, Andrei Gromyko, is getting messages from Moscow and will probably be able to negotiate with more authority. The first of these Moscow instructions concerns the regional security issue and the right of territorial groups to take immediate action if they're attacked. The Inter-American plan concocted last week would permit regional groups to defend themselves if the World Organization was unable to solve the problem. But the Russians say this "if" anticipates failure. They'd like to change the wording and withdraw the right of regional blocs to act when the World Group is already taking action against an armed aggressor. No real trouble is anticipated since the Soviets, even more strongly than the Pan-American nations, have insisted that their bilateral treaties demanding immediate action from France, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia must not be weakened by any untried world agreement. The Russian substitution seems only to carry a difference in wording and not in substance, but people here are learning to examine all Soviet proposals with more than usual attention. While there's full recognition in these last days that the real indications of world insecurity, Trieste and Poland, have been transferred to other world capitals, and particularly Moscow, the result is increased desire to get this charter on paper in the quickest possible time. There's impatience with any further discussion of irrelevant or troublesome questions. There's impatience with any further discussion of irrelevant or troublesome questions which obviously cannot be solved here. South Africa's Prime Minister Smuts sounded that keynote last night in a CBS broadcast. He said, "The plain fact is that some people are not satisfied with wrestling with the almost insoluble problem of world security against the dreadful scourge of war. They have a passion for reforming the world in general." I return you now to Admiral in New York.
In the Mediterranean area, Field Marshal Alexander's statement on the Trieste dispute has been the big news of the week. For direct news on the Trieste disagreement, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome, Winston Burdett reporting.
The Trieste crisis seems no closer to a solution following Field Marshal Alexander's message to his forces. Marshal Tito's retort from Belgrade does not indicate any intention to withdraw from northeast Italy. And here in Rome, I think it can be said that the Allied commander's reference to Hitler and Mussolini did not hurt the Yugoslav leader. Too many people feel that this was going very far with respect to an ally whom our military chiefs were congratulating a few days ago on his brilliant contribution to the common victory. In the midst of the Trieste controversy, two things are worth noting. The words powder keg and tinderbox are being freely used to describe Trieste, and people are asking whether what happened in Greece will happen again there. My own strong impression here in Rome is that while we sometimes talk as though we were looking for trouble, we do not want it. It would be at least as damaging for us on this occasion to intervene with force of arms as it would be for Tito to withdraw from the disputed area. A second fact worth recalling today is this. At various points in the negotiations between Alexander and Tito, various compromise proposals were suggested. There was the proposal that Tito place his troops in the Trieste area under Alexander's command. There was the understanding that Allied military government and Tito's civil administration would go in and run things together. The crisis has now reached a point where such compromise proposals are apparently forgotten. We've come to a stage of emotional controversy where we are saying, do this, and seem to have forgotten we're treating with an ally. Most of the Rome press is still in a state of high-pitched national fervor over Trieste. But obviously, the only way out is through negotiation and not by cracking the emotional whip. And negotiation usually means compromise. This is Winston Burdett in Rome, returning you now to Admiral.
In this country, the international political developments are getting close attention. For a report on possible developments at Tangier and other news, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Tris Coffin reporting.
The diplomatic spotlight is quietly turning to Tangier, hardly a speck on the world map. It is the international settlement across the Strait of Gibraltar from the great British fortress. This settlement is supposed to be under international control, but when France fell and it looked like the Axis was top dog, Spain grabbed control. An official at the State Department tells us that it is safe to predict a joint American-British move to push the Spaniards out of the saddle in Tangier. Some hard, cold facts gathered from all corners of the earth and reported by the Department of Agriculture today are serious news for American housewives. The survey shows that now, the time of the greatest world need for food, scorching droughts in South America, Africa, and Australia have seriously reduced production. The export of meat and dairy products from the southern hemisphere is expected to drop. Grain supplies are short. Additional information was given CBS World News by officials of the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. Europe is now producing 15 to 35% less food than normally. Many hundreds of acres are sown with German mines and cannot be used. There is a bad shortage of draft animals, a crying need for meat, milk, and egg animals, and a serious lack of fertilizer and insecticides. American food experts figure it'll take a crop year or two before European farming returns to normal. This gloomy picture will be reflected in American menus. For us, it means the day of more liberal food rations is a long way off. On Capitol Hill, a move is developing to spell out the rights and privileges of newsmen. Representative Wolcott of Michigan proposed today that Congress recognize the right of newsmen to keep their sources in confidence. I return you to Admiral in New York.
In the week that has just passed, there was no more organized shooting in Europe, but there were still many military loose ends which must be tidied up. The building of the peace will require years, but much work remains to be done before the war is liquidated. Occasional explosions can still be heard today in Prague as Czech and Russian troops dig through the cellars of the city's houses, rounding up the last of the Germans. The Swedish radio says that in Denmark, 2 fortresses just outside the entrance to Copenhagen harbor are still held by German troops, but these are expected to surrender soon. There are still German U-boats at large in the ocean, but their number decreases as they continue to sail into Allied harbors flying the surrender flag. The huge task of shifting the American and British forces from the continent to the Far East has now begun, but it will be a long time before the job is completed. Allied planes are still flying over Germany, but they carry no bombs. They're moving liberated prisoners, most of them, on the first steps to real freedom. And when the bomber crews are not flying, they're at work in the classrooms, in training for the long flight over the oceans to the Far East and to the new job. All over Europe, the Germans are slowly departing from the liberated countries. Mostly, they're marching out in good order, singing their songs of war. Columbia's correspondent Charles Shaw, who watched the Germans going from Norway and from Denmark, reports that some of them shouted, "We'll be back in 20 years." The Allies have won the military victory over Germany, but no Allied official has ventured to predict that Germany will now become a peaceful nation without serious thought of revenge or another attempt at world domination. On the contrary, the governments of all the principal Allies are proceeding on the assumption that Germany will try again, if not prevented from trying. There is enough force available to prevent another German war. The power of the United Nations was sufficient to smash Germany's ambitions when German strength was at its height. Obviously, the Allies are powerful enough to control a defeated Germany, if they remain allies. These early days after the German surrender have demonstrated vividly that no secure peace can be built without a closer partnership among the great nations than has ever before been known in peacetime. Already, the immediate work of ruling Germany has been slowed because the big 4 nations have not yet agreed on such points as the boundaries of the occupation zones. There are differences and irritations at the places where Western and Eastern Europe meet, at Warsaw, Vienna, and Trieste. It is clear now that the amount of cooperation required to win a war is not enough to win a peace, and that the end of the shooting, far from permitting the alliance to be relaxed, actually requires the strengthening of the bonds that unite the United Nations. And now to tell you about a new flexible heat idea in electric ranges, here is Warren Sweeney.
The post-war electric ranges by Admiral will have Flexo Heat. Admiral Flexo Heat is an ingenious, exclusive feature that makes it possible to get exactly the amount of heat you want just as easily as turning on or off a water faucet.
Do you mean that I can get just the right amount of heat I want for any cooking operation?
Right. No more and no less. You see, pre-war electric ranges had a certain number of fixed heat positions, usually 3 or 5. When you turned the heat to the next hotter position, the amount of heat used was double that of the previous position. There could be no in-between temperature. But Admiral Flexo Heat changes all that. You'll be able to control every heating operation with your Admiral electric range.
That sounds as if an Admiral range will be economical to operate.
Yes, and besides its economy, you'll fall in love with its streamlined beauty, its cleanliness, and its 2 full-sized ovens. You can be sure that Admiral is going to make electric range history. For the best in cookery, use electricity. For the best in electric cookery, choose an Admiral. Today is I Am an American Day, a day for all of us to reaffirm our allegiance to the principles of American citizenship and for the democratic form of government under which we live. No better expression of our responsibilities of citizenship can be found than by our extra support of the mighty 7th War Loan. Buy an extra bond today in appreciation of our American ideals. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for Admiral. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented in behalf of Admiral dealers all over America. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Robert Trout.
The Japanese radio says that Mustang fighter planes, 150 of them, have attacked airfields in the Tokyo area. Nearly 250,000 Japanese refugees from American bombs are being moved to Hokkaido, the northernmost of the home islands, just below the Kuriles. Navy headquarters at Guam announces that 5 Japanese suicide planes have hit 3 of Britain's first-line aircraft carriers off the Ryukyus. They are the Indefatigable, the Victorious, and the Illustrious, but all 3 suffered only minor damage. The Australian troops who've invaded eastern Borneo have pushed 3 miles deeper into the oil refinery area near Balikpapan, but in one sector, Japanese resistance is now stiffened. In Australia, a crowd of 30,000 gathered today in the cemetery at Perth as the late Prime Minister John Curtin was buried. In Germany, the Russians are still in complete control of Berlin following the arrival of American, British, and French troops. At last report, no solution had been found to the problem of who is going to provide food and fuel for the Germans within the new American and British zones of the city. Yugoslavia's Marshal Tito, in a broadcast over the Belgrade radio today, accused Greek forces of firing across the border between Greece and Yugoslavia. And now the news direct from the Pacific. Admiral takes you to CBS Guam, Tim Lamert reporting.
Several hours ago, the Navy revealed that 3 carriers of the British Pacific Fleet had recently been hit by suicide planes during the 2-month operation against the Jap-held Sakashima Island, southwest of Okinawa. The Japs sent a great number of planes against these ships, and although most of them failed, 3 of the kamikazes managed to hit. HMS Indefatigable was struck twice on the same day. An unnamed carrier was hit twice on successive days, and HMS Victorious absorbed 1. Aside from these 5 direct hits, 3 Jap planes scored near misses. However, even though the plummeting planes caused explosions and fires to rage, the firefighters and damage control men got things quickly under control, and all had planes operating from their flight decks within a very short time. Not one of the ships suffered enough damage to be forced to return for repairs and withdraw from the action. Despite these semi-successful raids by the kamikazes, the operations of the British task force were not in the least affected. In all, the Japs lost a total of 140 planes, either destroyed or damaged. Including these attacks and all other forms of Japanese action, the British lost a total of 70 men killed and 34 seriously wounded. Only 1 ship from the task force, the destroyer Ulster, was forced to return for repairs. The purpose of the 2-month operation against the Sakashima group was primarily to keep this important staging base neutralized, so that the Japs couldn't bring in planes to send at our forces in the Okinawa area. This latest announcement shows that against the British ships, too, the kamikaze plane is not a very effective weapon. This is Tim Lamert at Pacific Fleet Headquarters at Guam. I return you to Admiral in New York.
Next, a word from Warren Sweeney.
I'll bet a lot of you would like to see that Admiral dual-temp refrigerator that doesn't have any coils to defrost, or an Admiral radio phonograph with an automatic record changer that takes only 5 seconds to change records, or perhaps you're interested in an Admiral electric range that automatically cooks a whole meal for you while you're out shopping. And from your letters, we know many of you are thinking about home freezers and would like to see the Admiral home freezer that keeps food summer fresh all winter. But with Admiral still 100% in war work, of course, they can't build any of these grand Admiral products to show you. But they have prepared a beautiful, full-colored booklet that will show you exactly what these new Admiral radios and appliances will look like and tell you how they'll perform. This booklet is called It's a Promise from Admiral, and it's yours for the asking. There's nothing for you to do to get your copy except write It's a Promise together with your name and address on a penny postcard and mail it to Admiral in care of the station to which you're listening. Then you'll be able to see what's new and revolutionary in Admiral radios and radio phonographs, dual-temp refrigerators, electric ranges, and home freezers. It's a promise from Admiral. Now here once again is Robert Trout.
An extra report on this busy first week in Berlin for American occupation forces. Admiral takes you to CBS Berlin. Richard C. Huttelet reporting.
For weeks now, American troops have been streaming into Berlin, and the southwestern part of the city is full of them. They carry arms and go in pairs for safety's sake, but so far there's been no trouble at all. There must be close to 20,000 Americans here now, more than Berlin has ever seen. And not even the cold weather and the almost incessant rain have kept the GIs from getting out and seeing the sights. They go strolling up and down, looking at the terrific bomb damage and take pictures shaking hands with Russian soldiers. They stand in front of their billets and theaters and whistle at pretty German girls. But don't think the men have been doing nothing else. In this week, many of the organizations have been moving in who will help govern Berlin and Germany. And this goes for the British on our left as well as for us. Vast amounts of office space and billets have been found and put in order, wires strung, and 1 million housekeeping details set right. We've found in Berlin a Russian military government organization working full swing. The Russians have done a great deal of work in these last 2 months. Miles of streets that we saw stinking and smoking and choked with rubble in the early days of May have been cleaned up. Much of the subway system is functioning again. A few trolley lines and some motor buses. Theaters, restaurants, barber shops have been opened. A working city government set up. And beyond that, the Russians have sponsored the formation of political parties and of labor unions. They've helped open newspapers. Schools and churches are working again. Courts are functioning. And there's a sizable German police force. Now, even work has begun on repairing buildings. All in all, it's a pretty good record. Now, Berlin is broken up into 3 zones, and a fence zone will be added to make it 4. It's been agreed that the city will be governed as a unit with no differences among the zones. The British, Russian, and American military commanders, and later on the French, will be the supervising body. The German administration appointed by the Russians will remain. But there appear now to be some difficulties in this field. For one thing, no one knows the exact boundaries of any of the zones. And another thing, our methods of military government differ. We prohibit politics. The Russians encourage it. We want the Russians to keep on feeding and supplying coal to the people in our zones of the city. And there are several other problems. We can't take over the administration until these things are settled. And the Russians who had been moving out today resumed military government control of our area. Now, this isn't tragic and it isn't sinister. It's just awkward. But it shows a lack of planning that could become tragic and sinister if it extended to more important fields. But much more than the administration of Berlin is going to be decided here. In a week or 10 days, Truman and Churchill and Stalin will meet in Potsdam. There, they will decide the government of Germany. They will at least outline some kind of political and economic structure to fill the vacuum that war has left in Central Europe, Poland, and the Balkans. And most important of all, they'll try to put the good words and good intentions of San Francisco into practice. A great machine is moving into Berlin to govern Germany. The American group of this control council and the British are arriving. The Russians have ordered 1,149 rooms in Goering's former air ministry to be repaired by September 1st to serve as offices for the Russian unit. A lot will depend on how these organizations work. My main impression after this first week in Berlin, and it's only one reporter's opinion,
is that things look hopeful. There are differences between us and the Russians in approach and in method, and things like politics, food, non-fraternization. But there is basic agreement, and above all, a mutual desire to make this thing work, which is all you can ask. This is Richard C. Hollett in Berlin, returning you to Admiral in New York.
For the news from Britain, Admiral takes you to CBS London, Douglas Edwards reporting.
About the most prominent bit of on-the-surface news in Britain this warm Sunday is the announcement that Prime Minister Churchill has arrived at his holiday house on the French side of the Franco-Spanish frontier. He'll return to Britain after the Big Three meeting in Potsdam, or if the conference should still be going on when the votes are counted on the 26th, Mr. Churchill will fly back to London for the results. Meantime, Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden will take over at number 10 Downing Street tomorrow morning. Later, he too will journey to Berlin for the three-power discussion. Londoners, by the way, are looking forward with great interest to the possible visit of President Truman. They, like most of Britain, will have been very favorably impressed with his handling of American and international affairs since the death of President Roosevelt. There is the firm realization here that America this time does not intend to take a back seat at the peace conference or in the future of the world affairs. And the fact that the United States Senate may be the first of the United Nations governing bodies to ratify the San Francisco Charter is also considered as giving emphatic punctuation to our future intentions of furthering the cause of international cooperation. There's a great deal of comment in the London papers today on Big Three policy in Germany. The Sunday Times, for one, points out that the collapse of the German nation was so swift in its final stages that by comparison, progress since has seemed slow. But things are moving. Berlin is occupied by troops of America, Britain, and Russia, and the Big Three are about to tackle administration problems of the utmost urgency. There are sharp differences between East and West, differences in ideas and in ways of life. Those cleavages already are being manifest, and the Sunday Times hopes the powers soon may agree on a common policy. This has been Britain's greatest going-away weekend since the beginning of the war. Railway stations all over the country have been besieged with vacationers. They call them holiday makers. As you know, they queue up for everything over here almost, and that doesn't exclude railway tickets. They jammed Paddington and Euston and Victoria and Charing Cross and Waterloo and the other stations, but they jammed them in long lines, a very orderly kind of jamming. Loudspeakers were used to control the passengers bound for the beaches, and to entertain them with music while they waited. The weather, perfect for an American, about 75 degrees and clear, but for the Britisher, a heat wave, no less, and he was out to escape it, and did. And this is Douglas Edwards in London, returning you to Admiral in New York.
CBS correspondent Webley Edwards flew over Korea yesterday for an interview recorded from Okinawa with a naval officer who accompanied the plane. Admiral takes you now to San Francisco.
Turned from a flight over Korea 700 miles on to the west of Tokyo. I flew in a Navy privateer of Fleet Air Wing 1, one of 4 planes on this mission. Their purpose was to shoot up or sink Japanese cargo ships running the blockade between Japan and the Asiatic mainland through the myriad islands on the south and west coast of Korea. Our planes sank 4 Jap ships and damaged 1. I was allowed to make a broadcast back to the United States. Just before we hit Korea, we ran into a heavy storm with thunder and lightning, tossed us about and would have snapped off our trailing antenna. So we barely got contact only 2 minutes before broadcast time, and the atmospherics were still difficult on this Sunday morning. But though it was noisy, we had the great thrill of broadcasting a description of Lieutenant Commander E.G. Doc Binning's privateer swooping down to strafe 2 Jap ships and sink them. And then to watch another Jap cargo ship bombed and sunk. And then to go into a long, roaring run ourselves on a Jap freighter transport. All our guns were going, and from somewhere on shore, a Jap anti-aircraft gun was after us, way low and behind. It was quite a sensation. Our pilot and squadron commander, Lieutenant Commander Arthur F. Farwell, Jr. of Chicago and Pensacola, is with me here back on Okinawa. Arthur, how would you describe this mission?
A fairly successful patrol. Jap cargo ships aren't as plentiful as they were a few weeks ago when we first started in on Korea,
but the boys manage to get a few almost every day. Art's a modest guy. He chased a Jap fighter with his big bomber and was peeved because he couldn't catch him. Art, you fellas went way up into the interior of Korea on July 4th after railway facilities. Will you tell us about that one? The idea was to disrupt the Korean railways, carrying supplies and men and materials both ways between Japan, Manchuria, and China. We managed to get way in and make a number of hits. The official count was 2 bridges destroyed and 2 damaged. Several tunnels caved in, powerhouses and installations destroyed, 2 locomotives destroyed and several damaged in the first sweep of its kind over Korea, which should have slowed down the Korean railways. Aren't you heading for Washington, D.C. in a new assignment? You'll stop at Pensacola to see Mrs. Farwell and the boys, Arthur and Richard? But I will, right soon now. That's Lieutenant Commander Arthur Farwell. He's a squadron pilot during today's broadcast over Korea. 11,000 miles across the world from New York. Through the work of these Fleet Air Wing 1 4-engine privateer search bombers, the waters around South Korea and the seas nearby, thanks to the work of the great guys who fly them, now belong to us. This is Webley Edwards at Okinawa. I return you to Admiral in New York.
Supreme Headquarters in Europe is about to be broken up. For a report by one of our correspondents who's been with SHAEF from the beginning, Admiral takes you to CBS Paris, Charles Collingwood reporting.
It has been announced that SHAEF, the Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Expeditionary Forces, will be dissolved next weekend, probably Friday. Thus will pass the institution which gave this war a new dimension. For the idea of a joint command, a command in which nationality did not play a part, transformed the whole character of the war. It is unlikely that the credit for the idea should go to General Eisenhower. Probably a lot of people had the idea. But there is no question at all that it was Eisenhower who made it work. Eisenhower was the supreme commander. But he was more than that. In previous wars, Allies always appointed a supreme commander. He had on his staff liaison officers from the armies of his allies. They were like ambassadors from their armies, and generally they acted like them. The army of each ally generally went its own way, each one anxious to get the lion's share of the credit, and each one intent on its own interests. But when Eisenhower became supreme commander for the North African campaign, he created a staff whose members were not working for their own armies. They were working for all the armies in the command. Nationality did not enter into it. The British G2 on Eisenhower's staff handled the intelligence for both the American and British forces. The American G3 handled the operations for all. British and Americans worked in the same offices on the same problems. They lived in the same houses. They called each other by their first names. Everyone was working for the team. No one was working for their own part of it. At least that was the theory. But back in those days, some people couldn't see it Eisenhower's way, and a whole fistful of American officers were sent home. But on the whole, Allied Force Headquarters, as it was then called, worked well in North Africa. When Eisenhower became Supreme Commander for the invasion of Europe, he built the same kind of staff. It was called SHAEF, and it worked even better. Never before in the history of warfare had there been such an instrument of command, and it is likely that history will show that never before had such diverse and massive forces been handled with such ease and sureness. But it is not this technical aspect which is so important now that SHAEF is about to disappear. The most important thing about it for the future is that SHAEF made the alliance work. That SHAEF showed that different peoples can pursue the same end in complete trust and confidence and cooperation. An alliance doesn't have to split up in everyone chasing his own special interest. SHAEF showed that, and General Eisenhower showed it to SHAEF. We and our allies are going to have common problems in the future. General Eisenhower and SHAEF have shown us the way to solve them. This is Charles Collingwood in Paris, returning you to Admiral in New York.
Tomorrow, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee opens hearings on the United Nations Charter. For a summary of what the Capitol expects, Admiral takes you now to CBS Washington, Tris Coffin reporting.
A democracy is a strange and wonderful thing. Beginning tomorrow, Americans who want to have their say for or against the United Nations Charter have an official open forum to express their views. It is the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The hearings will be open to all who can crowd into the Senate caucus room, where so many issues affecting the lives of all Americans have been debated. The words spoken in this room will be fully reported by radio and press. Thousands of letters will come in from all parts of the country to help the senators make their decision. The first witness will be former Secretary of State Edward R. Stettinius. He is the man who guided the charter, first through the formative stage of the Dumbarton Oaks meeting, and then next through to the final dotting of the T's at San Francisco. He will have to answer many critical questions frankly and openly. For some members of the committee have reservations they want cleared up before they vote yes or no. The hearing will be fairly swift. The senators are not interested in hearing a lot of oratory. Chairman Tom Connally expects to send his committee report to the Senate near the middle of the month. A final affirmative vote is forecast for early in August. There is no longer any question of Senate approval of the charter. The question is whether any senator will vote against it. We have strange cases, too, in Congress. Millions of dollars and the operations of vital war agencies are tied hand and foot in Congress. And all because of an argument over a tiny agency, the Fair Employment Practices Committee. It is one item in the overall war agency's appropriation bill. But democracy here, too, is at work. Both sides have had their say. Now the older heads in Congress are working out a compromise, due to hit the floor next week. I return you to Admiral in New York.
The confusion in Berlin, which was discussed a few moments ago by Columbia's correspondent there, Richard C. Hottelet, is not the result of any serious disagreement on basic policy between the four occupying powers. As further details are brought to light, the trouble seems more and more to be centered on the matter of food and fuel. The American and British officers in the city have been unable to make arrangements for the Russians to provide food for those Germans who live within the American and British zones of Berlin. The Russian officers are saying this kind of decision must be made by higher authorities. And as it looks today, this is another problem for the Big Three to decide at their forthcoming meeting near Berlin. Actually, straightening out the kinks in the Berlin arrangements will form just one point in the complicated decisions which the three statesmen must make so that all Germany can be governed by the four occupying nations under rules that are coordinated for all four zones. Dispatches from Moscow tell us that the Russians want the Big Three agreements on Germany to be not merely temporary, but complete permanent plans to prevent the Germans from ever assembling the power to start war. And at the conference, the Russians will be prepared to discuss such definite topics as war criminals and international cartels. In addition to Germany, the Russians are reported to be ready to discuss plans for the former satellite countries, such as Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. And undoubtedly, Marshal Stalin will bring up the question of the present governments of Spain and Argentina. And it's generally agreed that at this meeting, more than at any previous one, attention will be turned to the Pacific, where already, without firing a shot against the Japanese, the Red Army in Siberia is pinning down more than 1 million Japanese troops in Manchuria. And now to tell you about a new foolproof automatic record changer, here is Warren Sweeney.
Foolproof is the correct word, all right. For the amazing Admiral automatic record changer, you'll get post-war. Its quiet, efficient, automatic action will bring new enjoyment to your recorded music programs. The new Admiral changer will have only 3 moving parts during the change cycle. It will be foolproof and service-free. You're going to like the easy, careful handling your favorite records will get, and you'll like the speedy 5-second record changing time. You'll thrill to the glorious, natural tone of your Admiral radio phonograph, and you'll be proud of its beautiful cabinet, designed by Admiral's master craftsmen. But we can't tell you in this short time about all the exclusive Admiral features. So why not let us send you our fascinating, full-colored booklet, It's a Promise from Admiral. It's free. Just write, It's a Promise, together with your name and address on a penny postcard, and mail it to Admiral in care of this station. Your government urgently asks you to play square with meat. The current meat shortage is the most serious since the beginning of the war, due to a decrease in production, a great increase in demand, and uneven distribution of the available supply. Every consumer can help stamp out the black market in meat by observing these two rules in every meat transaction. Always pay ration points in full and never pay more than ceiling prices for any meat you buy. It's the fair way. It's the American way. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. This program is presented in behalf of Admiral dealers all over America. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Robert Trout.
A small force of B-29s crossed over Japan's inland sea today and dropped high-explosive bombs on the synthetic oil plant at Uba, a town on the southwestern tip of Honshu Island. Between 75 and 100 superfortresses took part in the raid, their first blow at Japan since last Friday. The Tokyo radio says that some 200 Mustang fighter planes were also over Honshu today, attacking air bases and communications. General George Kenney, commander of the Far Eastern Air Force, reveals that an air terminal has now been established on Okinawa. The other end of the military airline is Melbourne, Australia, 6,400 miles away. Planes are making regular flights, taking less than 48 hours for the trip. The first direct redeployment of United States troops from France to the Pacific was completed when some 5,000 American soldiers stepped ashore at Manila more than a month after sailing from the French Mediterranean port of Marseille. The Southeast Asia Command today reports a new Japanese offensive. Several thousand Japanese troops caught in a pocket in Burma, north of Rangoon, have broken out of the trap in a powerful drive by which the Japanese may hope to escape into Siam. In Paris, Marshal Pétain arrived in a prison van at the Palace of Justice, where he will live in a 4-room suite adjoining the tiny courtroom in which his trial begins tomorrow. In Potsdam, the Big Three conference continued with a business session held this Sunday afternoon. For the details, Admiral takes you now to Berlin. Richard C. Hottelet reporting.
The three-power conference at Potsdam has finished its first week. It would be good to draw up an interim balance, see how many and what kind of questions have been brought up for discussion and how many of them have been settled. That would give the best reply to the question all of us are asking, just how is the conference going? But we can't pretend to give you this. We just don't know. We do know that the Committee of Foreign Ministers has been meeting every morning, and the Big Three themselves getting together every afternoon. That staffs and experts of all kinds have produced 1,000 little facts and figures to guide the decisions up on top. We're told that serious and constructive work has been accomplished. We know that the range of the conference is vast, and the different kinds of people have been brought together for it. And it does seem as if the people of the three nationalities who meet together also get along together, which is fundamental. Three people who hate each other's guts can be polite and smile nicely at a photographer, but they can't get any work done that'll stick. It was President Truman himself in his short talk the other day who indicated the spirit in which the talks are going ahead. He emphasized peace and reconstruction, underlined the necessity of using the tremendous mobilized strength of the three great powers to build the future. When he said, that is what we propose to do, you got the impression that the we included Stalin and Churchill. You get the feeling about this conference that no one is forcing the pace. Whatever decisions are made will not be hastily patched together. If on the agenda there are matters that can't be settled quickly, they'll be settled slowly, or, if necessary, put off to the next Big Three conference. You get the impression that all concerned are deeply aware of their responsibility, that they want whatever they say here to stick. This is not a hurried affair. The pace is deliberate. While there don't seem to have been any hold-ups, it doesn't appear as if it'll be over this week. It'll probably run longer even than Yalta. From various odd sources, one gets the impression that political questions have had clear priority this past week, mainly the Allied administration of Germany. And you don't get the feeling that anything very sensational will be sprung either in this or in world questions. And that holds for Russia's declaration of war against Japan, too. The United Nations victory in the Pacific is a foregone conclusion. Russia is mainly interested in the political future of China, Manchuria, Mongolia. And she's got a powerful hand there without fighting. The big military people, by the way, at the conference have had so much time for sightseeing and for military ceremonies here that you somehow don't think they've been too busy. Well, you can speculate until you run out of breath on just what's being discussed and how. But it's too bad that when you sit down and analyze what you really know about the conference, you find it's very little. It's unpleasant for a reporter to try to sum up so important and big a story in terms mainly of his own impressions. Negotiations can well be kept secret, but there's really no reason why facts should be. Why we shouldn't be told now some details, even of what's been accomplished in Potsdam this past week. It goes much deeper than our own profession. After all, the big three are the executive arm of any world organization. Their meetings are bound to be held regularly. And it's the practice in a democracy, if we want democracy, to get much more of a progress report from the executive. And this is Richard C. Hadlett in Berlin, returning you to Admiral in New York.
Next, a word from Warren Sweeney.
Have you written to Admiral for your free copy of the new 16-page booklet called It's a Promise from Admiral? If not, why don't you mail a penny postcard today? All you do is write It's a Promise together with your name and address and send it to Admiral in care of the radio station to which you are now listening. Admiral prepared this booklet so you can see pictures of the products we've been talking so much about. The new Admiral automatic record changer with only 3 moving parts, the Admiral dual temp refrigerator that is 2 refrigerators in one, the Admiral electric range that makes automatic cooking a reality, the Admiral home freezer that'll be the answer to all your problems about the freezing and storing of frozen foods. You'll see them all and read all about them in this brand new booklet, It's a Promise from Admiral. All you do to get your copy is write It's a Promise together with your name and address on a penny postcard and mail it to Admiral in care of this station. Write today. You'll get it right away. It's a Promise from Admiral. Now here once again is Robert Trout.
Now for an interview with one of our fighting men who's been using a new cannon in the Philippines campaign, Admiral takes you, after a brief pause, to CBS Manila, Don Pryor reporting.
To many a soldier whose address soon will be a foxhole somewhere in Japan, when the big push comes, the biggest news this week was about 2 guns. What they are is heavy artillery that a soldier can carry right into the front lines. And here's the man who first tested them in actual combat, Sergeant John Latham of New York City. What about these guns, John?
Oh, they're wonderful. What they are is just a 57-millimeter gun, like an anti-tank gun, and a 75-millimeter cannon, only they haven't any recoil.
It sounds fishy.
Yes, I know, but they haven't. You can fire the 57 from your shoulder, and it won't even jar you.
Well, how about the 75?
That's too heavy to fire from the shoulder. We put that on a 30-caliber machine gun mount.
I wonder if you can understand just what that means. These guns are so light that 1 man can carry the 57 and 2 men the 75. It means that doughboys themselves can now fire really powerful artillery right into the face of Japanese positions instead of sneaking up on them with rifles and flamethrowers. Right, John?
That's right.
Well, tell us about the tests you made with them.
That was several months ago. We took a short course to learn how to operate them, and then we took them into the assault on Ipoh Dam.
Ipoh Dam, I might explain, is the principal source of Manila's water supply. And the successful battle to recapture it intact was one of the most bitter of the Luzon campaign. How did you operate with your walkie-talkie artillery, John?
Well, the various battalion commanders would call me when they had targets for us, pillboxes, caves, or other strong points. The kind of positions that usually cost a lot of lives to take. And we'd bring up our guns and knock them out.
Just like that, huh?
Yes, really. I tell you, they're wonderful guns. We could lay them right into a cave entrance at much better than 1,000 yards. Right at the heat of the fight, for instance, they called us up to work on 6 caves in a row along the side of the hill that formed the main Jap defense line. We knocked out 3 of them in 3 minutes. It's that easy.
And boy, what they wouldn't have given for some of those weapons on Iwo Jima or Okinawa.
Yes, I'm sure they would have saved a lot of lives there. They saved a lot for us just in that one big battle. And I'm sure that they'll save many, many more when the next big push comes. I think they're the answer to cave warfare.
Well, then let's hope we have plenty of them when the time comes.
Yeah, if we have, I'm sure that I and all the rest of us will get home sooner than we would without them.
John's very anxious to get home, too, because he has a lot of plans. This fighting business isn't quite his line.
Well, fighting's in anybody's line when you're in it, Don.
Well, that's very nice. But in civilian life, John's a writer. Among other things, he used to write radio adaptations for programs acted and directed by Orson Welles and broadcast on the Columbia Network. Now he has a new project. He's working on a play which he hopes to produce on Broadway when that great day comes.
It's not just a hope. We're going to produce it. We? Yes, 7 of us. We've been putting money aside in a special fund for the last 14 months just for that purpose. And when the war's over, we're going to punch the whole thing. It's all set up.
Well, are the others in the Army, too?
Well, they were. We were all part of a special service outfit at Fort Ord. 6 of us came overseas together.
Well, John, let's hope that all 6 of you go home again very soon. That your new walkie-talkie gun wins the war in a hurry. And that your play outruns Tobacco Road. This is Don Pryor in Manila. I return you to Admiral in New York.
This is a big week in Britain as that nation looks forward to learning the election results. Admiral takes you now to London. Douglas Edwards reporting.
Today is the beginning of a big week for Britain. On Thursday, they count the votes, and the fate of Prime Minister Churchill's National Conservative government should be known by late afternoon London time. Mr. Churchill and Mr. Attlee will fly back to London probably on Wednesday to be on hand when the final tally comes in. Political circles here believe that no matter what the result, they both will return to Berlin unless it's decided in the meantime to adjourn the talks to a later date. Wise men over here are still declining to make an out-and-out prediction on the results of the election, beyond the guess that the Prime Minister and his party will be returned with a small majority, but a workable majority just the same. Labour reportedly believes it will gain greatly increased parliamentary strength, and that any government will have seriously to reckon with it, and the Liberals say they're making progress, and that a Liberal revival is on the way. In the past few days, there's been a steady increase in the amount of news from the Pacific the London press has given its readers. Up to now, it's been rather hard to find much mention of the Pacific War in most papers, the BBC being the best and fairest source of information on the Jap struggle. But today, the Far Eastern War gets prominent play on the front pages of all the London papers. They report the story of the American surrender call to Japan, and that Admiral Halsey is preparing a new attack. There's also a good bit of speculation on the strength the Japs will be able to muster to cope with an invasion of their homeland. And there's a report from Melbourne saying that Singapore is likely to be freed soon. That story has it that Lord Louis Mountbatten, the Supreme Commander in Southeast Asia, made plans for the liberation of Java and Malaya during his conference with General MacArthur in Manila. The end of the Burma campaign, which probably won't be long coming, once the monsoon season is over, will enable the British 14th Army to turn south. That'll be the signal for the final stages of the reconquest of Singapore. Well, nobody knows for sure, but London still hears that President Truman will visit this city, despite reports to the contrary. There have been reports he would stay at Buckingham Palace. Now we understand that this state visit to the palace may not be possible, but the president is expected to at least drop in on London. The only other American president who has ever visited Britain was President Wilson, who came to London on his way to the Versailles Peace Conference at the close of the First World War. This is Douglas Edwards in London, returning you to Admiral in New York.
A CBS correspondent has reached Italy on his way home from an air trip that will total 41,000 miles. For his report, Admiral takes you now to CBS Rome. Harry W. Flannery reporting.
And one of the most unusual trips that
of the European and Pacific theaters. I've been fortunate enough to see the almost forgotten GI working in jungle swamps, monsoon mud holes, across cloud-tipped mountains, and in steaming temperatures of far over 100 degrees. I've had spam with Negro truck drivers who move supplies to China over highways that circle into breathtaking heights and plunge into jungle valleys along the Stillwell Road. We've talked with bronzed enlisted men as they landed from bombers in Casablanca on their way back to Iowa, Georgia, and Vermont via Army Transport Command planes. We've watched Indian labor supervised by American enlisted men recondition the C-46s, C-47s, and C-54s that dare the hump in all weathers. We've gone back and forth over the hump ourselves through the monsoon and ridden in jeeps over part of the winding roads fringing deep chasms along the Stillwell Road. We've seen American servicemen train Chinese to operate 105s and drive and service trucks over the most bumpy and treacherous terrain in my experience. We've scanned the skies of Chekiang, waiting long minutes with the crews for the last Chinese pilot of a Chinese-American crew to come back from a mission cutting Japanese communication and supply lines in the corridor, so the Japanese have been forced to shorten their lines in China. Some of us have seen Chinese veterans of the Shanghai campaign, some barefooted, almost all ragged, most old and tired, striding by proudly with tanks and horse-drawn cannons from the last war. We've also seen fresh young Chinese troops shouldering American rifles, riding modern American trucks, gun caissons, jeeps, and weapons carriers. At one spot, we saw 10,000 Chinese trudging with baskets of earth balanced on shoulder poles over wide hilly acres, leveling ground for an airstrip. There were so many ants in a scene that paled the most extravagant Hollywood version. Some of us went with Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek and his second son, Major Chiang Wei-kyu, to the Yellow River front at Tung Wan. They traveled in a special train, like a 1900 American type, and 20 miles more over sliding, twisty, dusty roads, with the last miles along a secret highway cut through steep clay hills. We wandered through a labyrinth of underground and open trenches from which we watched the Japanese across the river, and we talked with Japanese prisoners taken in patrol actions across the stream. In Italy, we've seen the indescribable ruin that marked the bloody fight at Cassino. At Candy, in tropically lush Ceylon, we talked with Lord Louis Mountbatten and the deputy commander, General Weaver. In China, we were given interviews by General Wedemeyer, the Generalissimo, a famous southern Chinese war leader, Marshal Chang Park-wei, the Chinese Supreme Commander, General Ho, and General Chennault and Ambassador Hurley. I talked in German with a few members of the Chinese 8th Route Army from the north. In India, General Sultan, Merrill of the Marathas, Hick, who built the Stillwell Road, sometimes affectionately called Pick's Pike. In Italy, we talked over Italian affairs with Prime Minister Ferruccio Pari, Prince Umberto, the Chief of the Allied Commission in Italy, Admiral Stone, Ambassador Alexander Kirk, and General McNarney, the Deputy Supreme Allied Commander of the Mediterranean Theater. We heard the first papal pronouncement on journalistic morals in an audience with Pope Pius XII. Among predictions from high sources is that the Japanese may be overcome within 6 months. With a more efficiently operating supply system into and through China and more understanding cooperation, there's evidence and welcomes given by Chinese leaders and people applauding, crying ding hao with upraised thumb that the war and post-war picture is bright in China. There's still need for more supplies there. What appears to be a certainty that Italy, without sufficient coal and raw materials, black markets and restlessness, threatens this winter to break into disorders that may reach revolt proportions unless Allied troops remain to maintain order. Next to northern Italy and Germany. This is Harry W. Flannery in Rome. I return you to Admiral in New York.
In this country, the Senate tomorrow starts debate on the United Nations Charter. For a summary of what the Capitol expects of this debate, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Tris Coffin reporting. One day this week, a clerk of the United States Senate will drone off the names of members. There will be a monotonous repetition of ayes, perhaps a few noes, echoing across the high-domed, gloomy chamber. The United States, through this action, will become a member of the United Nations organization. This will be a definite break with the past. Even 4 years ago, when the flames of war were beginning to lick around the world, few here would dare forecast that the Senate would, in their time, agree to American participation in a world organization. One man who dared dream of this future is now dead, his body lying beneath a plot of bright green grass at Hyde Park, Franklin Roosevelt. Another is recovering from a long and hard illness, Cordell Hull. Today their dreams are far more than a bright hope. They are a reality backed by all but a few members of the Senate. Just how many votes will be cast against the United Nations Charter is hard to say, but probably not more than 5, possibly only 1. There are a few senators who want to know how far the American delegate can go in committing our armed forces to attacking aggressor nations. The Washington Post today suggests 3 limitations some senators may wish to put on the authority of our delegate. First, limiting American forces to action in the Western Hemisphere. Second, a demarcation of the power of the President to use troops and the power of Congress to declare war. And third, a flat requirement that Congress be required to act before the United Nations can use a single American unit to stop aggression. The Post article says the administration may consent to some concessions in the first 2 points. But, the Post adds, the administration will never consent to binding United Nations action to a vote of Congress. Many officials here are confident that another step in Big Three unity will be taken at Potsdam, with a joint announcement spelling out what Japan may expect under unconditional surrender. I return you to Admiral in New York. The Chinese High Command announces that 4 Chinese columns in a wide encircling drive are closing steadily on the former American 14th Air Base city of Guilin, and one column is only 9.5 miles from that city. The rumors and reports concerning Japan that have been sweeping through Washington all week reached a high point this weekend. Today, a great deal of interest was aroused by the broadcast to Japan by Navy Captain Zacharias, who was introduced to Japanese listeners as an official spokesman of the United States government when he warned the enemy to surrender unconditionally at once or else prepare for the destruction of everything that supports the Japanese war potential. As a matter of fact, Captain Zacharias, a Navy officer familiar with Japan since 1920, has been broadcasting similar messages to Japan regularly. This is the 12th broadcast so far. And what's chiefly remarkable about it is that this one was made public, while the first 11 were not. However, the Office of War Information says there's no particular significance in this. The talk was made available to the public because the OWI has been receiving questions about what Captain Zacharias has been saying to the enemy in his broadcast series. But whatever the reason for publicizing this talk, the deep interest that it has instantly aroused today is another reflection of the belief in this country that big news about Japan is now being made and will shortly be revealed. There's almost no end to the speculation on what that news will prove to be. The guesses flow out of Washington and out of Potsdam, too, and Tokyo shows signs of curiosity. Yesterday, the Tokyo radio said that American public opinion would force President Truman to retreat from his demand for unconditional surrender. Today, the Japanese propaganda writers appear somewhat more belligerent. Tokyo is broadcasting an editorial from the Nippon Times saying that the Japanese are reasonable people, amenable to fair arguments, but they are also firm, and they cannot be intimidated. The bombing of Japan, says the enemy, has convinced the Japanese more strongly than ever before that they have a sacred mission to perform. And now to tell you about an electric range with 2 full-sized ovens, here is Warren Sweeney.
One of the several post-war Admiral electric ranges will have 2 full-sized ovens, both with automatic temperature controls. Think of the convenience of having 2 roomy ovens for your everyday cooking and baking. The 2 ovens in this new Admiral range will be simple to operate. There'll be nothing difficult about cooking with this new 2-oven Admiral. They'll be so easy to clean and keep clean, too. Both ovens in the Admiral range will have lighted interiors. The Admiral oven doors will be counterbalanced. They just don't slam. Yes, you'll really fall in love with this new Admiral electric range with 2 full-sized ovens. Remember, too, the Admiral will be the ranges with Flexo heat and full vision controls. But there are so many features about the new Admiral electric ranges that we just can't cover them all. May we urge you to send today for your free copy of Admiral's new, fascinating booklet, It's a Promise from Admiral. Just write, It's a Promise, together with your name and address on a penny postcard, and mail it to Admiral in care of this radio station. Just write, It's a Promise, your name and address, and mail it to this radio station. You'll enjoy your vacation more this summer if you spend it at home. Travel is tough. Military traffic will make even greater demands upon the nation's transportation system, with casualties being returned to hospitals and to their homes, and many thousands of servicemen and women coming home on rotation furlough and leave. So let's all give them the breaks they deserve and spend our own vacations close to home. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral dual-temp refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from leading news centers of the world.